Under a blood-red sky, torn by flashes of purple lightning, flocks of winged monsters fly over the destroyed city, giant creatures circling the air, filling it with an ominous howl. In the center of the destroyed city, the only surviving tower rises, onto which a terrible monster is slowly approaching, its tentacles wrapping around the building, breaking glass and concrete. The giant head of a monster with glowing red eyes radiates an abyss of evil and hatred, bending over the ruins. It carefully examines the surroundings, tracking down its next victim. The main character is called Lucian. He stands in the middle of a destroyed city, ready to fearlessly fight giant monsters. The guy hears the voice of his teacher insistently calling his name. He wakes up at his desk, realizing that he fell asleep in class. His classmates laugh loudly at him, as this is not the first time the guy falls asleep in class. The teacher, calling Lucian a lazy person, sternly scolds him and reminds him that there are 6 months left before the exams, and he most likely will not pass them. The teacher says that if the guy continues to study in the same spirit, he will not be hired, even at a construction site. Classmates suggest the teacher not to pay attention to Lucian, saying that he has a low health status and no future. The teacher no longer knows how else to motivate the student. The guy, in his opinion, is capable of more, but does not make any effort to do so. The bell announces the end of classes. The teacher announces that the lesson is over and says goodbye to the students. The protagonist's friend, noticing his tired expression, asks with concern if he has had the same nightmares again. Lucian tells his friend that he constantly dreams of the same dark apocalyptic world. He says that these dreams haunt him every night, giving him no peace. A friend says that these nightmares will someday drive him crazy, suggesting that he try not to think about it and leave such thoughts for high-level geniuses. He invites Lucian to unwind and play video games. Lucian refuses, saying that he is very tired and wants to go home. A classmate tries to persuade Lucian by offering to pay for games and snacks, but Lucian flatly refuses. Classmates hurry their friend. He asks to wait a minute and promises to join them. Lucian sincerely thanks his friend and promises that they will definitely play next time. The main character walks along a busy street, thinking that he would never have thought that, having been reborn in a new world, he would worry about some kind of exams. Lucian begins to feel dizzy with the number of tasks he needs to study and complete. He stops and takes a closer look at the billboard, coming to the conclusion that this world is not much different from the one he came from. The girl is carrying a huge tray with boxes and demands that the young man step aside so as not to impede the movement. Lucian is very surprised by the girl's enormous strength. The guy dreams of becoming as strong someday. Evening comes. A young man comes to a poor residential area where he lives with his family. A woman applies medicinal patches to a man's back. She asks him to be patient for a while and tells him that she is almost finished. Lucian enters the room. The guy greets his parents and asks how they are doing. Mom asks the main character if he is hungry and says that she will cook something soon. Lucian asks his father why he is self-medicating and why he has not yet purchased a blood circulation machine that helps regenerate lower back and lower back injuries. The father explains that his problems are more a manifestation of aging than direct injury and claims that he feels great despite his age. The man happily informs the main character that he has a wonderful gift for him. He places 2 bottles of the latest medicinal powder from the charity clinic on the table. A woman praises her husband for being able to get such expensive drugs, advertisements for which are shown on TV around the clock. Lucian's parents offered to set the table and have a small celebration in honor of this event. Parents anxiously ask Lucian about his status and wonder if he has improved recently, hoping to hear about successes and progress. To his surprise, Lucian learns that the rate for accessing exams has increased by 10% from today. The main character believes that he does not need to waste time and begins to study even more diligently. Lucian diligently practices 24 body reconstruction techniques, repeating each movement with precision and attention, striving to achieve maximum efficiency. The guy turns on a radio channel dedicated to gymnastics and begins to carefully repeat the exercises, trying to follow every word of the instructor in order to achieve better results and strengthen his body. After the world changed 300 years ago, cracks began to appear in the sky and on the ground, from which monsters emerged that changed the course of current history. Modern weapons have lost their relevance, and humanity had to find new ways to fight. People learned to bypass the genetic blockage inside their bodies, after which the power of the masters began to grow exponentially. The human race has entered a new era of the dawn of martial arts, but monsters still threaten humanity and destroy cities every day. The man on the podium says that they were all born in difficult times, and now it is the turn of martial arts masters to build the future. Lushan was very tired. The guy had already done 3 approaches to the body reconstruction technique, but his status had not changed. The protagonist's younger sister has reached the status of 1, and due to nightmares, he still cannot return to his previous levels. The guy firmly intends to repeat the approaches again and again until he achieves the desired result, despite fatigue and obstacles. Suddenly, Lushan feels very weak. His body becomes heavy. He sees double, and before he can understand what is happening, he loses consciousness, falling to the cold floor. A moment later, the young man finds himself in the wasteland of his nightmares, where everything around him looks exactly the same as in his terrible dreams. Lushan desperately tries to force himself to wake up by forcefully tugging at his cheek, but to his horror, he cannot come out of this nightmare. A huge monster quietly crept up to the young man and suddenly attacked him. The monster throws Lushan to the ground. The guy tries his best to fight him off. Looking at the monster, Lushan realizes that it is a zombie who used to be a military man. The zombie roars loudly and strikes the guy numerous blows, which he barely dodges. Lushan tries to throw the monster away with his feet, but he fails, since he is very bad in close combat. After some time, he manages to free one leg and strike the zombie with it. Lushan grabs a stone lying next to him. The guy runs up to the monster and hits him on the head. Quite quickly, the young man manages to deal with the zombies. Lushan realizes that the monster's weak point is its head. Streams of dark energy burst out from the body of the defeated monster, and they instantly envelop the body of the young man. Lushan does not understand what is happening. The guy experiences severe pain and loses orientation in space. A moment later, he is visited by flashbacks in which the military man tells the newcomers that they are members of a team of defenders. After this, the next vision appears in which monsters attack the base at the central gate. Lushan realizes that he has just seen the last memories of a former military man who turned into a zombie. At this moment, another monster sneaks up on the main character and suddenly attacks him from behind. Lushan instantly reacts to the attack and delivers a series of lightning-fast strikes to the monster. A moment later, the monster is already lying on the ground. The young man does not understand how he did it and where he got such skills from. The guy feels that, along with the memories of the killed soldier, he has acquired strength, which is now spreading throughout his entire body. Lushan realizes that this power belonged to the destroyed zombie. By destroying the monsters, the young man receives not only their memories, but also their skills. Lushan looks carefully at his hands. The young man can hardly believe that he is able to absorb the life experience of defeated zombies. The main character wants to believe that this is all a dream, but everything around him looks extremely realistic. A young man in flashback saw a government base. The guy thinks that he should find it because there may be important information there. Lushan decides to destroy as many zombies in military uniform as possible. At this moment, the ground under the guy's feet begins to shake. The surrounding reality is slowly destroyed. The guy can hardly stand on his feet. His head is torn from acute pain, which does not allow him to think clearly. Lushan suddenly realizes that he is lying on the floor in his room. The guy hears a knock on the door and struggles to get to his feet. Standing on the threshold is Qinghen, the protagonist's younger sister, who has come to invite him to dinner. Qinghen asks her brother not to lie about the fact that he was practicing. She believes that he was just lazing around and sleeping. Lushan explains to his sister that he was studying hard and did not notice how he fell asleep. Qinghen advises his brother to move and go downstairs, since the food is already getting cold. The girl notices that her brother has become somehow muscular and concludes that the young man has really begun to exercise seriously. Qinghen and Lushan used to spend a lot of time together, but recently their statuses are very different, and the sister's relationship with Lushan has changed. The guy is proud of his sister, who received an invitation to a prestigious martial arts university, but he considers himself a clueless loser. Lushan carefully examines her body in the mirror, surprised at how quickly it began to transform. In addition to changes in appearance, his body tone has also changed, weakness has disappeared, and he feels a surge of strength. The guy remembers secret military techniques from flashbacks and immediately tries to repeat them. Lushan goes down to the dining room, where his parents invite him to sit at the table. The guy notices that he has begun to taste food much more strongly, and his appetite has tripled. The young man cannot eat enough and feels very hungry. The father asks his wife to give the guy some extra food. The girl believes that her brother is unlikely to benefit from increased nutrition since he has already reached the age of 18. The father asks not to criticize his brother, noting that the guy is trying hard and is studying at a highly specialized school. Lushan believes that his condition has indeed improved and decides to go to Dodge for an evaluation. In the dojo gym where the main character enters, boxers who previously placed in the top 10 at a martial arts conference are training. The master of this dojo is Nihunchuan. His status exceeds the peak value of 200 units, and his combat skills are valued at 100,000 points. Lushan understands that a person's position in society depends on his rank. High-ranking masters are literally superhumans. The guy enters the hall in a depressed mood due to the huge requirements for admission, and also because his parents cannot pay for his education here. The young man is met at the information desk by the administrator, and the girl asks if the guy would like to sign up for classes with them. Lushan tells the girl that he just wants to know his health status and evaluate his fighting skills. The administrator smiles sweetly at the young man, but believes that the guy smells of poverty since he doesn't even have a personal trainer. The girl invites him to go further along the corridor to room number 8, where he will find a car for evaluation. Lushan approaches the assessment machine and is about to start by checking his health status. The guy puts his right hand on the scanner ball, which tells him that his rank is beginner and his health status is almost 1. Lushan is very happy that his status has really increased. Just yesterday it was 20% less. The main character believes that at this rate he will be able to build himself a career as a martial artist. Lushan then approaches the dummy to evaluate his fighting skills. The guy realizes that he has the skills of killed zombies, which have become an integral part of his body. The young man concentrates and delivers a lightning strike to the real mannequin opposite him. Lushan is stunned by the device's response. The test device reports that his combat skill is 113 units. The guy finds this incredible since his combat abilities have increased even more than his health status. With such improvements coming after just 1 hour of sleep, Lushan wonders how much more his progress would improve if he slept for 8 or even 10 hours. The main character is intently trying to fall asleep, but it turns out to be very difficult for him. Sleep does not come. In a rage, the guy jumps up on the bed and begins to hit the pillows with all his might. Emotions overwhelm him, and each blow expresses his dissatisfaction. Lushan thinks that now is too little time, and he hurried to sleep. He decides to exercise a little, since sleep usually comes after exercise. The main character repeats strange exercises that he has never studied. The young man realizes that he is performing military techniques that were familiar to the deceased military man who turned into a zombie. A wave of flashbacks covers the main character. He repeats the exercise learned by the zombie soldier. Lushan is delighted with new sensations. He has never studied such techniques, but his body clearly remembers them. It's late evening, but the main character continues his intensive training. Lushan feels energy spreading throughout his entire body with every movement. From the memories of a zombie soldier, a young man learns that breathing technique plays a huge role. Lushan feels like he has been training and mastering these techniques for many years. Suddenly, the main character feels bad. He falls to the floor and feels intense hunger. Never before in his life has the guy felt such a strong desire to eat. Lushan realizes that as his capabilities increase, so do his food needs. He understands that to maintain his rapid development, he needs not only food, but also expensive medicines and drugs. Lushan is painfully aware that his family's budget cannot afford such expensive drugs. The guy realizes that he needs money, otherwise his rapid growth will stop. He intends to significantly improve his skills in order to receive a government scholarship. In the locker room of the gym, the main character's classmates are changing clothes and having casual conversations. One of my fellow students finds it strange that the teacher didn't even check the documents today. Suddenly, the young man notices the abs on Lushan's body and is very surprised. He asks how the guy was able to achieve such a shape in just a few days. Lushan realizes that he previously did not care about his appearance. The guy looks at his hair and decides that he urgently needs to get his hair cut. Young people from the locker room head to the sports arena. Lushan believes that in the near future, he will have a chance to prove himself. The protagonist's group has gathered in the gym to take a test. Young people are preparing to demonstrate their sporting achievements in front of the coach. The trainer stands in front of the assembled students with a serious expression on his face. The combat instructor's name is Yunjin. A classmate tells Lushan that the combat instructor is a rank 2 master, and there are rumors about him that he fought monsters in the wasteland. The trainer, with a tense expression on his face, energetically explains the upcoming tasks. Traces of past battles are visible on his hands, confirming the words of the student. The trainer demonstrates his fighting techniques. The main character believes that his techniques are quite primitive and not refined, which does not correspond to the rumors about his skill. Junjin says that's all the techniques he needs to learn for today and ends the class, leaving Lushan feeling slightly disappointed and doubting his true skill. Junjin points to the student. He orders him to go out onto the tatami and repeat all the techniques. The young man's name is Eiffel. He is handsome and popular with girls, which causes envy and irritation among some of his classmates, especially the main character. Lushan is annoyed that Eiffel is constantly in the spotlight, attracting glances and admiration, while Lushan himself remains in the shadows, unnoticed and underappreciated. The main character believes that there is nothing unusual in the fact that Eiffel has such a status, since he is a young man from a wealthy family that has the opportunity to invest heavily in his development. Eiffel repeats the techniques shown by the combat instructor and attacks the trainer with a series of blows. Lushan believes that in the past he could have come to terms with this situation, but now the guy intends to teach the major a lesson. Junjin tells Eiffel that he is in good shape, but the guy needs to work on his balance. Eiffel looks at the coach arrogantly, considering him a weakling who has no moral right to correct him. Junjin addresses the class and asks the young people who are ready to go against Eiffel, hoping to find among the students someone who is not afraid to challenge the strongest and prove their courage. Students are not eager to fight against a strong class favorite and look away. Junjin believes that he will teach his students nothing if they look away and bury their heads in the ground when danger arises. Lushan understands that school only provides the basics, and one day the day will come when students will need to defend themselves, and only the strongest will pass this natural selection. Junjin believes that students think he has favorites, but this is not the case. The combat instructor takes notice of Lushan, seeing that the guy's look is different from the others, and that there is something special about him that makes him stand out from the rest. Junjin understands that Lushan's eyes indicate that the guy has been subjected to severe trials. He is surprised that there is such a student in the class. He orders Lushan to stand up and take a stance, causing surprise and curiosity among the others. A classmate asks the main character to be careful and not let pride cloud his mind in such an important fight. Lushan reassures the guy, informing him that he has been training intensively lately and is ready for the test. Junjin announces that the duel will last 10 minutes and asks the students to be careful so that no one gets hurt. Lushan stands opposite Eiffel, who gives him an arrogant look, clearly underestimating his opponent. Junjin notices that there is not a drop of fear in Lushan's eyes. The man is surprised how he did not notice such a student before. The trainer asks the protagonist what his status is, and learns that it is less than 1 unit, causing him to doubt Lushan's ability to deal with Eiffel. The young man asks the main character if he is ready for the fight, and asks him to keep his hands close to his head, since Eiffel will aim there. Lushan demands that the guy stop talking and finally start attacking actively. A series of powerful blows falls on the main character. An inner voice tells the young man that he needs to keep his distance and monitor the movements of the enemy. Friends advise Lushan to follow the rhythm and use jabs to defend against the opponent. Eiffel believes that the outcome of the fight is a foregone conclusion, since his status allows him to use enormous speed and power. Eiffel thinks that weaklings should lose in disgrace. At this moment, Lushan leaves the line of attack and deftly dodges his blows. The next moment, Lushan delivers a strong right hand to his opponent's head. Eiffel flies into the audience. The guy loses consciousness, which causes shock to everyone around him. Junjin immediately runs up to the young man and tries to bring him to his senses. The students are greatly surprised that Lushan was able to crush his opponent with just 1 blow. Junjin orders the students to stop staring at Eiffel and call the nurse immediately. Arriving medical staff reliably fix the neck fracture and carefully place the guy on a stretcher. Lushan sincerely apologizes to the instructor, explaining that he underestimated his capabilities. Junjin reassures the guy, assuring him that Eiffel will come to his senses soon, and injuries are an integral part of training. Lushan turns to a friend and talks about his intention to go to the teacher's office. A classmate begins to suspect that Lushan is using illegal substances to improve his athletic performance. Lushan enters the combat instructor's office and immediately notices a small bonsai tree. The main character is surprised. The guy did not expect such an unusual hobby from the coach. Junjin admits that bonsai is his great passion, emphasizing that every person has their own secrets. The combat instructor turns sharply to the main character and asks him what secrets he is hiding from others. Lushan explains to the coach that his past performance was below par, but he has improved significantly recently. Junjin hopes that the young man does not use illegal drugs to improve his status, as this is against the rules of the school. Lushan is aware of the seriousness of the situation, realizing that such violations could cause him to be expelled from the school. Junjin suggests urgently checking Lushan's status and finding out whether he has used illegal drugs. Junjin carefully watches the main character, hoping for stable data, as this will be the best proof of his non-involvement in the use of prohibited methods. Lushan approaches the test device on the teacher's desk and gently touches the ball with his hand. Junjin can't help but be surprised as the data shows that the guy's status is currently 1.5 units. Such indicators are found only among masters, and in the entire school and even in the city there are no young people with such a status. The next test is aimed at the strength of the blow. The main character strikes the dummy and blows off its head. The mannequin's head crashes into the wall with enormous force, breaking a bonsai tree that the trainer had been caring for a long time. Junjin is very upset by the destruction of the bonsai. The man does not understand how the young man could break the test apparatus with one blow. Junjin sets out to find out the truth, realizing that such power is beyond the scope of a first-rank master. The main character previously told the trainer that his status was less than 1. The man asks when Lushan last took the test. Junjin learns that the last test was carried out a month and a half ago. He does not understand how the guy's characteristics increased so significantly in such a short period of time. The combat instructor asks the young man if any famous master trains him individually. Lushan reports that he is an ordinary guy and no one teaches him. He developed all his skills on his own without the help of famous masters. The guy looks at the broken mannequin and decides to keep secret how his status increases. The coach also had good results at a young age, but he spent 2 years improving them. After Junjin reached the 2nd rank and became a military man, in one of the battles he realized that a person, even with numerous ranks, is nothing compared to a monster. It was very difficult for the man to admit that in the face of an incomprehensible and uncontrollable force, people are just small ants. The only people who can stand up to monsters are those whose powers are equally destructive and unpredictable. Their inner world is incomprehensible, and they themselves are a kind of monsters, possessing incredible strength and unique abilities. Junjin informs the young man that with his skills, he should study in a gifted class. Lushan, who believes that studying in his old class is much better for him, the guy intends to stay there. Junjin doesn't understand why the young man is so stubborn, because gifted classes can unlock his full potential. Lushan tells the coach that he has 2 questions, whether he can get a scholarship and whether he can train flexibly. Junjin understands that the young man needs money and wants more free time. The coach promises to request a scholarship for him from the ministry. Junjin hands the main character his card and allows him to use it until the guy receives his scholarship. Lushan thanks the coach from the bottom of his heart, realizing that there must be at least 100,000 masters on the black map. Junjin could not even imagine that there were such students in this godforsaken school. The coach was going to not spread this information and use the young man as a secret weapon in the state exams. Junjin intends to immediately please the management because it is not just about reporting on exams. After many years of searching, Junjin has finally found a soldier who is ready to go out into the outside world. The seller demonstrates a nourishing tonic called Orchid Hearts. He says that this is the best drug from a well-known medical company. Buyers will find out that this drug is designed specifically for women masters and raises the status to the level of 1. The girl tells her mother that with this tonic, her training will become better and she will take first place. Lushan is amazed that people can afford such expensive things. Tonic costs more than 30,000. His parents, even working 7 days a week, could not earn enough for this. The guy believes that the girl has everything to change her life, but if he becomes her close person, he will only be ballast for her. Lushan realizes that he always complains about his worthlessness, but at the same time makes no effort to change anything. All his life, the main character longed to see the amazing world of martial arts, but hid in games, as this was the only reminder of his past life. Lushan dreamed of sailing into the open ocean, but always remained in his safe and calm aquarium. However, he believes that now everything is different. He went beyond his capabilities, saw the real world around him, and again had the opportunity to change his destiny. Lushan's gaze is turned to the sky. The guy decides that now he will act consciously and make a minimum of mistakes. Over the past days, Lucian has gained enormous combat experience and increased his strength. With the help of new knowledge, the guy intends to break the vicious circle. Lucian recalls the teacher's words heard in class, when the teacher demanded that students know their strength in order to know themselves. In a good mood, the young man returns home, rejoicing that he has finally taken the first step. A terrible-looking huge zombie growls loudly and rushes to attack the main character. Lucian, quickly assessing the situation, prepared for defense and counterattack. Lucian, using new techniques, dodges blows with agility and delivers powerful blows to zombies. After some time, using a cunning combination, Lucian ends the fight, inflicting a fatal blow on the zombies. He stands next to the defeated monster, realizing that this zombie used to be a martial artist. According to the memories of the zombie soldier, there should be a base somewhere nearby, but Lucian does not see either the black fog or a large number of attacking monsters. After some time, the main character reaches a huge wall that surrounds a large base. Lucian notices a hole in the wall and heads towards it, trying to get inside. The young man is amazed by the sheer scale of the wall and the structures behind it. He climbs a huge wall to get closer to this rift and explore the area beyond the wall. The thickness of the wall is at least 20 meters. The young man cannot even imagine what creatures could break through such protection. Lucian examines the destroyed buildings and realizes that this world in many ways exceeds his expectations. But even such a powerful civilization fell at the hands of monsters. In one of the buildings, reminiscent of a military base or command center, a young man notices a silhouette. Lucian cannot see it clearly, but is confident that it is a zombie. At the same moment, a powerful energy flow hits the guy. Enormous pressure throws the young man aside. In addition to the physical impact, the guy experiences a powerful psychological blow that paralyzes his will. Lucian tries to catch his breath and come to his senses, not fully realizing what happened and what powerful force attacked him. Never before in his life had Lucian been attacked by such enormous and terrifying power, which instantly knocked him down and made him feel helpless in front of an unknown enemy. The guy believes that it is too early for him to fight such opponents and postpones reconnaissance of this building until later. The main character observes the zombies that are below and concludes that they look quite harmless. Having descended from the wall, the young man attacks the monsters and deals with them without any problems. Having eliminated the obstacle in his way, the guy jumps over the fence and finds himself in the interior of the base. Lucian examines the premises and concludes that it looks like an ordinary apartment. The guy understands that the people inside did not expect the monsters to attack. They sat at tables, ate food, and did not have the slightest chance of escaping from the black fog. Lucian notices that one of the devices on the table is still functioning. He decides to activate it. The device wakes up from sleep mode, reboots, and projects a hologram of a beautiful girl. The girl thanks him for visiting the base. The main character is surprised that the hologram speaks his language. A girl named Ellie reveals that she is a 16th-generation artificial intelligence, and she controls the base servers. Lucian asks Ellie to recount the chronology of events that occurred at the base. The first attempts to connect to the servers were unsuccessful, but after several attempts, the connection was restored, and the hologram began its story. Lucian learns that the main base sent a spacecraft into deep space, after which the base was captured. After the attack by monsters, the surviving masters organized a guild to protect people and search for survivors. Lucian learns details about the attacks of monsters and their characteristics. The guy is very surprised that the system of ranks and gradations is very similar to his world. The technology and martial arts of this world have reached unprecedented heights. However, despite the high level of combat skills, this civilization was unable to withstand the attack of monsters. The remnants of civilization tried to leave the Earth, sending research groups to other galaxies in the hope of finding a new home. Neither of these groups ever made a signal until after humanity fell. Lucian concludes that this world was destined to die. Lucian asks Ellie to show him more of the history of this world, seeking to understand how such an advanced civilization could not cope with the attack of monsters. The girl happily responds to the guy's request and creates holographic monitors that display the history of this world. The main character cannot escape the thought of how such an advanced civilization could not cope with the monsters. Lucian hopes that the experience of a lost civilization will help his world avoid the same tragic fate. The guy carefully reads the historical facts, after which he has a shocking guess that completely changes his perception of what is happening. The main character suddenly realizes that he is reading the history of his own world, which puts him in a state of deep shock. Instantly, lush, and it becomes clear why the lost world has the same language and a similar gradation system. The guy decides to test his hypothesis and asks Ellie to provide information about specific people. Lushan requests information about people with his last name and receives a list of 36 personal files. He finds his card, which states that he is an ordinary citizen who died at the age of 28. The guy asks for information about his namesake. Ellie reports that outsiders are prohibited from viewing data about martial masters. To do this, they must register and provide blood as genetic material. Lushan does not know how to do this because he does not have a syringe or any instrument for drawing blood. The hologram suddenly approaches the young man and gently bites his finger, causing him great surprise and confusion. Ellie informs Lushan that the blood has been drawn and its analysis begins. Lushan notices that something is bothering Ellie. The guy realizes that something is going wrong. He inquires about the results of the analysis and asks if there are any problems. The analysis of the genetic material is completed. The artificial intelligence launches the BEAM project. Lushan cannot understand what the BEAM project is and how it is connected to another world. This term sounds unfamiliar and causes vague assumptions in him. The main character sees his file with an altered photograph and realizes that his life had a significant impact on world events and history. Lushan begins to carefully study his biography. He graduated from school with honors, taking first place. After this, the young man successfully entered the martial arts university, where he began his training and preparation for future service. He later served in the armed forces, holding an important position in the Guards Division, and he died heroically in a battle in the south of the country at the age of 37. Lushan realizes that his power could be the key to changing the future, giving him the ability to influence the outcome of events and save the world. The life path of the main character up to the age of 18 coincides exactly with what he has now. The entries in his personal file also show that his strength increased sharply before the entrance exams. Lushan understands that the database contains information about a huge number of masters, and the desire to leave a mark in history is nothing more than ordinary pride. Information records show that at the time of admission, Lushan had a status of more than 2 units, and his combat skills were 280. The guy intends to train as much as possible in his sleep to achieve these results as soon as possible. Lushan strives to become a national leader, gain widespread fame, and build a protective shelter. The main character intends to become stronger in order to prevent the impending death of civilization, and become a ray of saving light for all humanity, illuminating the path to hope and salvation in the darkest hour when the world needs a hero. Lushan's mother sets the table and invites everyone to join in for breakfast, carefully arranging plates and prepared dishes for the whole family. The woman asks the young man why he hasn't changed his clothes yet, because it's time to start a new day and follow the schedule. Lushan says that the teacher allowed him to study at home and that now it is not necessary for him to come to school, since he has special permission. This is the first time the woman has heard that the school allows someone to study independently and not come to class every day. Lushan finishes her breakfast rather quickly and tells her mother that she will go to her room to continue her studies. Ching-hun looks at his brother very carefully, noticing that he has changed a lot lately. Ching-hun believes that her brother is not as stupid as before and that he has become somehow quiet and strange. Lushan hears the phone ringing. He picks it up and answers combat instructor Junjin. The coach tells the young man that he has received a scholarship and asks him to come up after lunch to pick it up. Junjin asks the main character why he didn't come to school today, because he just wanted to discuss the issue of attending classes with him. Lushan believes that he does not have much time to waste, but he does not tell the coach about this, but simply refers to urgent matters and promises to call back later. Thinking that there is no more time to fool around, the young man continues his training, realizing that the only way to improve his abilities is to use the resources available. Lushan intends to achieve high results as quickly as possible in order to find a way to change the future. The main character asks Ellie to display all possible training options, including notes, manuals, and practices related to martial arts. Within seconds, the request was completed, and the artificial intelligence returned a list of 500,000 results. Lushan realizes that this is too much information and asks to filter the skills for first-level martial artists with the most valuable information. Ellie filters using these requirements and returns the results with the highest overall score. The guy receives 3 techniques that have been recognized as the best over the last 10,000 years. Star technology was invented by the founder of the Union of the Strongest Masters of the 11th rank and is part of the Beam Project. The second technique is the natural breathing technique, created by Master Enjoy, also an 11th rank. Crystal vision is the third technique on the list, created by Duan Fanon, the strongest master of the Union of Masters. The guy is impressed that in front of him is the legacy of the three strongest masters of the 11th rank, while the strongest martial artist in his reality is only at the 9th level. Lucian begins studying stellar technology, which is based on the idea that the human body is structured like a miniature universe. Using this technique, the master's thoughts calm down, the body strengthens, the mind and every cell of the body improves. Every cell of the body turns into a star. Endless forces fill the body. The density of the master reaches an extreme level. His strength becomes unimaginably enormous. Daily exercises gave the guy 1 unit of strength, but the star technique, even at the introduction level, allowed him to acquire more than 1,000 units, and in fact it is no different from ordinary gymnastics. The next technique that the young man takes on is the technique of natural breathing. The first introductory part of the training consists of fire breathing exercises. After completing several exercises, Lucian feels like countless flames are burning in his body. The last secret knowledge that the main character is going to touch is the crystal vision. By clearing thoughts and strengthening consciousness, this technique deals with the most mysterious part of a person, his spiritual power. Plunging into the inner world, any master realizes how important the soul and consciousness are for practice. A top-level master does not fill his head with empty thoughts. He is always focused on important tasks. A soulful master's combat power far exceeds that of a martial artist with a weak will and many desires. Lucian gradually comes to his senses. He realizes that he has returned to reality and is in his room. The guy feels very tired. It seems to him that he worked continuously and did not sleep for 2 days. Lucian smells an unpleasant odor around him and realizes that it is his sweat. Although learning takes place in a dream, in reality his body is subjected to strong influences. Stellar technology and natural breathing complement each other. This combination allowed the main character to get rid of all the negativity in his body. Lucian looks at himself in the mirror and realizes that he is achieving great success in training. The guy intends to create his own medications to enhance the effect. Lucian is confident that its future pills will revolutionize the entire pharmaceutical market and make its power legendary. Yunjin gives the main character his scholarship card and asks him to attend classes at school more often. Lucian sincerely thanks the coach and expresses his deep gratitude to him for the assistance provided in his training and development. Yunjin allows the young man to leave if he is busy, but reminds him to attend school at least twice a week. Yunjin carefully examines the leaving young man. He has not seen him for only a couple of days, but he already feels a huge gap between them. Lucian is glad that he has money. The guy intends to use recipes from the future to create effective medical supplements. While studying the base of the Beam Project, Lucian discovered a recipe that suits him best at the moment. Even the simplest herbal infusions require professional equipment, because small differences in heat and dosage can make a big difference in the results, which is why Lucian intends to find a laboratory. The young man has a limited amount of funds, so he is going to rent pharmacy equipment to produce the necessary drugs. Lucian visits numerous pharmacies, but is refused by each of them, since the production department is the heart of every pharmacy, and pharmacists are not eager to let strangers into it. Lucian begins to give up. Today he has already received more than 10 refusals from pharmacists, and his hope of finding equipment is gradually fading. Lucian has already purchased all the necessary herbs and minerals to prepare the vitality serum, and now it is just a matter of equipment. Lucian draws attention to the fact that the card with the scholarship is not 30,000 but 80,000. The guy believes that this money is sponsorship. The main character believes that if he does not find the equipment, he will have to order something primitive from the internet, which, of course, is undesirable. Lucian heads to his home through an industrial area and, to his surprise, discovers in its nooks and crannies an inconspicuous pharmacy that he had never seen before. The young man comes inside and greets the pharmacist, who, however, does not pay the slightest attention to him, continuing his business as if he does not notice Lucian's presence. The pharmacist is clearly not interested in the client. He continues to hang on the phone and expresses his obvious disinterest. Lucian reports that he does not want to buy medicine, to which the seller decides that the guy is a thief. He does not advise him to take anything and run away, since the pharmacy has a video surveillance system. Lucian is surprised by the attitude towards customers in this pharmacy. In previous pharmacies, although having received refusals, he was still met with interest and readiness for contact. The seller continues to ignore the main character, busy looking at pictures on his phone as if Lucian doesn't exist at all. Lucian snatches the phone from the pharmacist's hands and rudely states that they have something to talk about. The pharmacist is extremely dissatisfied with Lucian's behavior and threatens him with violence if he continues to behave this way. Lucian grabs the pharmacist by the arm and performs a painful hold, offering to immediately discuss the issues that concern him. The seller understands the seriousness of the protagonist's intentions, puts the phone aside, and asks the young man how he can help him. Lucian asks if the pharmacy has a production department, and if so, offers to make a deal. The pharmacist leads Lucian to a large armored door, behind which the pharmacy's production department is hidden. The pharmacy worker tells the main character that he has 3 hours, and each hour of rent will cost 500 yuan. Lucian hands over the money and enters the laboratory, saying goodbye to the pharmacist and wishing him a good time. Donning a lab coat and focusing on the process, the young man begins to create his first creation. The first thing Lucian starts with is processing the raw materials. He carefully takes out a green mountain lizard from his bag. Lucian separates the scales using a special solution, adds a neutralizer, and brings the concentration to 35%. After working with the solution for 1 hour, the main character receives the finished product. The guy is holding a flask with vitality serum in his hands. Lucian has created a serum that will not be invented until 10,000 years later. The guy tries it, realizing that it has neither taste nor smell. For some time, nothing happens, and the main character begins to think about failure. But after a few minutes, the vitality serum begins to take effect. Lucian feels severe pain. Convulsions grip his entire body. The guy falls to the floor and tries to cope with the attack. After some time, the severe pain begins to subside. The young man realizes that he has never felt such a side effect from the medicine in his life, surprised at its strength and intensity. Despite the strong side effect, the main character is pleased with the result, since the vitality lost by long-term training was instantly restored. Lucian realizes that it has created a drug that causes almost no harm to the body, yet has a powerful tonic effect and improves blood circulation, which makes it incredibly valuable. Suddenly, there is a knock on the laboratory door. Lucian opens it and tells the pharmacist that his paid time has not yet passed. The pharmacist orders the guy to immediately leave through the back door, saying that he does not have time to explain anything and needs to act quickly. The pharmacy owner's wife returned ahead of schedule and is heading to the laboratory, which causes concern for the pharmacist. The girl enters the pharmacy and takes out a heavy box of medications from one of the cabinets, clearly intending to find something. She takes one of the flasks in the box and greedily drinks it to the bottom, hoping to get the desired effect, but her expectations are not met. The girl expresses extreme dissatisfaction, realizing that the solution lacks the synergy of herbs and it has no medicinal properties at all. At this time, an advertisement for a new medical drug is heard from the TV in the laboratory, offering pills of the future for real men. The girl understands that with the development of martial arts, the complementary medical industry is also rapidly changing, and new and improved products are being developed every day, which makes her think about the future of the pharmacy. The wife of the pharmacy owner understands the reason why her family is practically bankrupt. They are conservatives and stick to old ideas without even trying to keep up with the times. The family business, which her father gave to the girl, is under threat, since they are selling old products that have not been competitive on the market for a long time, and she still cannot find a new recipe. The girl has no ideas. She believes that the only way out is to consult with an old pharmacist to understand how to get out of this situation. The girl's name is Jahen. She confidently walks towards her laboratory. On her way, she meets a salesman who says that he did not expect to see her at this time. The seller considers Mrs. Jahen an ideal of beauty. The guy is delighted with her cold charm and considers the girl to be his goddess, whom he will worship forever. The guy reflects that in the gradually fading family of Mrs. Jahen, he will be the one who will always be there. He believes that in the near future, his career and love will merge into a single whole and will raise him to the top of the social ladder. The young man's fantasies are interrupted by the loud cry of Mrs. Jahan. The girl angrily asks the seller how he dared to let someone into her laboratory. Jahan calls the young man an idiot. She sends him away and says that he may not come to work tomorrow. The girl begins cleaning her laboratory, carefully disinfecting all equipment and wiping down each table. While cleaning, Jahan notices that there are traces of green mountain lizard in the activator. This ingredient is expensive, and the girl has never heard of it being used in this way before. Jahan realizes that the man working in the lab could be someone who wants to get rich by developing his own drugs. She knows that developing a new substance requires enormous knowledge in the field of pharmacology, as well as large financial costs and many experiments with a combination of components. Jahan picks up a broken flask from the floor and is struck by the glow of the solution and its smell. Carefully studying the remains of the solution, the girl realizes that moonstone and a fossilized root were used to make it. Amazed, Jahan had never heard of such a recipe and has no idea what kind of reaction might follow. Carefully removing a few drops of the solution, she decides to taste it to see what potential properties it might have. Suddenly, her expression changes. Jahan realizes that such medications can radically change her life. The fired pharmacist wanders the streets in a depressed state, reflecting on the fact that he agreed to the deal with Lucian in vain. The guy does not believe that his relationship with the goddess is over. He prays to God to give him another chance to see his beloved. Suddenly, the young man's reflection is interrupted by Jahan's loud cry. The guy turns in surprise and sees a girl approaching him. Jahan waves his hand at the young man and asks him to stop immediately. The seller cannot believe his eyes. The guy is incredibly glad that his prayers are heard by higher powers. He rushes to Jahan, declaring that he will not go anywhere else and is ready to always be by her side. Jahan grabs him by the clothes, starts shaking him violently, and demands to immediately tell him who worked in her laboratory. Jahan says that if the guy can find this man, she will hire him again and double his salary. The young man reports that he still has Lucian's phone number. Jahan snatches the phone from the young man's hands. The girl is going to immediately contact the main character. She intends by any means to obtain this drug, which is tens of times more effective than any other supplement in the price category of up to 100,000 yuan on the market today. Jahan understands that this is her chance. The girl can get a world-class drug that is based on ordinary herbs at a cost of less than 5,000 yuan. Lucian uses a rank 11 level star technique that is over 10,000 years old. The guy realizes that the potential of this technique is so great that it is difficult for him to believe in its reality. The main character is sure that if he continues his training without stopping, then soon a real star will be born in him. The breathing technique he also studies is amazingly powerful, and without it, other methods of restoring the body would not be as effective. Lucian feels that his vitality has increased significantly, and the effect of the drug is clearly making itself felt. The guy is happy that he managed to produce 12 doses of this powerful drug. The main character's thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. The guy picks up the phone and sees that an unknown number is trying to reach him. Jahan greets the young man, introduces herself, and says that she knows what drugs the main character prepared in her laboratory. She tells the guy that this could be a world breakthrough and offers joint production and promotion of this product. Lucian reports that he is interested in such an offer, but will only be able to meet in a week. Jahan tells his pharmacist that he urgently needs to find the main character, and from now on, he will be in charge of it. She also adds that she will pay 10,000 yuan for every day ahead of schedule. The guy cannot hide his joy at such an offer. The seller doubts and asks the girl if she was mistaken because the person who asked to use the laboratory is just a teenager and looks like a student. Jahan has the image of a talented student from a wealthy family who devotes all his time to studying scientific knowledge and conducting medical experiments. The huge, disgusting zombie takes a blow from his right hand, which quickly extinguishes his ardor and stops his attack. The main character's fight is closely watched by a powerful zombie holding a heart in his hand. Lucian spots his opponent, whom he has been looking for a long time, and decides that he will be his priority target today. The powerful monster demonstrates its colossal strength and squeezes the heart of the defeated zombie in its hands. A zombie attack immediately begins. The main character realizes that his opponent is a former 4th-level master. The zombie delivers a series of crushing blows to the main character. The guy blocks the blows, retreating to a more advantageous position. Lucian realizes that he will not be able to hold off the enemy's attacks for long, since the opponent is at least twice as strong as him. The zombie lets out a wild roar and rushes into another attack, demonstrating superhuman strength and readiness to destroy everything in its path. Lushan deftly jumps over the monster, goes behind its back, and inflicts a series of precise and powerful blows on the zombie, using all his skills. Lushan finishes off a wounded zombie with his signature kick, which he has been perfecting for a long time. A blow of enormous force smashed the monster's head into small fragments. The guy was surprised by his incredible power. Lushan stands over the body of the defeated zombie, reflecting on the fact that this monster used to be a 4th-level master. Lushan understands that the zombie was not an easy opponent to level up, and his death deserves respect. If it were not for the numerous wounds on the monster's body and the lack of intelligence, the main character would have to fight, relying solely on his fighting instincts, and even then he would be defeated. For almost a week now, Lushan has been practicing natural breathing and other techniques, with the help of which the guy was able to significantly advance in his development. Lushan begins to be surrounded by ordinary zombies. The main character does not experience the slightest excitement, since he is able to release a force several dozen times stronger than his usual one. To repel attacks, Lushan combines the practices he has learned, calling his technique the power of the stars. Lushan is at the training center. The girl at the reception asks how she can help him. The main character reveals that he wants to use a strength machine to measure the results of his training. The girl remembers that the young man recently came to assess his status. She doubts that he has increased his performance in such a short time. The girl reports that ordinary people take the test once a month or even once every 6 months. Even those schools that care about the progress of their students evaluate their parameters only once a month. Despite this, she informs the young man that room 206 is free. Lushan approaches the machine to measure her status. The best techniques of the future and the most advanced tonic have done their job. The guy's status is more than 15 units, which is far above the norm for a 2nd-level martial artist. The next thing the main character wants to check is how much his fighting skills and strength characteristics have improved. Lushan approaches the measuring dummy, strikes it with his hand, and carefully monitors the reaction of the device. The mannequin processes the information for a long time, after which a message appears on the virtual screen that its strength level is 3,137 units. Lushan can't believe that his stats are twice as high as normal, and it was just an ordinary punch that the guy didn't put much effort into. The main character understands that his abilities are rapidly developing, and he has no limit to the growth of combat power. He is preparing to strike the dummy with another blow at full force. The girl at the reception asks the main character how the test went and if he is happy with his results. Lushan replies that he is completely satisfied with the results and says goodbye to the girl. She wishes him success in passing the exams. The girl thinks the main character is a cool guy. She likes his appearance and his sweet smile, which makes him even more attractive. Nishuan and her younger brother enter the room. She asks the girl at the reception what she is thinking about. The girl says that she was thinking about the guy who just passed the test. Nishuan believes that the girl fell in love. The administrator replies that the visitor was just a simple schoolboy. Brother Nishuan says that only fighting skills are valued in society, since a beautiful face will not protect against monsters. The young man says that resources play a huge role in martial arts. He has been using tonics since childhood, and the gap among his peers is widening every day, which makes him arrogant. Nishuan lashes out at his brother, pointing out his laziness, as many students from poor families achieve the same results without huge resources. Nishuan orders her brother to grind his tongue less and practice more. She does not remember a single day when the young man did not praise his achievements. Brother asks Nishuan to do him a favor. He wants to know the characteristics and status of the main character. Nishuan doesn't understand why her brother needs this, but he continues to tearfully beg her, saying that he wants to test the results of his hard work. In the end, Nishuan agrees to his brother's request, but asks him to show modesty and not turn his nose up. The girl at the reception hands Nishuan a tablet and reports that the main character was the only person who came for the test today. Nishuan looks at Lushan's performance and feels very surprised, turning into shock. She believes that there was a glitch in the program or the equipment is faulty, but the administrator claims that all the equipment was checked yesterday. Realizing that this is not a mistake, Nishuan orders the administrator to urgently contact all staff and find information about this student. Carefully examining the photo on the main character's card, the girl promises that she will definitely find the young man. Lushan gets out of the taxi. The driver thanks the guy for the excellent company and sincere conversation. The young man considers the driver to be a sincere person and regrets that he did not tell him that he was going to the Martial Arts Association to take the exams for a second-rank master. The doors of the association suddenly open, and a young man runs out into the street, almost knocking the main character off his feet. Lushan understands that to pass the test you need to give it your all, and not all students are able to withstand such stress. The woman at the information desk informs the main character that first he needs to fill out a form and then go to office number 250. Lushan enters the waiting room and is surprised to find that the line for the exams is huge. The guy does not want to waste precious time in an endless queue and begins to think about how to solve the current situation and get to the exam faster. Lushan overhears a conversation between two young men who are discussing a young girl who has come for an exam. Young people hope that she is a capable student. They feel the strength and energy emanating from her. Most of the people standing in line are around 25 years old. Lushan considers himself the youngest. However, looking at the girl, he realizes that she is even younger than him. A man of enormous size enters the room, barely fitting into the entrance doors. Those around him shy away from him. A man walks past people standing in line. No one dares to reprimand him for jumping the queue. The guy boasts to his girlfriend. He says that today he will take the path of a martial arts master. This will be the beginning of a new stage in his life. A huge man, barely able to fit in the aisle, politely asks to give way to him. The young man is stunned by his physical size. The man submits his documents to the registration desk. The girl reprimands him. She says that all candidates take the test one by one. The examiner asks the girl to calm down. He says that the man has a special coupon and will take the exam first. The huge man's name is Chen Feng. He will be tested to become a rank 3 master. The applicants present are discussing Chen Feng. A third-rank master is a rarity. In the entire city, there are just over a dozen people with that rank. The examiner asks Chen Feng to go to the testing machines and suggests checking his health first. A young man tries to convince his girlfriend that a rank 3 master is no different from ordinary people like him. Chen Feng's health indicator is 107, which causes genuine joy in the examiner. Then the applicant is asked to test his combat skills. Chen Feng delivers a blow of enormous destructive force to the test dummy, the shockwave knocking the newbie challengers off their feet and throwing them against the wall. The measuring device shows colossal values of combat characteristics. The virtual screen reports that the combat power indicator is 10,831 units. The examiner congratulates Chen Feng and informs him that from now on, he is a third-rank martial master and is entitled to receive a stipend of 30,000 yuan. Chen Feng carefully looks around the room. He discovers that only 2 people remained in their places. All the other newcomers were scattered around the room after his blow. The girl sees such a powerful martial artist for the first time, and she is impressed that the wave from his blow scattered all the newcomers to the sides. Lushan is glad that he finally knows what characteristics a rank 3 martial artist should have. The girl carefully examines the main character. She does not understand what is wrong with him. He looks like an ordinary newcomer, a goner. But the wave from the master's blow did not throw him away, and he remained standing. Lushan approaches the examiner and asks him to test him next. The main character explains that there is no one in front of him in line, since the shockwave scattered all the participants. The examiner likes the young man, especially how Lushan remains calm after witnessing the devastating blow. The man allows the main character to be tested next. He asks him not to worry and to breathe evenly. The examiner looks carefully at the electronic scoreboard. He cannot believe his eyes. The man never expected to see such a high level from an 18-year-old guy. Those around him are no less shocked than the examiners. They make the assumption that instead of blood, a tonic flows in the veins of the main character. Chen Feng believes that such testimony does not correspond to a second-rank master in any way. He has serious doubts, because Lushan appears to be 18 years old. The examiner invites the main character not to be shy and to work with the power dummy at full strength. Lushan concentrates all the techniques he has learned and strikes the test dummy with colossal power. A powerful wave from the impact breaks the glass in the windows and stained glass windows of the room, forcing everyone present to retreat back. Lushan concentrated the power of the stars and natural breath into one blow, achieving a result of 15,709 points. The symbiosis of these techniques allows the main character to increase his combat power tens of times compared to standard levels. The examiner tries to congratulate Lushan on receiving the title of martial artist, but cannot decide on the level since the guy has characteristics above the 3rd level. The examiner apologizes to the young man and informs him that he cannot give him a grade at the moment. The man intends to contact his superiors as quickly as possible to report a young man with such outstanding talents. Lushan calmly watches as Chen Feng approaches him. The guy, although he doesn't show it, is very impressed by the huge size of the master. Chen Feng introduces himself to the main character and extends his huge hand to him, displaying friendliness and impressive physical size that impresses Lushana. Lushan calls his name in response and shakes the giant's hand, feeling the power and strength emanating from Chen Feng, and tries not to show his surprise. A large crowd of people gathers around Lushan. Everyone wants to meet the young man and take a group photo. The main character believes that the best way out of such a situation is to quickly run away from everyone. The girls are waiting for their friend on the street. They are sure that she will easily be able to obtain a certificate as a 1st-level martial artist. Lushan passes by the girls. One of them asks the young man what he is doing here. Qinghen wants to know what her brother is doing here. She thinks that he has completely lost track of his studies, since he does not go to school and sleeps in his room all day, every day. Lushan replies that he is here on business and thinks about how his sister found out that he sleeps most of the time. The girl reports that she and her classmates' friends came to support the girl during the exam. The girl is surprised that the young man turned out to be a handsome guy, not at all like what his sister described. Lushan rudely pushes his sister away and tells her that he has urgent business and needs to go, without giving her the opportunity to ask more questions. Qinghen is dissatisfied with the behavior of her friends because they did not take her side, but instead had a nice conversation with her brother and even complimented him. Yan Yuan comes out of the Combat Academy building. Her friends run up to the girl and ask how it all went. Yan Yuan says that things didn't go well because something unexpected happened. The exams were failed, and she thinks they will have to wait until noon. The girls cannot understand what could have happened so serious and unexpected as to suspend important testing. Yan Yuan explains that one guy around her age had a score of over 15 points, and his combat power surpassed even the level of a rank 3 master. Before this, Yan Yuan thought that her performance was good, but after she saw Lushan, she realized that the exam was pointless. The girls are very surprised by their friend's story and ask Yan Yuan what the young man's name is. Qinghen is very surprised to hear her brother's name mentioned by Yan Yuan. The girls' conversation is interrupted by martial masters who shout loudly and rush around the street, attracting the attention of others. The friends understand that the martial masters are looking for someone from the martial arts school. At this time, Lushan takes out his phone and sees that the pharmacy clerk has called him several times. Lushan slowly walks down the street, thinking that each recipe can earn a significant amount of money, which motivates him very much. Lushan asks Ellie to upload her autobiography, and instantly a holographic information card appears in front of him. The young man is ready to accept any challenge that fate has in store for him. His heart is filled with determination and readiness to act. Lushan became a 2nd-level martial artist at the age of 18, after which he trained in a field talent camp, becoming one of the top 20 students. After serving in the army at the age of 45, Lushan received the 6th rank of martial artist. At the age of 50, Lushan attempted to pass the exam to become a 7th rank master, but unfortunately was unsuccessful. Lushan realizes that his future can be changed. He remembers that just a week ago, the information base showed that he was a rank 4 master and lived for 37 years. The guy understands that with such minor changes, he will not be able to change the future of the whole world. In order to change the fate of the human race and set the direction of the world, he needs even more power. Lushan intends to change the fate of this world, reach the top, and overcome the 11th level. Chairman Xiao is in his office, where he is doing calligraphy and at the same time conducting a video call with his management, discussing important issues. His good handwriting indicates high spiritual strength. It will only be a matter of time for him to become a 7th-level master. Xiao is worried that there have been no worthy heirs from the line of martial masters in the city for a long time. The chairman understands that anyone who has talent from birth goes to the capital to develop, and he cannot influence this in any way. Xiao says that it will be time for the training camp to open very soon, but he still doesn't have any good candidates to send there. The man tells the chairman that this time, no matter what, he needs to find a way out of the situation and save the face of the organization, and then turns off the video call. Xiao can barely contain his irritation. It is extremely difficult for him to carry out organizational work with limited resources. The secretary bursts into the chairman's office and tells the man that something unusual happened during the exam, which could radically change their current situation. Xiao wonders what could have happened so important that the secretary burst into his office without knocking. The girl hands the tablet to the chairman, apologizing and explaining that this is urgent news. Xiao is delighted with the news, as he does not remember meeting an 18-year-old teenager who has the rank of a second-level martial master and a combat power of 15,000 units. The chairman watches a video of Lushan taking the test and comes to the conclusion that the guy has impeccable boxing technique. Xiao believes that there are only a dozen people in the world who have developed their fist-fighting technique to perfection at that age. The secretary is concerned about Xiao's appearance and tries to bring him back to reality as he watches the video and talks loudly to himself. In a fit of joy, the chairman picks up the secretary and says that they have found a gifted talent that is 1 in a million. Among those who practice martial arts, there are people with unique talents who awaken powers unimaginable to the average person. After awakening, such people's status rises sharply and special abilities appear, some of them incredibly strong, some of them fast as lightning. Xiao plans to immediately visit Lushan's house and thank his parents for having such an outstanding son. Nishuan's younger brother bursts into the room and tells the girl that he has found an unusual guy. The guy says that the gifted young man's name is Lushan. He is a college student, his father works as a loader, and his mother is a cashier in a supermarket. The young man does not understand why his sister needs Lushan. He says that the guy is just a simple man from a poor family. Nishuan calls on the phone and excitedly tells her interlocutor that she has found a unique young man. She orders her brother to immediately buy something expensive and suitable for Lushan's parents and his sister. Lushan interrupts his training as his sister knocks on his room and says that they have come to see him. The main character goes downstairs and sees that a stately man and a young girl are waiting for him in the room. Xiao approaches the young man and tells him that he is the chairman of the Martial Arts Association. Lushan extends his hand to the man and learns that the chairman is here because of his test results, which have attracted the attention of senior management. Xiao carefully examines the main character and admires the fact that the young man is calm and collected. Lushan meets Nishuan. The chairman tells the guy that the girl is the leading student of the Red River Martial Arts School. Nishuan tells the main character that they recently crossed paths at a martial arts school, and he made a big impression on her. Xiao, going to be brief, he gets right to the point and says that on behalf of the association, he is presenting the guy with the official badge of a second-level master with a monthly allowance at the rate of a third-level master. After this, the chairman announces that he is giving the young man a cash bonus in the amount of 1 million yuan, which brings the protagonist's family into a state of great surprise. Lushan sincerely thanks the chairman and the association for their support, through which he hopes to realize his plans. The voice of the main character is heard asking the chairman how he can be useful to him personally and the association. Xiao tells Lushan that the association considers him a very capable and promising master, and asks him to undergo training at the training camp. The chairman takes a black envelope out of his pocket and hands it to the young man. The man says that this will determine his future. After talking about the training camp, Nishuan abruptly stands up from his seat and reacts very negatively to the chairman's words. Nishuan knows that this camp for the most gifted martial artists is very often a place that ruins talent. The girl's older brother was once a member of the association and visited this camp in the past. He was a guy with great ambitions, but when he returned from the camp, he was completely broken and barely human. Nishuan turns to Lushan and says that he has a great future ahead of him and there is no need to take such risks. Xiao admits that there is indeed a risk, but he believes that Lushan can handle it, and with the strength that the guy has demonstrated, he will undoubtedly reach great heights. The chairman hands a black envelope to the young man and says that the choice is his. Lushan accepts the black envelope from the chairman and states that he also believes that his capabilities have no limits. Xiao informs the young man that he will come for him in a few days, but for now he will not bother him. The chairman once again thanks the Lushan family for their warm welcome and leaves the room. Lushan tells Nishuan that it is time to tell her why she is here. The girl thinks that the young man is much more handsome and attractive than in the photograph. Nishuan says that she is here to offer Lushan to become an honorary student of the Red River Martial Arts School. Lushan asks the girl what this means and what privileges come with such a status. Nishwan says honor students do not have to attend regular classes, and all the classes and equipment are free, and her father can personally teach. The girl hopes that Lushan will agree, and the school will be very successful in the city if it has a second or even third-level master. Nishwan says that Lushan will have access to all gyms and will not have any obligations. The girl asks the young man not to rush into refusal and offers to discuss all the conditions in detail in the future. Lushan does not need a gym or someone else's training system. A guy can only become a member of the Red River School anonymously and only to take tests there in the future. Nishwan agrees to Lushan's terms but notes that his conditions are strange, since this title is the highest award of the martial arts school. The girl reports that today she will pay a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Lushan's parents cannot believe the reality of what is happening. They did not expect such a sharp career growth for their son. Lushan informs his relatives that he is indeed a rank 2 martial artist. A young man takes his mother's hand and tells her that from today she can stop working at night, and his father no longer has to do hard work that destroys his back. The parents hug Lushan, unable to hold back their tears of joy, realizing that their son has achieved incredible heights and now they can be freed from hard work. The pharmacy owner's wife is very nervous. A week has passed and she doesn't know Lushan's name or face. Jahan collected information about all registered pharmacists recently, but could not find Lushan. The more the girl analyzes the data about the tonics produced by the young man, the more impressive they become. The drug produced by Lushan is not only several times more powerful than the first and second level tonics, but also surpasses most of the third level drugs. A pharmacist salesman appears on the threshold of the room. Jahan asks the guy where he has been for so long. The young man, in a trembling voice, informs the girl that he has found a mysterious pharmacist. Jahan asks where he is. The guy hesitantly raises his hand, pointing in the direction of the wall. The girl turns and sees that Lushan is being shown on the city newscast. The newscaster talks about how a great martial arts genius has appeared in the city, and at the age of just 18, he passed the official exam to become a second-level master. Astonished, Jahan falls into a chair. The girl is shocked that Lushan turned out to be a simple young student. The sacred mountain Gufu becomes even more majestic before sunset. Lushan moves at great speed through the forest thickets. The guy recently learned that star power can be used to practice movements. Using future techniques, the young man's speed was at least 5 times faster than that of an ordinary level 2 martial artist. Lushan enjoys the sunset on top of a huge mountain. The guy intends to call his exercise running on the clouds. Lushan switches to natural breathing techniques, with each breath drawing energy from the air and unlocking the potential of his body. The young man is able to feel everything around him and is in excellent condition between heaven and earth. Under the setting rays of the sun, Lushan completes a set of exercises, feeling unity with nature and filled with strength. Lately, Lushan's ki energy level has increased significantly, and the guy intends to improve his set of exercises in the near future. With the help of future knowledge, a young man learns the beneficial properties of plants that have not yet been studied in the present time. Lushan intends to reach the foot of the mountain where the rest of the raw materials await him. The main character approaches the man and asks if he found all the herbs he ordered earlier. The man tells the young man not to worry and shows him baskets full of herbs and rhizomes. Lushan carefully examines the plants and sees that they are all fresh, of ideal quality, and of the appropriate age. The main character agreed to purchase a product at a price of 500 yuan per ounce. He quickly calculates the amount and hands the man the money. The man asks the young man to take his time and announces that the price will be 1,000 yuan per ounce, and also demands that Lushan purchase everything he has. Lushan is surprised by the man's demands and asks why he violated the contract and put forward such conditions. The man tells the guy that he is not local, and since he came here, he must follow his rules. From nearby bushes, his accomplices, who look aggressive and angry, begin to approach the man. The guy instantly realizes that in front of him are bandits eager to take his money by force. The man advises Lushan not to do anything stupid and warns that his friends are excellent fighters. The villain believes that even if the young man calls the police, he will not prove anything, because there are no video cameras in the mountains and few people will take a stranger's word for it. Lushan strikes a nearby rock with colossal force, destroying it and demonstrating his high combat skills. He tells the frightened robbers that now they will play by his rules. The frightened bandits fall to their knees, claiming that they just wanted to joke and ask for forgiveness from the young man. The man invites Lushan to take as many medicinal herbs as he wants and says there is no need to pay. Lushan tells the robbers that his parents taught him to conduct business honestly and openly. The bandits thank the main character for his guidance. They promise to change and give up criminal activities. A day later, the main character arrives in a neighboring province to a talent training camp. Lushan carefully inspects the camp, concluding that its strict discipline and organization are more reminiscent of a heavily guarded military base. The young man sees that all the students are wearing the mark of a master and concludes that this is the rule here. Lushan forgot to take his master mark with him, since his mother put it in a place of honor at home to be proud of him. The officer stops the young man and rudely asks who he is and why he came alone. The masters standing nearby discuss the main character, arrogantly noting that he arrived alone and does not have a master's badge with him. The officer carefully studies Lushan's personal file and realizes that this is the same master that the president of the Martial Arts Association mentioned. The nearby masters loudly discuss Lushan, believing that he ended up in the camp through connections. The officer gets tired of their chatter and orders them to immediately shut up. The officer orders the main character to join the rest of the people and informs that after entering the camp, an initiation ceremony awaits everyone. Lushan realizes that the entrance to the camp is happening in groups. He begins to doubt that this is an ordinary ceremony. Upon entering the room, students notice that the doors behind them instantly close, which frightens and worries them a little. The students present in the room are noticeably nervous and ask the instructor why they were locked and if there is any mistake in this. The instructor orders the masters to calm down and listen carefully to him. He informs that the students' task is to reach the exit on the other side of the corridor. This information irritates the young masters. They begin to tell the instructor what they were told about the ceremony and ask what it all means. At this moment, the floor of the room opens up and the young people fall down. They deftly group and land in the basements. Loud curses are heard around. One of the students twisted his ankle. He curses loudly and declares that he hates such traps from ancient times. The main character warily examines the room in which the young masters find themselves. Lushan activates the crystal tracking technique to scan the room. It turns out that the room is a complex engineering structure with a large number of sensors and surveillance systems. Lushan is very pleased with his crystal vision technique since, unlike other masters, he has more information. One of the young masters arrogantly declares that he expected to see something special and not such boring stuff. His friend attacks him, accusing him of knowing about the entrance ceremony but not warning the others. The guy believes that his friend is not worthy of being a martial artist because he cannot adapt to a changing environment. The young man reacts angrily to the criticism and tries to fight his friend, but is stopped by his girlfriend. The girl tells those present that they are all from the same city and they need to act together to get inside the camp. The young man agrees that the girl is telling the truth and warns that passing the entrance test will not be easy. He then points to Lushan and informs those present that there is a stranger among them, inviting the protagonist to go first and check the way for them. Opinion in the group of young masters is divided. Some think that this is a great idea, while the other group thinks that such methods are wrong. Lushan is going to walk down the corridor first, but the girl dissuades him from going alone, to which the guy replies that the tiger always hunts alone. After this, Lushan turns to the arrogant, cocky young master and says that only sheep walk in herds. The young master reacts sharply to Lushan's statement and demands investigation, asking who the guy called the herd. Lushan fails to notice one of the sensors and activates the system, causing huge metal balls to begin falling from the ceiling. The main character approaches one of the balls and carefully watches its rotation. The huge metal ball stops spinning and turns into a large mechanical doll. The young master is very nervous, realizing that the dolls are not inferior to first-rank warriors, and their number can pose a serious threat to the students. The students, confused by what is happening, turn to the cocky young master with the question of what to do next. Lushan understands that the puppets contain programs comparable to the power of a master of the 4th rank. The guy does not see the point in this, since making such dolls is much more expensive than training a person. The young master calls Lushan brainless, warning that the puppet senses the approach of a living creature and immediately attacks. The girl is very worried about the main character. She tries to stop him and asks him not to come close to the mechanical dolls. Lushan comes within a critical distance of the mechanical puppet. It activates and strikes him with enormous power. Lushan does not move and silently watches as a huge metal fist approaches his head. At the last split second, Lushan blocks the doll's blow, stopping its huge fist a few centimeters from his head. The young masters present are amazed by the strength and steadfastness of the protagonist, who has shown amazing abilities and determination. Lushan holds the metal structure in front of him and believes that if this is all that mechanical dolls can do, then he is deeply disappointed by the test. The main character lifts a metal doll high into the air and begins to shake it vigorously. Such vibrations are destructive for the puppet. The mechanical doll begins to spark and fall apart into small pieces. The girls understand that the main character is clearly not a weakling, and behind his ordinary appearance hides a powerful master. The cocky master lets out a hysterical laugh, claiming that the point of this test is simply to scare the students, since mechanical dolls are harmless devices. He reports that the dolls are only scary in appearance, but their real power is like that of a child's toy, and suggests not to be afraid and to walk along the corridor. The young man believes that other masters cannot understand him. He calls them stupid creatures and takes a step forward. The upstart approaches the metal doll and tells the students to watch carefully as he deals with the puppet. The young master jumps high into the air and delivers a powerful kick to the metal doll. He then turns to the young masters and asks them to make sure that this mechanical device is just a dummy. At this moment, the puppet strikes the young master with its huge metal fist. The force of the blow is so enormous that it throws the guy far to the side and slams him into the adjacent wall. The nearby masters run up to the guy and try to bring him to consciousness. The masters are very concerned about his condition after a powerful blow from the puppet. Young people, using the example of a cocky master, were convinced that these mechanical devices are not harmless toys, but full-fledged means of destruction. Lushan continues down the corridor, sequentially destroying the mechanical puppets, realizing that each doll has a weak point, a blow to which guarantees destruction. The operator, watching the masters pass through the test corridor, swears loudly. He does not understand what is happening. He is worried that all the mechanical puppets are out of order. Lushan knocks down the door to the control room, goes inside, and confidently tells the operator that he intends to meet all his expectations. Lushan approaches the operator with lightning speed and uses a star power attack. The operator is in a state of shock, not believing that the young students of the first combat rank were able to cope with serious mechanical machines and get into the control room. In a huge control center, a girl sitting at numerous consoles carefully monitors the test. What is happening on the screen completely captures her attention. The girl closely follows what is happening and understands that something is going wrong. Singing a cheerful song, a man in a robe enters the room with a mug of tea in his hand. The man turns to the girl and calls her cutie, which causes her to react irritably. The girl asks not to call her that. She is a high-ranking officer and asks the man to approach the monitors to carefully study the materials. The girl tells the man that not everything is as good as we would like. There are only 8 more or less suitable candidates, and they have just awakened their power. The officers look at the video of the young masters and realize that among them, only 3 have normal performance, while the rest demonstrate a rather average level. They take a special look at a girl named Charlene, who has awakened her talent in less than 2 years and is currently approaching rank 2. The female officer identified Charlene as the main find of this training camp. The man thinks this is wonderful since Charlene reminds him of the officer's woman in his youth. The female officer's name is Nicole. She advises the man to change his tone and focus on work. The man's name is Funchang. Although he has the rank of captain, his behavior is frivolous and spoiled. Suddenly, Funchang notices something clearly unusual on the screen, which makes him choke on his tea, his face expressing surprise, bordering on shock. At the same time, at training ground number 8, a second group of young masters is trying to get into the camp by destroying metal dummies. Charlene destroys the last metal doll, sensing that there is a threat of at least rank 3 ahead. She is outraged by the lack of announcement that the testing has been completed despite the destruction of all the metal dummies. Moving into the next room, Charlene notices armed soldiers excited and rushing about. The soldiers are concentrated near one of the entrance doors. Charlene does not understand what they are preparing for. Having the ability to see through walls, the girl witnesses a fight between 2 people. She does not understand what is happening, since she thought that testing was about fighting robots. Charlene decides to scan one of the combatants. She is shocked by the powerful and frightening energy emanating from this person. Charlene's face reflects fear and surprise. She cannot understand who this man is and what his intentions are. The soldiers in the room can barely contain their fear when they hear a wild roar outside the doors. Charlene is trying to come to her senses and get rid of the frightening feeling that caused animal fear in her. At this time, Fun Chang and Nicole run into the room. They ask the soldiers what is happening outside and whether there was any information from the observers. The soldiers inform Nicole that all the cameras at the doors have been damaged and they have no access to any information. In addition, communication with the observers was cut off 3 minutes ago. The next moment, the front doors fly apart and Lushan enters the room. The soldiers tensed, expecting something terrible, but their anxiety quickly gave way to surprise when they saw in front of them just an ordinary schoolboy. However, their joy quickly faded when they saw Lushan dragging the cameraman's unconscious body behind him. Nicole orders the main character to immediately stop, say his name, and communicate his intentions. Lushan gives his name and tells the officer that he was sent here from a small town for training. Fun Chang happily informs those around him that the guy is not bad at all, since he destroyed a whole bunch of expensive puppets and gave the operator a pretty bad time. Lushan says that this happened by accident. The guy thought that the confrontation with the operator was also part of the test. He asks not to worry about the operator, since he is strong enough and his condition is not critical. Nicole can barely contain her anger and uses spiritual techniques to attack the main character. Lushan senses tremendous spiritual power emanating from Nicole, but his level allows him to easily resist her attacks. Nicole is surprised that her attack was unsuccessful. She does not show her disappointment and congratulates Lushan on passing the test, telling him to rest. Fun Chang is incredibly happy about the new applicant and shows the profile, saying that Lushan is incredibly strong. Second-rank robots were like weak toys for him. Nicole agrees that they came across an unusual candidate. She used spiritual powers to test him, but they had no effect on him. Fun Chang asks Nicole what she's going to do with the newcomer. The girl replies that she has not decided yet, and for now, she will include him in the top 7 along with Charlene. The officers carefully examine the newcomers and believe that this selection promises to be very exciting. Lushan, realizing that he needs to hide his true powers to avoid being discovered and attracting unnecessary attention, decides to tread carefully. One of the soldiers, seeing Lushan, begins to talk to him. He invites him to rest and eat, pointing to the dining room, where many delicious dishes await him. Lushan sits at the long table in the dining room, holding a bowl of rice and chopsticks, musing that eating could be one of the few moments of pleasure in this place. Soon a girl in a purple dress approaches Lushan. She smiles and offers to get to know each other better, clearly showing interest in the new applicant. Lushan realizes that interacting with the girl can be beneficial and decides to keep the conversation going despite his misgivings. Lushan finds out that the girl he is talking to is from the same city as him, although the association president didn't say anything about it. The girl's name is Bai, and she explains that many from their town come to the training camp, but most fail the test. Bai says that if newcomers pass the tests but don't earn enough points, they are soon kicked out of the camp. Lushan asks what points are and how to earn them. Bai explains that points can be used to pay for training equipment, medicine, and even food. She adds that only 3 people have now been able to earn points, a difficult task especially for new arrivals. Lushan learns that the first person to earn points is an outstanding rank 2 hand-to-hand fighter with incredible physical strength. The second, a master from the province of Dungan, has amazing speed that makes him invincible in battle. The third, a girl named Charlene, who recently awakened her powers and became the strongest in the training camp. Lushan, sitting at the table eating chicken, reflects on his chances in this camp and how he will have to score points to stay here. Charlene feels a familiar energy that recently led her to an eerie state. She realizes that the source of this energy is right behind her. Bai asks Lushan if he knows Charlene and reveals that there are rumors about a 4th person who also earned points. She adds that this man allegedly destroyed all the second-rank robots with his bare hands, which seems unlikely to her. Bai mentions that the man is also said to have severely beaten the instructor, requiring him to be hospitalized. Lushan watches as 3 men in military uniform approach their table and realizes that they have come to him. One of the men tells Lushan that he destroyed 18 mechanical dolls and maimed one of the instructors. The soldier standing in front of Lushan sternly tells him that he must come with them immediately for further proceedings regarding the incident with the mechanical dolls and the instructor. The entire dining room froze in shock at what was happening. People watched in fear as the soldiers led Lushan and discussed among themselves the consequences of what happened. Lushan, despite the seriousness of the situation, says that he has not finished eating and asks permission to take the food with him, which causes surprise and bewilderment among those present. The soldiers allow Lushan to take food with him, but urgently ask him to hurry up so as not to delay the proceedings. Lushan turns to Baihi, apologizing for the forced interruption of their conversation, and promises to continue it later. The pink-haired girl realizes that the stories about the fourth man who defeated all the robots turned out to be true. Lushan enters the central control room, where he is greeted by Nicole, who is sitting in front of many screens with important information. Nicole looks at Lushan and, holding the tablet, tells him that he has done well in completing missions and demonstrating his skills in battle. Nicole explains that each robot destroyed by Lushan cost 10 million won, which is a significant amount. Nicole doesn't hold a grudge against Lushan. She explains that it was a test, and the guy rose to the occasion by doing what he was supposed to do. Funchang brings the 3 best selected fighters into the room. The main character carefully examines them, trying to assess their skills and capabilities. Lushan looks intently at one of the masters. The guy wants to understand his potential. Nicole congratulates the masters and says that they performed well on the test task. Nicole explains that in training camp, strength is determined by the amount of resources available and shows off scorecards. The girl throws the cards to the masters. They successfully catch them, realizing how important these points are for their future. One of the guys holds the gold card and rejoices, knowing that this is the gold card his teacher was talking about. Funchang tells Charlene that the card has 100 points, which is enough to get private lessons from the best master of telepathy. The young masters are surprised to see that the main character's card is not yellow, but white, which raises questions in their minds. Lushan is surprised to find that the card is really white and thinks there are no points on it. This makes him doubtful. Funchang asks the guy not to be modest and reveals that he has a separate card with 1,000 points, causing shock and admiration from everyone present. The young masters are surprised that the main character has a separate name card. A huge player, full of anger and envy, decided that the main character used his connections to pass the test. The man's gaze is filled with suspicion and indignation. He is clearly dissatisfied with the results and considers them unfair. Other players also began to doubt the honesty of the protagonist, believing that he really passed the test thanks to his acquaintances. A huge and imposing master of the second rank, he is sure that Lushan bribed the students and instructors. The player suddenly changed in appearance. He believes that only the strongest can receive resources in the training camp. Funchang, realizing that the situation is heating up and could lead to conflict, decides to intervene and stop it. Nicole stops Funchang, wanting to know if Lushan is as strong as he seems and if he can handle this situation on his own. Lushan tells the enraged giant that today he will show him what true talent is and strikes his opponent with his finger. Using the star power technique, the protagonist generated a powerful stream of energy that threw the attacker tens of meters to the side. The enemy, having broken through the walls, lies on the floor unconscious, unable to rise after the powerful blow of the protagonist. The main character is thinking about whether he will be forced to compensate for material damage for the destroyed premises. Shocked and frightened, the young masters look at Lushan, realizing that its power is much greater than they could have imagined. The main character, turning to Nicole, asks if he can go about his business. Nicole invites the main character to create a training plan and offers to become his mentor, showing her interest in his development. Lushan thanks Nicole for the offer but politely declines, explaining that he has more important matters requiring his attention. Funchang looks at the departing Lushan in surprise, not understanding what matters could be more important than the colonel's offer of training. Lushan slowly turns around and tells Funchang with a grin that he needs to sleep, which confuses the officer. Funchang can't contain his emotions and laughs loudly as the main character makes him laugh a lot with his unexpected line. Nicole continues to watch the main character through the video surveillance system, closely monitoring his actions and movements. Nicole does not understand why the main character goes to the dormitory during the daytime. Funchang tells the girl that he immediately realized that Lushan does whatever he wants. Nicole is confident that the main character has the ability to inspire others to personal growth and development. She sees in him the potential of a leader capable of leading others. The girl remembers the young master from the first batch of the training camp, who showed great promise, outshining others. Funchang answers her and says that strength-type talents only have a big advantage in the early stages. The girl agrees with him, believing that there should be comprehensive development in the process of growth, and the simple power type will eventually sink into oblivion. Lushan fights numerous zombies in his sleep, showing not only courage and tenacity, but also demonstrating his growing combat skills. Each encounter with zombies allows him to improve and become stronger. Each time the young man chooses more and more dangerous and powerful opponents, trying to test his strength. By defeating powerful, experienced monsters, the guy significantly improves his skills and characteristics, becoming stronger with each victory. The main character stands over the body of another defeated enemy, reflecting on the fact that during his lifetime he was a 6th-rank master and in strength equal to the head of the Martial Arts Association. The main character reflects that the strengthening of chi energy is nothing compared to the skills acquired and combat experience. Regardless of the level of development of technology, perfect accuracy and force of blows cannot overcome their natural limitations. However, the main character is able to learn from the experience of countless people. The guy believes that this is precisely his path in martial arts, leading him to perfection. Lushan, sitting tired on the floor, the guy appreciates his spiritual abilities, because without them, he definitely would not have fought off the zombie attack. But he is worried that they are not developed strongly enough and do not work well in the real world. In order to successfully face real martial artists in battle, Lushan considers it necessary to strengthen his spiritual power as soon as possible. The main character has not looked at how his future has changed for a long time, so he calls Ellie and asks her to open the database. The future of the main character has changed. His personal card shows that he is a 7th-rank martial artist. In addition, his autobiography and lifespan have changed. Lushan has completed the introductory course of knowledge of the future and asks Ellie to bring out the main training part of the natural breathing technique. The guy is glad that, despite his 3rd rank, he can use more advanced techniques and suddenly notices a strange object next to the virtual screens. Lushan touches it and is surprised to find that it is a Sutra of Spiritual Insight, a technique created by Master Duan. None of the martial arts masters know about this skill. It was developed specifically for spiritual masters. The essence of the Spiritual Insight Sutra is the use of spiritual power to create the spiritual body of a warrior. The first step of the Sutra of Spiritual Insight is the use of spiritual power to strengthen the organs of the body, which allows one to accelerate the movement of chi energy in the body. The main character understands that he is already able to increase his combat power, but the movement of chi energy has come to a standstill, which is a problem for his development. Lushan believes that until now he has underestimated martial arts because they contain the wisdom of thousands of years. The guy is grateful to Master Duan. He believes that such talents are born once every century. However, even such a great master could not prevent the collapse of civilization. The main character understands that he still has a lot to do. He is going to spend every second on becoming stronger. Charlene is in the gym, concentrating on training her techniques. She creates a powerful energy field around herself. The entire space is illuminated with a mystical light. The girl concentrates on controlling the energy field. Her hands emit a bright glow, illuminating the room. Using the technique of telekinesis, Charlene skillfully controls throwing weapons. Every movement of the girl is perfectly calibrated. Nicole enters the training room and watches Charlene's progress with pride, realizing that her mentorship is paying off, but also noticing the gaps in the girl's defense. Nicole tells Charlene that there is a vulnerability in her spiritual field, a hole left by someone's sinister influence, which causes shock and anxiety in the girl. Charlene realizes with horror that Nicole is right, and depressed by this realization, asks her mentor to help her find a way to eliminate this spiritual defect. Leaving the training room, Nicole strongly encourages Charlene to find whoever left this mark on her soul and destroy the source of fear in order to restore her spiritual strength. Nicole reports that the only solution to the problem is to destroy the source of the spiritual influence. Charlene, gripped by fear, the girl is afraid to look for and eliminate the cause, fearing the possible consequences. Nicole assures that Charlene's powers are growing rapidly, and the task will not be difficult to cope with thanks to her rapid progress and new abilities. Charlene looks worried and scared, knowing that she has a difficult task ahead of her. On the roof of the building, Fun Chang asks Nicole how it went, to which she replies that the girl is too soft-hearted. Fun Chang pats Nicole on the shoulder with a smile on his face, trying to boost her morale. Nicole says that she taught Charlene everything she needed in just 2 months. She considers the girl very capable. Nicole asks how Lushan is doing. Funchang replies that the guy is hopeless as he sleeps slumped on the bed every time food is delivered. Funchang believes that Nicole is to blame for this because she allowed the guy to do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't harm the staff. Nicole leaves Funchang in a huff, suggesting he train his students better instead of complaining about them. Baihe was very tired, as she had been cleaning the room for a very long time in order to earn an extra 10 points. A friend invites Bai to help her with cleaning, remembering how the girl helped her last time. The girl complains that they have to work and count every penny, since the points awarded are only enough for meager food. She believes that Baihe is on good terms with Lushan and asks what he does and how he is doing. Baihe is sad, realizing that she is not indifferent to the main character, and admits to her friend that she has no news about him. A friend says she heard recent rumors that Lushan went berserk after arriving at the training camp. The girl tells Baihe that the guy spends the whole day in his room and believes that many have already surpassed him in strength. She makes the assumption that Lushan was just scared. A friend adds that power-type talents quickly fade away. Baihe objects. She is sure that Lushan is not like everyone else. Baihe doesn't like to continue the conversation, so she tells the girl that she will finish cleaning herself and invites her to go and rest. Suddenly, the girls hear loud screams and realize that the students are running to the pressure chamber to watch someone experience 4 times gravity. Baihe finds the quadruple gravity incredible, remembering the last time she sat in a double gravity room for only 20 minutes. A friend grabs Baihe by the hand. She asks her to immediately drop everything and go watch the tests, assuring her that this spectacle cannot be missed. Baihe can't get the main character out of his head, constantly thinking about where he is and what he's doing. The young master, being in a pressure chamber, undergoes a test of quadruple gravity. His body is subjected to enormous pressure, but he continues to fight, showing incredible strength and endurance. The young master emerges from the barracks, his muscles glistening with sweat and his facial expression showing confidence in his abilities, as spectators around him scream enthusiastically, impressed by his feat. One of the spectators approaches the master and admiringly reports that his test was amazing. The man realizes that his only competitor is Lushan. He asks those present if anyone has heard of him. Those present report that Lushan is always idle, and when food is brought to him, he constantly sleeps. The master believes that now the main character is not a hindrance to him. He admits that at first he was inferior to him, but even a turtle is sooner or later capable of overtaking a rabbit if he is sleeping. The man is sure that Lushan wasted the month and wasted all his points uselessly. The man's thoughts are interrupted by a sharp push on his shoulder. He is surprised to realize that the main character has passed him into the pressure chamber. Lushan approaches the hyperbaric chamber control panel and reports that this training place looks good. The master looks at the main character with disdain. He believes that he will not succeed, since he slept for more than a month and now, finally, he deigned to train. Lushan sets the pressure chamber timer for 3 hours, which greatly surprises the young master. Lushan says that a whole month has already passed and it's time to test his strength. The laughter of the students standing nearby is heard, who are surprised by his words, since he was idle and slept for a whole month. The students watch closely as Lushan begins the test in the gravity chamber. They believe that the guy did wrong by not warming up before the test. The man says that the gravity resistance room is no joke, and if you don't do the necessary warm-up, you can damage your muscles and internal organs. Lushan does not feel any negative reactions. He checks the system again and realizes that the equipment is working normally. The young masters are stunned by the results as they watch Lushan successfully complete the test. Lushan performs a series of impressive fighting moves, showing his strength and endurance in extreme gravity. The students standing nearby watch in amazement and admiration as Lushan performs cleaving strikes in the high-gravity environment. The main character, with a smile, reports that he has never felt such strange and unusual sensations caused by the influence of fourfold gravity. Approaching the control panel, Lushan confidently increases the parameters, demonstrating his determination and confidence in his abilities. The man believes that the main character approached the control panel in order to stop the tests, but to his surprise, Lushan doubles the gravitational effect. The effect of the gravitational field is felt even outside the pressure chamber, causing everyone present to feel heaviness. The increased gravity causes severe overloads in the masters watching the test, their faces contorted with tension and their muscles straining under the enormous pressure. Lushan performs a set of combat techniques in conditions of increased gravity under the onslaught of pressure. The guy feels how his body is gradually adapting to new conditions, which makes him feel proud. Charlene enters the room, radiating fatigue from numerous training sessions that have left her exhausted. The faces of the students watching the process show shock and admiration as they see Lushan overcome the incredible challenge. Charlene approaches the pressure chamber and is surprised to see how the main character stands on one hand in conditions of increased gravity. His skill is impressive. Feelings of despair and anger are mixed in the young master. He cannot understand why the main character is so strong, because he did not study and only slept all month. Lushan thinks it handles 4 times gravity well, so he goes to the control panel and turns on 5 times amplification. One of the students calls all his friends, since no one has ever gone through 5-fold gravity. What is happening in the pressure chamber causes admiration and surprise in everyone. The main character uses the technique of natural breathing. Smoothly switching to the technique of earth breathing, the guy's body begins to radiate unknown energy. Almost all the students are gathered in the training room. They are closely watching the gravity test. The young master cannot believe the reality of what is happening, because no one in the camp has yet passed the 5-fold gravity test. Lushan listens to his feelings and realizes that the increase in gravity 5 times is suitable for training. He is going to increase the level a little more until it becomes completely difficult. The main character believes that he needs even more pressure, which will take him to the limit of his capabilities. The students watch as Lushan approaches the control panel, believing that he has reached his limit and is about to disable the device. But the main character hits the power increase button with force, causing surprise to everyone present. Nicole reflects on the fact that in just a couple of days, many people left the training camp, with 2 participants dropping out today alone. Funchang hands the girl a glass of cocktail and says that the current generation of students are sissies. In order to become stronger, you need to go through a series of tests, and it is not surprising that many fail. The man believes that young masters cannot cope with even minor difficulties and pressure, and if they find themselves on the battlefield, their chances of staying alive will be very slim. Funchang peers at the monitor and invites Nicole to look at the gravity chamber, since someone just broke a record there. Funchang looks at the screen in surprise and reports that someone has just moved to the 6th level in the gravitational resistance room. Nicole calmly drinks her cocktail while thinking about how many students have left the training camp over the past few days, clearly sharing Funchang's opinion about the weakness of the current generation. Lushan continues to be in the pressure chamber and can barely cope with 8 times the pressure. His body begins to tremble from tension. Nicole emotionally perceives what she sees. The girl squeezes the glass of cocktail with all her strength, breaking it into small fragments. Nicole understands that the main character is exactly the person they have been looking for so long and who is capable of changing their destiny. Lushan realizes that dealing with 8 times the pressure of gravity is too difficult with his current state of chi energy. The main character decides to use the Sutra of Spiritual Insight to survive under these conditions. Lushan is surprised to discover that by tuning just a portion of his heart with the help of the sutra, he was able to increase his chi energy by almost 10%. The main character approaches the control panel of the hyperbaric chamber and decides to check what his real limit actually is. The young masters watching everything consider the guy crazy, since he sets 10-fold pressure, which, in their opinion, is impossible to withstand. 10-fold pressure presses the main character to the floor. The guy is unable to move and can only control his thought processes. Lushan feels severe pain, his bones are cracking, and his blood seems to boil. He can only remain conscious. The guy realizes that he cannot cope with such pressure yet, and thinks about who can change the future and prevent the tragic end of civilization. He concludes that this is not someone who masters complex techniques or has great resources, but someone who pushes the limits of what is possible. The doors of the pressure chamber open, and the main character comes out, informing those present that he has returned. Those around him joyfully applaud and shout in greeting of the main character, rejoicing that he returned safe and sound. A pretty girl with a gentle smile on her face approaches Lushan and hands him a clean towel. Lushan looks at his balance. The guy did not expect that so much time had passed, all 3 hours that he was in the pressure chamber. His glasses were taken off, and now he is worried that his account is empty. The young man was awarded 4,000 points for setting a new record. The young masters are shocked because during the entire training they will not gain even half of this amount. Lushan goes about his business. Everyone around him respectfully makes way, seeing him off with admiring glances. Baihe is shocked by how powerful the aura of the main character is. The girl can't believe that the guy has such abilities. The girl believes that Lushan sneaks like a tiger, leaving all its competitors behind. Bahi is very surprised when Lushan heads to the movement practice room after a grueling training session in the pressure chamber. One of the best students is being tested in the movement training room. Many rays attack the young man, but he deftly dodges them. The guy completes his training and moves on to the second level, setting a camp record with a completion percentage of 87%. The young master is pleased with his results because his level of agility is higher than 52% of the warriors in the entire country. He watches as the students who watched his performance move to the other side of the training hall. Nicole doesn't understand what the young masters are looking at so intently until she notices that all eyes are focused on Lushan, who is beginning to take a difficult test in the training room. The guy finds out that Lushan is starting to pass the test and disparagingly calls him the Lord of Pillows, assuring him that this slacker will never be able to beat his record. The soldiers standing nearby advise the young man to step aside and not say anything stupid. The audience watches in amazement as the main character enters the training room and sets up the equipment. Lushan activates all the guns in the training room at full power, preparing for an extreme test where hundreds of guns will continuously fire at him, testing his speed and agility. He understands that the difficulty of the exercise lies in the impossibility of predicting the trajectory of cannon shots. But this is not a problem for the young man, since he activates the spiritual vision technique. The test begins. Hundreds of guns in a chaotic manner continuously fire at the guy. The audience is shocked by Lushan's technique, because there are 1,000 laser guns in the training room and it is impossible to predict their movements. One of the students says that it's Lushan's first time in the room for practicing movements. The master shakes him by the chest, declaring that he doesn't believe a single word he says. Nicole is impressed by the results of the main character. She knows that the guy has never passed such a test before. The girl carefully monitors Lushan's movements and understands that he predicts the movement of laser beams. Lushan deftly dodges laser beams and operates at the limit of his capabilities. His every movement is precise and verified. Nicole activates an energy field in her hand, intending to launch a spiritual attack. Funchang, watching her with concern, asks what she's up to. Nicole, lost in her thoughts, replies that it's nothing special. Lushan finds the trainer quite good, feeling how its movements are becoming more maneuverable and fast. The young masters are surprised and discuss Lushan's incredible abilities. One of them cannot believe his success and expresses it out loud. Funchang sees that the main character is relaxed and his agility is close to flawless. This makes him very surprised. Nicole decides she needs to see what happens next. Her gaze becomes focused. She carefully watches Lushan's every move. The second level of movement training is completed. The training mechanism starts the third level, designed to improve agility and speed of movements, instantly filling the room with a huge number of heavy balls. The young master, watching what is happening, is shocked. Since he has never seen anyone pass the third level before, his face expresses great surprise. The balls, possessing enormous power, attack the main character, pinning him to the wall and not giving him any freedom to move, which greatly complicates his attempts to maneuver. Lushan realizes that the third level is extremely difficult from the very beginning. His escape route was immediately blocked. The young man waits until the heavy balls concentrate around him. Then he releases a powerful stream of energy, causing an explosion and jumping out of the epicenter. The guy jumps high into the air, where he is immediately attacked by a dense network of laser beams. Funchang praises Lushan, considering his tactics correct, and notes his determination. The guy does not give up and goes ahead despite all the obstacles. Funchang tells Nicole that he only developed such speed characteristics at the age of 22, to which the girl replies that she only reached this level at the age of 25. Having completed only 15% of the third level of movement training, the main character understands that this test will be much more difficult than the previous ones. Funchang cannot contain his emotions and says about the main character that this 18-year-old boy is not as simple as it might seem. With the difficulty of passing the test constantly increasing, Lushan decides that it is time to activate the wind-breathing technique. Young masters cannot hide their delight at the speed of the main character. It is so high that his movements cannot be seen with the naked eye. The third level of testing has been successfully completed. Lushan is very tired and is trying to catch his breath inside the module. Funchang believes that the main character performed great today, breaking 2 records. Nicole informs the man that the guy is not finished yet. Fun Chang can't contain his surprise as he sees the main character begin to pass the 4th level, which he himself has not yet completed. The main character activates the test program. Many drones appear from the module, shooting beams in different directions. The drones form a dense energy grid, which begins to approach the main character, leaving him no chance of escape. Fun Chang notices that the guy has already completed 30% of the 4th level, which exceeds his own achievements. Lushan uses the wind-breathing technique at full power. The energy grid is monotonously approaching, increasingly compressing the free space. The main character believes that the only way out of this situation is the use of star technology. Lushan activates the stellar technique, and his body is instantly covered in a brightly glowing energy field. Time freezes in the training module. The young man is delighted with these sensations, since he can move at normal speed in stopped time. Without any problems, the main character manages to bypass all the energy beams released by the drones. Nicole understands that all this time the main character carefully hid his spiritual abilities. Only spiritual masters of the 3rd rank are capable of such manipulations. This means that the young man's abilities are equal to Nicole's, which causes her admiration because such a level of skill in such a young fighter is extremely rare. Fun Chang notices that Nicole is about to attack Lushan with a spiritual attack, his face showing concern and wariness. Fun Chang watches in horror as Nicole generates a huge spiritual entity behind him. His face expresses fear and misunderstanding of what is happening because he did not expect such a turn of events. Nicole tells the frightened man that she is going to test the abilities of the main character, deciding to test his strength in the face of a real threat. The girl commands her spiritual essence to attack Lushan. Immediately, the huge energy creature rushes into battle. Lushan, using his agility and speed, dodges the spiritual entity that is rapidly approaching him. Nicole's enormous spiritual essence attacks Lushan furiously, displaying its incredible power and crushing the area around it. The spiritual entity creates a powerful energy vortex that engulfs Lushan, forcing him to use all his strength to resist. Nicole suddenly feels a serious pressure that forces her to stop the spiritual attack. Her gaze becomes serious. She informs Fun Chang that Lushan is indeed a spiritual warrior whose powers surpass her own. Lushan realizes that he can no longer continue. Since he has reached his limit, he is surprised that working with altered time takes a lot of spiritual strength. The main character decides to finish the tests at half of the 4th level, since this is his limit even with the wind-breathing technique and the Insight Sutra. The young man stops his movements and is instantly hit by dozens of laser beams. Lushan completes the training with a pass rate of 56%. The young masters watching the test do not believe that he is an ordinary student. The overall figure is 97%. Lushan is a little upset that there are 3% of the people in the world to whom he is inferior. In numerical terms, this is more than 10 million fighters. Nicole approaches Lushan. The girl claps her hands and congratulates the young man on setting records, expressing her admiration for his achievements. Nicole asks what tests the guy will undergo next, making the assumption that this is perhaps a room for combat training or a hall for training spiritual powers. Lushan announces that none of the options are suitable as he is about to eat, causing Fun Chang to laugh loudly and find it funny. 3 hours later, Lushan comes to the main control room where the officers are. The guy asks them why they called him. Fun Chang tells the guy that he wants to do a simple test of his strength level and then have a little chat to discuss his potential and next steps. Nicole reports that every dorm has a syringe for measuring chi strength and wonders if the guy has used such a tool recently. Lushan reports that he has never tested with this instrument because the needle always breaks before he completes the manipulation. Fun Chang believes that the young man has at least a 3rd rank of strength and suggests using a golden syringe with a thicker needle to measure his performance more accurately. Nicole takes out a golden syringe that is used to test rank 5 warriors, hoping that it is unlikely to break during the measurements. Nicole carefully takes Lushan's hand and draws blood using a gold syringe. Fun Chang watches closely what is happening. Watching with interest as Nicole conducts testing, he realizes that he has not met such a young warrior with the 3rd rank for almost 10 years. Fun Chang suggests that the main character test his fighting power and go to the dummy to determine the true level of his fighting abilities. Lushan confidently approaches the training dummy. About to show off his fighting power, Fun Chang stands aside and watches this, waiting for the moment when Lushan will strike. The main character uses all his strength, concentrating fire-breathing techniques and star techniques into a single hole. His body is instantly filled with incredible energy. It begins to shine with a bright, fiery light. With incredible speed and power, Lushan strikes the dummy, causing a powerful blast that reverberates throughout the training room. Funchang is amazed by the test results, which show more than 250,000 units. He learns that the main character is a fourth-rank warrior. The man considers the young man a real monster, since not all warriors of the fourth rank have such high indicators. Funchang pats Lushan on the shoulder and tells him that he has successfully completed the training camp, adding that from now on he can stop training and do whatever he wants. Nicole approaches the young people. She reports that there is another test for Lushan. Nicole activates an energy crystal that has the ability to absorb spiritual power. After some minor modifications, the officers use it to measure spiritual powers. The girl asks the young man to simply touch the stone so that they can check the level of his spiritual capabilities and take accurate measurements. Nicole takes a measurement. She reports that the main character's powers have increased significantly, and the value has increased more than 3 times, which is an incredible result. Funchang says that he trains every day, but in his entire life he has not made as much progress as Lushan, which makes him bewildered and jealous. Doubting the veracity of the data obtained, Funchang asks to take the measurements again to make sure that there was no error in the calculations and the results are truly accurate. Funchang tries to constantly joke. Nicole demands that he immediately shut up and not distract her from the process, since she wants to take measurements as accurately as possible. Lushan, concentrating all his spiritual energy, feels a powerful stream of forces passing through his body and concentrating in the energy crystal, creating a dazzling radiance. Nicole and Funchang watch this in amazement, realizing that the protagonist's strength has exceeded all their expectations, and he truly is a unique warrior. Nicole doesn't understand how this can be. The frequency of the guy's spiritual power is more than 20 units, which is 5 times higher than her indicators. After 2 years of grueling training, the girl managed to increase her level by only 1, while Lushan, at 18 years old, has strength that is many times greater than her level. Funchang tries to tease the girl. He mumbles under his breath that the main character is cool and there is no one cooler than him. Nicole cannot contain her emotions and delivers a powerful blow to Funchang's head, bringing him to his senses. Nicole asks the main character if he has a teacher and how long he has been studying spiritual techniques. Lushan, thinking about a spiritual sutra, answers the girl that he has a teacher who showed him a special method for developing spiritual power. The girl calms down after learning that Lushan has a mentor. Otherwise, she would never have believed that the guy himself developed to such capabilities without a teacher. Nicole tells the main character that he has great talent and asks how long ago he awakened his power. The young man's answer throws the officers into a stupor. The guy reports that the awakening happened less than 3 months ago. The officers are amazed by this information because even if you remember all the masters from the association over the past couple of decades, it would be difficult to find at least one such talented person. Lushan is very surprised that spiritual masters have their own association, which he knew nothing about until that moment and did not even suspect its existence. The awakening of spiritual forces is a rare phenomenon. Despite the huge population of the planet, the probability of awakening is less than 1%. Nicole takes off the amulet from her neck and thinks that teacher Lushan is hiding a lot from him, so as not to interfere with the training process. The girl hopes that Lushan will decide to join the association, so she hands him her token and asks him to show it to the association staff, who will understand what to do next. Lushan has never seen his teacher. But with each of his instructions, everything becomes more mysterious. The main character increasingly thinks about the secrets hidden behind his teaching. Nicole believes that Lushan's teacher is a good person because anyone in his place would strive to demonstrate the talent of his student. But this teacher keeps the student in the shadows in order to protect him from possible dangers. The girl considers teacher Lushan the best of the best. She does not know a person who would act as selflessly and wisely as this mysterious mentor. Lushan is going to soon admit that his teacher is from the future, and he will appear only in 10,000 years. Funchang says that he is glad that the young people communicate and find common ground so well, but he has to interrupt their conversation because of an important message. The man hands the card to the main character and says that there are 5 million yuan in this account, emphasizing that although training in the camp has not yet been completed, he believes that Lushan will be the winner in any case. Nicole believes that the main character should be grateful, because their camp has a limited budget, and the amount on the card is their allowable limit. Funchang reports that a lot of money is spent on feeding students 3 times a day and says that Lushan is the most gluttonous in the camp. Nicole tells the guy that the amount on the card is small, but it is enough to prove the sincerity of the training camp's intentions and emphasize their desire to help him develop. Lushan understands that they want to buy him. Funchang, with a smile on his face, calls the main character very smart. Nicole informs the main character that he must understand that with such talent, he has only one path, to be a warrior all his life and be responsible for his strength. Funchang advises the young person not to waste time and to join the association as quickly as possible, as it provides great support to participants and gives a lot of privileges. After joining the association, Funchang asks the guy to join their unit, emphasizing that they have a huge advantage. The most beautiful girls from all over the country study and serve in their unit. The officers inform the young man that they have decided to make him their training camp's representative at the talent competition. Every year, a talent competition takes place in different parts of the country, the purpose of which is to select the best students capable of becoming generals. Nicole informs the young man that such an offer cannot be ignored, since this is the easiest way to climb the social ladder and become a guru. Funchang adds that the generals are the elite of the future, and every year only one applicant is chosen from all the eastern provinces. Lushan agrees with the officer's proposal, realizing that this will help him try to change the fate of humanity. Funchang pats the young man on the shoulder and tells him that the officers are confident in his abilities and believe in his potential. In addition, the man informs Lushan that the amount of compensation in the association is much higher than in the training camp. Nicole says that there are 2 months left before the selection, and it will begin after the end of the training camp shifts, promising to inform about it in advance. Funchang believes that the entrance exam is not important, because any martial arts university would be happy to accept Lushan into its ranks, given his outstanding abilities. The main character informs the officers that he intends to stay a little longer in the training camp and leaves the office, to which Funchang jokes that the guy clearly stayed here for the food. Nicole looks at Lushan, realizing that she never thought that she would be jealous of another person. The girl believes that the main character is very different from them and is destined for a different path. She hopes that Lushan will be able to change their world for the better. After completing the training camp, the main character heads to the city of Baihe, to the martial arts academy, to continue his training. Lushan hasn't been here for a long time, but he remembers well that the chairman's office is on the 6th floor and confidently heads there. In the corridor, the guy meets the secretary, who happily greets him and informs him that the chairman wants to see him. The secretary takes the young man to the door of the chairman's office. Lushan knocks on the door, then goes inside. In the chairman's office, there is an unfamiliar old man who looks at the main character and says that the chairman has been buzzing all his ears about him. The old man approaches Lushan and expresses his joy that a young man at his age is achieving such excellent results. He praises him for his perseverance and talent. The old man then takes out his phone and shows a photo of his granddaughter, stating that she is the most talented and that it is normal that most people are inferior to her in fighting skills. Chairman Xiao reacts angrily to the old man's words, becoming irritated and losing his mental balance. Xiao decides to take out his anger on the main character and, in a fit of rage, asks the young man why he returned before the official end of the training camp. Lushan hands the chairman a folder and tells him that the training camp officers have ordered it to be given to him. The old man warns Lushan not to even hope that the association will approve his personal case. The elderly man says that Lushan made a mess in the camp and it would be naive to believe that the chairman will cover him in this situation. Chairman Xiao gets tired of listening to the elderly man. He takes the folder from the hands of the young man to personally familiarize himself with the documents and understand the whole picture. Xiao tears open the thick envelope and begins to eagerly read the personal file, trying to understand what happened and why the training camp officers made this decision. His eyes widened in surprise at the results, which were much higher than expected, this information causing a storm of emotions within him. An elderly man standing nearby watches the chairman's reaction. A smug grin appears on his face. He tells Xiao that sooner or later his student will reach the normal level. The old man learns from the chairman that Lushan has reached rank 3 martial artist. Lushan confirms the chairman's words and reports that Nicole personally arranged for him to be tested. Xiao reports that his military district has the right to award promotion to a new rank. He will immediately confirm this decision and stamp it. The elderly man does not believe this information. He snatches the envelope from the chairman and intends to check everything himself. The old man reads the personal file, all the time looking back at Lushan. He can't believe that a young man at the age of 18 has the 3rd rank of martial arts. The old man believes that this document is a fake, and with this statement he makes the chairman laugh. The chairman asks him to open his eyes and look at the seal. The elderly man begins to become hysterical. He does not believe that the guy who, in his opinion, was kicked out of the training camp can have 270,000 units of combat power. Lushan, remaining calm, reports that no one kicked him out of the camp. It seems very strange to the guy that an elderly man cannot come to terms with the obvious truth. The chairman tells the elderly man that they will now contact the leadership of the training camp to discuss everything and clarify the situation. Nicole appears on the big screen in Chairman Xiao's office, ready to discuss the documents brought by Lushan and confirm his achievements. The men discuss the documents Lushan brought, at which time Charlene recognizes her grandfather's voice and intervenes in the conversation, which displeases everyone present. Nicole rudely reprimands Charlene for her behavior. She orders the girl to continue her spiritual practices and increases the workload tenfold from today. Nicole asks the chairman not to delay the process of registering documents and to complete all bureaucratic work as soon as possible. Lushan will represent their camp in the talent competition, showcasing his exceptional abilities and strength. An elderly man asks why Lushan will represent the camp, to which Nicole reports that the guy turned out to be the strongest in the training camp. Nicole says that Lushan asked her to help find a couple of ingredients for elixirs and reports that she found almost everything she needed. Nicole advises the protagonist to get recognized as a spiritual master as soon as possible so that he can make further purchases of raw materials on his own. Xiao attacks the young man. He shakes him by the shoulders and asks him to confirm Nicole's words that he passed the spiritual master test. Lushan tells the chairman that he really had a talent in spiritual forces, which is why the officers sent him for official testing to the association. The chairman escorts Lushan to the taxi, praising the young man all the way from the 6th floor and claiming that he did not doubt for a second that Lushan is the most talented student in the city in the last 100 years. The taxi driver notices that the main character has a special relationship with the chairman of the Martial Arts Association. Lushan is surprised that even the driver noticed Chairman Xiao's excitement about the situation and his achievements. Suddenly, an obstacle appears on the taxi's path. The driver sharply presses the brakes to avoid a collision. Lushan gets out of the car and sees that the reason for the stop was the collapsed Red River School sign. A group of aggressive people inform the principal of the Red River School that today they will not discuss business, but martial arts. The master tells the headmaster of the Red River School that he came here specifically to teach him a lesson. Nishuan tells the master that it is too mean of him to come to the showdown, taking advantage of the fact that her father was injured and cannot protect the school. Nihunchuan informs the hostile master that they have fulfilled their promise and the Red River School has not accepted new students this year. The aggressive master says that if the Red River School decided to show off a huge sign, it could have guessed that someone would want to break it. Nihunchuan believes that one should always be ready to defend one's honor. He recalls how 20 years ago he arrived in the city and, relying only on his own strength, laid the foundation of his school. He succeeded then, and the master is confident that he can do it now, despite all the difficulties and threats. Nishuan tries to stop his father, very worried about his condition since the master has not yet recovered from a serious injury. The aggressive master asks Nihunchuan if Lushan is his new student. Nishuan informs the master that Lushan is not their student, but only occasionally comes to the school as a guest. The master flies into a rage, kicks the ground, causing it to crack, and declares that he does not intend to listen to any more explanations. The aggressive master claims that the Red River School used the name Lushan and lured half of his students to themselves. The girl replies that they did not lure anyone away, and it was a conscious decision of the students themselves. However, this argument did not influence the master. He calls the Red River School a snack bar and threatens that he will now tear it to pieces. The man is sure that in this case, the Red River students will have nowhere to study, and they will all come to his school. Nishuan calls the master a scoundrel and intends to fight him despite the obvious difference in strength. The master laughs at the girl, declaring that she is not a serious opponent for him and she should have thought before acting so rashly. Nihunchuan tells his daughter that the aggressive master is an unrealistic opponent for her. She has no chance of defeating him. Nishuan answers her father, reminding her that she is a third-rank martial artist, and hopes that together with her father, they will definitely not lose the fight. The master suggests starting the duel immediately. Since he has no time for chatter, he is too busy to waste it on talking. Nishuan tells the master that he will make him carry the Red River School sign throughout the city. The master grins and says that it is a pity that everything turns out this way, and that the girl has too long a tongue for which she must be punished. The master's face twists into a crazed grin. Filled with rage, he intends to deliver a crushing blow. Nihunchuan tries to stop the master's blow. The girl demands her father to be more careful. Nihunchuan is unable to repel the master's blow, but he delivers a crushing blow, throwing him aside like a doll. The aggressive master's face is distorted into a sinister grin. His eyes burn with hatred. He feels no pity and is ready to destroy his opponents without the slightest hesitation. Nishuan, kneeling and holding his chest, sees her father with his head bowed, breathing heavily, but continues to fight despite his injuries. The master informs Nihunchuan that he has been sitting behind the walls of his school for too long, teaching the kids, and now he cannot escape the well-deserved punishment for his weakness and incompetence. Nihunchuan, realizing the futility of further resistance, tells the aggressive master that he is willing to close his school to avoid further destruction and protect his students. Nishuan, surprised by her father's decision, realizes that their school may disappear. The girl understands that her father intends to take this step to protect their honor and the safety of all the wards. The master of the rival school is satisfied with Nihunchuan's offer. He sees this as an excellent opportunity to eliminate his rival. Suddenly, Lushan appears at the door of the hall. His silhouette is clearly visible against the backdrop of bright light. The guy instantly attracts the attention of everyone present. Lushan's eyes glow bright blue. His face radiates confidence. He calmly asks where he will study then if the Red River School is closed. Nishuan, seeing Lushan, sighs with relief, realizing that help came on time. The girl hopes for his strength and support in this difficult moment. The main character calmly steps inside the hall, greeting everyone with a slight wave of his hand. The aggressive master understands that it was because of this young man that many students left his school. Lushan and the aggressive master come face to face, their gazes full of determination and readiness for the upcoming battle. Each of them is confident in their abilities and intends to prove their superiority. The aggressive master laughs. His face expresses absolute contempt and self-confidence. He clearly does not perceive Lushan as a serious opponent, considering him weak and inexperienced. The man looks back. He sees his students, and Nishuan and her father sitting on the ground, and informs the main character that he can train at his school. The master promises the main character to personally teach him the secret techniques of the Steel Mountain. Lushan looks at the aggressive master in surprise. His face expresses slight confusion. The aggressive master tears his shirt, exposing his powerful muscles, thus trying to prove his words in practice. Lushan decides to play along with the master. The guy asks him if he can really train him and bring him to a new level of skill. The master confidently replies that you only need to come to his school and become his student in order to comprehend the secrets of martial arts and achieve heights in skill. Lushan asks how the master will train him, to which the master replies that the young man is asking too many questions and that he should just trust his methods. The master makes concessions and begins to talk about all stages of training in his school. Suddenly, the master feels very unwell. His body experiences unbearable pressure, making it impossible for him to move. At the same moment, the master is visited by a terrible vision in which monsters attack him. Their ominous figures are ugly and filled with terrifying energy. The man falls to his knees, covers his head with his hands. He experiences severe shock from what he sees. The master cannot understand what happened, who these monsters were, and where they disappeared. He is seized with wild horror. Lushan observes the reaction of the aggressive master and asks him how he feels and what sensations he experiences. The guy sees how fear and panic completely take over his opponent. After which, the main character, using the star technique, inflicts a powerful blow on the master, which throws him against the wall. Lushan mocks the master, asking how this could happen since the master was going to train him. The students of the aggressive master scatter to the sides, seeing how the main character defeated their teacher in a duel. The main character approaches Nishuan and her father, asking how they are feeling. The guy extends his hand to the girl, trying to support her and help her get to her feet. Lushan asks Nihunchuan not to close the school, explaining that in this case he will have to look for another place, and he likes this school because it is close to home. Nihunchuan thanks the young man and invites him to contact him at any time, promising to do everything in his power. Nishuan and her father watch the departing protagonist, realizing that the guy has reached incredible heights, since he was able to defeat a 5th-level master with one blow. The girl tells her father that 3 months ago, Lushan was only a 2nd-level master. Lushan comes home, where he is greeted by joyful parents. His mother does not hide her joy, hugging her son. The guy tells his mother that on the way he saw a bunch of scoundrels attack an old man. He stopped to help him. The protagonist's father, smiling, tells his wife that their son has now become a real warrior, and there is no need to worry too much about him, since he is able to stand up for himself. Qinghin reports that the elixir that the main character gave to his father has a very beneficial effect on him. His condition has improved. Mom brings the main character a huge portion of rice and says that if it's too hard in the camp, then you need to return home, because first of all you need to take care of your health. The father says that from the very birth, he knew that Lushan would grow up to be a strong and powerful warrior. Lushan believes that he needs to become even stronger in order to withstand all troubles and protect his family. A huge zombie trained and of a high combat level attacks the main character. Lushan deals a powerful blow to the monster. The guy is glad that now he can destroy the zombies of a 6th-rank master with one blow. The main character reaches the center of a destroyed military base. It was here that last time Lushan met a mysterious high-level zombie master. The young man believes that he is now able to defeat zombies thanks to new combat techniques and experience. The main character tries to go inside the building, but a huge explosion occurs, and a powerful energy wave throws the guy aside. The smoke clears, and a powerful zombie master comes out towards Lushan, his eyes glowing with rage, and the chi energy surrounding him manifests itself in the form of an ominous halo. Lushan admires his opponent. His chi energy is as hard as steel. The zombie is rank 6, but it seems as if his strength is limitless. The main character does not intend to retreat. He is going to destroy the zombie guru in order to take over his combat power. Having combined the breath of wind and stars techniques, the main character strikes the zombie. The monster laughs, realizing that this does not pose a danger to him. The zombie guru counterattacks, and the strong blow throws the main character tens of meters to the side. Lushan was very surprised. He used 6 times the strength and technique of the star, but it had no effect on the zombie guru. The main character decides not to give up and uses the breath of fire technique. A fiery aura flares up around his body, and the young man delivers a powerful blow. The next moment, a colossal explosion occurs, scattering pieces of concrete and illuminating everything with bright light. Even such a devastating technique cannot destroy the zombies. The guy understands that there is a protective field around the enemy that he is not able to break through. The guy understands that the force field around the zombie guru is so powerful that even bullets cannot penetrate it. Lushan tries to lure the zombie out into the open, but it remains in place, not chasing or attacking the main character. The guy decides to think carefully about the situation, realizing that even his maximum strength is ineffective, since the blows do not cause any damage. Although the main character and the zombie have the same rank, the difference in their strengths is colossal. The guy believes that he is lucky that the zombie guru does not attack, otherwise he would have already died. Lushan realizes that now he cannot cope one-on-one with zombies. He has thoughts of giving up and retreating, but the guy is convinced that this is the wrong path. He is sure that there is a way to defeat the enemy. Lushan launches a furious attack, dealing numerous blows to the zombie guru and using all his learned techniques. The next efforts also do not bring results. The zombie concentrates a strong energy field around itself, which explodes and throws the guy aside. Lushan regroups and retreats to a more advantageous position, deciding that he will never give up, because he needs to take such a valuable trophy. Lushan notices that the protective field has weakened a little. The guy realizes that in order to accumulate enough experience and break through this field, he will have to kill hundreds more zombies. A sudden insight comes to his head. He realizes that he has not yet used spiritual powers. Lushan decides to strike with them, realizing that he previously used spiritual techniques only as an auxiliary element, and used the Spiritual Insight Sutra solely to speed up the movement of energy. The young man concentrates a huge amount of chi energy in his hands, which transforms into a huge lump of ice crystals. The main character does not yet have enough experience to concentrate power in the form of a physical weapon, such as a sword, so he strikes the protective field with a sphere of ice crystals. Realizing that such attacks are effective, Lushan concentrates even more energy in the form of crystals and brings them down on the zombie's protective field. Fighting to the limit of his capabilities, the guy generates even more ice crystals and continues to monotonously throw them to protect the zombies. At some point, the amount of concentrated spiritual energy reaches a critical value and a powerful explosion occurs. The dense protective field of the zombie guru scatters into small fragments at great speed. The zombie finds itself within striking range of the protagonist, who, without wasting a second, raises his fist to deliver the fatal blow. A blow of enormous power reaches the zombie guru and pierces his chest. The entire space is illuminated by a bright blue flash of energy. Lushan feels like time is slowing down, turning into jelly. A very strange feeling comes over him. The main character has a vision. He understands that these are the memories of a zombie guru. Lushan sees an alarm siren sounding at the base, and an order to evacuate immediately is heard over the speakerphone. A dead zombie is going to fight a powerful monster to save his daughter, realizing that this will be his last battle and the chances of victory are negligible. A 9th-rank monster is circling in the sky above the base. Just seeing it will make any person tremble with fear. The guru is preparing to repel the monster's attack. He understands that his will is firm and unyielding, but he is worried about the fear present. Fear not for himself, but for his loved ones. In the next vision, the main character feels how the body of the wounded guru who received a mortal wound is gradually enveloped in freezing cold. Lushan is trying to come to his senses and restore peace of mind after experiencing flashbacks that left a deep mark on his mind. Lushan has never encountered such voluminous and strong memories. He believes that the past life of the zombie master can be considered a legend. The master's life goal was to train and improve martial art. His fighting techniques and combat experience are now part of the main character. Lushan feels the rapid increase in combat power and realizes that very soon he will reach the next rank. Suddenly, Lushan realizes that the defeated master has spent his entire life striving to harness the boundary of control technique, and now this goal will become his own challenge. Lushan is surprised that the name of the creator of the star equipment often flashed in the memories of the zombie master. The guy understands that the defeated zombie was one of the close students of the master who created this technique. The zombie guru was a rank 7 martial artist, and even he admired the level of the master who created the star technique. Lushan dives deeper into the memories of the defeated zombie and sees a strange clot of energy. The young man touches this clot and sees one of the enemies that the masters of the future faced. Lushan realizes that when fighting their enemies, the masters of the future used martial arts of such power that the common man cannot even imagine. Before the eyes of the main character, the image of the Golden Crow appears, who was the emperor's advisor, and through his eyes. The Golden Raven was the representative of the sun on earth. His power and influence were legendary, and even the most powerful masters bowed to his incredible abilities. The defeated zombie master tried to reach the 8th rank of martial arts by studying the Golden Crow technique. After the death of the zombie, all the combat skills of this technique were transferred to the main character, opening up new horizons of skill for him. Lushan listens carefully to his feelings, realizing that his spiritual powers have undergone significant changes. The young man strengthens his concentration and generates an energy sphere in the air. Charlene's spiritual technique is based on the power of air, allowing her to manipulate air currents with extreme precision and power. The main character realizes that Colonel Nicole's spiritual technique is based on the element of water, which gives it the ability to control liquids. The guy realizes that his basis of spiritual power is hot metal. The main character feels that the form of his energy is still unstable, but understands that he has become much stronger, and this is great progress. Lushan doesn't fully understand how he can use his new skill. He concentrates on the building opposite him, intending to test his new abilities. What happens next shocks the protagonist. He is able to lift huge structures into the air. The realization that he can lift heavy objects with the power of thought leads the guy into a state of wild delight. Now Lushan is able to recreate the force field of the Great Master. The guy's strength is at the initial level, but in the future, it will grow. At the moment, The thickness of Lushan's energy field is not even close to that of a defeated zombie, but even with such a field, the guy has become less vulnerable. Lushan compares his new skill to a seed that will eventually grow into a huge tree that will represent his skill. Lushan realizes that his body now needs a lot of energy. The young man intends to start producing serums. Lushan makes an appointment with Jahan at a restaurant. The girl is a little late for the meeting. Jahan carefully examines Lushan, believing that his youth plays into her hands, since she can easily fool an inexperienced guy. Lushan invites Jahan to sit down at the table and says that it's time to start discussing their cooperation. Reading the menu, Lushan notes that this restaurant serves really good steaks, his voice full of confidence, as if he has been here many times before and enjoyed their taste. Jahan doesn't mind negotiating over dinner, although she's too excited to eat. Lushan orders the waiter 40 steaks medium rare, surprising the waiter. Jahan is shocked by such an order. She does not understand how one can eat food in such huge quantities. Her eyes widen in surprise. The main character tells Jahan that he knows the history of her pharmacy. This causes her great dissatisfaction and irritation. Lushan says that Jahan inherited the pharmacy chain from her grandfather, and everything was fine until her father took over the management. The girl begins to get very angry, not understanding what the guy is leading to. His intentions remain a mystery to her. While eating a huge amount of steak, Lushan reveals that Jahan's mother left their family 20 years ago and has never met her since then. Lushan tells the girl that the reasons for the collapse of their family business lie not only in incompetent management, but also in the machinations of her mother. The girl cannot contain her emotions. She angrily asks what such statements are based on. Lushan suggests that the girl ask her father about this in order to get more information and understand whether her mother really played a role in the collapse of their family business. Jahan agrees that her mother was a heartless woman who left the family when she was just 2 years old and never returned to see her daughter. The girl understands that the pharmacy chain really fell into disrepair after it came under the control of her father. Lushan asks the girl not to hold a grudge against him for digging so deep. Jahan promises to think about the guy's words and suggests moving on to discussing cooperation. Lushan offers to take over the preparation of recipes and related recommendations, leaving production and sales to the girl. After this, the young man tells Jahan that he will take 90% of the profits, which infuriates her. Jahan, after some deliberation, reports that she agrees to give away 70% of the profits. Lushan explains that he is asking for such a large percentage because this collaboration will cause him a lot of trouble. Jahan, amazed by what she heard, asks with great surprise in her voice what exactly the young man means. Lushan says her mother's family drove the pharmacy chain into bankruptcy, so his help is about getting revenge and restoring it to its former glory. Lushan demonstrates to Jahan a clot of spiritual energy. The girl is surprised to realize that the young man is a spiritual master. She can't wrap her head around how an 18-year-old boy can be a master of spiritual power. Lushan calmly informs the girl that there are powerful forces behind him that can support him in any situation. The guy says that if she agrees to cooperate, she will receive not only elixirs but also powerful support from the forces behind him, which will ensure their victory. Jahan thinks that for the last 20 years their pharmacies could not resist her mother's family, but with the support of Lushan they have a real chance of success. The girl cannot hide her irritation. Despite the prospects, she has never given 90% of the profit to anyone in her life. Lushan gives the girl a flash drive containing a recipe for a vitality serum. The guy invites the girl to contact the Association of Doctors to create a patent for the serum and adds that she should not be shy and contact him if any questions arise during production. The main character thanks Jahan for her cooperation and leaves the restaurant, leaving the girl alone with difficult thoughts about accepting not the most favorable conditions. A waiter approaches Jahan and asks to pay for lunch. At first, she is angry that the main character ate and did not pay, but then agrees to pay the bill. Lushan comes home. His mother is surprised by the huge amount of steaks that the guy brought from the restaurant. Lushan boasts to his mother that he didn't have to pay for steaks. His mother asks him not to do that again, since it is uncivilized when you are treated to a restaurant, and you also take food with you. Mom tells the main character that during his absence, Coach Junjin called. The guy hasn't seen him for a long time, so he's going to visit the man in the near future. The next day, the main character comes to school and heads to the office of combat trainer Junjin. Lushan enters the office with a confident step. The young man holds a small bonsai tree in his hands. Yunjin thanks the guy for the gift and says that his arrival was unexpected, but he made him very happy. A little time has passed. The coach is surprised that the young hero is radically different from what he was before. Lushan and Yunjin enter the room. The coach carries a bonsai on his shoulder, which the guy gave him as a sign of respect. Sitting on the sofa, Yunjin and Lushan are having a conversation. The coach thought that he would not see the guy again. Since the school year is ending, he asks what the guy's plans are for the future. The main character informs the coach that he will participate in a talent competition, and he needs to pass testing in the association. This greatly surprises the coach. The coach advises not to stop and go towards the goal no matter what. He smiles and looks at Lushan with warmth and pride. Lushan and Yunjin continue their conversation. The guy puts his hand on the coach's shoulder, expressing gratitude for the support. The coach is convinced that the guy will become not only a symbol of the school, but also a ray of light for all humanity. A teacher stands in front of the class and tells his students that they need to have courage and perseverance to succeed in school and in life. The teacher at the blackboard tells the students that they should not neglect even boring subjects like culture, as they are also important for their overall development. One of the students in the class, turning to his neighbor, invites him to go to the computer club after school. The student, aware of the importance of his studies, politely declines his friend's invitation, explaining that his schedule is filled with extra classes and training. The teacher, noticing that the students were distracted and began to talk, shows dissatisfaction and strictly encourages them to concentrate on the lesson. The main character unexpectedly enters the classroom. The whole group instantly falls silent, turning around in surprise and concentrating their attention on his appearance. The main character greets his classmates with a smile, expressing his joy at seeing them again. The surprised students, who thought they would never see Lushan again, are amazed by his changed appearance, which indicates a major change in his life. The students gossip among themselves, discussing rumors that an influential man in the city wanted to marry his daughter to the protagonist, but Lushan refused, explaining that training was his priority. The main character asks permission to attend the last lesson. The teacher happily agrees, seeing this as an opportunity to inspire other students. Lushan sits down at his desk. The teacher asks everyone to open their textbooks and continue the lesson. Students sitting next to Lushan look at it carefully, feeling that it emits a powerful emission of chi energy, which makes them admire and respect it. The bell rings, signaling the end of class, and the students quickly gather around Lushan, eager to talk to him and learn more about his achievements. The main character tells his classmates that he will never forget them. He hugs his friend and wishes him good luck. The guy intends to give it his all and definitely go to university. Lushan has purchased enough components to create a vitality serum. He expects that this amount will be enough to advance to the 4th rank. The main character intends to search for weapons, but understands that without passing the exam for a spiritual master, he will not be able to gain access to a special network for purchasing weapons. The young man's attention is drawn to the blade of the endless blade, and he is instantly shocked by the huge price of the weapon. The next artifact is called the Silver Soaring Shuttle, but its price is more than 10 million. To make spiritual weapons, magic ore is required. The guy intends to extract all the components himself. Lushan had recently purchased a map of the distribution of natural resources in order to better navigate the places where he could find the materials and components necessary for his weapons. The main character finds an unused mine. He intends to extract the ore and take it to the forging master. Jahin is waiting for Lushan in the laboratory. The girl is very nervous since the guy is already 2 hours late. Lushan enters the lab and apologizes for being late before putting on a robe to begin making the serum. The main character hopes that the girl has prepared everything necessary to make the drug. Lushan asks Jahin how much money she spent. The girl reports that more than 200,000. Lushan is delighted with the quality of the ingredients. He asks the girl to include the cost in the estimate. The young man is about to start making the serum and asks the girl to go outside. Jahin leaves the room in an angry mood. She does not like this attitude. Besides, she has already spent a lot of money and has not received a penny of profit. The girl has been waiting in the corridor for more than 2 hours, believing that such sacrifices will bring her good dividends in the future. Lushan informs the girl that he is leaving the city for 2 days and asks her not to worry, as in the near future he will provide startup capital to launch the serum on the market. Jahin says goodbye to the main character and waits for the guy to leave the room. As soon as the young man walked out the door, the girl immediately rushed into the laboratory. She examines the laboratory equipment and is very happy that there is a small amount of new serum left in one of the flasks. Jahin does not know the name of the serum or the composition of the components, but she feels that this is a strong substance that can strengthen bones. A young pharmacist comes into the laboratory and tells Jahin that he did everything as she asked. The guy shows his phone, but the video recording on it is erased. He cannot understand what happened and concludes that the video systems failed, but were immediately restored after Lucian left. The main character considers Jahin and her employee to be naive people who thought that they would be able to spy on the master of spiritual power. The girl realizes that her idea is doomed to failure. She throws the remaining serum in the trash and decides that she can only trust Lucian. A tourist bus moves slowly along a winding mountain road leading to a remote village surrounded by a majestic forest. The guide enthusiastically tells tourists that interesting excursions await them, where they will get acquainted with local customs and try traditional dishes. Elderly tourists on the bus constantly grumble, expressing their dissatisfaction with everything around them. The main character learns that good service awaits them, including TVs and air conditioning in the rooms. In a week, Lucian created 93 bone marrow pills, which he believes should be enough for the first time. The main character's thoughts are interrupted by a small ball rolling up to his seat. A little girl approaches Lucian. She picks up a ball and asks the young man to play with her. The girl's mother says that there is no need to pester people and asks her to return to her place. The main character carefully examines the girl's father, realizing that he is a spiritual warrior. Knowing that he is not the only spiritual warrior on the bus gives Lucian additional motivation. One of the girls on the bus expresses her dissatisfaction, saying that she went on a tourist trip in vain. She refers to the fact that she is hot and bored. A friend tells her that no one forced her to go by force. It was her personal conscious decision. The girl replies that she had no choice because she had not left for a long time, and when the opportunity arose, she decided to go. After 2 hours, the tourist bus reaches its final destination, and a wonderful landscape opens up before the passengers. The girls are delighted with the nature surrounding them. They learn that there is a beautiful waterfall nearby. A little girl named Gazelle liked the main character and hopes that the guy will play with her tomorrow. Lucian pats Gazelle on the head and says that if he has time, they will definitely play. Young girls approach them, one of whom asks the child if she can play with her. Gazelle makes faces at the girl and says that she doesn't like her and she will play with her handsome uncle. Mom asks Gazelle not to pester young people and tells the girl that they need to go. Lucian asks the girl not to be offended by the child, to which she replies that everything is fine and asks the guy for his phone number. The main character shares his number. The girl says that he has a beautiful name and adds him to her friends. The girl tells her friend that she thought their vacation would be boring, but now she believes that interesting events await them ahead. Lucian discovers that he has one rank 2 spiritual master and 2 first-rank warrior girls with him on the trip. The main character realizes that the spiritual master did not reveal him and probably thought that he was just a warrior. After reaching the guru level, Lucian's ability to conceal his true powers has greatly increased, allowing him to remain undetected among other martial artists. Lucian is sure that no one will know about his true strength, and there are unlikely to be warriors stronger than him. At this time, he begins to get very tired of a huge mosquito. The young man believes that if someone gets in his way, they will face reprisals, and crushes the annoying mosquito. At this time, a huge expensive limousine is rushing along the highway at great speed. Inside the limousine, a man bows before a strange-looking young man, showing deep respect and humility. The young man asks if they have found the whereabouts of the master named Marlan. The subordinate reports that they have found the master. He says that the master is hiding in the mountains with his family. The man believes that Master Marlan is not stupid. If he goes to the mountains, it will be difficult to reach him. A strange-looking man is informed that people have already been sent for Master Marlan, who will get him even from underground. The strange-looking man's name is Jangoban. He tells his subordinate that he is not fit to be Marlan's rival, so when they arrive in the village, he will deal with the master himself. Jangoban believes that Marlan leaves him no choice. If he doesn't get rid of him, powerful people will think he is weak. Jangoban says that no one dares to contradict him, and everyone will be severely punished for doing this, after which he throws the rest of the drink in the girl's face. He fills the glass, takes a long sniff of the drink, and reports that the 28-year-old chi energy is simply wonderful. Jangoban carefully examines the family photo of Master Marlan, telling the girl sitting next to him that he will soon put together another collection. At this time, Master Marlan's family enters the hotel room. Their little daughter begins to run around the room, screaming joyfully. Malin, using his spiritual techniques, scans the surrounding area for safety. Master Malin covers the entire hotel building with a huge energy protective shield, which can protect them from any possible attacks and threats from the outside. The wife asks Master Malin if it is really safe here. She wants to make sure that they will not be found, and their lives will not be in danger. Malin tells the woman that the hotel is safe, but they should not let their guard down. Malin reports that they are being pursued by a powerful rank 3 spirit master, and his thirst for revenge is so great that everyone who stands in his way is already dead. Malin tries to reassure his wife. He tells her that this time they will be able to hide. If they go into the shadows for at least a year, then everything will work out in the future. The girl believes that they need to contact her father. She has not seen him for a long time, but remembers that he used to be a second-rank spiritual master. Malin agrees to meet with his wife's father, assuring her that he will not allow anyone to harm them, and that he will do everything possible to protect his family from any threat. Lushan senses a strong vibration in the energy fields and intends to scan the nearby area. Having moved to the next level, the main character gained the ability to notice even the slightest changes in energy fields, which allows him to sense potential threats around him. After scanning, Lushan finds nothing except a strange man tracking people with binoculars. Lushan understands that the guy with the binoculars is not here to his liking, so he does not consider it important and decides not to interfere. The main character eats another bone marrow pill and feels that progress with this drug is happening at double speed. If development continues at this rate, in 2 months, Lushan will be able to pass the first stage of becoming a golden body, which will greatly enhance his abilities and potential. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by a message on his phone. He reads a message from his mother, who asks him to be careful and eat well. Lushan reads the message with warm feelings, not understanding why such reminders are needed because he is already an adult and can take care of himself. The main character lies down on the bed and intends to look at the results of his latest training. After starting to learn the Golden Crow technique, Lushan feels that he is now able to withstand numerous high-rank zombies. The generated protective energy field allows Lushan to be more protected in battle. Lushan delivers a fatal blow to his next opponent, feeling that his strength and skill have reached such a level that he is practically unstoppable. Generating a critical mass of energy around itself, Lushan explodes it next to itself, scattering zombie corpses in different directions. Lushan's attention is attracted by strange vibrations emanating from the neighboring ruins, and he realizes that someone is there. Lushan does not see anyone, but feels that the space around is saturated with a huge amount of chi energy, indicating the presence of a powerful enemy. After some time, the main character discovers the source of the radiation, which is a powerful girl in knightly armor. Lushan has the ability to fully see her opponent. The zombie girl wields a strange-looking spear and is protected by a strong energy field. The main character is very surprised when another zombie of the guru level appears in front of him because he did not expect to meet such a powerful opponent in this place. Suddenly, the zombie girl disappears. The guy feels a strong surge of spiritual power, signaling serious danger. The zombie girl materializes in the air above Lushan and violently attacks the young man using all her skills. The main character does not have time to react to the zombie girl's attack. Her sword cuts the guy in half. Lushan wakes up in a cold sweat. He jumps up in his bed, gripped by wild horror. Lushan's entire body is shaking. He experiences unbearable pain that binds every muscle in his body. The main character tries to come to his senses and realizes that it was just a dream. Lushan used spiritual powers to repel the zombie girl's attacks, but it didn't help him at all. The strength of the zombie girl's attack was incomparable to the strength of the attacks that Lushan had encountered before. He always felt that training in his sleep went smoothly and without problems. He was overconfident, thinking that high-level zombies did not pose a threat to him. But everything turned out to be not so simple. The zombie girl had such great power that she was many times superior to even the teachers of the future. Lushan thinks that the zombie girl is a rank 8 guru, and he can't even imagine what would happen if he destroyed her and took over her power. The main character believes that in a lost battle he should have attacked immediately with full force and not wasted energy on numerous small attacks. Lushan tries to get back into the dream world, but he fails. The young man concludes that he needs time to recover since he died in his sleep. Realizing that he won't be able to train today, he goes down to the dining room on the first floor. Walking into the dining room, Lushan immediately attracts the attention of his new acquaintances, who greet him. He sits down at the table, at which there are two warrior girls watching them carefully. The guy doesn't know where to start the conversation and asks the girls if they have already eaten or are just going to eat. One of the girls, clearly not indifferent to the main character, says that she has not eaten yet and would be happy to keep him company. The second girl, dissatisfied with Lushan's company, says that she has already eaten. The girl who is partial to Lushan is called Bybinga. She says that she is terribly hungry and it will be great if they have lunch together. Gazelle looks closely at Lushan and asks her father if she can eat with that uncle. Mom asks Gazelle why she can't sit in her place. The girl says that she wants to talk to Lushan. Master Malin allows his daughter to go to the Lushan table, but he asks her not to cause the young man much trouble. Gazelle goes to the main character. Her mother asks Molan if in their situation it is dangerous to let the girl go to a stranger. Malin informs his wife that he has inspected the area with the help of spiritual powers and has not found any danger. Malin says Lushan is a good guy. He feels he has no evil intentions. Malin considers the main character to be an average beginner who is about to learn martial arts. Malin informs his wife that the two girls nearby are also first-level martial artists. The man reassures his wife and repeats once again that no one is threatening them within his line of sight. The waiter brings Lushan his order. Bybinga is shocked by the amount of food he ordered. Gazelle finds snacks shaped like little pigs cute. The girl invites Lushan to compete in eating food at speed. She takes the treat and tries to eat it as quickly as possible. Lushan is not going to lose to a small child. He takes a huge bowl of food and throws its contents into his mouth. Bybinga's friend believes that Lushan probably comes from an average family, because advanced warriors do not rely on ordinary food, but on tonics and medicines. The girl thinks that if Lushan constantly eats so much, then he is forced to spend a significant part of his time in the toilet. Bybinga, on the other hand, finds Lushan's huge appetite very endearing to her, and she admires his simplicity and energy. A friend advises Bybinga to come to her senses, convincing her that Lushan is just an average high school student. His QI is unstable, and he is not promising as a warrior, and besides, he is clearly from a poor family. Bybinga assures her friend that their age difference is small. She believes that their meeting is destined by fate. The friend breaks down. She asks Bybinga to stop talking nonsense and think that after a romantic relationship, real life will begin, and Lushan is unlikely to be able to earn money for an apartment and a car in the near future, since he is from a poor family. The girl says that love is not a fleeting passion, but a feeling formed after going through life's trials. Bybinga replies that she doesn't see any problem with it. She is going to help Lushan become stronger, and if he goes to university, she will support him in every possible way. The girl says that even if Lushan doesn't have an apartment and a car, it's not scary, because she has it all. And if a guy wants to become a warrior, she will always support him in this endeavor. Bybinga carefully examines the main character, considering him an unusual person who has a wonderful future ahead of him. A friend tells Bybinga that she is crazy for wanting to lose years of training for a snotty high school student. The girl points to Lushan and asks her friend to look at him carefully. She does not understand what Bybinga found in him. Bybinga tells her friend that she is overly worried about her because she is not even in a relationship with Lushan yet, and suggests that they talk about it later when they get closer. With the help of his spiritual power, Lushan heard the girl's conversation and says out loud that this is too much. Gazelle asks the main character what the word too means, wondering what it means. Lushan tells Gazelle that the word too means that the girls are very beautiful. Gazelle runs up to the girls and loudly declares that these girls are very much too much. The little girl continues to play around and jump next to the girls, repeating the word too much all the time, which makes Bybinga feel tender. The next day, the guide takes a roll call of tourists near the bus and discovers that the Malin master's family is missing. The elderly couple informs the guide that along with the family of the Master Malin, Lushan is also missing. The guide asks all tourists to remain calm and is going to call the police and emergency services. Friend Bybinga says that there is no need to worry about the Malin family, since their father is an unusual person, but the absence of Lushan is alarming. Bybinga sees that the guide is seriously worried and believes that the tourist trip may be disrupted. Bybinga informs her friend that she will find Lushan on her own and, without wasting any time, runs towards the forest. Lushan, using his skills, crosses the forested area at great speed. The main character feels that after a short rest, the pain from the fight in the dream world has already subsided. Lushan finds the clearing he needs, places his hand on the ground and activates his spiritual powers to scan. At a considerable depth, The main character discovers deposits of magical metal. Using his spiritual powers, he lifts a huge piece of rock into the air and exposes veins of magical ore. Lushan imbues floating pieces of magical ore with its spiritual energy. He uses his spiritual power to manipulate crystals that levitate in the air in front of him, emitting a bright glow and surrounding him with a magical aura. The guy is surprised to realize that after the metal is filled with spiritual power, it can change shape at will. Now Lushan has about a kilogram of magical metal in his hand, and this is clearly not enough to create a spiritual weapon. After some time, Lushan manages to extract a certain amount of magic ore, but the guy believes that this deposit is too small to satisfy his needs in full. Mining the magic ore proves to be quite a labor-intensive process. Lushan intends to recruit people to extract all the ore within a week. In addition, the guy has a question about transportation. How to transfer a large amount of ore and remain unnoticed. Lushan decides to hide the mined ore and find a solution to these problems. Lushan remembers that there is a village nearby. He is going to ask its inhabitants for help. The guy thinks that the locals are probably naive simpletons who won't ask unnecessary questions and won't demand large payments for their services. And if they want to deceive him, then the guy will trample them like an annoying mosquito. Lushan is upset that ore mining is becoming more difficult, and he is stressed by the need to negotiate with other people. The main character observes a small village nearby and decides to moderate his ardor. The guy is going to come to an agreement with the local residents and not resolve all issues by force. The girls had already gone quite far into the forest, but they still did not find any traces of Lushan. Babinga's friend notices a strange object in the grass and immediately reports it, pointing out the find. Babinga sees a small ball lying on the ground that belongs to Gazelle and reaches out to pick it up from the ground. Babinga does not have time to touch the ball. The space around is filled with a huge amount of chi energy, and a strong energy grid appears that captures the girls. Babinga tells her friend that she is unable to move. The girl does not see that her friend, who is behind her, is bound by a strong web. A young man quickly runs to the house of the village headman, clearly carrying some urgent news. A young man runs into the elder's house and reports that his daughter has returned with her family. Following the young man, Gazelle bursts into the room, calling the elder grandfather and saying that she missed him a lot. Gazelle runs up to her grandfather and hugs him tightly. The grandfather is also happy to see his granddaughter after such a long absence. Following Gazelle, Malin and his wife appear at the gates of the elder's house. They are clearly pleased that they have finally reached their family and can rest. The daughter informs the village elder that they were forced to return and hide in his village due to persecution. They hope for his support and protection. The village elder listens carefully to his daughter's words. His eyes are full of concern. He understands the seriousness of the situation and is ready to help the Malin family. The elder turns to the young people with a request to go hunting and bring as many supplies as possible. The old man lights his pipe and tells Molan that now is the time to tell what happened. The man slowly tells his story. The old man smokes a pipe. The entire room is enveloped in thick smoke. The elder is unhappy that Molan crossed the path of a third-rank spiritual master. The daughter begs the elder to help her and her husband during this difficult time, relying on his wisdom and experience. Molan tells the elder that he used to be a third-rank spiritual master, and now his abilities are probably even higher. The old man reports that his internal wounds have reopened and he has stopped his development, rolling back. He reports that he is not able to cope with such a strong opponent and can only buy a little time for their escape. Malin and his wife react strongly to the elder's words and ask what they should do now. The elder demands that the young people stop panicking and suggests immediately contacting the police. The old man says that they live in a land of law and order, and no spiritual master can kill everyone indiscriminately. Malin believes that in their case the police may be powerless. The man thinks that they came to this village in vain. Their conversation is interrupted by a young man who runs into the room and loudly shouts that there is a stranger in the village. Lushan carefully studies the map and heads up the long stairs to the center of the village. The main character notices that the village is quite far from the magical ore deposit that he discovered earlier. A light throwing knife flies a few centimeters from Lushan's head and crashes into a tree. This makes the guy wary. The young man asks the main character who he is, for what purpose he came, and how he found their village lost in the mountains. Gazelle peeks out from the bushes. She screams loudly that a handsome uncle has come and runs out to meet Lushan. Gazelle hugs the main character, believing that the guy came to play with her and her grandfather. Malin calms down, seeing that the stranger is Lushan. The elder asks Malin how he knows the guy. Malin asks Lushan how he ended up here. The guy replies that he was traveling with a group, got lost while walking, and ended up here. The elder watches Lushan play with his granddaughter. The man believes that the main character has a good heart. The villager apologizes to the protagonist, explaining that outsiders are rare here, and they are very distrustful of them. Local residents, not seeing Lushan as a threat, surround him, trying to talk and sell souvenirs. Lushan believes that this village is very difficult to call ordinary. The guy notices 2 spiritual masters, and the old man is at the peak of the 2nd rank. Gazelle tells Lushan that they won't be able to play ball because the girl lost it. Lushan senses Bybinga and her friend approaching. He cannot understand what they are doing here. Gazelle tells the main character that she sees her ball. Lushan understands that the girls did not come alone. Aggressive strangers are approaching the village. The main character sees a network of dark energy surrounding them. The guy sees a huge man carrying tied-up girls on his shoulders. Jangoban says that he has already spent a lot of effort and resources to find the Malin family, and now he intends to finish what he started. The elder informs Molan that the man was mistaken. His opponent is a difficult 3rd-rank spiritual master. He is at the peak of his powers and will soon move to the next level and become even more powerful. The elder intends to apprehend Jangoban. He orders Malin to take his daughter and wife and run away immediately. With the help of spiritual powers, the elder generates a huge number of arrows and releases them at Jangoban. There is a powerful protective energy field around Jangoban, which repels the attack of the village elder without any problems. Jangoban tells Malin that he won't be stopped by such cheap tricks. Jangoban believes that relying on the old man is a big mistake. He states that the elder is too weak, and he is even ashamed to call him a spiritual master. The villain tells the frightened people that now he will deal with them one by one, and they will feel what true suffering is. Malin does not intend to give up without a fight. He folds his hands into a magical symbol and activates spiritual energy. The next moment, Master Malin directs a huge amount of metal drops towards the enemy. With great speed, the magical metal approaches Master Jangoban. He remains unperturbed, preparing to fend off the attack with his powerful spiritual skills. At the last moment, Jangoban activates his spiritual powers, and an energy grid suddenly appears around him, cutting down the drops of magical metal fired at him. Malin cannot believe that his opponent destroyed all his metal balls with one wave of his hand. Jangoban considers Master Malin a naive fool for thinking that such a weak weapon poses a threat to him. Jangoban forms a bright energy field around himself and attacks Master Malin. Huge flows of energy are transformed into energy lines that envelop all nearby people and constrain their movements. Malin tells Jangoban that he only wants him and asks him not to touch his family. Jangoban finds this behavior of a master who is one step away from death funny. Jangoban intensifies the effect. Energy lines wrap around the necks of Malin and the village elders and begin to choke them. The villain intends to kill the 2 captive girls and place all the blame on Malin, creating the illusion of his involvement in the brutal crime. Jangoban tells those present that he will not rush to destroy his opponents, as the village is an unknown and quiet place, ideal for his insidious plans. He intends to leisurely enjoy the torment and fear of his rivals, prolonging their suffering for his own pleasure. The villain tells Molan that he will save his sweet daughter for dessert, hinting at even greater cruelty. Molan realizes that Jangoban is capable of squeezing all the energy out of people with his fighting techniques, and tries his best to break free from the energy shackles that bind him. Jangoban, with an expression of absolute pleasure on his face, taunts his opponents, demonstrating his evil nature and delight in their suffering. Bybinga's friend, with eyes full of tears and horror, realizes the hopelessness of their situation and feels that they are on the verge of death. Bybinga, trembling with fear and panicking, thinks that they are all doomed and that they will not be saved. Jangoban, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, coldly orders them to bring Gazelle immediately, preparing to carry out the next stage of his sinister plan. Gazelle, sensing danger approaching, experiences deep fear as Jangoban's subordinates approach her. Jangoban suddenly feels his spider webs being torn apart, and with a look of surprise and wariness on his face, he begins to realize that something has not gone according to plan. Lushan, concentrating his chi energy, breaks the spider threads. With determination in his eyes and unshakable faith in his strength, he prepares to fight the enemy. Gazelle, feeling free from shackles with despair in her voice, asks the main character to save her parents, realizing that they have a chance for salvation. Jangoban's subordinates rush at the main character and the girl. Intending to prevent them from escaping, they intend to carry out the will of their cruel leader. The main character delivers a powerful blow to the villains. His fist falls with incredible force, which sends enemies flying tens of meters. The main character's blow is so strong that the villains were thrown a considerable distance. The guy demonstrates power comparable only to a 5th-rank combat master. Jangoban does not understand what is happening. His face expresses extreme surprise and shock that a young guy can have such power. He carefully examines Lushan, but does not recognize him as a 5th-rank master, seeing only a tired guy with unstable chi energy. Jangoban believes that the guy definitely does not belong to the 5th rank of martial masters. He is tormented by the thought of how Lushan was able to break his spider webs. Jangoban, manipulating his spider threads, decides to interrogate Master Malin, suspecting that this young boy is his ally. The villain is sure that Lushan, without proper protection, remains a weak boy with a drop of strength. Lushan holds Gazelle in his arms, surrounded by his chi energy, and prepares for the final confrontation, his appearance radiating confidence and readiness for the final battle. Jangoban attacks with fury, releasing powerful waves of energy from his hands, his face expressing determination to destroy his opponent. Its energy waves spread in all directions, filling space with a power that seems unstoppable. The protagonist, holding the girl in his arms, bravely resists the attack using his own chi energy and holds back the furious onslaught of Jangoban. Babinga's friend is very surprised that the main character is able to stop the attack of such a powerful martial artist with one hand. Jangoban is also very surprised that Lushan repelled his attack. He cannot understand how this guy could do such a thing. The threads manipulated by Jangoban stop obeying him. Lushan, capturing one of the threads, throws the villain off balance. Jangoban, with great effort, tries to stay on his feet. He sends curses at the main character. His anger and rage are off the charts. Jangoban's body begins to deform. He threatens that if he dies, he will take everyone with him. His intentions become more and more dark and dangerous. Lushan controls the villain's spider threads and acts on him through them, inflating his body to terrifying sizes. The village chief believes that they will not survive. He realizes that Lushan is going to undermine Jangoban with the help of spiritual power. His face expresses deep concern. Babinga tries to calm down, her thoughts focused on believing that the protagonist will defeat the villain and save them all. Jangoban transforms into a huge, deformed ball wrapped in energy threads, his body becoming increasingly unstable. The main character, surrounded by the aura of his chi energy, holds the girl in his arms and prepares for the final battle. Lushan, realizing that Jangoban's spiritual powers are negligibly weak, concentrates his chi energy and delivers a powerful blow, his eyes glowing with determination and his body surrounded by flames of power. Lushan, with incredible concentration and strength, releases a powerful stream of energy that glows dazzlingly bright. The guy intends to hit the enemy and end the fight. Jangoban, at the center of a powerful explosion of energy, experiences incredible pain and suffering, his body deformed under the pressure of the destructive force of Lushan's impact. Lushan stands over the defeated Jangoban, who now lies on the ground, his body completely deformed and mutilated after the powerful blast of energy. Lushan considers the spider threads to be a good weapon and decides they would make a good trophy, watching as they sparkle and swirl smoothly around his hand. The main character immediately frees the girls, removing the energy bonds from them. The girl clings to the main character and thanks him from the bottom of her heart for saving her. Her eyes shine with gratitude and admiration for his strength. Gazelle's happy smile and joyful eyes remind the guy of what he is fighting for, giving him additional motivation and strength. The village elders, still breathing heavily after their ordeal, watch Lushan in admiration, realizing his incredible power. The old man carefully examines the young man and realizes that he possesses combat power comparable to a rank 5, as he was able to easily defeat a rank 3 spirit master. Babinga and her friend look at Lushan in amazement, not understanding where he got such strength, because he seemed to them just a lazy glutton, incapable of such feats. Malin thanks Lushan for saving him, to which the protagonist replies that he does not need gratitude, but asks the master to help him in one important matter if it is in his power. Malin, with a serious face, promises Lushan that he will do everything possible to help him complete his task, feeling deeply grateful for the rescue. 3 hours later, a tourist bus leaves an abandoned mountain village, carrying its passengers and leaving behind memories of recent events. Lushan, sitting on the bus and looking out the window, he feels satisfied with his goal, reflecting on the future and how his life has changed in a short time. Lushan leaves all problems with the mine and magical metal to Molan, knowing that a second-level master will cope with the task and will be able to use special channels for processing the ore. Lushan carefully examines the spider threads, realizing that he now has a high-grade spiritual weapon that is difficult to estimate in value. The girls discuss Lushan, admiring his strength and expressing gratitude for saving him, realizing that without him they would have died in the mountains. Baibinga asks Lushan about his future plans. He replies that he is going to visit the Association of Spiritual Masters in the city of Linshan, which surprises the girl. Baibinga happily informs Lushan that she also needs to go to Linshan. The girl hopes to travel together. Lushan asks the girl why she needs to go to Linshan because they are students at the capital's university. Baibinga cannot answer the question. She is visibly embarrassed and tries to quickly come up with a plausible explanation. A friend saves Baibinga in an unpleasant situation and says that the girl needs to visit distant relatives. Baibinga liked her friend's version. She happily plays along with it and says that she really misses her relatives. The phone rings. Lushan picks up the phone and realizes that Lieutenant Colonel Nicole is talking to him. Nicole reports that they decided to hold the talent competition ahead of time. She asks where the guy is in order to pick him up. The bus slowly approaches the Linshan bus station and stops, disembarking tired passengers, who immediately begin to go about their business. Lushan informs the girls that he has difficulties and urgent matters, and their paths will diverge here. Baibinga, upset by the sudden news of the separation, offers her help to the young man, saying that she can take him to any place he needs. An expensive premium car stops next to the young people. The girl gets out of the car and happily hugs Baibinga, saying that she hasn't seen her for a long time and is very glad to meet her. The guy in the car greets Baibinga, saying that she has become even cuter, which makes the girl feel slightly awkward. Baibinga is dissatisfied with the guy's behavior. She doesn't like his compliments and his stupid tackles. Baibinga introduces her friends. She points to her friend and says that she is a rank 2 martial artist. After which the girl introduces Lushan, saying that he is her new friend whom they met in the mountains. The guy greets everyone, clearly feeling a little awkward. The girl shakes Baibinga's friend's hand and expresses admiration for her martial rank, looking at her with respect and acknowledging her outstanding achievements in martial arts. The guy invites the girls to get into his car to take them to the city, pointing to the empty seats. Baibinga tells the guy that all of them together will not fit in his car and she prefers to take a taxi. The girl offers to leave Lushan at the station and wonders why her friend cares so much about him, thinking that such care is unnecessary for a new acquaintance. The guy in the car thinks that Baibinga is too kind. He hands over the money and says that this amount should be enough for a taxi for Lushan. Baibinga considers such proposals offensive to the young man and expresses his indignation. Lushan, gently placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, asks her to calm down and not worry, informing her that they will soon come for him. Suddenly, a strong stream of air snatches money from the hands of the young man behind the wheel, his face expressing surprise and confusion. A huge transport helicopter flies towards the young people, surprising everyone around them, causing them to raise their heads and look at the approaching noisy object in the sky. The helicopter is slowly descending, and it is clear that Lieutenant Colonel Nicole is inside its cabin. Nicole asks the helicopter pilots to hurry up. Since they cannot stay in this place for a long time and land, the girl does not want to attract unnecessary attention. Nicole throws down a rope ladder, which the main character immediately climbs aboard. Lushan waves goodbye to her new acquaintances, expressing hope that she will be able to see them again soon. The girls watch in amazement at the helicopter of a military unit. Their faces express bewilderment and admiration at the same time because they are seeing such an event for the first time in their lives. A surprised guy driving a car asks Baibinga who her new acquaintance really is. Baibinga takes her friend by the hand and insistently suggests taking a taxi to go into the city, eager to get away quickly. Lushan takes his first helicopter flight. The guy admires the bird's eye view of the city and notices that it looks like a huge anthill. Nicole, noticing that Lushan enjoys flying, tells him that if he joins their unit, he will fly often. Lushan, trying to turn the conversation into a joke, says that he thought that their organization could give him a helicopter. Nicole tells the guy that if he rises to the rank of Major General, then the command will definitely give him a helicopter. Nicole notices that Lushan has become even stronger and admires how he skillfully hides his strength. The girl suggests getting straight to the point, saying that 3 days ago the end of the shift in the camps was announced, which means that each of the camps chose its own candidate. Nicole reports that this year's training camps have produced many talented students, so the competition will be tough and intense. Fun Chang says he would give anything to be in Lushan's shoes, nostalgic for his youth and the times when he was in his shoes. Officers report that Lushan will have about 100 competitors, among whom 2 warriors wield the power of the elements. In addition, among the competitors there are 12 third-rank warriors, which makes the competition even more intense and difficult. And also 1 warrior who, in battle, reached the level of the 4th rank, which makes him a particularly dangerous opponent. Lushan listens to such information with a calm face. He is not at all hurt or frightened by it. Nicole is surprised that the main character is not worried at all and expresses complete equanimity, which clearly does not correspond to the seriousness of the situation. Lushan decides to troll the girl, trying to portray a worried face, and says that he is very worried that his knees are shaking. Fun Chang, smiling, notes that this is very far-fetched and says that he knew that information about the opponents would not inspire Lushan, so he suggests moving straight to the reward. Information about the reward for winning the competition instantly changes Lushan's mood. His eyes begin to sparkle with joy. Nicole notices how the young man's face has changed and says that this year there will be very strong candidates at the competition and all military units will come to the competition. Fun Chang adds that this year the rules of the competition have changed slightly. Instead of a group stage, applicants will have a battle with monsters. Lushan listens to the information with a calm face. His attention is drawn to the words about mutants, which plunge him into deep thoughts. The enemies of humanity have emerged from the cracks of earth and sky, despite the fact that every year many brave warriors take to the battlefields to repel them. Monsters gradually occupy more and more territories, displacing people and threatening their survival. The main character finds it strange that the military allows yesterday's school children to engage in battle with monsters, because this means that the situation on the front line is much worse than the official authorities report. Nicole believes that the command made the right decision. We shouldn't hold on to the past, we need to give a chance to the geniuses of new generations. By fighting real monsters, young masters will be able to understand the seriousness and danger of what is happening. Lushan silently listens to the girl, watching her carefully and notes every detail. Nicole says that a wise man said that a warrior becomes a martial artist only after shedding blood in battle. Lushan enjoys the idea that the reward for winning a competition will be equal to the difficulty of the challenges. If a participant enters the top 10, he will receive an ampule of mutant blood, which is a valuable resource. 3 finalists will have access to a secret laboratory for studying mutants and will be involved in serious projects. Nicole informs the main character that the winner of the competition will be awarded the rank of general. Lushan learns that the winner will have unlimited access to the bone marrow of monsters, which gives him mixed feelings. The guy tells the officers that talking about blood and bone marrow sounds creepy and scary. Nicole explains that these materials are a source of enormous energy, reminding him that at camp he ate wild beast meat, which is hundreds of times weaker than the power of mutant bone marrow. The blood of monsters is filled with unexplored cells and elements that provide tremendous capabilities to combat masters. She also mentions that the country's best scientists are working on mutant cerebrospinal fluid, trying to unlock its potential. Fun Chang finds it incredible that the command decided to award such awards this year. He reminds that the top 3 will be able to get into the research center and receive an unlimited supply of resources. Lushan can't contain his surprise when he learns that 1 vial of blood costs more than 50 million. Improving the fighting techniques of the future requires a lot of strength and energy. With the help of simple drugs, it will take a guy quite a long time to reach a new level. Lushan realizes that if he has an unlimited supply of monster blood and bone marrow, the time required to reach new levels will be reduced significantly. The helicopter pilots inform officers that they have arrived on scene and prepare to land. The helicopter smoothly descends to a huge fenced complex. Lushan looks at the city from above with interest, realizing that here he will have to go through many tests. Fun Chang asks the main character how he likes the amazing bird's eye view of the military unit. Lushan thinks that the military bases of the future are much larger than this, but even they could not resist the attacks of monsters at one time. Nicole takes the main character to his room and says that she will see him tomorrow. The girl wishes the guy a good rest and says that if he needs anything, there is a call button on the wall. The main character goes to bed, preparing to dive into training. The guy intends to become even stronger. In his dream, he meets a level 7 zombie girl, her frightening appearance surrounded by ice crystals, creating an eerie atmosphere. This is not the first time Lushan sees a zombie girl, but his heart is once again shackled by fear of her strength and malice. Despite his fear, the guy decides that this time he must definitely defeat his opponent. Lushan concentrates an incredible amount of energy, which transforms into a huge explosion that crashes down on his opponent. The main character combines fire-breathing techniques with the force of a colossal explosion. The guy believes that this power is not enough and adds the energy of the Sutra of Spiritual Insight, strengthening his attack to unprecedented power. A level 7 zombie girl surrounded by bright and powerful energy streams is preparing to attack. Her figure radiates coldness and determination, and ice crystals fly in the air around her. Lushan charges at the girl with fury and determination, while the zombie girl calmly meets his blow. The main character again lost to a girl from a level 7 zombie. He reassures himself, believing that in battle he honed his fighting skills and, most importantly, overcame the fear of death. A knock is heard on the doors. The main character opens them and sees officers on the threshold wishing him good morning. Lushan tells the officers that he had a good rest, although he is not satisfied with the boredom that reigns at the base. Nicole notes that the young man's face has changed a lot compared to yesterday, which surprises Lushan. The girl understands that the main character is enveloped in a completely different energy, and she felt it immediately. Funchang, looking intently at Lushan, asks the guy how confident he is of his victory this time, trying to understand his readiness for the upcoming tests. Lushan, with a confident look, says that it will not be so difficult. His confidence surprises the officers. In the corridor, the young people meet General Duncan, who greets the officers and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Duncan points to Lushan. He believes that the officers failed again because they put a slacker into the competition. Funchang reports that he has a folder with classified information containing the characteristics of their candidate. Duncan believes that such writings are of no use and offers to make a bet that if their challenger gets ahead, then the officers will owe him the bone marrow of a level 5 monster. The officers tell Duncan that they are not interested in such small bets and leave. However, before they can go far, they hear the voice of General Duncan, who asks them to stop. General Duncan proposes to increase the rate to 3 ampules of mutant bone marrow, which also does not arouse the interest of the officers. The officers don't react to this ploy, forcing Duncan to tell Funchang that he can't afford the increase. Nicole looks at Duncan with an angry and tense expression on her face, her eyes sparkling with determination and beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. The girl agrees to the terms of the bet. Duncan tells his student that soon the guy will receive so much bone marrow that he will reach the 5th level. Student Duncan bows and mockingly thanks the officers for providing the monster's bone marrow. Funchang calls General Duncan a fraud because he learns that his student is a warrior capable of bending the elements. Duncan laughs loudly and leaves the officers in a good mood, saying goodbye, telling them to prepare 3 ampules of bone marrow. Nicole believes that everyone has an ace up their sleeve, and while warriors who can control the forces of the elements are good, their challenger also has enormous talents. Nicole tells Lushan that they have been at enmity with General Duncan for a long time, and at every meeting they always exchange rude phrases and jokes. Nicole tells Lushan that she has high hopes for him this time and asks him not to worry about the bet. Even if they lose, she will bear all the expenses. The officers bring the young man to the door and inform him that he will continue his journey alone. At the last moment, Nicole stops the main character and once again asks if he can cope with the tests. Lushan pauses for a moment and cryptically says that he is almost sure. The officers ask the young man what his mysterious almost means. Lushan reports that this means a 99% success rate, and they will only lose if he is disqualified from the competition. At the main control center, duty officers greet Commander Julbei. Julbei holds the rank of Major General and is a rank 7 martial artist. Nicole reports to the commander that representatives of all provinces have arrived at the site, and the check of the monsters has been completed. Participants need to defeat all the monsters encountered on their way and finish first. Monsters of various ranks will be involved in the competition. The last monster has a battle rank close to 5, and its name is Golden-Eyed Monkey. The officers are greatly surprised by the final enemy, realizing that at least 2 officers are needed to fight such a monster. Nicole answers. The girl says that there is only one strong monster and the challengers do not have to defeat it alone. Julbei is the commander of the Eastern Military Division, which controls the most dangerous sectors of the front. Julbei believes that applicants must fight high-rank monsters, otherwise they will have nothing to do in battle later. The commander gives the command to start the competition and check how talented the participants are this year. This is the strongest set of participants in recent years. One of the contenders is running through the deserted corridor of the labyrinth. Turning the corner, he sees a huge level 2 mutant in front of him. His face expresses shock and fear. His eyes are wide with horror. He is shocked and frightened by the meeting with a huge mutant. The young master tries to escape, but he fails. The monster quickly catches up with him and strikes him with its huge body, pinning the guy to the wall. The young man cannot move at all. At this moment, the second mutant approaches him. The guy understands that this is the end. Julbei watches how young masters leave the game one after another. He understands that it is not enough to be strong. To pass the test, you need to be special. The commander gives instructions that the young master be taken care of by an appropriate instructor. The general does not want the applicants to be injured too much. Julbei asks to display information about the leading masters on the screens. A girl appears on the screen, fighting monsters who is subject to the elements. She is a rank 1 martial artist, but is already capable of controlling electrical discharges. In second place is a contender from the southern province, who has the 3rd rank of martial arts and is a master of spiritual power. Just recently, he passed the Rank 2 Spiritual Powers Mastery exam, making him one of the strongest contenders in this competition. Julbei watches as one of the applicants is attacked by 2 monsters of the 1st rank. He carefully evaluates his reaction and combat skills. The guy is a Rank 4 master and specializes in power techniques. With his powerful blows, he scatters aggressive monsters in different directions, demonstrating incredible strength and skill that allow him to cope with several opponents at the same time. His defensive technique is impeccable. Not every contender can boast of being able to defeat several monsters at once. The 3rd rank combat level and iron body techniques help the applicant cope with 2nd level monsters and advance further in the labyrinth. The young man's blows are so strong that they drive the monsters into the concrete floor, scattering pieces of concrete around. Julbei sympathizes with this master, believing that the young man has made good progress despite his young years. Duncan considers his student the best, who will undoubtedly eclipse the top 3 with his skill. The screens show a duel between a Duncan student who masters the technique of subduing flames. The commander asks to immediately report who this capable guy is. Duncan reports that the young master is his subordinate, adding that he did not have time to place information about him in the database. The commander praises General Duncan, saying that he did a great job nurturing such talent. Nearby officers believe that Duncan deliberately did not post the information in order to then receive praise from the commander. Duncan believes that victory in the competition is already in his pocket, and he will soon become the owner of 3 ampules of the monster's spinal cord. The commander notices strange indicators on the information screens, which causes him great concern. Julbei watches the maze progress quickly and asks what is happening and why the monster is marked as a participant. The commander orders his subordinates to immediately look into this situation. Nicole, looking intently at the monitors, notices strange indicators on the screens and immediately begins checking the data. Nicole reports that there is no error and that these indicators belong to the participant who destroyed all the opponents in his path with incredible speed. The commander orders to play back the recording from the cameras and immediately report to him who the applicant is. An image of the challenger, who turns out to be Lushan, appears on the screen, his face displayed on a large monitor, causing surprise and admiration among everyone present. The commander rewinds the camera 3 minutes ago and sees how the main character enters the corridors of the labyrinth. Almost immediately, a huge monster attacks the young man. His sudden appearance looks terrifying, but Lushan is confidently ready for battle, his figure illuminated with a bright protective aura. Lushan, standing in front of a huge monster, says with a grin that he once tried its meat, and it was even very good. Lushan instantly attacks, releasing powerful energy that explodes around him, tearing apart space and hitting the monster with incredible force. In the next moment, he stands in front of the defeated enemy, his aura pulsating with enormous power. The defeated monster lies on the ground, surrounded by glowing remnants of energy. Lushan prepares for the next challenge, remaining focused and calm. Another monster attacks Lushan. The guy, showing incredible speed and strength, delivers a powerful blow that tears the monster into pieces. The main character begins to understand what the true embodiment of the power of martial arts is. He begins to subtly sense such things as the concentration of attack power and the ability to determine the enemy's weak point. It seems to him as if he can control everything around him. Another monster attacks Lushan. It moves at incredible speed, creating a vortex of dark energy around itself. Lushan notices a rock lying under his feet and uses a neat feint to kick it towards the monster. The stone released by the main character accurately hits the attacking monster and throws it aside with incredible force. The commander, sitting at the table and watching what is happening, realizes that Lushan is moving through the maze so quickly that he has already reached the last checkpoint. The officers notice that the young man looks like an ordinary schoolboy, but his strength does not match his appearance. Julbei orders his subordinates to provide him with all the information about the main character. Nicole reports that the guy is a representative of the Eastern Province. His age is 18.5 years old, and he is a confirmed warrior of the 3rd rank. Duncan is outraged and surprised by this information. He believes that he would never have started an argument if he had known this in advance. The commander asks the officers at the control center if they have noticed anything unusual in Lushan's actions. Julbei turned out to be more attentive than the officers present. He realized that the guy owned at least 3 powerful fighting techniques. The officers believe that such techniques are not available to an ordinary school child and conclude that he uses high-class tonic serums. The commander says that he has not met such a genius for a long time and thinks that the world has not seen such talents for the last 100 years. Lushan's energy concentration techniques have reached such a level that he is able to immediately notice well-camouflaged opponents attacking him. Lushan collides with the monster, his body instantly surrounded by a bright red protective aura. Lushan is attacked by 2 monsters, their bodies sparking with powerful bolts of energy, indicating that the monsters belong to at least the 3rd level. The main character does not fuss and calmly waits for the moment when the monsters approach the required distance. The guy feels how time instantly slowed down, which allows him to get ahead of the monsters attacking him. Without much difficulty, Lushan approaches the monster and securely grabs it by the neck. The next moment, the young man lifts the monster high into the air, preparing to throw him to the ground with a powerful blow. Lushan throws the monster to the ground with incredible force. A powerful explosion destroys the monster and scatters fragments of the floor in different directions. Without any unnecessary emotions, Lushan leaves, leaving the defeated monster behind him, who lies on the ground and convulses. The commander watches the main character's fight and tells his subordinates that this guy is not just strong, he is incredibly strong. Fun Chang, with a satisfied smile on his face, understands what 99% success means. General Duncan is unable to contain his irritation and disappointment. He did not expect that victory in the dispute would slip out of his hands. Lushan approaches the huge gate behind which the final monster is located. The guy believes that the time has come to find out the limit of his fighting techniques. The young man understands that the chi energy that comes from the room belongs to a rather strong enemy. Lushan sees that in the middle of the hall there is a huge monkey chained in a huge cage. The main character looks carefully at the monster and understands that the warm-up is over and he needs to play big. The golden-eyed monkey growls furiously, his huge fangs sparkling with bright energy and his eyes blazing with rage. Lushan confidently declares to the monster that now he will show all his strength and demonstrate the true embodiment of the power of martial arts. The golden-eyed monkey, who has reached the 5th rank level, is currently in shackles, which the officers intend to remove when several members arrive. The commander watches the situation carefully, wondering how much chance the participants have of defeating the high-ranking monster. The main character surprised Nicole today. The girl knew that the guy was strong, but she didn't think that he was that strong. The officers at the control center discuss Lushan. They believe that when help comes, the challengers will be able to deal with the monster. The officer is shocked by what is happening. He looks at the monitor screen and is very surprised by what he sees. Lushan breaks the cage containing the golden-eyed monkey and frees it. The golden-eyed monkey, freed from his cage, glares at Lushan and prepares to attack. Lushan sets out to find out what the difference is between a rank 5 warrior and a monster of the same rank. The officers jump up from their seats, believing that the main character has gone crazy, as he is going to attack the monster alone, not realizing the power of the monster. One of the officers says that they still haven't seen Lushan attack with full force, and speculates that perhaps the guy has a technique that can surprise them. The golden-eyed monkey breaks the chains that bind its paws, growls loudly, and rushes to attack the main character. The main character concentrates all his internal energy. His eyes are filled with determination. The guy is preparing for the monster's attack. The fists of the monster and the main character meet. A powerful explosion is heard, which scatters dazzling flashes of energy around. The officers in the control room are shocked that Lushan decided not to avoid a frontal attack. Lushan tries with incredible effort to hold the huge paw of the golden-eyed monkey, straining all his strength to prevent the monster from delivering a crushing blow. A huge monster, splashing out incredible rage, emits powerful energy waves that destroy everything in its path and deals crushing blows to its opponent. Duncan believes that after a frontal attack by such a powerful monster, the young man will not have the slightest chance of survival. Nicole does not understand why Lushan decided to directly confront such a powerful monster. The girl begins to seriously worry about the guy. The huge monster, seeing Lushan's resistance, rushes forward with even greater fury, clenching its fists and unleashing all its power on the enemy. Lushan, surrounded by the glow of a protective aura, attacks his opponent with a powerful stream of chi energy aimed at destroying the monster's strong defense. The monster, despite the damage, continues to attack, its eyes blazing with fire and flames rage around it, ready to destroy everything in its path. Lushan, without retreating, gathering all his strength and will into a fist with determination in his eyes, prepares for the decisive blow against a powerful enemy. The main character strikes, a powerful explosion occurs, and a blinding flash of light fills the entire space. The commander is shocked by what he sees, his face expressing great amazement at the power of the explosion caused by Lushan's impact. The force of the protagonist's blow was so colossal that it was able to punch a huge hole in the body of the golden-eyed monkey. The commander realizes that Lushan has guru-level spiritual powers. Julbei could not even imagine that for the first time in so many years, he would be able to meet a person who would use such a powerful technique. Funcheng realizes that the techniques the protagonist possesses are much more powerful than his own. Lushan looks around and realizes that there are no more monsters left. The golden-eyed monkey was the last one. Lushan sits down on the broken floor to rest. The guy is a little disappointed that this is already the end of the test. The commander does not understand what the young man is up to, because he has already destroyed the final enemy. After a while, Julbei understands what Lushan's plan is. He doesn't mind the guy having fun, as long as he doesn't kill the others. The officers believe that this year's competition was truly unique. This is the first time they have seen their commander so excited. The young master, who masters the power style, dealt with the monster of the 4th rank, but he himself was seriously injured in the fight. The young master believes that there is nothing left but to defeat the final monster. He carefully enters the main hall. Silence reigns around him. The guy concludes that he came here first. The young master notices the golden-eyed monkey and is impressed by the huge rank 5 monster. The main character sits on the huge paws of a defeated monster. The guy waits for all the finalists to arrive in the final hall. The participant is very surprised by the hole in the monster's body. He does not understand how to hit in order to pierce through such a strong monster. The young master does not understand what happened here. He approaches Lushan, bows to him, and informs him that he has passed all the obstacles. Lushan silently listens to the young man, after which he orders him to wait for the rest of the participants. After some time, a girl controlling the electric fields and a young man, a rank 3 spiritual master, appear in the final hall. They observe the master of the power style in the room and ask him what the further tests are. The rank 3 spirit master points towards the golden-eyed monkey and guesses that it is the final monster. The young masters carefully approach the golden-eyed monkey and carefully examine the huge dead monster. They realize that the monster is dead and think that it was placed here to intimidate them, since if the monster were alive, they certainly would not have been able to cope with it. The master of the power style makes the assumption that Lushan, sitting on the paws of a monkey, is the last opponent of the competition. The young people intend to quickly deal with the main character and complete the passage of the labyrinth. Lushan tells the young men that he is giving them 5 minutes to prepare, after which they must attack him and try to destroy him. The main character intends to see how well prepared the participants of the competition are this year. Lushan, with a serious expression on her face and sparkling eyes, confidently looks forward, preparing for the decisive battle with the final participants. The young guy says in a dismissive tone that they do not need to fight a monster, but just defeat one person. The girl reports that she does not feel the enemy's chi energy and cannot determine the power of Lushan. The master of the strong style believes that the organizers of the competition decided to play a joke on them and put a weakling against them. The spiritual master informs the participants that his instinct tells him that everything is not so simple. The master of the power style encourages his comrades. He reports that they are the best warriors of the eastern provinces, and only one teenager is opposing them. The officers in the control room are noticeably nervous, fearing that the main character will kill the rest of the participants. The commander laughs loudly. He thinks that Lushan is a very funny and witty guy. The officers demand that the commander immediately end the competition, since they cannot allow the destruction of the best representatives of the training camps. General Duncan says that Lushan is too strong. His attacks can seriously harm other members. Funchang will be interested to see what Lushan will do with the narcissistic warriors of the other training camps. Nicole realizes that the main character has made all the participants and officers seriously fear him, since his strength and skills far exceed all their expectations and assumptions. The commander intends not to stop the game, but for safety, send instructors to the arena so that they can intervene at any time. Nicole says that she will immediately send instructors to the arena so that the main character cannot cause serious damage to the participants. General Duncan realizes that he has lost the argument. His face expresses a mixture of embarrassment and disappointment. He sinks into a chair, realizing his wrong decision. A strong-style fighter who has regained 90% of his strength, he takes a fighting stance, showing that he is fully prepared for the upcoming attack. The remaining participants have recovered to 80%, but they claim that this is enough to enter the duel. Lushan suggests that the masters not waste time and immediately join forces to attack him together. The master of the power style says that he won't do that. He doesn't agree to attack as a team and claims that he can handle Lushan one-on-one. The master of the power style soars into the air, leaving behind a bright trail of energy, showing readiness for a swift attack. With a tense expression on his face and concentrating all his strength, he rushes towards Lushan, preparing to strike with a powerful blow. Young people understand that the master of the power style is significantly superior to them in strength. This frightens them and at the same time fascinates them. The master of the power style approaches the main character with rage and malice on his face and threatens him with imminent death. Lushan, remaining absolutely calm and confident, easily stops the furious onslaught of the power style master, showing that he does not pose a threat to him. The protagonist's face reflects boredom and indifference, clearly making it clear to the enemy that fighting him is of no interest to him. Lushan demonstrates his absolute superiority. He touches his opponent with his finger, which puts him in a state of shock and awareness of his helplessness. After touching, the enemy flies off several tens of meters, unable to cope with the power and strength of the main character. Seeing the powerful manifestation of Lushan's power, the masters freeze in amazement, their eyes wide open in surprise, and their faces show confusion and misunderstanding of what is happening. The master of the power style flies near the young people at great speed, then crashes into a wall and gets stuck in it, leaving destructive trails behind him. Lushan turns to the surprised young masters, inviting them to unite and attack him together. The masters are not eager to attack the main character. They are indecisive and noticeably scared. Young people, faced with the incredible power of the main character, are completely confused, unable to understand where he got such terrifying power from. The spiritual master concludes that Lushan takes too many tonic elixirs to become stronger. In his opinion, this has led to hormonal imbalances. The girl believes that Lushan, in this case, could be 40 or even 50 years old, but he looks 18. The young spiritual master believes that the training camp run by Nicole has pitted a man against them on steroids. Lushan carefully observes the dialogue of the young people. The guy believes that stress and severe trials may have damaged their brains. Lushan proposes to change the conditions of the competition. The guy says that if the participants force him to take a step back or block one of the attacks, then the test will be considered passed. This statement causes great surprise among the young masters. They cannot believe that Lushan is so confident in his abilities. The girl, all flushed with rage, she resolutely demands that Lushan should not dare take them for weaklings. Her eyes are full of determination and anger. The spiritual master, concentrating all his will and strength, creates a powerful field of chi energy around himself, which begins to glow and pulsate, after which he resolutely rushes into the attack. Lushan, remaining confident in his invincibility, watches what is happening with a slight smile. His gaze is firm and decisive. The guy demonstrates complete control over the situation. The Spirit Master directs a flow of energy towards Lushan, believing that the guy will regret his behavior since he underestimates the second-rank Spirit Master. Lushan easily blocks the flow of energy, which is transformed into throwing weapons in the form of deadly needles. The Spiritual Master falls into a state of shock. He does not understand how the main character was able to reflect his throwing energy needles with such ease. The girl goes around the main character from behind, believing that her attack will be unexpected, and rushes at him. Lushan senses all the girl's intentions and therefore easily blocks her attack, grabs her hand and tells her that her concentration is very bad. The girl cannot understand how Lushan felt her attack from behind and where he got such a lightning-fast reaction. Lushan asks the girl to give him an electric shock, and he insists that she use her abilities to maximum power. The main character says that if he is satisfied with the force of the blow, he will allow the girl to pass the test, which makes her very angry. The girl, having collected all her energy and directed it at Lushan, causes a powerful surge of electricity, hoping to hit him and prove her strength. Lushan, remaining calm and unperturbed with his eyes closed, absorbs the blow without showing any signs of pain or discomfort. His body is surrounded by shining energy. The guy feels how electrical discharges pass through his body. He becomes part of them and subjugates the lightning. Lushan pats the girl on the shoulder in a friendly manner and tells her that she has passed the test. The girl, unable to contain her joy, loudly exclaims that she was the only one who was able to successfully complete the task. Her jubilation can be heard throughout the entire hall. The girl begins to jump and scream loudly, considering herself the strongest among all the eastern provinces. She does not know that Lushan is the same participant as she is. The girl thinks that the guy is an instructor. She salutes him and thanks him for recognizing her strength. The young masters are unhappy with what is happening. They do not want to come to terms with the fact that their long, hard years of training were in vain. The heavy doors leading to the final room open and the instructor enters the room. The instructor hopes that Lushan has had enough of playing and conveys the commander's order to prepare for the upcoming award ceremony. The girl falls into a state of great confusion. She heard part of the conversation and does not understand what award ceremony we are talking about. She believes that she is the winner. The young masters realize that Lushan is a participant in the competition just like them, which shocks them. The instructor confirms the young people's guesses, saying that Lushan is a participant like them, and he arrived in the final room only 20 minutes before them. The girl confidently tells the instructor that she does not believe that the young man was able to destroy the golden-eyed monkey with just one blow. After a few seconds, the finalists realize that Lushan, after dealing with the final monster, decided to have a little fun with them. General Duncan's student tracked down a fourth-level monster in the corridors of the labyrinth and attacked him. It is extremely difficult for a guy to defeat such an opponent, since even the slightest mistake can cost him his life. After some time, the young master manages to defeat the monster, after which he, exhausted, sits down next to the defeated enemy. Despite the fatigue, the guy is very pleased with himself, because he defeated a monster not of the second or third, but of the fourth level. He cannot believe how cool he is. An instructor appears next to the young master. The guy believes that the instructors carefully watched his fight and were shocked by his fighting talents. The instructor informs the young man that the competition is over. The guy thinks that he destroyed the final monster. The instructor carefully studies the information on his tablet and gives the command to follow him. The young man tries to find out from the instructor what his results are. He believes that he took first place and will soon receive the rank of general. The instructor orders the young man to immediately stop fantasizing and informs him that the competition ended half an hour ago. The officer informs the young master that he took fifth place, which causes the guy great disappointment and bewilderment. The instructor says they don't have much time and asks the young master to follow him immediately. The young man reacts strongly to this information. He tells the instructor that this is some kind of mistake, since he just destroyed a monster of the fourth rank. The girl who made it to the finals asks the commander if she can gain access to the secret laboratory. Julbe holds his head. At times, it is very difficult for a man to communicate with teenage girls. The officers report to the commander that the 3 finalists will have access to the laboratory with the blood of monsters. The first place by a huge margin was taken by a representative of the Nicole training camp under the name Lushan. Second place belongs to a young master who masters power styles of martial arts. The officer says that they have not decided on the third place, since the participants are still dividing it among themselves, but the guy is a spiritual master, which means his strength is higher. Having some time to rest before the awards ceremony, Lushan decides to use this moment to recuperate and reflect. The guy approaches the table with tonics, knowing that they help restore strength, but he doubts that such drinks will help him. Lushan drinks a can of tonic in one gulp, realizing that they are very refreshing, but completely useless for him in terms of energy. The young man lies down on the bed and thinks that he has not contacted the owner of the Jahin pharmacy for a long time. He becomes interested in how the work on the serum is going. The lightning power that Lushan acquired complements well the breath of fire and wind. The guy feels that his speed characteristics have become better and his power is more explosive. This technique has not yet been developed, but even now the young man feels an improvement in the balance of chi energy. Lushan thinks that perhaps he demands too much from himself. Thoughts come into his head about how he might care about the world in 10,000 years, because he will die anyway, and perhaps even his descendants will not live to see that time. The guy drives these thoughts away from himself. He believes that the choice has already been made and there is no turning back, because now he is responsible not only for himself, but also for the people who will be born in the future. Lushan believes that he must do his best, and since he has such power, he must save the world. The main character queries the database to see how his autobiography has changed in the future. The young man learns that his lifespan has been extended, and he has become a 7th-rank martial artist. The database reveals that at the age of 18, he gained popularity and participated in a talent competition, where he won the title of general. Lushan understands that the general information has not changed much, although his achievements have become more significant. After reviewing information about titles and achievements, Lushan looks up information about his marital status. The information that the young man sees on the virtual screen puts him in a state of slight shock. Lushan cannot believe his eyes. His wife is the head of the training camp, Lieutenant Colonel Nicole. Lushan believes that this simply cannot happen, since Nicole is 30 years older than him. The guy learns that in the world of martial arts, due to the constant improvement of spiritual strength, warriors look much younger than their years. Lushan tries to reason logically. In the future, he will join Nicole's military unit and become a general, so he will cross paths with the girl very often. Also, the guy does not reject the hypothesis that Nicole was in love with him at first sight, and he is her secret love. Lushan feels that he urgently needs to unwind and put his thoughts in order, so he heads to the destroyed area to fight the monsters. All the officers and young combat masters gathered in the large conference hall for the award ceremony. The commander of the military base asks Lushan to approach him to present him with an honorary award. The commander attaches a badge to Lushan's clothes. The guy says that soon he will have the guru's badge on his chest. This statement brings great joy to Julbei. The commander, with a sincere smile on his face, says that he will look forward to this day. Funchang notices that the guy talks about his future, as if he is stating facts that have already happened. The 10 best young masters received an ampule of monster blood as a reward. The young people did not hide their joy. Julbei tells the martial masters that they are free and asks the 3 finalists and Lushan to follow him. The commander asks an employee dressed in a protective suit if everything is ready. The officer in a protective suit confirms that everything is ready and we can proceed. Young people go inside a secret laboratory, the interior decoration and enormous size of which amazes their imagination. The commander orders the 3 finalists to change clothes and prepare for the test dive. The young masters tear their clothes with enthusiasm, demonstrating their readiness for the upcoming test. The girl is looking forward to the start of the process. Her eyes are shining with anticipation. She cannot hide her excitement before the test. The commander orders Lushan to follow him. Julbei intends to show the guy the laboratory where samples with the bone marrow of rare and powerful creatures are stored. They enter the hall, where a giant skeleton of a monster rises in front of them, surrounded by flickering light. Nicole reports that everything is ready to be absorbed. Lushan is surprised by the appearance of the bone marrow, as he thought it looked a little different, and questions why the bathtub is only half full. Nicole informs the main character that the cost of the bone marrow in the bath is 2 billion yuan. The general gives the command to Lushan to begin absorbing. Nicole tells the guy that bone marrow is not so easy to absorb. Nicole notices that the main character has an excellent physique. She understands that the guy trains a lot. Lushan slowly immerses himself in a bath of mutant bone marrow. He hears the voice of Nicole, who says that so far no one has been able to handle even half of the container. Below the surface of the liquid, a terrifying vision of a giant creature with flaming eyes suddenly appears in front of the guy. The main character feels an incredible force penetrating right under his skin. His body begins to experience enormous stress. Lushan contemplates a huge monster. The guy feels waves of energy penetrating his body. He is sure that the power of unknown monsters will become his. The remaining 3 finalists of the competition are in capsules designed to absorb the blood of mutants. The doors of one of the capsules open, and a young Rank 2 Spirit Master steps out. The instructor informs him that he has an excellent absorption rate. Almost all the blood of a 5th-rank mutant has been absorbed. The young man understands that the mutant's blood really brought him benefit. He is very sorry that he is not yet able to absorb more of it. The guy asks how the absorption process is going for the other finalists. The instructor reports that they are not finished yet. The girl comes out of the capsule to absorb the blood of mutants. She feels how her strength and abilities have increased significantly. The Master of Power Styles considers this award truly worthy. The guy feels that there is very little left until the next rank. The instructor praises the young man, noting that the guy will move to the next level within a year, while the instructor himself took more than 10 years. The young spiritual master is surprised to learn that the power-style martial artist has absorbed 2 containers. The young man does not understand how this could happen because they are the same age. Initially, the spiritual master underestimated the young man, but now he considers him a worthy opponent. The commander watches closely as Lushan absorbs the mutant's bone marrow, realizing that he is facing a fighter with extraordinary abilities and incredible potential. Nicole reports that the absorption is happening faster than they expected, and the guy has already absorbed a quarter of the capacity. Julbe believes that the main character is not able to absorb the entire container and orders Nicole to remember to pour the remainder into the reserve tank. After some time, an officer in a protective suit informs the commander that things are bad. Lushan has absorbed the main capsule and the reserve one will soon be empty. The commander is very surprised by what is happening because at one time he was able to absorb only half of the container. The man gives the command to the officers to immediately bring another container of bone marrow from the warehouse in order not to interrupt the absorption. Julbe approaches the cell in which the main character is located. He wants to find out how much longer the guy can withstand and observes his incredible ability to absorb. Lushan plunges into deep meditation. His body is saturated with a huge amount of energy. Lushan performs a series of complex combat moves, his body emitting a golden glow. The guy demonstrates the incredible power and speed that he gains in the process of absorbing the magical liquid. The rate of bone marrow absorption increases. A specialist in a protective suit pours another container into the capsule. The specialist informs the commander that the main character is absorbing the monster's bone marrow at a colossal speed. Julbe orders not to stop under any circumstances and to let the young man absorb as much as he can absorb. Specialists are depleting all monsters' bone marrow reserves in an attempt to maintain the steadily increasing consumption of Lushan. Lushan emits a dazzling golden glow as his eyes glow and energy permeates his entire body. The main character moves to the first stage of a technique to strengthen his body, which brings him enormous strength. The specialist informs the commander that Lushan has consumed all the bone marrow and only an emergency supply remains. The commander, shocked by what he saw, falls to the floor. He is stunned by Lushan's abilities. The guy was able to absorb almost all of the bone marrow reserves. Julbe demands to use the emergency reserve and add bone marrow until the guy stops his absorption. Lushan feels an intense heat that spreads throughout his body, filling him with incredible energy and strength. His bones appear to be coated in gold and glow from within, emitting enormous amounts of pure chi energy. The main character believes that he has now advanced not only to the 4th rank of his combat power, but also to the 4th level of his chi energy. His transition is fundamentally different from that of other warriors, who simply increase their raw physical strength, while Lushan has reached a new level of energy management. Lushan's body made an incredible breakthrough. Its combat power increased significantly, reaching new, previously unattainable heights. Nicole informs the commander that the guy drained all the bone marrow reserves of a fourth-rank monster. The man still cannot believe that a person is capable of such a thing. The commander, watching what is happening, smiles and realizes that in front of him stands a fighter with incredible potential on whom he has high hopes. Nicole believes that her meeting with Lushan was destined by fate. She is sure that their paths crossed not by chance, but for a specific purpose, which will soon be revealed. The doors of the capsule open. The main character comes out to meet the officers, radiating power and confidence, and demonstrating his readiness for further improvement. The rest of the finalists, watching Lushan, experience a mixture of surprise and respect, realizing that in front of them is a fighter who has reached incredible heights in his development. Nicole realizes that Lushan has become stronger than her in a very short period of time, which makes her a mixture of envy and admiration. The main character feels strong fluctuations in chi energy and hears someone calling him by name. The guy turns around and sees how the commander, having generated an energy field around himself, rushes to attack him. Nicole tries to shout to the commander, not understanding what the man is up to and hoping to prevent a possible conflict. Lushan prepares to fend off the attack with a devilish smile on his face, his eyes shining with determination and confidence as energy rages around him, demonstrating his new, incredible strength. Lushan, surrounded by flames, activates his powerful technique and creates a protective field of fire around himself that shines brighter than the sun. The commander approaches the main character, intending to test what the guy is really capable of and evaluate his true strength in battle. Lushan and the commander clash, demonstrating their incredible strength and skill, each of their attacks accompanied by bursts of energy and fire that illuminate everything around them. The young masters are delighted to witness the battle of the two gurus, and they realize that a spectacle is unfolding before them that they will never forget. The main character delivers a powerful blow to the commander, who, unable to resist the force of the attack, flies high into the air. Lushan thinks that the commander is trying too hard. The guy reminds him that he is just a fourth-rank master. Julbei asks the young man not to be poor, since his combat power exceeds 500,000 units. The commander believes that after absorbing 15 billion yuan worth of bone marrow fluid, he cannot help but fight Lushan. Julbei is confident that after absorbing the mutant's bone marrow, Lushan's combat power should be at least 1 million units. The young masters look at the main character and do not understand how he was able to repel the attack of the 7th-rank commander. A rank 2 spirit master had never heard of a warrior as powerful as Lushan taking part in the competition. Fun Chang tells Nicole that the guy is far ahead of him, although he is only 18 years old and has not yet passed the unified exam. Fun Chang suddenly realizes that Lushan can demonstrate all his capabilities in the single exam and take first place, which makes him feel a wave of admiration and hope. Nicole finds this idea interesting and hopes that the main character can actually become a winner. The Power Style Master understands that there are big differences between different fighters, but the difference in combat power between him and Lushan of 500,000 units is too much. Lushan is able to withstand 6th-rank masters, and with the transition to a new level, success in the unified exams is guaranteed. The young master sadly realizes that he will never be able to equal the main character. The commander believes that a large amount of monster bone marrow was not wasted, and when the time comes on the battlefield, Lushan will kill many monsters. Lushan thanks Julbei for the huge investments in its development, promising to repay 100 times more. The commander looks at the main character and realizes that the guy really has all the makings of a general. Julbei leaves the young people in high spirits, hoping that at the next meeting Lushan will be the guru. Nicole informs Lushan that the competition is officially over, and now is the time to start preparing for the unified exam. The girl asks Lushan what university he wants to go to. The guy, in turn, is interested in Nicole's opinion, hoping to get wise advice from her. Nicole believes that with Lushan's current strength, she can choose any university in the country, but she is confident that the martial arts university in the Eastern District is the best. After thinking a little, the girl comes to the conclusion that the young man does not need to waste his money and should enroll in educational institutions in the capital. The capital is home to 7 of the strongest combat schools. This is the place of glory and greatness of the entire country, where the best of the best gather. Nicole hopes that Lushan will be able to prove himself and enroll in one of the capital's combat schools, because this will open up incredible opportunities for him to develop and strengthen his combat skills. She adds that these schools are at a completely different stage of development. Their strength is simply unimaginable. Capital schools have absolute power and stand above military units and government agencies. Thanks to information from the future, the main character learned that the strongest warrior had the 9th rank, which can only be obtained at the capital school. Nicole tells the young man that she cannot insist, and he will have to make his own decision. Lushan realizes that his future will determine the fate of many others, making him even more determined to reach new heights and become a great warrior. The guy has 3 rank 11 techniques and hopes that in the future he will be able to go far beyond a simple combat guru. Funchang believes that this is too loud a statement because Lushan is currently only rank 4 and he speaks of superiority over rank 9 holy masters. However, Funchang is not 100% sure of this, since with Lushan's abilities and talents, one cannot be sure of anything. During the conversation, Lushan learns that there is not a single 9th rank guru in the Eastern Division. The guy asks the officers if it's really impossible to use the powerful resources of the entire unit to help one person get through. Funchang replies that it is not that simple, since in order to promote a warrior to the 8th rank, a huge amount of resources is required. Officers have no idea how many resources will be needed to move to the 9th rank, since the difference between the 8th and 9th ranks is colossal. Nicole reports that for the entire Eastern District, having a rank 9 master is a long-time dream. The girl wants Lushan to stay in the Eastern District, in which case there is a high probability that he will join her unit in the future. However, Nicole believes that their hopes should not become shackles for the young man. He should have his own path, which he must determine for himself. A page of marital status from his autobiography appears before Lushan's eyes. Lushan thanks the officers and expresses his deep gratitude to them for everything they did for him, promising to remember the support of the Eastern District. The young man offers his help and support, saying that he can be contacted at any time and he will do everything in his power. Nicole smiles. She can't help but admire Lushan's determination and sincerely believes in his bright future, realizing that her feelings for him are becoming stronger. Funchang notices how there is a spark between Lushan and Nicole that could lead to a serious relationship. Nicole reports that there are only a few days left before the final exams and advises Lushan to hurry up and come to the Spiritual Masters Association to take the exam. Lushan tells the girl that he will go to the Association of Spiritual Masters immediately. The guy is ready to follow her advice and not waste a minute. Lushan turns around and leaves. The girl sees him off with a long, languid look, filled with hidden feelings. Funchang tells Nicole that he has known her for many years, but has never seen such an expression on her face. The girl is noticeably nervous and asks the man to leave her alone. Nicole goes out into the corridor, stands silently against the wall, and tries to sort out her complex feelings, realizing that her heart no longer belongs only to her. The helicopter rises into the sky, creating a deafening sound of rotating blades. Lushan goes to the Association of Spiritual Masters to undergo new tests. Nicole asks the young man if he really wants to jump out of a helicopter. Lushan answers the girl in the affirmative and tells her that he has never jumped from a helicopter before, hinting at his readiness to try something new and extreme. Nicole suggests going down a little and throwing down the rope ladder so that the main character can go down safely and not risk his life. The young man with a smile on his face says that this is not necessary. He waves his hand as a sign of farewell and pushes off from the side of the helicopter. Funchang believes that the guy has gone crazy because the young man jumped from a height of at least 200 meters and did not even take a parachute with him. Nicole asks the man not to worry, assuring that Lushan will definitely not die since he is much stronger than her. Funchang says that the main character, a completely retarded guy, a man at heart, is very jealous of him. Lushan quickly falls down, a huge golden aura sparkling around him. A man and his child are walking along a mountain terrace. The boy tells his father that he noticed a huge, bright flying bird in the sky. The father raises his head to see what his son is talking about, trying to focus on the bright point in the sky and understand what this mysterious phenomenon is. Lushan continues to approach the ground at great speed, his aura increasing in size and shining even brighter, illuminating everything around him. The man tells the child that this man probably has a combat rank of at least 6th, and maybe he is already a guru. Lushan feels how his body, from internal organs to muscles and bones, has changed significantly, going far beyond the 4th rank. The guy believes that now he can calmly measure his strength with warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks. Lushan landed on the ground with a crash, creating a bright flash of light around him and a stream of energy that scattered in all directions, forming a large crater. Standing on the edge of a huge crater, Lushan carefully peered into the city located in the lowlands, pondering his next steps. The main character feels powerful streams of chi energy rapidly flowing through his body, filling him with strength. The guy is confident that he can cope with any difficulties. Lushan understands that it will take him about a month to fully master the new power, and without delay begins a rapid descent from the mountain down to the city. The man and the child are amazed as they watch Lushan descend the mountain at incredible speed. They cannot believe their eyes and consider it completely impossible. The boy, without taking his eyes off the rapid descent of Lushan, tells his father that he has only seen such a sight in superhero films. Lushan is located in a laboratory where spiritual masters are examined. Next to it, there are tall glass columns through which a metal ball moves with the help of chi energy. Using chi energy, a man tries to move a metal ball between huge glasses. Lushan was very surprised by such a test. He thought that there would be something like serious sparring or difficult tasks. The man is at the limit of his capabilities. With the last of his strength and with enormous concentration, he is trying to manipulate the metal ball, moving it between the glasses. Suddenly losing concentration, the metal ball falls to the floor. The man is very upset, as he has once again failed the test. Despair and hopelessness visit the man, because for the 6th time he cannot pass the test to become a spiritual master. The girl tells the man that at his age, it is difficult to break through to a new level of strength, and advises him to go home and train further. The girl examines the other candidates and sees that most of them are taking the exam for the 3rd time. The spectacular blonde's name is Margot. She says that at the age of 20, she was already a first-rank spiritual master, and there is nothing wrong with the fact that now she has failed the exam twice. Margot believes that she has a much better chance of passing the exam than the older men who came before her. The instructor is not going to get into a quarrel with Margot. She says that if the girl is ready, she can proceed with the exam. The girl examiner notices Lushan in the hall. The instructor who brought him reports that the guy was recommended by the commander from the Eastern Military Division. Margot immediately draws attention to the main character. She is surprised that the guy is very young and is already a spiritual master. Margot secretly looks at the main character. She evaluates his appearance and comes to the conclusion that the guy is very handsome. The girl tries to start a conversation and tells Lushan that she did not expect to see such a young spiritual master. Lushan tells the girl that this is his first time here and asks her to tell her what the test is, hoping to get some useful information. Margot reports that the exams take place in 2 stages, first measuring spiritual power and its frequency, and then a practical test. The girl says that within the specified time, it is necessary to move the metal balls through the hole in the glass without touching the walls. Margot reports that the glass is quite fragile and at the slightest contact with the balls it will immediately break, after which she folds her arms over her chest, hoping for luck in passing the test. The examiner informs the girl that it is her turn to take the test, and now she must demonstrate her skills and ability to control spiritual energy in real conditions. Margot puts her hand to the crystal. The virtual screen reports that her spiritual power is 115,000, and the frequency of spiritual energy is greater than 1. The examiner notes that this is a good indicator and suggests moving on to practice. Margot confidently approaches the glass columns to begin the practical phase, preparing to demonstrate her skills in controlling the chi energy, while the examiner closely monitors her every move. The examiner reminds you that you need to use 15 iron balls and overcome 5 glass walls. The girl says that Margot has 20 seconds to complete the test and gives the command to start passing. Margot activates the chi energy and, concentrating, lifts 15 metal balls into the air, demonstrating her skill. Lushan understands that the level of a rank 2 spiritual master allows one to control 15 metal balls. Managing 15 objects is quite difficult. You need to control your chi energy as much as possible. Otherwise, the balls will simply break the glass with one careless movement. 15 metal balls, shining with a pinkish light, smoothly rise into the air and approach the first wall. Margot cannot hide her joy as she moves the balls through the first wall without any problems. The girl concentrates extremely and moves the metal balls towards the second wall. After a few seconds, she manages to move objects through the hole and comes close to passing the third wall. Margot passes the third wall. The girl is glad that everything is working out for her. She believes that a little more, and she will become a spiritual master of the second rank. Suddenly, Margot is stopped by the instructor, informing her that the attempt has failed because the time for passing has expired. The girl is very upset because everything worked out so well for her. She loses control over the control of the metal balls, and they fall down. Margot calms herself down, believing that this was just a warm-up, and proceeds to the second attempt. Margot begins her next attempt. She activates the Chi energy and lifts 15 metal balls into the air. The girl is full of determination and intends to pass the test this time, no matter what. Without any problems, Margot moves the metal balls through 4 walls, and she still has 12 seconds left. The girl tries to eliminate surges in Chi energy so that there are no sudden fluctuations that could break the last glass wall. However, she fails. The Chi energy gets out of control, and the metal balls break the glass. Margot falls to her knees, deeply disappointed and sad, realizing that she still has a lot of training to do to achieve her goal. The instructor invites the girl to try again. Margot believes that there is no point in this, since she is still not ready and cannot pass the exam. Lushan approaches the girl, who says that this is not so and that she can easily pass the test. Lushan tells the girl that she has enough power, she's just doing her techniques incorrectly. Margot is interested in the young man's words and asks what he means, eager to understand how she can improve her techniques and pass the test. Lushan explains that the girl controls the direction of the balls right in front of the walls, and after passing through, changes their direction to get into the hole. The guy thinks that this method is not bad, but it wastes a lot of time and consumes a lot of energy. In addition, the test is also aimed at determining the mental acuity of the applicant. Lushan suggests immediately drawing up a complete route for the passage of metal balls, where each hole will be a root point, and connecting them sequentially. Margot is very surprised by this tactic, but considers it logical and correct, seeing in Lushan's words an interesting approach that can significantly improve her results and increase her chances of success. The instructor considers Lushan to be a fairly smart young man, but notes that putting into practice what the guy suggested is not so easy. The instructor reports that only a few people have been able to create such a number of routes in a short time. Lushan believes that the instructor is wrong to think that this would cause difficulty for an ordinary person. But they are spiritual masters who are capable of such a thing. Lushan asks Margot to closely monitor his movements and then activates his Chi energy. Metal balls on the floor begin to vibrate and slowly rise into the air, casting bright reflections. The instructor cannot hide his surprise when he sees how the main character raised all the metal balls in the room into the air. Lushan concentrates. His eyes begin to glow a bright blue light. He raises his hand to his face, demonstrating the utmost concentration and willpower required to control the metal balls. Lushan creates a bright glowing pattern of energy flows that intertwine to form a complex network, then sends metal balls through glass walls. The main character is surrounded by a bright blue glow of energy. He smoothly moves a chain of balls through glass walls, demonstrating exceptional control over Chi energy. The instructor and Margot watch in fascination as the glowing metal balls fly along a complex trajectory through the glass walls. They are delighted with their synchronized movements. Other instructors arrive in the room and, having seen the protagonist's technique, also admire his skill. Lushan passes the exam test with ease and tells Margot that the main thing is to follow the plan. The examiners look at the stopwatch. They are shocked that the main character passed the exam in just 10 seconds. Lushan says that this is a good indicator for the first time, which shocks Margot. The girl never expected that the guy was taking the test for the first time. Lushan asks Margot if everything is clear to her now. He expresses confidence that the girl will be able to repeat this. Margot can hardly comprehend what she saw, comparing the test with a magician who performed an incredible act in front of her. Examiners cannot understand how the guy, in just 10 seconds, calculated the trajectory for a huge number of metal balls that passed through thousands of holes in 10 walls. The girl orders her colleague to immediately report this to the president of the association. The president of the association is in his office playing poker with other players. He is a little upset that even though he has a rank 4 master spiritual level, he cannot succeed in gambling. An excited examiner runs into the president's office, reports that the matter is urgent, and demands to immediately look at his computer. The man ignores the examiner's words, continuing the card game, and indifferently asks what's the matter. The young man talks in detail about how Lushan demonstrated his skills in the examination room. Right now, Lushan is about to test the amount of his spiritual powers. The examiner suggests that the president of the association take a look at it. Lushan, surrounded by the bright glow of his chi energy, demonstrates incredible power, illuminating everything around him with a bright light, forcing Margot and the instructor to shield their eyes from its dazzling brilliance. The president of the association closely watches Lushan's actions, not understanding what kind of glow it is. Lushan touches the measuring energy cube, which reports that the young man's spiritual power is 500,000, and the frequency of the spiritual power is 106 units. Margot believes that the measuring device is broken, as the numbers it produces are alarmingly large. The frequency standard of the second-rank Spiritual Master Association is 1, and the fourth is only 10. The instructor is surprised by these indicators from a high school student because even the head of the association has no more than 10 units. The girl carefully examines the main character, realizing that she has never met a person with such high spiritual power. The head of the association bursts into the examination hall and loudly calls the instructor. He is amazed at what is happening. His face expresses a mixture of surprise and disbelief, because he has never seen such high levels of spiritual power. The head of the association asks the girl to immediately check the serviceability of the measuring device. The instructor reports that she checked everything, and the device is working properly because before Lushan the girl tested 2 people and everything was in order, she invites the head of the association to see this for himself. Lushan notices the worry on the faces of those around him and asks what's wrong with his readings. The head of the association tells Lushan that the results are so amazing that they are hard to believe, and asks if the guy is the descendant of a rank 7 or 8 great spirit master. Lushan reveals that he comes from an ordinary working-class family and suggests completing the test. The head of the association considers this inappropriate, saying that the guy has already passed the exam and there is no point in repeating it. Lushan still insists on his own, resolutely declaring that he is going to take the test again to improve his timing characteristics. The instructor starts the stopwatch and informs the young man that time has passed, watching as Lushan instantly focuses and begins manipulating the metal balls with incredible speed and precision. Metal balls rise into the air, taking the shape of a huge dragon and begin to pass through the glass walls at great speed. Lushan is dissatisfied with the speed of passing the test, believing that he could complete this task even faster. The guy is going to try again and move all the metal balls in just 5 seconds. On her next attempt, Lushan manages to pass through the glass walls in less than 5 seconds. Margot, looking at the relaxed and carefree Lushan, begins to feel like a weak and insignificant warrior. The president of the association admires the young man's strength and speed, which only a guru can possess, and dreams that if he had such abilities, he would become the world poker champion. The man tells Lushan that the association recognizes his skills, and a little later, he will personally present him with a certificate and insignia of a master of spiritual powers. He reports that the highest rank that his association can assign is only the 4th, and invites the guy to contact the Capitals Association to receive a certificate of a higher rank. Lushan says that he doesn't have time for this yet. Since he needs to prepare for the unified exam, Margot asks the guy how old he is. The young man replies that he is a schoolboy and is 18 years old, which makes Margot even more surprised. Margot believes that Lushan is a spirit that has lived tens of thousands of years and has entered the body of a high school student. Lushan reports that he only needs the Spiritual Master Certificate to get extra points on the university entrance exam. The girl says that she has one last attempt left to pass the test and asks the main character if she should try. Lushan approaches the girl, confidently declaring that she will pass it in any case, and asks her to relax her muscles. He takes Margot's hand and asks her to focus completely on the objects, explaining that proper focus and calm will help her pass the test and demonstrate her true abilities. Using Lushan's instructions and psychological support, Margot passes the exam test without much difficulty. She cannot contain her joy and thanks the young man. Lushan reminds him that he has already said that it is simple. The president of the association congratulates the young people on successfully passing the test, believing that this event should be celebrated. Lushan shakes the president's hand and thanks him for the invitation but refuses, citing being busy. The president of the association and Margot begin to plaintively beg the protagonist, begging him to join the celebration and not leave them since they want to celebrate this significant event with him. Without feeling much joy, Lushan agrees to their requests, which delights Margot and the chairman. The chairman invites the young people to rest until the evening. Margot says that she is driving and will take Lushan to the hotel. The young man is very surprised that the girl is the owner of an expensive sports car. Lushan gets into a luxury car. The chairman of the association says goodbye to the guy and says that they will see each other tonight. While moving, Margot carefully examines the young man, surprised that a simple guy turned out to be an outstanding spiritual master who received recognition from the head of the Association of Spiritual Masters. She likes that Lushan is young, well-built, and has many talents, which sets him apart from others. Margot becomes increasingly interested in this outstanding young man. Margot recalls that before this she had only met rich idiots who were nothing of themselves. The girl notices that the main character is looking at her very carefully. Margot turns around and sees that the guy is literally not taking his eyes off her. Margot's face turns bright red. She begins to feel very embarrassed by such excessive attention and does not know where to look to hide her embarrassment. However, after a while, she calms down, realizing that the main character could well have liked her, because she is beautiful, has a good figure, and is quite rich. Margot believes that there is no time to waste, and she must take advantage of this opportunity. With these thoughts, the girl presses the gas pedal all the way. The car instantly speeds off into the distance. Margot takes Lushan to the hotel. She is a little embarrassed and doesn't know how to continue the conversation. The guy asks her to leave quickly. The young man reports that Margot was speeding twice and ran red lights 5 times, causing 2 police cars to follow her. Margot informs the main character that she will pick him up in the evening and leaves, leaving him at the hotel. The girl reflects on the upcoming meeting and hopes to continue their communication. Lushan enters the hotel and sees on TV how pharmacist Jahan is holding a press conference about the new serum. The girl reports that her pharmaceutical company has rebranded and is now called Linshin. In addition, she announces the launch of a new line of drugs, which includes Vitality Serum. Jahan claims that the serum has the potential to revolutionize the tonic market and usher in a new era. Lushan picks up his phone. He is unhappy that Jahan did not notify him, despite the fact that he is the largest shareholder, owning 90% of the shares. The guy discovers a large number of missed calls from Jahan, but he has no desire to have business conversations at the moment. He lies down on the bed and intends to go to the world of dreams. Lushan requests information from the database about Jahan. The young man learns that in the future, thanks to the Vitality Serum, she has developed the company to gigantic proportions and is ahead of everyone in terms of profitability. Lushan reaches personal information about his companion and jumps away from the screen in fright, immediately demanding that Ellie open his personal file. During the short time that Lushan was absent, the future changed. He learns that he will have 2 wives, one of whom is a pharmacist, Jahan. The young man tries to calm down, explaining that anything can happen, and over time, everything should become clearer. Lushan asks Ellie to provide him with all the information about the Vitality Serum. Ellie reports that his access level is not enough to obtain the data. Lushan does not understand the reason for the refusal, because it was he who told about the Jahan serum, after which the girl made a first-class product from a simple tonic. The guy realizes that the branches of history are changing very much, and he needs to more carefully monitor the course of events. The main character learns that the catastrophe has been delayed for 10 years, which means that 10,000 years later, the Vitality Serum contributed to the development of humanity and gave the world 10 years of life. The guy wonders whether, with the help of future knowledge, he will be able to more seriously change the fate of humanity. Lushan fears that if he reveals the technology of the future now, the only existing order will be disrupted, after which chaos will begin, and his family will be at the epicenter of a catastrophe. Lushan believes that the best way is to wait until he reaches a certain power rank, in which case he can control the situation as a whole and then spread the knowledge of the future. Thus, the guy intends to make his significant contribution to the future of humanity and not endanger the knowledge of the future. Lushan looks at the destroyed city, intending to do everything possible to preserve the world of the future and prevent disaster. Lushan, standing in front of the mirror in a formal suit, carefully looks at his reflection, reflecting on his mission and preparing for the evening event. The guy remembers that he did not call Jahan. He is going to ask her to prepare everything before his arrival. Jahan perceives the young man's message negatively because Lushan did not answer her calls for a long time, and now he immediately begins to distribute tasks. At the appointed time, Lucian approaches the indicated hotel room and knocks on the door. The door opens. The young man sees Margot dressed in a luxurious evening dress. Her graceful appearance and elegance amaze him, making him forget for a moment about everything except her beauty. The girl asks if he is ready for the event. Lucian asks the girl to drop all formalities and invites her to go to the party. Margot notices that the guy looks even more handsome in a suit. Young people enter the banquet hall and see a large number of guests in elegant evening dresses, ready to spend an unforgettable evening. Lucian thought it would be an ordinary dinner. He asks the girl why so many people are here. Margot reports that although the chairman of the association looks like a simple-minded old man, in fact, he is one of the most influential people in the city and even the province. Lucian has nothing against the old man stroking his ego, understanding that such events are important for maintaining social connections and influence. The chairman of the association tells intriguing stories to the girls next to him. One of the girls does not believe his stories and says that the gentleman is playing them, suggesting that such incredible events simply cannot be true. The chairman of the association claims that all this is true, explaining that if he had not seen it himself, he would not have believed it either. The girl tells Bybinga that today is a difficult social evening, since the head of the city, the president of associations, and many other influential people are present at the event. She reports that now almost the entire elite of Dongning province is in the hall. A friend tells Bybinga that today they have an excellent opportunity to make useful contacts, and points to the head of the Association of Spiritual Masters. The friend tells Bybinga that she can't even imagine how rich this man is, adding that his wealth and influence extend far beyond the city, making him one of the most powerful people in the region. Bybinga remembers that the main character said that he needed to look into the association and asks his friend to find out if there is a guy named Lucian in the association. The friend reacts aggressively to the girl's words. She says that she knows that she fell in love with a high school student during her trip. She scolds Bybinga, saying that she still hasn't returned to university because she's waiting for this boy. The girl heard that he is handsome, but she has no idea who his family is and what his relation to the Eastern Military Division is. A friend says that Bybinga has gone crazy for falling in love with a high school student. Bybinga tries to justify herself by saying that Lucian is a difficult person. During this time, Bybinga left a bunch of messages to Lucian. The girl is very upset because the young man never responded and begins to think that there is absolutely no place for her in the guy's heart. The friend orders Bybinga to stop flying in the clouds and informs him that the purpose of tonight is to honor the new rank 4 Spirit Master. The girl says that the unknown master has put the whole province on their ears, and Bybinga has a great opportunity to meet him and start a relationship. Bybinga has doubts about the age of the unknown 4th rank master, since adults reach this level. A friend says that she has no idea about his age, but believes that he should not be too old, although she draws attention to the fact that today there are many ladies who are almost 40 years old. Bybinga strongly doubts that the unknown new rank 4 Spirit Master is Lucian. The friend continues to insist on her opinion, ordering Bybinga to immediately throw the young man out of her head and take the bull by the horns tonight. Bybinga's face expresses great surprise. She does not listen to her friend at all as she sees Lucian near the snack table. Lucian stands in front of the table with a huge amount of snacks and devours them very quickly. The main character feels that someone is carefully watching him. The guy experiences slight anxiety and tension from this gaze. Lucian looks around the numerous guests and finds Bybinga among them. He waves to the girl in greeting. Bybinga's mood instantly changes. She leaves her friend and rushes headlong towards the main character. Bybinga smiles joyfully when she sees Lucian. Her eyes shine with happiness and excitement because she has been waiting for this meeting for a long time and cannot hide her feelings. Bybinga notices how Margot approaches the main character. The girl considers her her competitor, and this gives her mixed feelings. Bybinga thinks that she will fail and will never be together with the main character. Her heart is filled with sadness and despair. Bybinga wants to know who Margot is and what kind of relationship she has with the main character. She is filled with curiosity and anxiety about the possible intimacy between them. The girl greatly fears that Lucian may have mutual feelings for Margot, which makes her anxious and uncertain about her chances of winning his heart. Bybinga tries to attract attention by actively gesturing and loudly telling the guy that they have not seen each other for a long time, hoping that Lushan will pay attention to her. Lushan waves back at the girl and says that he is glad to see her, showing his friendliness and trying not to offend anyone present. Bybinga carefully examines the main character, realizing that although they have not seen each other for quite a while, he has already changed dramatically and become different. The girl feels that an insurmountable gap has appeared between her and Lushan, which makes her feel lonely and hopeless in the current situation. Lushan introduces Margot to his old friend and says that he met Bybinga while traveling in the mountains. Bybinga's friend intervenes in the conversation. She asks the girl who she is with and offers to introduce her, hoping to establish contact and get to know Lushan better. Bybinga happily introduces her friend to Lushan, her eyes shining with excitement. She hopes that this meeting will leave a good impression. Friend Bybinga carefully examines the main character and thinks that it is not surprising that her friend has her eye on Lushan, since the guy is quite handsome and attractive. The girl also notices next to the main character Margot, who is from a very famous and wealthy family. Bybinga's friend believes that Lushan got here using his looks and decided to rise at the expense of an influential woman. The girl tells Lushan that her friend talked a lot about him, and she's glad that now is the chance to get to know each other better. Lushan tells the surprised girl that he knows about her interest and is going to answer all the questions. The main character explains that he is a simple high school graduate from an ordinary family. His status is lower than everyone else present, and he ended up here by pure chance. After this, Lushan declares that this circus can be ended and leaves the girls, leaving them confused and bewildered by his sudden departure. Lushan does not like this kind of communication very much, and although such questions may seem trivial to others, he reacts strongly if asked about his life or family. Family is the most precious thing the main character has, and he reacts sharply when someone invades his privacy with intrusive questions. The guy has an extremely negative attitude towards other people's assessment of his family and will not forgive anyone if his loved ones are slandered. Margot is very upset because the guy took questions about himself very seriously. The girl shouts to the young man and tries to catch up with him, not wanting to leave him in this state and hoping to sort out the misunderstanding that has occurred. The friend advises Bybinga to immediately forget Lushan, claiming that such people are not their equal. The girl says that Lushan is a very strange guy. She hasn't even said anything yet, and he has already reacted inappropriately. She believes that the guy understands his position and tried to show his pride and greatness, but in fact, he is worth nothing. The friend tells Bybinga that Lushan is trying to get ahead at the expense of the girl and mentions Margot and her family. The girl offers to look at how close they are, believing that Lushan understands that with the help of Margot, he can gain influence. A friend shakes Bybinga by the shoulders, asking the girl to wake up and says that Lushan is just a gigolo. She claims that Bybinga does not see what is hidden under the mask of a young man. Bybinga replies that Lushan is not like that. The friend insists that the truth is always bitter and everyone has to face it. She explains that she is only doing all this to protect her. Bybinga does not agree with the above and confidently states that this cannot happen, rejecting any suspicions and criticism towards Lushan. She looks carefully at the departing protagonist and sees how he glows from within. The girl remembers how brightly and purely the young man shone when he saved her in the mountains. She believes that only real heroes can look like this. Bybinga thinks she is crazy for deciding to question Lushan's integrity and honesty. She tells her friend that Lushan is not at all what she thinks of him and asks her to reconsider her opinion, assuring her that she knows him much better and trusts him. The girl's conversation is interrupted by the head of the Association of Spiritual Masters, who enters the hall. The friend asks Bybinga to forget about her boyfriend and rather pay attention to the head of the association and the new master of the 4th rank. The president of the association looks around at the numerous guests and finds Lushan and Margot among them. His attentive gaze immediately stops on them. Friend Bybinga notices how the president of the association is rushing to Lushan, and vague suspicions begin to visit her. The president of the association apologizes to the young man, saying that he did not know about his dislike of crowded meetings. Lushan tells the president that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. The guy expresses gratitude for organizing the evening and praises him for his efforts and time spent. The president of the association loudly addresses those around him, asking for a minute of their attention. All eyes in the room turn in his direction in anticipation of an important announcement. The man points at Lucian and announces that this gifted young man is the pride of Dongning Province and a rank 4 spiritual master. The president reports that the guy is only 18 years old, but he is already ready to express his respect to the young man, emphasizing his outstanding achievements and exceptional abilities. The people around Lucian look at him in surprise. They are amazed that a guy who didn't even pass the uniform exam is a 4th-level spiritual master. Baibinga's friend falls to the floor, greatly surprised that the mysterious rank 4 master who was her target at this party turns out to be Lucian. Baibinga cannot take her eyes off the main character, realizing that the young man is the real star of the party. The girl notices that a glow of power is flowing inside him. Her friend is very worried that everything happened this way, and regrets that she said a lot of unnecessary things a little earlier. The friend tells Baibinga that she doesn't need to waste time and asks the girl to pay attention to the crowd, where everyone is crawling out of their skin to sell their Lucian business cards, which the guy is not at all interested in. The girl says that this is absolutely not what he needs, and Baibinga has a great chance to start a relationship with the main character, using this moment to get closer to him. Baibinga tells her friend that there is nothing she can do in this situation, admitting that the gap between her and Lucian is growing larger, which means it is better to nip fleeting feelings in the bud. Lucian leaves a social party. He gets into a taxi and tells the driver that he wants to go home, trying to get away from the noisy environment as quickly as possible. The guy realizes that he really doesn't like noisy events and intends to get home as soon as possible, believing that only close people and training can return him to a good mood and desire to live. Crossing the huge bridge, Lucian comes to the conclusion that he is still the same ordinary guy from an average family, despite his achievements and status as a 4th-rank spiritual master. Mom joyfully meets Lucian on the threshold of the house and tells him that she is glad to see him, expressing her care and attention. She also tells the young man that she has already set the table and asks him to hurry up for dinner. The sister notices that Lucian has changed a lot in such a short time and has become 2 heads taller than her, which causes her surprise and admiration. Lucian tells her sister that her school year is already ending and it's time to evaluate the skills she has acquired. The protagonist also warns his sister that if she doesn't improve, the supply of energy tonics may stop. Mom asks the young man to leave such conversations for later and quickly start eating. The father regularly drinks tonics and eats special meat, which Lucian puts in the refrigerator. The man asks him what kind of medicine it is. The father reports that he drinks tonics daily and feels 20 years younger but is concerned about the cost. Lucian assures his father that this is not a problem, explaining that the tonics are gifts from his friend who owns a pharmacy, and it is not difficult for him to bring any quantity of these drugs. The guy asks his parents to take them together and not save. Lucian's mom assumes that the guy will study for exams and won't go anywhere yet. Lucian asks his mother for more, saying that until he passes his exams, he will not leave his hometown, assuring his family of his intention to stay with them. Lucian invites his family, since everyone is free today, to go and see the new house, since the apartment where they live is too small for their family. Those close to Lucian cannot hide their strong surprise. They did not expect to hear anything like this from the young man. Their eyes are filled with curiosity. The Lucian family explores their new home and can't get enough of it as they discuss its many benefits, admiring its spaciousness and amenities. The main character asks his loved ones if they liked the new house and says that he bought it through a friend. The father thinks that this house looks very expensive, and he has doubts that they will be able to afford such housing. Lucian insists there is no cause for concern, saying that he has participated in competitions frequently recently and received a lot of prize money, which allowed him to buy a house. The information that Lucian has about 10 million causes his mother to faint. Lucian asks mom and dad to coordinate a time to do the moving and move things and belongings to the new home. The young man's parents cannot hold back their tears, believing that they have the best son who cares about them so much. Lucian informs her sister that there is a training hall nearby and offers to go to it to test her strength and skills. The girl takes a fighting position and concentrates the chi energy, but still does not dare to attack, doubting her abilities. Lucian orders his sister to stop standing and demands to attack immediately. Qinghen jumps high in the air and rushes to attack, delivering a series of powerful blows to the main character. Lucian shows with all his appearance that these blows do not pose the slightest threat to him. Qinghen expresses her dissatisfaction with the sparring, believing that her level with her brother differs like heaven and earth, and she has no chance of coping with him. Qinghen is sure that her brother is just mocking her, and this thought makes her furious. Lushan tells his sister that everything is not as she thinks. He asks her to come up to teach her something interesting. The girl is happy that Lushan agreed to show her a secret technique that helped him a lot in his time and is looking forward to learning. Lushan asks his sister to unquestioningly follow all his commands and do everything exactly as he says. Otherwise, nothing will work out, and her training will be in vain. Qinghen exactly repeats the movements of the main character, trying to control her breathing as her brother orders and listens intently to his instructions. Qinghen understands that her brother was a high school student just yesterday. She is surprised to notice how he is changing more and more every day, becoming stronger and more confident. The girl believes that her predisposition to martial arts is higher than that of her brother, and if she can master his secret techniques, she will definitely surpass him. The next series of exercises Lushan teaches her sister are focused on breathing control, which is essential for improving concentration. After this, the girl practices basic defensive stances, trying to follow all her brother's instructions in order to improve her technique. After a while, Qinghen falls to the floor, complaining of extreme fatigue and lack of strength, admitting that the exercises were very difficult. Lushan asks his sister if she feels the progress made thanks to his new techniques. The girl listens to her feelings, noticing that her body seems light and filled with strength, and is surprised to note that she has become twice as strong. Qinghen asks what kind of practice this is. Lushan thinks that he needs to come up with something to make his sister believe in the effectiveness of the training. Qinghen asks what kind of practice this is. Lushan realizes that he needs to come up with something to make his sister believe him, and says that she has already done this exercise before, it's just a new modification of it. Lushan reports that this technique has not yet become known to the public. Qinghen fears that since it has not been fully studied, there is a risk that it could harm her. Lushan reports that blood relatives have similar physiological characteristics, and since the technique did not harm him, then the girl has nothing to fear. Qinghen says that they should never become disabled, since there is no one else to take care of their parents. The girl asks Lushan how he mastered such a powerful technique, fearing that there might be something illegal about it. Lushan tells Qinghen not to worry and says that her brother cannot be a bad person and will not break the law. Qinghen asks her brother if he will have any problems if he shares this secret technique with her. Lushan reveals that he was ordered not to tell anyone about the technique, otherwise the whole family would be in big trouble. The girl asks why the guy taught her this technique, to which Lushan replies that he did it because she is his sister. Lushan asks her sister to keep this a secret and says that everything will be fine if no one finds out, and forbids her to tell anyone about it. Qinghen understands what her brother has been doing for a long time, locking himself in his room. He trained hard and improved his skills. The girl believes that she is much more talented than her brother, which means she will soon become many times stronger if she also trains hard and uses the secret techniques that he taught her. Lushan informs his sister that he will be gone for a while after lunch, suggesting that she train on her own and then check her results when he returns. Lushan comes to the restaurant where the pharmacist Jahen is waiting for him at the table. The young man apologizes for being late. Jahen knows that the young man loves steaks, so she ordered 10 portions and hopes that this will be enough. Lushan begins to eat the steaks, enjoying their taste, and asks the girl how things are going in the company. Jahen says that the market price of the Vitality Serum is 50,000, which is not an exorbitant price, but the drug is still inaccessible to the common man. The serum is aimed at mid-level customers. Sales of the serum are going very well, and within a few days, the company has sold out the first batch of 20,000 units. Jahen believes that the whey will soon become a star product not only in their city, but also in the entire Dongning province. Lushan is happy about this news and believes that as long as Jahen is in charge of the business, he can rest assured that the guy is confident in her ability to manage the company and achieve success in the market. Lushan asks the girl if there is enough working capital. Jahen reports that so far they are within the budget, but as soon as the company expands and opens branches, it may have to use a loan. Lushan asks the girl not to worry about the financial part of the issue, saying that he will solve this problem a little later. Jahen reminds the young man that he has unified exams soon, and he needs to prepare for them. The girl emphasizes the importance of this stage in his life. Lushan completely agrees with the girl, leaving the business entirely to her and intending to focus on preparing for the exams, understanding the importance of this stage of training. The young man says that he is preparing to move, and a little later he promises to send a new address so that they can stay in touch. Jahen feels that Lushan is filled with power and strength, sometimes forgetting that in front of her is an 18-year-old boy who has not yet passed the unified exams. The girl believes that she made the right choice, which helped her avoid bankruptcy and brought her family business to a new level. Jahen believes that they have discussed all important issues with the main character and is going to leave the young man. Lushan thanks the girl for her work and wishes her all the best, expressing gratitude for her efforts and contribution to their common cause. The pharmaceutical company is an important source of income for the protagonist, as well as a reliable platform for the production of tonics and serums, which makes it a key element of his strategy. Lushan believes that he does not need to worry about anything as long as Jahen manages their joint business. The guy is confident in her competence and responsibility. And if a threat from the outside suddenly appears, Lushan knows for sure that it will be able to cope with it thanks to its strength and resources. Lushan understands that the most important thing now is to increase his strength. He orders 50 portions of steaks to go from the waitress to maintain energy for the upcoming training and preparation for exams. The guy believes that the key priorities are acquiring spiritual weapons and improving the star tempering technique. In this case, the next time he meets the girl of a 7th-rank guru, the protagonist intends not only to avoid injury but also to win. The main character is very surprised that people from the Red River School found out about the acquisition of a new house and greatly helped with the move, showing unexpected care. Lushan's mother tells her husband that today it is necessary to deliver gifts to neighbors in order to establish good neighborly relations. Lushan is going to go with his parents, but his father says that this is unnecessary. He believes that it is better for the young man to rest and gain strength before the exam. The parents once again thank their son for purchasing such high-quality housing for them and improving their quality of life. Lushan's father tells him that he is proud of him, since the guy is in excellent physical shape at 18 years old and is a 4th-rank spiritual master. Lushan falls into a dream, contemplating that his chi level is high enough to advance to the 5th spiritual level. The young man feels that the golden glow flowing through his body has become more powerful. He intends to approach the 3rd stage of the star tempering technique. Lushan thinks now is the time to become stronger and reach new heights. The main character notices huge ice crystals forming large walls. The guy realizes that somewhere nearby there is a girl of a 7th-rank guru. His premonition does not deceive him. He sees the guru's girl emerging from the ice crystals. Her appearance suggests that she is ready for a new battle. The girl's appearance combines icy beauty and mechanical severity. This nightmarish creature combines cold and metal, shrouded in an icy aura. To deliver the decisive blow, the guy uses star hardening, the power of which is increased 20 times. Having bypassed the zombie girl's defenses, the young man strikes her with a powerful blow, using all his accumulated energy. The girl easily reflects the blows of the main character and counterattacks using her magic spear. Lushan does not intend to stop. He combines various techniques in order to continue his attacks. The fire-breathing technique allows you to create fireballs, accumulate your power in them, and turn them into a huge explosion. These techniques have no effect on the zombie girl. She smiles evilly as the attacks bring no results. The guru girl attacks the young man with ice crystals, and Lushan's lightning-fast reaction allows him to dodge the ice shards that appear in front of him. The young man rejoices at the growth of his fighting abilities. In a short period of time, he has become able to repel the attacks of the guru girl and remain on his feet after her powerful blows. Considering that last time the zombie girl killed him in a matter of seconds, the guy concludes that now he has become stronger and more confident. Lushan believes that if he can master all the techniques perfectly, he will become invincible and will be able to resist any enemy. The main character intends to immediately continue studying fighting techniques and skills from the future in order to break the shackles holding him back and take all the power of the zombie girl for himself. Lushan believes that defeating the girl of the 7th-rank guru is only a matter of time. The guy is confident that he will soon achieve the required level of skill. The guy believes that in order to defeat a girl who can subjugate ice, he needs to be more decisive. Lushan has spent a huge amount of money and now has his own spiritual weapon. The main character spent all the magic ore mined in the mountain village to make the infinite blade. In a short time, Lucian was able to master a deadly technique called the Guru Cutting Strike. Lucian hopes to advance to the 5th rank of spiritual master as soon as possible and defeat the Guru girl with the help of new techniques and weapons. The young man understands that a simple martial artist without a spiritual weapon will never be able to cope with such an opponent. Even using the endless blade, the main character is unable to defeat the zombie girl, since she is very good at fighting at a short distance. Lucian tries to attack the girl again with the infinity blade, but this attempt fails. The guy is a little upset. He watches how thin plates of the blade fall to the ground. Lucian realizes that a frontal attack with the endless blade will not allow him to get closer to the zombie girl. The guy intends to use a magic blade to attack from all sides. He understands that this attack must be used quickly since his spiritual powers are not endless. Lucian realizes that he cannot strike the Guru's girlfriend, but he is pleased that he can already repel her attacks. The young man wakes up with the thought that he is still too weak to cope with the Guru's girlfriend. However, Lucian does not lose heart. The guy feels that his goal is getting closer and closer every day. Lucian realizes that he has recently learned many fighting techniques from the future and acquired many powerful skills. This is the crystal vision, which strengthens the consciousness, and the tempering technique, which accumulates energy and strengthens the body, and the golden glow of the body, which is capable of restoring it after serious injuries and wounds. However, the most powerful technique is the Sutra of Spiritual Insight, which allows you to accelerate the movement of qi throughout the body and significantly strengthen it. Several times in battle, the young man was rescued by the 10 Suns technique, which allowed him to deliver fatal attack blows to the enemy. And his improved reaction skill allowed him to fight at an absolutely unrealistic speed, giving him a huge advantage. Mom wishes Lucian bon appetit and hopes that the food will bring her son good luck. Qinghen is going to the exams with her brother. Lucian is sure that this will help her understand how everything goes and prepare for her future exam. Mom tells Lucian not to worry and says that no matter the outcome, she and her father will always love him. The father takes Lucian and Qinghen to take the unified exam. He hopes that his son will pass the exam and bring honor to the whole family. Lucian drives up to the university building and gets out of the car. The father asks the young man not to worry and says that he will definitely pass the exam and enter the university. The main character activates spiritual vision, with the help of which he hears all the conversations of people near the entrance to the university. Lucian realizes that he has not been among ordinary people for a long time, and now, like all high school students, he will have to take exams. The father informs Lucian that he himself took exams here in his youth, but unfortunately did not pass. Then he did not have enough strength and physical training. The man says that Lucian is much stronger than him and many others, so passing the exam should not be too difficult for him. Lucian responds to his father, assuring him that he will definitely try and make every effort to pass the exam successfully and live up to expectations. Qinghen wishes his brother good luck and says that he and his father will be waiting for him outside. The management announces to high school students the start of the annual martial arts exams. Students are informed that their qi levels will first be tested, and then each will undergo a combat training test. The officer reads out the lists of examinees and lets the high school students into the room one by one. The students next to Lucian move aside as they cannot withstand the colossal pressure of qi energy emanating from the main character. One of the students cannot get close to Lucian as his body is instantly pierced by severe tremors. The teacher does not understand what is happening. He demands that the students immediately stand upright. The teacher approaches Lucian. He is greatly surprised by the colossal qi energy that the young man radiates. Strong energy impulses run through the teacher's body. He understands that a similar sensation occurs when a warrior with incredible power is nearby. With great difficulty, the teacher tries to control himself. His brain screams about the approaching danger, as if next to him there is not a person, but a monster. The man looks closely at Lucian, not understanding who this guy is and where he gets such powerful energy. The teacher invites Lucian to take the test and asks the other high school students to wait their turn. The young people are gripped by fear and rush to move as far away as possible to avoid the powerful qi energy emanating from Lucian. Lucian tells the teacher that he is fully prepared to take the test and thanks him for the offer. The main character enters the testing room and sees the instructor dragging a young man who claims that he did not do anything illegal, but only ate the chicken soup that his grandfather prepared for him. The teacher reports that it was necessary to immediately say what the young man ate and drank over the past 2 days, since taking stimulants is cheating on the exam. The high school student tries to make excuses, saying that it's just soup and he didn't do it on purpose. The teachers suspend the student from taking exams for 3 years. They come to the conclusion that no martial arts university will agree to accept this guy. The man points his finger at the main character and announces that Lushan is next to take the exam. Lushan passes by 2 men. Instantly, a strong trembling breaks through their bodies. They do not understand why such powerful chi energy emanates from the young man. The examiner asks the young man to get ready and announces the start of the test. His voice sounds tense, as if he anticipates something dangerous. Lushan confidently announces that he has already completed the hardening of his body, and a normal testing needle will not be able to pierce his skin. This statement leaves the teachers in a state of shock. The teachers themselves are 5th-rank masters. They cannot believe what they heard. Surprise is clearly visible on their faces. They decide to use needles intended for high-ranking masters, hoping that it will help. Lushan takes the stack of needles into her hand and smiles as she informs the men that they are just wasting their time, which further increases their surprise and bewilderment. The teachers look at the stack of curved, super-strong needles and cannot hide their shock. Not understanding what the hell is happening, they are going to urgently report this to management. The examiner decides to change the order of the exam and first asks Lushan to go to the stand to test his combat abilities. The girl accumulates all her energy. Her scream echoes throughout the room. She raises her fist to strike, hoping to demonstrate her fighting abilities as effectively as possible. The girl deals a powerful blow to the mannequin. The room is illuminated by a bright flash of an explosion, from which waves of energy spread out. The instructor tells the girl that her combat power has exceeded 100 units, and she has a chance to enter the martial arts university. The teacher informs the instructor that an unusual student will now be tested. The man approaches the instructor and whispers to him about Lushan's extraordinary abilities, noting that the student has incredible levels of chi energy. The teacher suggests changing the test device to a more powerful one, as he is concerned that the device will not withstand the impact of Lushan. The instructor believes that such concern is unnecessary because these test devices are the most powerful and can withstand impacts of up to 1,000,000 units. The instructor manages to convince the teacher. He reports that even a 6th-level master cannot harm the dummy. The main character approaches the instructor. The man begins to experience strong pressure and feels incredible fear. The power of Lushan literally paralyzes him. The young man greets the instructor, states his name and registration number. The instructor, feeling overwhelming fear and trembling from Lushan's incredible power, asks him to approach the test dummy, hoping the equipment can handle his power. Lushan walks up to the test dummy. The 2 examiners watching the process closely feel the tension in the air, realizing that standing in front of them is a person with incredible abilities. Lushan begins to accumulate its energy. A purple glow appears around it, which intensifies with every second. The instructor watches what is happening in horror. His eyes widen with fear and bewilderment. He cannot believe the power he sees. The examiner and instructor clutch their heads in panic. Screaming in shock, they do not understand how an ordinary schoolchild can have such power. Lushan feels that the release of concentrated chi energy is still too weak and much more is needed. The main character activates a technique called star tempering, which allows him to increase his strength 20 times, making his strikes and movements incredibly powerful and fast. After this, the young man gathers the power of all the skills together to see what happens. Mr. Yaodong is in charge of this year's unified exam, and the man is in his office playing board games with his guest. His guest and opponent in the game is Mr. Suisun, the city's head of education. Suddenly, a secretary runs into their office and says in an excited voice that the situation requires their personal intervention. The girl says that one of the school children broke the needle for drawing blood, so a request was made for more durable needles. Yaodong doesn't understand what the problem is, since examiners are provided with a box of needles for high-ranking masters. The girl says that these needles were broken, which causes great surprise and wariness among the men. Yaodong orders the secretary to immediately bring a special needle from the warehouse and provide information about this student. The men carefully study the materials provided to them by the secretary, reading every line and examining every detail with close attention, trying to understand what they are dealing with. Yaodong congratulates Mr. Suisun, saying that this time fate favored them, since such a gifted and promising schoolboy appeared in their province. Yaodong notices that his interlocutor is not at all surprised by the information and asks what is the matter. Suisun replies that the result is quite expected. since he has long known about the schoolboy who won the competition and is one of the most promising young fighters in the province. Susan reports that the student's name is Lucian and adds that the Martial Arts Association has been monitoring the talented young man for a long time. Yao Dong is very surprised that there is a boy with such power in the eastern province and finds it strange that he has not heard anything about it before. The man suggests going and looking at Lucian, realizing that it would be a remiss not to meet him in person. Approaching the test room, the men are exposed to a strong surge of chi energy. The pressure is so enormous that they can hardly stand on their feet. Susan makes the assumption that it was an earthquake. Yao Dong disagrees, saying that he clearly felt a release of energy that occurred somewhere nearby. Lucian strikes the test dummy with a blow of colossal force, throwing it far to the side. The dummy leaves a deep mark on the ground. The watching instructors clutch their heads in horror. Lucian breaks a device with one blow that can withstand the blows of warriors at the peak of the 6th rank, which means that its power exceeds 1,000,000 units. The instructor becomes hysterical and rushes to Yao Dong, informing him that the student has guru-level strength. Lucian is surprised by the instructor's words that he has power equal to the guru. Yao Dong asks all other exam participants to go out and wait outside, as the level of strength demonstrated by Lucian requires special attention and precautions. The man then instructs the teacher and instructor to immediately go get equipment to test guru-level strength. Yao Dong is amazed by the strength that the main character demonstrated. He believes that this day will remain in history. Suisun asks the young man not to worry about the broken equipment and says that no one will demand compensation from him for the damage caused. The men look carefully at Lucian and realize that they feel the breath of a strong warrior, although outwardly in front of them stands yesterday's 18-year-old schoolboy. The teacher informs Mr. Yao Dong that the equipment to test the guru's strength has been delivered. Yao Dong believes that before testing begins, it is necessary to take a blood test to determine the amount of chi energy. He carefully inserts a special syringe into Lucian's arm, drawing blood to determine the exact amount of chi in his body. Susan notes that this thick consistency of blood reminiscent of mercury is characteristic of the guru. Yao Dong adds that Lucian's blood is indeed like iron beads assembled together, although much weaker than that of a real guru. The man believes that such blood in an 18-year-old teenager is simply an amazing phenomenon. A test tube of Lucian's blood is inserted into a special research stand to study its unique characteristics in detail and identify the exact level of its chi energy. The data obtained greatly surprises Yao Dong. The level of chi energy in the blood is 1,300 units, which corresponds to a 6th rank master. Yao Dong congratulates Lucian and says that he has set a new record for the concentration of chi energy in the blood. The man cannot remember such indicators not only in his city, but in the entire province. The teacher informs Yao Dong that the new dummy is mounted and configured properly, and they can begin strength testing. Yao Dong suggests that the main character not delay the exam and begin strength testing, because all the necessary preparations have already been completed, and the equipment is ready for the final stage of testing. Lucian understands that this combat power test apparatus is practically new, since few people in the city have such power. Today, it was assembled especially for him. The main character activates star tempering techniques and enhances them with the energy of the 10 suns. After which he delivers a crushing blow to the mannequin. A huge release of energy occurs, scattering at great speed in all directions. Yao Dong understands that the guy has the power of the guru, and at 18 years old he has such power that a man has been striving for many years. Susan believes that the guy only needs a little bit to rise to the 7th rank and receive the title of guru. The man is convinced that Lucian will become the youngest guru in history, surpassing all previous record holders with his amazing talent and exceptional strength. Lucian stands in front of a cracked test dummy, which reports that its combat power is 1,260,000 units. With a smile on his face, Susan tells Yao Dong that the young man's power has reached the required levels, but is just a little short of guru level. Suisun asks the young man why, with such great power, he does not use the true power of chi. Lucian, generating energy flames in his hands, explains that he has not yet fully mastered the 5th rank, so he has not developed true chi to its full potential. Suisun believes that if this is corrected soon, the guy will easily become a 7th rank guru. Yao Dong praises the main character, claiming that the city has a new defender, He compares the guy to a dragon from ancient legends, emphasizing his power and nobility. Suisen really likes this comparison, happily declaring that the city now has its own dragon. Lushan leaves the university and heads to the area where the car with his family is parked. The guy is filled with confidence and pride in his achievements. The father and Qinghen excitedly ask the young man how the exam tests went. Lushan tells his relatives that everything went even better than he thought, and that he will probably be able to continue his studies in the capital soon. Qinghen believes that this historical moment needs to be captured as a memory. The girl takes out her phone to take a group selfie. Lushan looks at his personal file and realizes that the future has changed again. His personal file states that at the age of 23, he became a guru, reached the rank of great warrior, and was one of the 4 generals of the Eastern Military Division. In addition, the main character learns that in proportion to the growth of his titles and regalia, the number of his wives also grows. Lushan believes that the most important thing is that in the future, he will be able to reach the level of an 8th-rank guru. Having moved to the 4th level, even more combat techniques and skills from the future became available to the young man, opening up new horizons for him to improve his skills. The new level allows you to improve the star tempering technique from the 4th to the 6th rank, which is a direct path to becoming a guru. New techniques not only help improve skills, but also open up special opportunities. Lushan understands that today he has begun the path of becoming a guru. The guy is going to accumulate chi energy step by step and upgrade his skills to achieve his goal. Lushan remembers a rank 11 grandmaster from the future who created the 10 Suns fighting technique. The guy does not want to copy the steps of this master and realizes that his own path of development will be slightly different. Lushan intends to reach mastery rank 12 and surpass the great masters of the future. The main character plans to take 3 techniques of the 13th rank as a basis in order to preserve knowledge and complete what the masters of the future started. For 10,000 years, the martial arts civilization has paved the way for Lushan, so the guy believes that he has no right to give up or retreat back. The main character has a positive attitude and intends to move forward, creating his future, overcoming all the difficulties and obstacles on his way. Lushan's father decorates the new house, carefully selecting every element of decor. He prepares for the arrival of the main character, anticipating the joyful moments of joint celebration. As soon as the exam results come in, the man intends to properly celebrate an important moment in his son's life. A man tells his wife that their neighbors are hanging lanterns in their yard and concludes that something good must have happened to them. The woman believes that nothing good has happened since they got new neighbors. She believes that this house was sold for pennies, since some ragamuffins were able to buy it. She is convinced that the Lushan family has it written on their faces that they are poor. A woman says that this morning she watched her new neighbor picking up crushed oranges on the road. She considers this an undignified and disgusting activity. The man asks the woman to calm down and not be so rude and harsh, saying that after all, these people are their neighbors now. The woman begins to be annoyed by the loud noise coming from the Lushan house. She believes that the neighbor is doing this on purpose to take revenge on her. A man sees through the windows of his house a huge motorcade moving down the street and pays attention to the license plates of the cars. He is surprised to report that one of the cars is the car of the provincial governor. The man does not understand what the governor is doing here and makes an assumption that the best student who passed the exams this year is from their city. Besides this, he also assumes that the student is from their area. The woman intends to immediately find out who the governor's motorcade came to see. She believes that she has an excellent opportunity to establish new connections. Lushan's father sees the governor's motorcade stop near their gate. The man asks his daughter what it could be. The Lushan family approaches the governor's car, greets him, and asks what they may be obligated to do. The governor gets out of the car and asks for forgiveness for such a sudden visit, trying to show respect and sincerity. The governor asks if a distinguished young warrior named Lushan resides here. The information that Lushan has become the best student in the province brings the protagonist's family into a state of shock and great joy. The woman next door watches what is happening. A strong feeling of envy begins to destroy her. She does not understand how a son from a poor family could become the best student. The woman living next door, her face contorted with rage, clenches her fists angrily, feeling a destructive feeling of envy engulf her. Lushan meditates in her room, concentrating on internal energy and achieving harmony with herself. After gaining access to new techniques, The guy can purify tissue and strengthen his body, which significantly improves his fighting skills. The main character reads messages on his phone from his sister, who tells him that he has become the best in the province and the governor has come to their home. The main character activates a skill called spiritual vision, which allows him to see energy flows and auras around him. The young man notices that 3 people are visiting them, one of whom has quite a lot of strength and has the 6th rank, which surprises him and makes him wary. A person who has the 6th rank radiates enormous energy. His aura glows, surpassing in power all warriors of the 6th rank. The main character makes the assumption that this person is the guru and realizes his power. The men hear footsteps on the stairs. They interrupt the conversation and report that their hero has finally woken up. Lushan slowly descends the stairs towards the guests, greeting them with restraint and apologizing for his lateness and the inconvenience he may have caused. The men are amazed by the appearance of the main character. They did not expect such a talented guy to be so young. The men look closely at Lushan and notice how a golden glow envelops him, confirming his strength and skill. The father introduces the guests to the young man, informing them that the president of the Martial Arts Association, the head of the city, and the governor have come to see them. Lushan meets the governor and shakes his hand, exchanging polite words and respectful glances. The governor reports that, first of all, they came to congratulate Lushan. Since this year, he became the best not only in the province, but throughout the country. He adds that the results have not yet been calculated, but the commission already understands that the guy will be in first place even without additional points. The governor announces that he has prepared a reward for the young man, since the guy is the pride of the province. The Lushan family receives a prize of 50 million, as well as an apartment of more than 400 square meters. The governor asks the young man whether he has chosen the university he wants to attend and whether he has made a final decision about his future studies. Lushan reports that he wants to study at one of the capital's martial arts universities. The governor says that he thought so. The man takes a stack of invitations from all the capital's universities from the secretary and tells the young man that he can choose anyone. Qinghun is shocked that her brother can choose any top university in the country. Lushan places the invitation envelopes around him and silently looks at them, after which the young man collects all the invitations in one pile and takes out the first envelope he comes across, which greatly surprises the governor. Lushan shows the selected envelope to the governor and in a confident voice informs him that he has decided to study at the 7th university. The governor is unable to hide his surprise. He thought that the guy would carefully consider his decision, but in the end, everything was decided so simply. The man says that each of the 7 universities is rich in its own history, and although the 7th cannot boast of huge successes, the teaching staff there is no worse than others. The governor informs the young man that he will have to prepare for many tests, as well as acquire new weapons appropriate to his level. He hands Lushan a business card and says that he can contact him at any time. Lushan understands that a 6th rank weapon is not a cheap thing, and besides, it would be impolite to refuse the provincial governor. The guests report that they did everything they planned and ask Lushan's parents for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. They once again congratulate the young man and wish him success in the future. Lushan's father says that today is a very important day for the whole family. The man suggests that everyone quickly get ready to go to the grocery store in order to throw a feast in the evening. In a dark room, a stranger with a gloomy expression on his face carefully studies information about the main character. His eyes run over every line of the dossier, absorbing every detail about Lushan. A man nearby curiously asks the stranger what he is studying so carefully and what exactly surprised him so much in this information. The great master answers his interlocutor, saying that perhaps this year will be unusual and full of unexpected events. A couple of days later, Lushan celebrated his graduation with his classmates, enjoying his last moments of school life and sharing the joy with his friends. After this, the young man came home, collected all his things, and said goodbye to his family, preparing for a new stage in his life. The main character is on a plane. He puts his luggage on the shelf and reflects on the fact that each martial arts university has unique knowledge and traditions. The 7th university that Lushan chose was founded 57 years ago and has a rich history. The founder of the university, one of the 3 great masters, was able to become a holy warrior in just 60 years. In the entire history of the country, there were only 9 holy warriors in the state of dragons who defended peace and order. Unfortunately, many of them died in battle with monsters more than 100 years ago, leaving behind only legends and memories of their valor. There were also those who died on the battlefield during numerous civil strife between countries, fighting for their ideals and defending their native lands from enemies. After numerous wars and strife, the martial arts tower was created, which represents each of the holy warriors and their heritage. The tower is a combination of advanced technology and martial arts of the Dragon State. To become her follower, you need to go through a series of difficult tests that test strength, spirit, and skill, passing which you can gain the chance to become a disciple of the holy warrior. Lushan believes that it is not that important to him now. He has the scrolls and techniques of the 12th rank, and he does not care about the heritage of the 9th rank holy warriors. The main character is trying to overcome the slight anxiety that grips him. He notices a girl behind him. His old friend named Baihei approaches the guy and is surprised by the coincidence that they are flying together on the same plane, considering this meeting incredible. Young people communicate cheerfully, remember the time spent together at school, laugh and share their plans for the future, enjoying each other's pleasant company and forgetting about worries. Lushan looks at the girl carefully. A feeling of strong anxiety does not leave him, as if he has a presentiment that their meeting on this plane may not be just a coincidence. Baihe looks at the main character with delight, her eyes shining with joy and admiration, as if she had met a long-lost friend. The time spent talking flies by, and 2 hours later the plane lands safely in the capital of the country. Young people watch in amazement as the capital prospers and develops, admiring its modern high-rise buildings and busy streets. Lushan looks at the huge high-rise buildings and realizes that this is what the area in his dreams looked like before the fall of civilization, which gives him mixed feelings. Lushan is going to see the girl off and then go to his educational institution for registration. Young people slowly move along the shady alley, enjoying a pleasant walk. Baihe thinks that it would be great to get into the same campus with Lushan. Local hooligans instantly fix their gaze on the new arrivals, their faces expressing curiosity and hidden threat. The hooligans are stunned by Baihe's beauty and cannot take their eyes off her, admiring her attractiveness. One of the hooligans tells his friend that this beauty will be his. The friend is skeptical about such statements, realizing that this could lead to trouble. Young people approach Baihe and offer the girl to accompany her to check in and help her with her luggage, showing imaginary care and goodwill. Lushan uses the current situation to his advantage. He thanks the young people for their help and gives them his luggage along with the girl's suitcase. Lately, Lushan has learned to hide his true strength from others. He is confident that it will be difficult for ordinary warriors to suspect anything wrong in his actions. Young people actually consider Lushan to be a beginner and believe that he will have little chance of success at university, which gives them a feeling of superiority. The student tells the young people that although their university is not very large, everything in it corresponds to the conditions and principles of martial arts, and there are many training grounds on campus. Lushan learns from a student that you can apply to join the martial arts tower 3 times every month. The young people laugh loudly, believing that Lushan has little chance of joining the warriors from the martial arts tower. They clearly underestimate his abilities. A student tells Baihe that she can turn to anyone for help in the eastern part of campus, where they are always ready to support newcomers. After this, the guy strictly forbids the girl to approach students from the 7th grade university, which causes her bewilderment. This greatly interests the main character. He asks the young man why this cannot be done. The student says that everyone who entered the 7th university is considered crazy, and everyone who was able to get there is not a person, but a real monster. The young man warns Lushan that if you cross the road with the students of the 7th university, you can say goodbye to your life. Lushan says goodbye to Baihe and asks the girl to call if any problems or questions arise. Baihe smiles and thanks the protagonist for the company and offer of help, assuring him that she will certainly take advantage of his offer. Local hooligans don't understand where Lushan came from and are going to find out more about him, feeling that their competitor could be dangerous. One of the students asks Bai what university her friend is from and where he came from. The girl proudly announces to the young people that the main character is a student at the 7th Combat University, which causes them great surprise and shock. This information greatly shocks young people. Their faces are distorted with grimaces of surprise and fear. Baihe takes her suitcases from the young people and adds that her friend's name is Lushan, and they have probably heard of him. Young people have really heard about the main character and are very worried about the fact that they behaved arrogantly and impudently towards him. Lucian moves away quite a distance, but his inner vision allows him to hear the dialogue of young people who are surprised that he has become the best student in the country. Lucian stops at the large entrance gate and realizes that he has arrived at his place of training. The main character believes that the legendary 7th University looks impressive, and he is especially attracted by the majestic high tower, which symbolizes power and knowledge. The guy believes that regardless of the result, studying at such a university will greatly expand his horizons and will not be a waste of time, but will bring a lot of useful knowledge and skills. Lucian heads to a small tent where first-year students are registering, preparing to begin their journey at the legendary institution. The guy approaches the girls who are in the tent and asks if new students are registered here. The girl takes the enrollment letter from the young man's hands and says that she will help him go through all the formalities. A second later, her expression changes. She learns that the best graduate in the country is standing in front of her. The guy behind the girls listens carefully to the main character's conversation with them and watches the situation warily. He suddenly jumps down to Lucian and asks if he is really the legendary disciple everyone is talking about. The main character greets the young man and confirms that everything is correct. His name really is Lucian. The young man's eyes flash red, eager to see what Lucian can do. The guy swings his huge training sword and strikes the young man, testing his reaction and strength. In the last fractions of a second, the young master stops, surprised by the calm reaction of the protagonist. Lucian was not at all afraid and remained standing in place, demonstrating his incredible willpower and confidence. A young man uses a sword to point in the direction of the dormitory. He suggests that Lucian move in that direction and, if necessary, use the directional signs so as not to get lost on campus. The girls find Lucian a difficult guy. They intend to get to know him better and stick together, hoping that his strength and talent will benefit them. The young people look at the results of the unified exam and think that judging by the amount of chi energy Lucian has, he has already reached the 6th rank, which makes them respect and envy. Lucian is surprised that on the vast territory of the university, he practically does not see students. It looks extremely deserted. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts are interrupted by an unfamiliar guy who runs towards him and asks him to wait for him. The young guy, introducing himself as Zaywei, says that he is a freshman and asks for help finding the dormitory since he is a little lost. The main character decides to help Zaywei, and they go to the dormitory together, discussing their first impressions of the university along the way. Approaching the dormitory, the young people observe how a large crowd of people has gathered at the entrance. A crowd of onlookers watches as a student flies out of the dormitory door with loud screams, which causes a wave of surprise among everyone present. The guy in the red shirt falls to the ground with such force that bright sparks fly around him, his face contorted in pain and shock. A senior student comes out of the dorm door and grins, and tells the freshman that his technique is pretty good for a beginner. He reports that the defeated guy was the first of the newcomers to withstand 2 of his blows, and suggests that the young people fight harder so that they can settle in. The rookie, concerned about the situation, asks his friend if he is sure he can handle the senior fighter. The guy's name is Haden, even though he is 5th in the country in the final exam. He has just made it to the 5th rank and cannot compete with a senior student who is at the peak of the 5th rank. The aggressive senior student who came out to them turns out to be the head of the dormitory. A friend suggests that Haden use elemental control skills or attack the headman together in order to wear down his strength and ultimately win. Haden believes that this will not work because a warrior at the peak of the 5th rank has powerful chi energy, and his attacks are comparable to the attack of a mad bull. In addition, Haden feels that the second high school student next to the prefect is not at all simple. He makes a guess that this guy might be a 6th rank master. The first-year students are very surprised. The head of the Martial Arts Association is a 6th rank warrior. They do not understand how a student can have such a level. The headman informs newcomers that the rules for moving in are very simple. Those who can withstand 3 of his attacks will have the opportunity to go to the dormitory, and those who can withstand 5 hits will be able to pick up their things and get a full-fledged place to live. The headman knows that each of the newcomers is the pride of his hometown and stands out among his peers, but on campus, awards and titles are not worth a penny. The headman believes that to achieve what you want, you need to make an effort and show real perseverance. And the elder considers those who are weak to be worse than ordinary insects, unworthy of either respect or attention. The headman informs those present that this will be their first lesson from a student of the Great Seventh University, making them understand that the rules of the game are completely different here. Lushan immediately did not like the head of the hostel. The main character believes that the guy constantly talks about the laws of the jungle, in fact being a weakling. Zaiwei, in high spirits, states that his favorite pastime is putting smug seniors in their place and gaining the respect of his fellow students. Zaiwei tells Lushan that he forgot to mention that he is the best in his province this year and ranked 9th nationwide. Zaiwei believes that today he will definitely stay in the dorm, despite any rules, and rushes to the entrance of the building. A second later, a young man flies out of the dorm doors and lands on the asphalt. Lushan approaches him and asks how he is feeling. Zaiwei admits that he did not think that the dorm leader was so strong and had such enormous chi energy. Lushan tells his new friend that it's his turn now, before confidently turning around and heading towards the dorm entrance. The main character considers the headman to be an annoying insect who talks too much, and decides that he needs to be removed from the path as quickly as possible. The headman, with a smirk on his face, turns to the protagonist and mockingly asks if he can withstand 3 of his blows, implying that this is almost impossible for an ordinary beginner. Lushan throws his travel bag on the ground and tells the headman to stop talking and show his skills in action. Lushan's behavior surprises the surrounding students, who are amazed by his audacity and courage in talking with a strong warrior. The headman takes a fighting position. A fiery aura of chi energy flares up around him. He tells Lushan that he will now show what a real attack is. The students watching what is happening believe that the main character has no chance in a confrontation with such a strong master, but they watch his every move with interest. Lushan feels the strong pressure of chi energy coming from the headman, but remains completely calm, waiting for the right moment to strike. Having waited for an opportune moment, Lushan rushes at the headman with great speed. His movements are swift and precise. A moment later, the main character is already in front of the headman, and using his incredible speed and strength, grabs him by the throat. Lushan performs a spectacular throw. The headman's body slams into the ground with great force, leaving everyone in shock at such a quick and decisive victory. The first-year students are very surprised by this fight. They do not understand how the main character so easily defeated a warrior at the peak of the 5th rank, who was considered invincible. The headman, lying on the ground, is trying to understand what happened, and the crowd of students around him freezes in surprise and admiration. Zaiwei was very impressed with the throw that Lushan performed, especially how the guy slammed the elder into the ground. Lushan approaches the second senior student who is standing at the entrance to the dorm and asks him if he can come through. The senior student crushes the glass of juice in his hand and tells Lushan that there is no problem and he can pass. The main character approaches the stand on which the keys to the rooms are located. He decides that he needs to take care of his new friend Zaiwei. The main character goes out onto the porch and throws the keys to the 17th room of Zaiwei. The young man thanks Lushan for his help, takes the main character's things, and heads to the dormitory. A senior student calls on the phone and tells his interlocutor that they have a very interesting newcomer this year. Lushan walks out into the courtyard, looks around the dorm complex, and says it's better than he expected. Zaiwei understands that the main character will live in an apartment for the first student in the country, and concludes that his new friend is the famous Lushan. Zaiwei begins to open up with the main character, saying that he specifically entered the 7th university so as not to meet with monsters like Lushan. The guy hoped that the best students would go to more prestigious universities, but this year the strongest students entered the 7th great university to study. Lushan, interested in Zaiwei's words, asks the young man why he thinks the 7th university is so weak. Zaiwei explains that in past years, those who ranked first always went to the first great university. He checked the results of the annual martial arts tournament and learned that the 7th university was always at the bottom of the rankings. Lushan thinks it doesn't matter whether the university is weak or strong. It is enough for him that he can practice the martial arts of great warriors. The guy tells Zaiwei that he still has things to do and offers to meet later. Lushan enters his apartment, noting that the interior decoration is not bad. Even the upholstery of the sofas is made of expensive leather. The guy finds the remote control for the media system on the table and turns on the large plasma TV hanging on the wall. In addition to various television channels, the media system allows you to use the student social network. Lushan learns that many students are interested in the fight between the 2 strongest future graduates of the 7th university. He decides to look at their abilities and turns on the live broadcast of their fight. After the fight begins, the media system reports that the free 15 seconds of viewing have been completed and you need to log into the system and top up your balance. Lushan cannot do this since he does not even know his student number, so he decides to practice, especially since the training ground looks pretty decent. Before arriving at the university, Lushan produced 30 bottles of serum. The guy believes that this should be enough for the first time. He is confident that the effect of the new serum should be excellent and plans to immediately drink one serving. However, he is not allowed to do this as they begin to knock on the door continuously and very hard. Lushan asks who came and why they are trying to break down his door with such frenzy. The main character does not receive an answer to his question. He approaches the front door and opens it. 3 young men stand on the threshold of his apartment. The most aggressive of them, located in the center, asks the main character if he is the same Lushan. Lushan immediately recognizes the aggressive intentions of the uninvited guests. He decides to act proactively and delivers a powerful energy blow to the impudent young man. The boorish young man is thrown several tens of meters from the door. His friends, seeing that the situation has changed, immediately change their expressions to friendly ones. Lushan advises the arrogant youth to learn good manners and learn to behave properly before coming to him. The young man tries to get back on his feet, not understanding what happened and where Lushan got such power from since he just entered university. Lushan asks the 2 young people remaining at the door why they came and what they need. The young people report that there was a mistake and say that they are members of the student government. They brought Lushan his student card as well as gifts in honor of admission. Lushan believes that everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance and concludes that the student government deliberately wants to intimidate newcomers. The main character asks the young people why they are still not leaving. The students say that they will immediately take their friend and leave without causing any more trouble. The young man tries to get to his feet, realizing that he has not received such damage even from a 6th-rank monster, his face contorted in surprise and pain. Lushan notices that the students who are bothering him are too slow. The guy asks if he can help them with anything. The students fearfully thank Lushan and say that they hesitated only to resolve the issue with the broken door. Lushan sits down on a comfortable sofa, happy that he now has a student card and can fully use the media system. The main character watches a student report about one of the top students of the 7th university, who has refined manners and is dressed in a Western classic suit, giving the impression of a noble and confident person. His opponent is a simpler guy who uses classical styles. He is also the strongest master of the university. These 2 are real talents. The main character is interested in knowing what their true strength is, so he carefully watches their fight. The masters inflict a series of powerful blows on each other, after which they converge in the clinch, showing colossal skill. The main character reflects that if he did not have the power of a guru, he would only last for a few minutes of such an intense fight at most. The best students of the 7th university have not yet achieved the degree of guru, but their talent leads to this, demonstrating outstanding abilities and potential. The main character comes to the conclusion that there are many martial arts geniuses in the world, which means he needs to become stronger and train harder. Lushan switches channels and sees a report from the hostel, realizing that someone filmed the incident and posted it online, which gives him mixed feelings. The main character hears his stomach growling. The guy decides to go eat. He heads to the cafeteria to see how things are with food here and what choice is offered to students. Zaiwei brings up a tray of food that Lushan ordered and assumes that the protagonist must have been joking by ordering such a huge number of dishes. Zaiwei is amazed at how Lushan consumes huge portions of food, not believing that it is possible to stay in good shape with such an appetite and not experience any physical problems. The girls at the next table are discussing the main character, considering his eating habits indecent. The 2 young people realize that Lushan is sitting at the table, who beat their head man. They think that it would be nice in the future to check what the strength of the country's strongest graduate is. Zaiwei notices that the main character has only been on campus for 1 day, and half of the university students already know him, which makes him admire him. A group of young people approaches the Lushan table. The eldest of them extends his hand to the guy, inviting him to meet. Clearly proud of his achievements, the stranger states his name and reports that he was ranked 2nd in his province and ranked 17th in the country. Lushan, remaining calm, says that he has nothing to do with this and asks the guy why he came. He is not interested in the results of students from neighboring provinces. The huge fighter, dissatisfied with Lushan's answer, intends to teach the guy a lesson, but the eldest of the group stops him and asks him not to rush. The guy tells Lushan that he knows how strong he is and does not consider himself his rival, but he believes that they are no longer school children and they need to establish connections here. Lushan, without losing confidence, asks the young man why he approached him if he knows that he is not his rival and expects to hear an intelligible answer. Lushan slowly gets up from the table and tells the young man that he is clearly stupid for not understanding that nothing good will come out of this conversation, adding that he should stop all attempts to force communication. Such words drive the stranger into a state of rage. A fiery aura flares up around him, after which he rushes to attack, intending to show his strength and authority. Lushan instantly reacts to the young man's attack, using a practiced move to grab him by the throat and throw him to the floor, demonstrating his superior strength and fighting skills. The voice of the main character is heard, telling the stranger that there is no need to bother him. Zaiwei, who is nearby, is delighted with what is happening. He considers his new friend a real monster, amazed at his strength and composure. Lushan stands next to the defeated student, on whom dishes fall from the tables and the remains of food spill out. The main character tells those present that two things irritate him most. Firstly, when he is distracted from training. Lushan points to the defeated student and continues to say that secondly, he is annoyed when annoying insects fly over his head while eating. Lushan demands from those present that they remember this, and asks them if everything is clear to them, expecting that his words will be taken seriously and no one else will dare to bother him. Zaiwei considers himself very lucky to have a new friend. He thinks that Lushan is very cool and is a real man who inspires admiration and respect. Lushan reflects that the path of martial arts is a constant struggle for superiority, and he must always be on guard as the seventh great university has talents from all over the country. Such threats don't bother the main character much, but what really gets on his nerves is a bunch of annoying insects that don't give him peace. Lushan believes that the problem is that such people are too bold and arrogant, and understands that if they appeared before a powerful guru, they would not behave this way. Based on these conclusions, the protagonist intends to intimidate them so that they disappeared from his sight. The main character decides to break the spirit and arrogance of such people so that they respect him as a higher spirit and fear him like a deity, realizing that it is better not to cross him on their path. Lushan hears a man approaching him and calling him by name. He activates his spiritual vision and feels a huge surge of chi energy, which makes him alert. The young man turns around and sees a man in front of him, who introduces himself as the deputy rector, and informs him that tomorrow Lushan will have to give a speech on behalf of the freshmen at the initiation ceremony. Lushan tries to object, explaining that he has never been good at public speaking, but the man assures him that there is nothing difficult about it, and he just needs to say a couple of phrases. The main character accepts the offer of the deputy rector. He agrees to give a speech and promises to prepare for his speech. The next day, students gradually begin to gather in the assembly hall to take part in the 51st freshman initiation ceremony. Students notice the main character in the ranks of those present and begin to discuss among themselves his upcoming performance. In a wide aisle, Lushan encounters a young man ranked 12th in the entire country, who looks at him with displeasure, clearly feeling antipathy towards him. The surrounding students notice how arrogantly this young man looks at Lushan. They begin to whisper, suggesting that he might decide to provoke the main character. The deputy rector begins his opening speech, welcoming the new students of the great 7th university. Lushan, covering his ears with his fingers, tries not to listen to the man. He believes that such speeches are too formal and do not bring any benefit. The deputy rector finishes his report. He announces that Lushan will now take the stage for a welcoming speech. The man introduces the student, saying that Lushan passed the exam the best and took first place in the country, which arouses interest in the main character among everyone present. The students express their outrage at Lushan's performance by loudly booing him and shouting ridicule. The vice-rector asks the students to immediately stop making noise, remain quiet, and listen to the young man's opening speech. Lushan tells the man that he has been preparing all day and is confident that everything will go well. The students are wondering what Lushan can say that is so interesting. One of the students says that it doesn't matter what the guy says. The main thing is to choose the right moment to disrupt his speech. Lushan tells the students his name and states that he knows that many people here do not like him. Therefore, the main character decides to give everyone the opportunity to fight him right now. Lushan informs the students that he will allow them to attack together, calling those present small insects and demanding that they not keep him waiting, which only fuels their discontent. The deputy rector, shocked by this course of events, does not hide his indignation because such amateur performances are completely inconsistent with the norms of behavior at the ceremony. Lushan notices that the students are in no hurry to attack him and decides to provoke them further, declaring that they are just trash, incapable of worthy resistance. The students in the front rows, unable to bear such insults, rise from their seats in rage, preparing to show Lushan that he is wrong in his assessment. One of the students, using chi energy, transforms his body and declares to the main character that he will now answer for his words and will be punished for his arrogance. His attitude is supported by a girl. She rises above the other participants and declares that she is not averse to testing the strength of the strongest student in the country, seeing this as an opportunity to prove her strength and talent. Haden clearly understands that this will not end well, but the guy is worried that if he stays away, others will think that he is afraid of Lushan. Haden decides that now is the time to take on the challenge and show his strength, as this could be his chance to prove his courage and fighting skills. Enormous chi energy bursts out of the protagonist's body and transforms into a huge dragon hovering above him, demonstrating his power and terrifying his opponents. The teacher tries to intervene and stop what is happening, fearing for the safety of the students, but the vice-rector raises his hand and stops him, wanting to see how it all ends and how great Lushan's capabilities are. Zaiwei intends to join and help Lushan, believing that despite the protagonist's colossal abilities, he will not be able to withstand the huge crowd. Lushan's appearance takes on a demonic appearance. His eyes glow with fire, and his aura envelops his body in a dense cloud of chi energy, creating an ominous image. Lushan informs the 12th-ranked student that he will be the first to suffer his wrath and charges at him with incredible speed. A blow of colossal force throws the young man to the back rows of the audience, causing great surprise among those present. One of the students pounces on Lushan and delivers a series of effective kicks to him, trying to hit key points. But this does not cause much harm to the main character, who easily blocks all the blows. Lushan, having fought off the young man's numerous attacks, performs a powerful throw, knocking the fighter to the ground, and tells him that he is still too weak to fight him. The next opponent of the main character is a young master who controls the element of fire, who is confident in his victory. He believes that Lushan cannot withstand the fire. Lushan, with incredible agility and strength, deflects the powerful stream of plasma aimed at him, and without wasting a second, grabs the Fire Master by the face. The main character tells the Fire Master that he is quite good and his strength is great, and besides, his technique even set his clothes on fire. Lushan concentrates a powerful energy field in his hand and deals a powerful blow to the Fire Master, which throws him aside like a feather. A girl with colossal speed intends to defeat the main character using her incredible ability to move so fast that the human eye is unable to track her movements. Lushan, realizing the seriousness of her intentions, uses the wind-breathing technique, which allows him to move at the same speed, and possibly faster than the girl. Using this technique, the protagonist easily knocks the knife out of the hands of the stunned girl, leaving her unarmed and demoralized. Suddenly, one of the opponents finds himself at close range with Lushan. He accumulates enormous chi energy and transforms it into a swarm of flying metal arrows aimed directly at the main character. When a huge number of arrows hit Lushan, he is greatly surprised to realize that his enemies can possess such powerful and destructive techniques. The young master believes that he defeated the main character with the help of his technique, but he does not yet know that the energy arrows did not cause much harm to Lushan. The main character, using chi energy, controls the enemy's combat items and lifts them into the air to strike back. Lushan sends energy arrows towards his opponent. They hit their target and pin the young master to the wall, leaving him defenseless and dazed. The students realize that they cannot cope with the main character alone, so they change their tactics and rush to the attack all together, hoping for numerical superiority. Lushan accumulates a huge amount of chi energy around itself. which it transforms into a powerful explosion that throws attackers tens of meters to the sides. As the explosion's energy dissipates, Lushan, surrounded by the glow of his energy field, tells the students that they are just weaklings and he will not give them a chance to win. The deputy rector, watching the fight, is pleased with the technique of the protagonist. He believes that soon geniuses from other great universities will meet in a duel with Lushan. The first-year students were very surprised by what was happening. They didn't have time to blink an eye. And Lushan defeated the strongest students of the university, showing their undeniable skill and strength. Hawden, observing this, believes that what is happening is similar to the king of the underworld revealing himself to the human world. This causes him to tremble and fear. The main character approaches Hawden and asks the guy why he is shaking and looks like he saw a monster. Lushan asks Hawden a question, reminding him that he was about to attack him. The young man is completely paralyzed with fear and unable to answer the question, his face expressing despair. The main character addresses the students, saying that today he gave them the opportunity to prove themselves, but they failed and were unable to show a decent level. Lushan warns the students not to even try to attack him next time, otherwise he will fight with his full strength and will not spare anyone who dares to challenge him. With a smile on his face, the main character informs the deputy rector that the welcoming speech is completed. The man is pleased that such a gifted student has appeared at their university and orders the prefects to start cleaning and take those who need it to the hospital wing. Lushan is in his room scrolling through the university news feed, his thoughts focused on the upcoming tests and new challenges that lie ahead. The newsfeed is filled with news of how Lushan alone dealt with hundreds of opponents, demonstrating his incredible abilities and skill. The main character believes that his actions at the university were like a stone thrown into a pond, which disturbed the calm waters. Lushan realizes that he has become much tougher lately and is increasingly resorting to force to solve problems. The guy believes that the reason for his cruelty is the weakness of his fellow students. He thinks that it is not bad to be weak. It is bad not to realize his situation and not to strive for improvement. Lushan reflects on how violence is not always the answer, but it can solve many problems when other methods fail. The main character decides that the time has come to train in order to expand his skills and remove the restriction from the beam project, as well as increase his combat effectiveness and skill. Using a protective energy cocoon, Lushan tries to get as close as possible to the 7th-rank zombie guru. The zombie girl inflicts numerous blows with her spear, but the protagonist's improved skills allow him to dodge with agility. Lushan delivers a series of powerful blows, but they do not achieve results, since the girl effectively defends herself with the help of her magical shield. The main character, using his skills, increases the power of the energy strike 20 times, but even this is not enough to break through the defense of a 7th-rank master. Having repelled another Lushan attack, the zombie girl deftly manipulates the spear and counterattacks the main character. Lushan, using wind breath, avoids lightning strikes and, using the Sutra of Heavenly Insight, increases his strength tenfold. A beam of colossal chi energy breaks through the zombie girl's defense. The guy believes that he was finally able to inflict irreparable damage to the master. The zombie girl screams loudly and falls to her knees. Chi energy uncontrollably radiates around her, which transforms into ice crystals. She freezes for a moment, then begins to scream loudly. The main character feels how her energy flows begin to transform. Lushan silently watches what is happening, feeling the colossal flows of chi energy emanating from the zombies. The zombie girl's body undergoes a transformation. Her hands begin to turn into huge clawed paws. After a moment, she jumps and flies high into the air, demonstrating her incredible strength and agility. Her transformation continues, turning her into an even more powerful and menacing creature. Lushan understands that the true manifestation of a zombie occurs only after receiving damage. He believes that now is the time to concentrate his forces and strike the decisive blow. The main character cannot hesitate for a second, as the zombie girl has turned into a huge ice bird. Lushan deals an energy blow to her and falls to the ground. Exhausted, the guy has used up almost all his strength. The young man watches the zombie girl slowly approach him. He curses heavily and believes that he has lost again. Zombie Guru points his battle spear at the main character. Lushan thinks that it is all over and he will never defeat the zombie girl. His confidence is crumbling. At this moment, a strong crash is heard. The guy watches in amazement as the girl begins to disintegrate into numerous ice crystals. The last thing the main character remembers is a strong energy blow to the solar plexus, which sends him into oblivion. After some time, Lushan regains consciousness and realizes that he is in visions consisting of the memories of a zombie girl. A young girl is brought to the master's temple, who immediately senses her strong energy and says that she has good natural abilities for martial arts. The master turns to the girl and says that from now on, she will become his student and follower of the Ice River School of Martial Arts. The girl has been sitting under an icy waterfall for many hours in a row. The master asks her what she wants to know perfectly. The girl tells the master that she wants to learn how to wield a weapon, and most of all, she likes the spear. She sees in it the personification of strength and grace. Possessing good natural abilities, the girl reaches the level of guru at the age of 17, which arouses the admiration of everyone. The master congratulates her and informs her that they have the youngest guru in the history of the school, which is a great achievement. In the next vision that the main character visits, the guru's girl is meditating in a dark room. Her meditation is interrupted by a young man running into the room. The young man is outraged that the base is practically destroyed, and the girl continues to meditate and asks if her heart is really frozen, since she does not react to what is happening. All the last time the girl was in deep meditation, she strived for her frosty bird to become icy. She was absent from the real world for quite a long time, and now, returning, she asks where her master is now. The man informs the guru girl that the master is already dead. He believes that he has gone crazy, since he kept repeating that the guru girl should not be disturbed and allowed her to complete the transformation. The guru girl puts on steel battle armor, deciding that since her master died, she too must die in battle. Seeing this as her duty and destiny, she fights against huge, powerful monsters, feeling deep sadness that her teacher never learned that her frostbird had just mastered the Ice River technique. Lushan gradually comes to his senses, experiencing a severe headache. He is still under the influence of visions. The guy is amazed by the rich and vivid memories of the girl. The zombie girl's abilities have significantly strengthened the protagonist. After absorbing memories, he feels how his techniques have developed significantly, reaching the 4th rank of spear wielding. The zombie girl's memories were like a transparent crystal filled with colossal energy. She was undoubtedly a martial arts genius and could easily challenge even a rank 8 master. After some time, the main character finds himself in a room where he discovers the core of the zombie girl's memories. He realizes that it is in it that her power is hidden. Lushan touches the core of memories. A bright flash of energy occurs, and a huge stream of memories and knowledge falls on the guy. In a matter of seconds, the surprised protagonist comprehends the Frostbird technique, feeling the power that the zombie girl possessed. Lushan is transferred to the zombie girl's distinct memories. He feels the spear shaft in his hand the same way she felt, and all her reactions and sensations are instantly transferred to him. The guru girl's spear, called the Frostbird Halberd, can withstand the most powerful monsters. In the next dream, Lushan learns information about a rank 10 martial artist who mastered spear techniques and created the Frostbird Halberd. Lushan did not expect that the old man from the memories would turn out to be a rank 10 master. The guy believes that the Beam Project keeps a huge number of secrets. Performing 3 rank 11 techniques simultaneously, the protagonist's body is at its limit, but he has a dream world where he can perfectly master the skills of strong warriors, defeating them in battle. Lushan believes that his next target will be a rank 10 master who was the zombie girl's teacher and plans to prepare for this test, knowing that his life and future are on the line. This master is located in the center of a dilapidated base. Lushan feels that there are many strong opponents hiding there, which makes him tremble. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts are interrupted by a severe energy imbalance and severe pain in the chest, making him wary. Lushan activates the crystal vision technique to understand what is happening to his body and energy, seeking to understand the source of the pain. The main character understands that he has the skills of various masters, whose elements are very different from each other, causing internal conflict. The first skills that Lushan acquired in battle were based on the element of fire, while the last experience transferred from the zombie girl uses the element of ice. Fire and ice are 2 incompatible elements, so the protagonist's body resists, which causes him serious problems and discomfort. Lushan goes into deep thought about how he should deal with this situation. Trying to find a solution that will allow him to maintain and develop his powers, he realizes that the solution is to develop a stone form that can absorb the will of the guru. If everything goes according to plan, the will of the protagonist will bind together the skills of many powerful masters and step by step create an absolute martial art that will become invincible. Lushan walks around campus with his new friend Zaiwei, informs the main character that now his name is on everyone's lips, and even senior students want to see him in their company, recognizing his strength and talent. Zaiwei reports that today they will have to choose the main direction of training in the discipline of using edged weapons. Lushan says that he has already made his choice and wants to study the use of a spear, considering this weapon the most suitable for himself. Zaiwei, thinking about his choice, decides that the spear will suit him perfectly and give him masculinity. First-year students are in martial arts class, ready for the lesson to begin. The door opens and Lushan walks confidently into the classroom where the students are, attracting everyone's attention. Students look at the main character. They are overcome by a feeling of uncertainty and fear. They do not know what to expect from his presence. Haden, from the very day he met Lushan, cannot get rid of the feeling of despair and powerlessness. He even dreamed a couple of times that he was at depth and could not emerge. No matter what the young man did, he was always enveloped in only a deadly cold, after which he woke up in a cold sweat. Haden is only scared by one specific person who is the main character. The bell rings, announcing the start of classes, and a teacher named Zhu enters the classroom. Her specialty is animals and monsters. The woman tells the students that she will be teaching an introductory lesson. First, she is going to explain why students are learning the basics of martial arts with edged weapons, ignoring firearms. The woman turns on informational slides that show how, when fighting monsters, bullets cannot penetrate their defenses, rendering such weapons completely useless. Many students do not understand why this happens. Zaiwei recalls that his father told him from childhood about the need to master martial arts and edged weapons. But he never gave a reason for this. The teacher reports that people have been resisting monsters for more than 300 years and have not stopped for a moment in researching the fight against the enemy. She says there are a lot of questions, but what is certain is that these creatures came from another world, and this raises a lot of speculation. The woman believes that it was not people who chose martial arts, but they chose people, and in order to survive, humanity must rely only on them. A student asks the teacher a question, wondering if the uselessness of human weapons is because these creatures are from another world. Shouldn't monsters also be limited in their power? The teacher reports that this is a good question to which she herself would like to know the answer. Lushan informs those present that the monsters have already been subjected to the restrictions of the human world, since they were originally even stronger and more dangerous. The teacher thinks this is a great idea, but it is just a guess. One of the students says that it is unfair to fight with a stronger opponent, to which the teacher notes that the world by its nature is generally unfair. She asks the students to absorb this information and informs them that the lesson is over for the day and invites them to rest. Zaiwei is very frightened by the enormous power of the monsters. The guy is worried that the monsters will be able to transform and go beyond their limitations. Lushan believes that it is too early to tell his new friend that after 10,000 years, people were completely wiped out from the face of the earth. Lushan has the resources of the Beam Project, but the guy understands that in 300 years, martial arts have not advanced one step in the fight against monsters. At times, the main character has the feeling that there is no hope, and he feels depressed. Lushan decides that it is up to him to develop and improve his fighting abilities in order to find this very hope. The teacher hands the young people blank forms and tells them that they have 3 days to complete the form and submit it to the registration department. During these 3 days, students can attend all classes on the use of bladed weapons to choose what they like. Zaiwei suggests not wasting time and going to a class where they teach spear techniques. The first-year students learn that Lushan chose the spear and advise their friends not to choose this class, and those who have already chosen to change their specialization. The main character and his friend walk into a spear training class and watch a large number of students practicing hard. The spear master informs the students that classes are finished for today, but if anyone wants to stay and practice, there is no problem. The girl notices the main character and his friend, points her finger at them and orders them to immediately come to her. Her name is Liu Zhuchen. She teaches lessons on using the spear from the 1st to the 5th year. Liu Zhuchen tells the young people that they are the only ones who have come today, and first, she intends to look at their skills by offering to participate in sparring. Lushan senses that Liu Zhuchen is filled with a huge amount of qi energy and is a rank 6 martial arts warrior. Liu Zhuchen carefully examines the main character, realizing that this is the same guy who has made a lot of noise lately. The woman suddenly lunges forward and delivers a strong, sharp blow to the young man, testing his reaction and skill. Lushan, using the wind technique, blocks the spear flying towards him at great speed. Having parried the teacher's blow, he instantly moves to a more advantageous distance for himself. Liu Zhuchen tells the guy that he works quite well for his level. Lushan suggests that the woman be more concentrated, since he is not going to stand on ceremony with her. Lushan rushes into a lightning attack, realizing that he is facing a worthy opponent, who has been improving his spear technique for 10 years and is not inferior to the guru in battle. Liu Zhuchen begins to spin the spear with great speed, creating a shield to hold back the colossal onslaught of qi energy coming from Lushan. The woman has difficulty repelling the blows of the protagonist, not understanding where the young man got such a technique for wielding a spear. During the next attack, Lushan manages to knock the spear out of the teacher's hands, demonstrating his skill and speed. Lushan points the tip of his spear at the woman, her face covered in cold sweat as the teacher realizes the gravity of the situation. The main character puts the spear aside and apologizes to the teacher, thereby showing his respect and understanding. Liu Zhuchen looks at the young man carefully, believing that he cannot be a beginner, since she did not even have time to use 3 techniques, and he had already deprived her of her weapon. Liu Zhuchen expresses her sincere surprise. She did not expect that so much strength was hidden in such a young man, and tells the young man that he has already completed the first course in wielding a spear. The students present were surprised by this information. One of them filmed the sparring on his phone, believing that everyone should see it. Liu Zhuchen tells Lushan that he lacks experience in real combat. She feels that he has not yet shed blood in battle, and advises him to go to the Student Mission Distribution Center. Lushan thanks the teacher for the information provided, showing his respect and appreciation. The teacher notes that this is the first time that a student has completed the course on the first day, and advises him to go to the pagoda to hone his skills and achieve perfection. Ziwei can't hide his delight and talks non-stop to the main character about how cool he is, admiring his skill and achievements. Lushan decides to go to the student center and invites his friend to get a good workout in, and then meet later when he has some free time. Ziwei looks carefully at the departing Lushan and again comes to the conclusion that the main character is a real monster. The students discuss what missions they need to take on and decide that they will need bandages, hemostatic agents, and dry rations. Lushan enters the Mission Distribution Center, intending to find out how difficult the tasks presented there are. He carefully studies the list of missions on the information wall, noticing that most of them involve capturing fugitives. The main character is not happy that all the missions are of the same type. He does not find a single task related to monsters. A man sitting at the table opposite notices Lushan and says that it is immediately obvious that he is here for the first time and is a freshman. The man reports that missions related to the capture of fugitives are posted in the morning, and missions with monsters are posted in the afternoon. Lushan picks up the purple mission. The man asks the young man if he is confident in his abilities. The man believes that the main character does not understand the complexity of the mission at all, and being a first-year student, most likely made a mistake. After some time, Lushan informs the man that this mission is not suitable for him. The main character scatters sheets of missions lying on the table and says that these missions are not suitable for him because they are too easy and demands a more difficult mission. This behavior greatly outrages the man. He warns the main character that if he behaves disgracefully, a complaint will be filed against him, and he will be severely punished. Lushan asks the man what is wrong because this is the mission window, and he just asked for a mission that he would be interested in completing. The employee reports that to carry out missions of this level, the student must take a course in the use of edged weapons and also have enormous combat power. In response to the man's words, Lushan casually throws him the badge of the Spiritual Martial Arts Association, showing his right to more difficult tasks. The man is very surprised that the young man has a 6th-rank warrior token, confirming his high level of skill. Lushan asks the employee if he wants to check his combat rank himself, hinting at his willingness to demonstrate his abilities. The man says that everything is fine with the rank and that everything suits him, but he says that first you still need to take a cold steel course. Lushan informs the employee that an hour ago his spear technique teacher confirmed the end of the training course, adding that the information will soon be added to the system, and the man will be able to double-check everything. The employee continues to talk about formalities, clarifying that for missions at level A and above, an application must be submitted for approval to the university authorities. The employee carefully reads the name on the main character's student card, after which he experiences shock and falls from his chair to the floor. The young man tells the man his name is Lushan and asks how long he plans to keep him here. The man gives the documents to the main character and begins to bow, after which he says that he will immediately inform him as soon as the results appear. Lushan leaves the mission distribution center. The guy thinks that the man he talked to is very strange. Haden continues his training with 2 combat blades, demonstrating harmonious movements and investing in every blow. The trainer tells the young man that this is the first time he has seen a guy who can handle a blade so skillfully, although he has never held one in his hands before. Haden holds a battle sword in his hands. He is pleased with himself because in addition to mastering weapons, he has a talent for manipulating metal. Every warrior who has mastered metal will be a master of bladed weapons. Haden feels the breath of the blade in his hand. The guy is sure that Lushan cannot achieve this. Haden attracts the conversation of nearby students, young people discussing some event that they saw on the university information portal. Students learn that Lushan turned out to be the strongest student in the history of the university, completing the course in 20 minutes. In addition, the guy disarmed an experienced teacher with 3 blows. Haden's body is pierced by severe trembling. He is unable to stop the convulsions. The guy falls to the ground and loses consciousness. The last thing the students may hear from him is his request to the teacher to transfer him to another department in order to avoid meeting with Lushan. One of the best students of the 7th University is training in a cozy park, demonstrating harmonious movements. Having completed his technique, the young man concentrates his chi energy and strikes the stone slab, which shatters into fine rubble. The girl standing next to him claps her hands and says that his technique is quite good and impressive. She notes that his late autumn strike has become even more powerful and believes that if his past enemy were to challenge him again, the young man would defeat him in less than 100 attacks. The guy says that the previous opponent is a defeated warrior and is now not a desirable opponent for him since his goals have changed. The young man tells the girl that his goal now is the guys from the top 10 of the 7th University. The girl replies that with his current strength, he can defeat all of them at once. The guy objects. He says that this is not a fact, because he has not yet formed his will as a martial arts guru. He adds that there is a huge gap between the 6th and 7th ranks, and it will take a lot of time to understand your true nature and realize your true self. The young man believes that despite all his achievements and combat power, his time has not yet come. He realizes that the path to the top is long and difficult. The girl takes out her phone and says that she has interesting information. Today, they published a video with a new student, which aroused her interest. The girl says that the newcomer is the strongest graduate in the country and defeated the teacher at the very first lesson in using edged weapons. The young man does not understand how this could happen, because Liu Zhuqin is one of the strongest instructors of the 7th University, and it is not so easy to defeat her. The guy believes that the newcomer is really strong. His spear technique has reached the initial stage or even its peak. Perhaps he will soon move to the next level of skill. The young man gives the girl the phone and says that wielding a spear is one thing, but a real fight is completely different, and not everyone can become a worthy opponent for him. The guy gets lost in his thoughts, believing that Lushan is a dark horse and perhaps they will meet soon. Lushan meets a team of movers near his home, who inform him that they have a gift from the governor, which makes him curious. With the help of chi energy, the main character lifts the case into the air and removes a combat spear from it, which immediately attracts his attention. The guy is very pleased with the gift from the governor. The body of the spear is made of durable material mixed with gold, and its tip is made of fire crystal, which makes this weapon exceptional. This spear is a guru weapon and is at least rank 7, making it incredibly powerful. Lushan tells the movers that such a gift is a great honor for him, and asks him to convey his gratitude to the governor. Thanks to the dragon spear with the red crystal, Lushan can increase his combat power by 30%, and most importantly, mastering the technique of natural breathing. With this spear, the young man will be able to win in close combat with the guru. The main character approaches the pagoda, which is a huge training complex, and sees a huge line in front of him, which causes him great surprise. The girl at the information desk immediately determines that Lucian is a newbie, as he is unaware of the huge number of people trying to get into the pagoda every day. She reports that there are 30 rooms in the pagoda, and only 30 people can visit it at a time, despite the fact that there are at least 5,000 people a day. Lucian asks the girl how long he will have to wait outside. The girl says that it depends on how long the students inside will last. There are no more than 200 people in front of him. She believes that it will take no more than 3 days. Lucian, upset, leaves the information desk and asks the girl to notify him when it's his turn. The girl promises to make an exception and inform him in advance. Lucian feels that the energy of the pagoda is unusual. It is filled with a unique power directed upward. The main character compares himself to a tower and imagines himself as a tiny firefly in front of the huge moon. The young man thinks about how big the difference is between the 7th and 9th rank guru, realizing that the path to perfection is long and difficult. Lucian thinks he still has time, so he decides that today he will train at a regular gym. In the gym, the girl tells the main character that all the rooms are already occupied, which upsets him even more. Lucian believes that today is not his day, and leaves the gym in an irritated mood. The girl advises him to come early, for example, at 6 in the morning. Suddenly, a girl administrator stops the main character and says that he was lucky. One student just left, and she signed him up next. Lucian asks the girl if she knows him. The girl answers in the affirmative and says that the main character is a celebrity of the University Information Portal. The young man thanks the girl for her concern. She replies that these are little things and wishes the guy good luck. The girl carefully examines Lucian moving away from her, not understanding why everyone calls him a demon, because he looks very polite. The girl administrator becomes curious about what the main character's power really is. She wants to know more about his abilities. Lucian is new to this gym and does not know how long it will take him to complete the workout. Ready for new challenges, the main character walks confidently into training room number 8. The guy approaches the control panel and realizes that this training room is similar to the ones he used at the talent camp. Lucian starts the training program, which informs him that the first stage of bladed weapon training is beginning and orders him to get ready. From holes in the walls, a huge number of metal balls rush towards the young man. Lucian waits until the metal balls are close enough to strike, and with the help of quick movements begins to cut the objects attacking him. After a few seconds, the balls cut in half fall to the floor around the main character. The guy is upset that he passed the test so quickly and easily. The system reports that the training is complete, and the first stage is only 20% completed. The young man doesn't understand what's going on, because this is tantamount to losing. The system informs that during training it is forbidden to use anything other than pure physical strength, including elemental techniques and enhancing chi energy. The main character reboots the system and intends to take this test again to improve his results. Without the use of energy, it is much more difficult for a young man to repel attacks from metal balls. Lucian did not think that these training systems would force him to give his all and sweat, but he decides not to give up and continues to train hard. The first stage of training is completed. The system informs the young man about the beginning of the second stage. The guy realizes that this time he is being attacked not by iron balls but by wooden ones, which forces him to use different techniques to protect himself. When repelling the blows of wooden balls, you need to greatly change the speed and direction of the blow, since the lighter the target, the easier it is to be affected by air currents. The next thing Lucian faces is an attack of energy feathers, which are even harder to work with than the wooden balls. Before the guy can hit them, the airflow changes their trajectory, making it unpredictable. Lucian recalls that a similar thing was described in ancient scriptures about martial arts, where the master advised to hit, cutting the air, and strike as if striking a water surface. After a couple of hours of training in this gym, Lucian's understanding of the red crystal dragon spear has significantly improved. If this continues, it won't take much time to fully master it and cultivate the soul of the spear. The gym pleased the young man, as balls made of different materials allowed him to feel the weapon and hone his technique. Lucian understands that controlling a bladed weapon is not so easy. Not only does one need to use skill, but also every muscle must be controlled. Without hard training, it is simply impossible to effectively work with a spear. The guy believes that even he, who masters 4 levels of spear techniques and inherited the memories of 2 great martial arts gurus, will have a rather difficult time using a spear in battle. This time, the main character was able to feel all the weak and unstable parts of his body, which gave him the opportunity to improve his skills. Now his martial arts foundations have become stronger. The guy feels like everything is moving, as if he is on the threshold of a new stage. Feeling restless, Lushan begins to worry because the new stages of training have not yet begun. The training system informs the young man that training in this gym is completed. Lushan leaves the training ground in a great mood, intending to train every day until he becomes invulnerable. The girl informs the administrator that she has already been coming for 3 days in a row, and she is always told that everything is busy. The administrator says that the hall is always full and advises the girl to contact the rector with a request to build new training halls. The girl is sad because she lost a lot of time waiting for her turn to train, but in the end, she never achieved what she wanted. Suddenly, her mood improves. She sees that Lushan is leaving the training room, which means that she will now be free. The girl runs to the training room, not believing that her training hour has finally come. Entering the training hall, the girl is stunned by the huge amount of chopped and shredded wood, plastic, metal, and some feathers scattered everywhere. The girl gets the feeling that she was not in a training room, but in a city dump. She is very angry that Lushan did not even clean up after his training. She angrily presses the control panel to clean the room. A few seconds later, a cleaning robot appears in the room, asking the girl to be careful as he begins cleaning. The girl is surprised that real chaos can be created in such a small training room. The student does not understand where so much garbage could come from. This is only possible if Lushan had a picnic in the training room and lived there for several days. Surprise appears on the girl's face when she realizes that the young man was in the room for only a couple of hours. According to the rules, nothing other than edged weapons can be brought into the hall, which means that all this chaos was caused by training. The girl requests information from the system and asks to show the progress of the previous student. She is surprised to see that Lushan passed the 5th stage of training with a 100% success rate. Suddenly, the control panel erupts with sparks and goes completely out of order, scaring the girl and causing her to move away. The girl steps away from the control panel, convinced that the information provided by the system is incorrect. Lushan could not even imagine that he would feel so good after drinking just 1 bottle of serum after training. Having taken the elixir, the main character instantly feels a surge of strength and energy, which prompts him to immediately begin practicing the star tempering technique. The young man feels energy filling his body and understands that he will soon move to a new level. Lushan looks at his hand and clearly feels that his golden body form has doubled in strength. The guy realizes that at this rate, completing the 2nd stage of the golden body will take half as long as he expected. All subsequent days, the main character devotes the morning hours to the practice of star tempering, training hard on the roof of a high-rise building. After morning practice, Lushan goes to study pairs, where they thoroughly study monsters, their habits and weaknesses, delving into the tactics of dealing with these creatures. After lunch, every day, the main character visits the pagoda to check his turn for the training session. Then, Lushan begins training with edged weapons, repeatedly passing all 5 stages of the test, and honing his skills and improving his technique to perfection. After a week of intense training, the protagonist completes all 5 stages of training with edged weapons, feeling that the amount of chi in his blood has tripled, filling him with energy and strength. Lushan feels deep satisfaction from his achievements, realizing that his combat power has increased exponentially, and he has also learned about many weaknesses in his skills that can be eliminated. A girl who has been watching his progress tells his classmates that Lushan has left the training room, and now they can see the results of his test. The girl confidently enters the training room, leaving behind her surprised classmates. The young people are amazed by her determination and purposefulness. Students learn that there are 5 stages in the training room. They get acquainted with the test results of the main character. One of the students does not understand why there are feathers on the floor and how they help in training. Students believe that they need to record the results of Lushan as quickly as possible and publish them on the university forum. The girl reports that she has already sent this information, but no one believed her. The administration thinks that her words are an exaggeration or a joke. The young man asks his friends if they think Lushan is stronger than the guy who took 1st place in the ranking. The girl explains that the one who was able to go through all 5 stages of the training room owns bladed weapons at the level of the 2nd stage of control. She also adds that the main character is most likely close to guru level, and that he should be considered invincible at this point. The students believe that Lucian is superior to the top 10 seniors in the 7th University's rankings, considering his skills and combat power to be undeniable. They are confused and do not know what to do next with secret information that cannot be conveyed to others or proven to be true. This causes them confusion and anxiety. The girl suggests pretending that they are not in the know, believing that the true power of the main character will not be hidden from the public eye for long. The girl has a premonition that Lucian will not hide his real strength for long, and soon it will become clear to everyone how strong and unique he is in his skills. At that moment, Lucian receives a message on his cell phone that it is his turn to visit the sacred pagoda, and he only has 10 minutes to show up, otherwise other students will take his place. Almost simultaneously, a second message arrives confirming the request to complete a Level A mission. Since this mission is urgent, you are required to immediately report to the Mission Distribution Center. Lucian chooses a mission, believing that he will always have time to get to the Sacred Pagoda, but Category A missions are not issued every day and can be distributed among other students. Each of the 7 great universities has its own sacred martial pagoda, which serves not only as a place of training, but also as a symbol of the strength and prestige of the institution. However, students can visit the sacred pagodas of other universities, and if a student sets a record in someone else's pagoda, then that university is deprived of the right to use its sacred pagoda for an entire year. The administrator of the sacred pagoda of the 7th University asks the guy to submit an application to visit. The girl finds out that the guy represents the 4th great university and is its best student, which causes her a mixture of admiration and concern. Rongming has excellent physical fitness and skills. He is rightfully the best student of the 4th university. The guy informs the administrator that he is the same Rongming and leads the 6th place in the list of the strongest students among all universities. Lucian is in a cafe, believing that before a long journey, the main thing is to eat well in order to gain strength and energy for the upcoming tests. The young man is holding an envelope in his hands, which contains the necessary information for completing the mission. He needs to carefully study it and, after reading it, be sure to destroy it in order to maintain confidentiality. The target of the mission is a group of scoundrels that has committed crimes and caused damages of over 2 billion yuan, and also killed more than 50 people, 30 of whom were police officers. For every bandit caught or killed, the reward is 10 million yuan or 10 training credits. And the capture of a gang leader is valued at 10 times that amount, providing a significant incentive to complete the mission. Lucian understands that with a couple of missions like this, you can easily cope with student loans and significantly improve your reputation among students. The main character learns that in addition to him, there will be 2 students in the squad, whose names are Menyao and Zanfei. The guy hopes that the rest of the team will not get in his way and then burns the information he has learned. Menyao is noticeably nervous. They have been waiting at the appointed place for the main character for quite a long time, and he still hasn't appeared. This increases her anxiety. Zanfei smokes his 10th cigarette in a row. He asks the girl to calm down and says that the main character is about to appear. The girl says that if Lucian does not appear now, she will begin the mission without him. Zanfei asks her not to do this, reminding her that the main character is their partner, and without him, the mission may be in jeopardy. Menyao believes that Lucian is not a comrade at all, but a burden, since the information indicates that the main character is 18 years old, and the percentage of his completed missions is 0, which makes her doubt his abilities. Zanfei tells the girl that she should not underestimate the guy, since he has heard about him and knows that Lucian is the best student of the year and has a high combat rank, which can be a decisive factor in the successful completion of the mission. Menyao says that she no longer intends to wait for some young man and fuss with him like a nanny, so she invites the guy to start an extremely dangerous mission without the main character. Zanfei senses the fluctuating chi energy and informs the girl that Lucian is in place, which calms her down and allows them to focus on the task at hand. Lucian greets the young men and announces that he is ready to begin the mission, showing his determination and confidence. The team drives by car to the appointed place. The girl displeasedly asks the main character if he took a weapon with him. Zanfei reports that at the criminal gathering there is a leader whose combat skills are at the peak of the 6th rank, and he is the main target of the mission. The girl reminds Lucian that this mission is very serious and is not a child's play. In case of the slightest mistake, they can all die. Lushan asks the girl not to worry and says that she will take this mission extremely seriously. Trying to remain unnoticed, the young people leave the car in the next block and make their way through an overgrown park area to the mission site. Without any problems, the young people reach the desired building and climb onto its roof, preparing for the next stage of their plan. They intend to approach the huge windows to see who is inside and eavesdrop on their conversation. However, this cannot be done quickly, since there is a patrol of bandits on the roof, which closely monitors all possible routes of entry and does not allow anyone to approach unnoticed. Zanfei intends to use an alternative route to infiltrate the premises and find out the number of his opponents. Lushan activates the skill of spiritual vision and plunges into deep meditation, which causes strong dissatisfaction in the girl, since the guy does not pay attention to her words and does not react to what is happening around. The main character sees that there are more than a dozen people inside the building, and many of them have a high combat rank, which makes him think about his further course of action. Zanfei shakes Lushan by the shoulders, demanding that the young man stop flying in the clouds and return to reality so that they can continue with the mission. Lushan invites the young people to split into 2 teams, as he intends to go ahead and deal with the bandits on his own. Zanfei is noticeably nervous, attributing this to the fact that she is completing a mission of Category A difficulty for the first time. And in addition, she is irritated by the rather strange behavior of the newcomer. The girl orders Zanfei to accompany her and find an emergency entrance to enter the building from the other side and bypass the bandits. Menyao and Zanfei are climbing the wall. They are trying to get closer to the window to find out what is happening inside and get important information. Zanfei gets to the slightly open window and looks inside. The girl curiously asks the young man what he sees inside the room. The guy reports that there are a large number of evil and aggressive bandits inside the premises. One of them is armed with a knife and stands next to a man who looks very much like a hostage. The huge man can barely control his anger and says that taking 30% of the profit is too much. The young guy tells him that he did the preliminary preparations and planned everything, so he deservedly owns 30% of the profits. The man says that this is too much. He agrees to a maximum of 20%, otherwise he promises to stop cooperation. Menyao realizes that there are 8 6th-rank warriors among the bandits, and this is not exactly what she expected. The girl believes that this mission is much higher than Class A and suggests returning as soon as possible and reporting this to management. Menyao and Zanfei are on the street, hiding and trying not to make unnecessary sounds. They see bandits approaching in their direction, who are very unhappy with the negotiations. One of the bandits believes that their opponents have become completely insolent, since their leader gave them a chance, but they still behave impudently and defiantly. A huge armed man asks his accomplice not to be nervous, assuring him that as soon as they take possession of the transport, he will settle accounts with his arrogant competitors. Zanfei agrees with his partner, believing that they cannot defeat such powerful bandits, and that they need to return as quickly as possible to avoid unnecessary risk. Zanfei and Menyao take to their heels. They run as fast as they can, trying to leave the dangerous territory as quickly as possible and avoid a collision with the bandits, who clearly outnumber them and in strength. The girl does not see anything surprising in the fact that the leader of the bandits does not try to hide, since he is surrounded by 8 warriors of the 6th rank, who are well armed and ready for any development of events. Menyao realizes that everything is getting out of control and advises the guy to return to base as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary risks and losses. Suddenly, the young people stop. Their faces show great surprise. They remember that they forgot the newcomer, which causes them anxiety and guilt. Lushan heads towards the bandits. The men are stunned by his behavior. They ask who he is and what he is doing here, not understanding his intentions. One of the bandits generates a bright energy field around himself and orders the main character to immediately leave the room, showing his readiness for battle and confidence in his abilities. Lushan is ahead of the criminal and deals him a crushing blow, which leaves the surrounding bandits in great amazement. The bandits wonder what's going on, and they all attack Lushan together, trying to overpower him with their numbers. Lushan uses the wind power skill, moving at great speed and delivering lightning strikes to bandits who do not have time to react to his swift attacks. The main character purposefully moves towards the gang leader, leaving behind the bodies of the destroyed robbers, demonstrating his determination and skill. Lushan is very surprised that the obstacles around him seem so simple and easily overcome. A mortally wounded bandit crawls up to the main character, grabs him by the leg, and whispers that he needs to report the attack to the leader as quickly as possible. Lushan kicks the bandit and demands immediate silence, showing his mercilessness towards his enemies. The main character is pleased with his speed and is surprised to notice that there is no one left alive on the first floor. He realizes that he has coped with the task. Lushan notices that the thirst for destruction that has been building up in him for a very long time has almost completely faded away, which brings him inner satisfaction. The guy killed countless zombies in the dream world, and then absorbed too many memories along with the personalities of those killed, many of which were full of anger and a desire for violence, which left a mark on his soul. Lushan believes that justice will catch up with any criminal sooner or later, but now it is late, which means that justice must be done with his hands. 5 minutes before the events described above, a girl with a scar on her face orders everyone to calm down. She is unhappy with what has been done here. The man demands that the girl shut up, stating that she does not enjoy any authority in the gang and that she is given a large percentage of the profits, which causes discontent among the others. A young man joins the loud proceedings, ordering both to be silent with an influential voice. He demonstrates his superiority and control over the situation. The man feels changes in the chi energy around him and begins to feel strong energy pressure. The stranger attacks the man and inflicts a powerful blow on him, which completely deprives him of the ability to resist and drops him to the ground. The stranger's name is Magayun. He is a powerful young master and gang leader. Magayun tells his subordinates that they annoy him greatly and that he wants everyone to follow his instructions, and that he alone decides what share each member of the gang will receive. Magayun loudly informs his bandits that anyone who has objections is welcome to come and voice them in person. But none of them dares to do so, as they are all afraid of his power. The leader of a rival group enters the room. He tells the bandits that it is impossible to complete the task if there are quarrels and swearing in the team, and there is no point in starting fights over a few pennies. The scarred bandit immediately asks Magayun if he agrees with these words, testing his reaction and intentions. The man with the scar on his face states that today's loot is a good catch for ordinary bandits, but it is not enough for a guru-level master. After that, he points his hand at Magayun and says that for a master of the guru level, this loot is mere pennies, which is a challenge and a test. The man asks Magayun not to stoop to the level of petty bandits and to please his subordinates with a good percentage of the profits to strengthen their loyalty and motivation. The man approaches Magayun and says that he himself also strives for greater power in order to receive more income and achieve a higher position. Among all the criminals, the man with a scar on his face is the only one who can compete with Magayun in strength. Not only is he at the peak of the 6th rank, but he is also a talented warrior who masters the elements of combat, which makes him a dangerous opponent. Suddenly, a strong knock is heard on the door. The bandits believe that it is one of the police. They think that they have no reason to worry, since they will kill everyone and move to another place. One of the bandits takes a knife, declaring that he is beside himself with anger and wants to kill. He approaches the door, ready to fight and confident in his abilities. The next moment, a powerful blow knocks the knife out of the bandit's hands and throws him tens of meters away from the front doors, which causes shock and fear among the other bandits. The bandits are shocked and frightened as they see that the confident and powerful Lushan has entered the room, holding a luminous energy spear in his hand and ready for a decisive battle. The man with the scar does not understand what is happening. He sees only one young teenager, which seems strange to him, and makes him think that it is a trap. The main character informs the surprised bandit that he is giving him a 2-minute head start in time and advises him to flee while there is still such an opportunity. The girl with a huge sword is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the young man. She indignantly says that some young brat allows himself too much. The girl swings her huge sword and rushes to attack the main character. Her face is distorted with aggression and her eyes sparkle with hatred. Lushan, using his pumped-up skills, easily repels the attack of an angry girl, demonstrating his skill and confidence. Ordinary bandits are very surprised. Not understanding why the guy manages to repel the blows of a 6th-rank master with such ease, this causes them concern. They look carefully at the young man and see that he is too young. They have suspicions that something is wrong with him and that he is not as simple as he seems at first glance. Magayun tells his subordinates to immediately stop their attacks and calm down, adding that attacking Lushan head-on is suicide. The leader of the bandits notices that in the hands of the young man, there is a weapon of the rank of guru, which is equivalent in strength to a small detachment of fighters. The bandits were only provoked by this information. They intend to take the weapon for themselves, knowing that it could cost more than 100 million. The bandits surround Lushan, insult him with all sorts of mocking ridicule, demand that he give them a spear, and all rush together to attack. Using his pumped-up skills, the main character easily destroys the bandits of low combat rank attacking him. Lushan asks the bandits who will dare to attack him next. He sees that no one dares, after which he declares that he will attack himself. Using the wind-breathing technique, the main character easily moves between criminals and strikes them with stunning power. A man with a scar on his face carefully watches the breathing and movement of the main character. He understands that the guy is already close to the level of the guru. The criminal believes that confronting him is very dangerous and makes no sense, so he tries to escape. Lushan gives chase and says that the criminal will not go unpunished. The man with the scar stops. A devilish smile appears on his face. He decides not to run away, but to bring down the full power of the element of fire on the main character. Using his full combat potential, the scar-faced villain generates a huge vortex of fire and directs it towards Lushan. The man believes that no one can resist his fiery funnel. He lets out an evil laugh and is sure that there is nothing left of the main character. After a while, the man stops laughing. His face changes as he sees the silhouette of Lushan emerging from the fiery funnel, which causes him shock and bewilderment. The main character tells the villain that his skills with the fire element are very weak and invites him to feel the power of his own skills by shooting an energy beam at him. A criminal with a scar on his face is enveloped in a powerful energy field that flashes with bright fire and destroys him, causing him to scream in pain. Magayun carefully watches the leader of a rival gang, engulfed in energy fire. He understands that the man does not have the slightest chance of surviving such an attack. Magayun is very surprised by the flames consuming his accomplice because the muscles and bones of a 6th-rank warrior are like metal and are difficult to melt, but the energy fire of the protagonist succeeds. Menyao and Zanfei carefully sneak towards the door behind which the bandits are, not wanting to be discovered. They try to act as silently as possible. Young people open the door and see a picture that greatly surprises them. Numerous bodies of destroyed bandits are scattered on the floor. Zanfei says that Lushan is not as simple as it seems at first glance. The girl notes that there is nothing supernatural in this, because the bandits were of low combat rank. The young people carefully begin to make their way further inside the building, trying not to make noise and avoid possible traps, since they can be attacked at any moment, and the threat can come from anywhere. In the next room, the young people also discover a large number of bandits destroyed by the main character, which confirms the power and skill of Lushan. Menyao and Zanfei hear a heart-rending scream, and quickly running into the next room, they see Magayun screaming in pain and horror. Lushan stands in a combat stance with concentration, his hands firmly holding a luminous spear, around which fiery energy rages, creating a powerful field of force. Menyao, with horror in his eyes, realizes that the young man, who in appearance seemed like an ordinary teenager, actually turned out to be a monster and destroyed all the bandits. Lushan sarcastically tells the girl that she arrived just in time. The protagonist informs the young people that the mission is completed, and as he leaves, he tells them that he trusts them with the rest, leaving the students to complete all formalities. The young people fall to the floor, not believing that Lushan alone defeated so many bandits because they considered it impossible. Lushan heads to his home, lost in deep thoughts, and is distracted by his phone ringing. Zaiwei tells Lushan that things are bad. A stranger from another university has come to the university tower with a challenge. The main character arrives at the 7th Sacred University with the intention of dealing with this problem and restoring order. Lushan believes that he gained a lot from this mission, because thanks to a gang of high-ranking thugs, he was able to hone his skill with new weapons and improve his fighting abilities. Lushan sees Zaiwei hastily running up to him, joyfully exclaiming that finally the main character has returned. Zaiwei asks the main character to quickly tell the details. The guy is interested in how his difficult mission went. Lushan informs the young man that he killed a couple of robbers, which puts the guy into great surprise and confusion. Zaiwei cannot believe that his friend killed people. The main character believes that despite Zaiwei's predisposition to martial arts, he is still a child, for whom such a thing as murder is something terrible and unknown. Zaywei asks Lucian how hard it is to kill people, and in bravura style says that next time he will also go on a mission and kill a couple of thugs. Students of the 7th University rush to their tower, outraged that no one can protect the pagoda of the sacred university. Lucian asks what happened while he was away. Zaywei says that the strongest student from the 4th University came to their tower and is going to capture it. Zaywei also reminds that the alien is ranked among the strongest warriors among all 7 universities. Each university has its own rating of students from the 2nd to the 4th year, distributed depending on strength, and after careful selection, an overall rating of the strongest students among all universities is formed. Zaywei says that in order to get into this ranking, you need to be not only the best student at your educational institution, but also a talented warrior in general. The guy regrets that the 7th University is not as strong as others, and there are no students of his in the top 10 best warriors. The young man reports that at the 7th University, the strongest warrior is only 13th in the ranking, so there is simply no one to protect the tower. Lucian's face changes, and he is shocked when he learns from Zaywei that if the tower is captured, he will have to reapply and wait at least 6 months. Lucian informs the young man that he himself will defend the tower and quickly runs towards it as fast as he can. Zaywei believes that this event will become widely known and create a lot of hype if the protagonist is able to win and protect the tower. Many students have gathered at the entrance to the sacred tower of the 7th University. They are very worried and indignant because the tower will most likely go to the 4th University. The best student of the 7th University comes out of the tower. He lost the fight. A nearby girl tries to calm him down, realizing that the situation is becoming critical. The best student is very upset that for 4 years he has not been able to perfectly pass the test in the tower, and now an outside student can take it over. The young people at the tower believe that the 7th University is once again an outsider, and despite the arrogance of its students, they are now finally learning their true place. Young people feel the energy field changing around them, becoming saturated with a huge amount of energy. They feel as if someone is starting to push them. A second later, a powerful stream of energy crashes into the crowd of students and scatters them to the sides, causing everyone great surprise and shock. Dissatisfied voices of students are heard asking what it could be and where such a flow of spiritual power came from. Then suddenly, Lucian comes out to meet them. The students see the calm protagonist in front of them and begin to whisper among themselves, saying that this is the strongest graduate of this year who managed to defeat the edged weapons instructor. Everyone has high hopes for him, thinking that he will be able to defend their tower and restore the honor of the 7th University. Students from other institutes believe that the 7th University has no chance, since even senior students could not defend the tower, and now a freshman is being sent against a strong warrior. Lucian approaches the administrator, who is standing near the counter, and jokingly tells the girl that there is probably no line for classes in the tower now. The girl remembers the main character and how the newcomer always wanted to get here. She asks the guy if he really thinks he can last longer than experienced warriors. The registrar tells the guy that he is right, and there are no queues, since everyone was scared away by a student from the 4th University who has been holding on for a long time and has broken all records. Lucian asks the girl not to worry or get upset, assuring her that he will solve all the problems now. A young man runs up to a group of students who are investigating the hidden powers of the protagonist, and the girl asks him what happened. The student reports that Lucian went on a Category A mission. The young people do not understand why he did it now. The girl believes that if Lucian does not arrive at the university soon, they will lose, and the tower will definitely be taken away from them. A girl with a huge sword learns from a freshman that some newcomer intends to protect the tower, and she perceives this information very emotionally. Students pay attention to a huge electronic board, which reports that a new participant has just entered the tower. The girl cannot hide her joy, believing that Lucian made it on time, and hopes that the guy will be able to defend the tower. A fellow student asks the girl why she is so happy. She doesn't think that a freshman can be good at martial arts. The girl asks her to leave behind and says that she doesn't understand this. Lucian goes inside the sacred tower and notices that the deserted room contains a comfortable chair and a virtual reality helmet. The guy sits down in a chair. The system informs him that he needs to put on a helmet to start the test. The young man believes that this is very similar to a simulator game. Lushan looks closely at his hand and realizes that, despite the slight differences, the virtual locations are very similar to his dream world. The main character believes that he understands the principle of the tower's operation. The difference is that in the dream world, he had to kill many zombies, and now he is confronted by only one enemy. A senior student appears in front of Lushan, masterfully mastering the clear jade technique, which immediately arouses his respect and wariness. He is greatly surprised by how impressive and powerful the warrior of the sacred tower looks, with a bright aura and a determined look. The virtual warrior immediately charges and delivers a powerful blow to Lushan's chest, a huge flash of energy lighting up the surrounding area. Lushan, easily repelling the blow of a virtual warrior, the powerful energy aura around him makes the defense impenetrable. Lushan does not consider this opponent too serious, since the virtual warrior is a fighter of approximately second rank with limited power characteristics. The main character strikes, throwing the attacker a decent distance, and says that the enemy does not pose any serious threat to him, and his strikes are like a breath of wind. Lushan informs his opponent that he will show no mercy after being attacked and begins to attack himself, showing his determination and power. Lushan concentrates a large amount of energy in his hand, creating a dazzling glow. He delivers a powerful blow to the young master, releasing the accumulated force. The blow throws the opponent a considerable distance. The main character watches in surprise as his opponent begins to disintegrate into small energy crystals, which looks extremely unusual and impressive. A moment later, Lushan sees a completely transformed new warrior in front of him. This makes him even more surprised. He assumes that the opponent has absorbed the spiritual power used in the attack and has become a new, more powerful version of the warrior. Lushan notices that the new warrior has become even bigger and stronger. The guy understands that it will be many times more difficult to deal with him than with the previous opponent. The virtual warrior rushes into the attack and delivers a series of powerful blows, demonstrating his increased strength and skills. Lushan is already having difficulty repelling the blows of this master. It becomes clear to him how this tower works and what its tests are. Lushan, without wasting any time, concentrates even more energy into his strike and releases a powerful stream of chi towards his opponent. A bright flash blinds. The energy explodes with a roar, tearing the space around. Lushan once again makes sure that his opponent does not reflect the attack, but collects spiritual power with each blow. Previously, the main character thought that the tower would test combat or mental abilities. The guy could not even imagine that the great martial arts tower had been absorbing spiritual energy all this time, collecting the will of warriors. With each interaction with students, the tower takes a tiny portion of spiritual energy to create new opponents. Over a large amount of time, the tower collected much more energy than needed for training and concentrated the most powerful will of the warrior. Lushan understands why so few students enroll in the 7th Sacred University each year. The other 6 great towers have existed much longer, and accordingly, the warrior's will has accumulated there in much greater quantities. The founder of the 7th Great University is the only remaining holy martial artist who is currently in charge of the activities of all 7 great institutions. Lushan fends off another enemy attack and realizes that if he breaks the martial arts tower's record, he can get an audience with the founder and become his successor. The main character believes that if his calculations are correct, then passing the tower will be approximately the same as his passage in the dream world, which gives him confidence in his abilities. Lushan speculates that the dream world was created through the will of a strong martial arts warrior. However, the guy believes that the tower is a more serious location, since in 10,000 years, many great warriors will appear who, by uniting their will be able to create an entire spiritual world. Using the wind-breathing technique, the main character moves around the room at tremendous speed, skillfully repelling numerous blows from the virtual master and demonstrating his exceptional combat training. A new enemy appears in front of Lushan, a virtual master with a cold blue aura enveloping his body and sword. The guy realizes that this enemy poses an even greater threat than the previous one, and it will take all his concentration and skills to defeat him. Lushan believes that the warrior's strength would be around rank 5 and strikes the warrior, believing that his skill will be enough to defeat his opponent. The main character concentrates a huge energy field around himself, realizing that not a single opponent has ever withstood more than one blow. On the next floor of the tower, Lucian is attacked by a new master at the peak of the 6th rank, who was one of the first gurus of his time. Lucian asks the virtual master to quickly attack, as he is eager to look at the spiritual power of one of the first gurus of his time. The main character and the virtual master attacking him are both at level 6. Lucian is going to not use a spear for now and deal with the enemy with his bare hands. The girls carefully watch the passage of the tower by the main character. They are surprised that he is already on the 22nd floor. During the entire training, they do not remember such a result. The strongest student of the 7th university experiences a feeling of despair and shame, since during his entire study he only reached the 20th level. The girl tries to calm the young man down. She asks him not to worry, and says that Lucian is not as strong as it might seem, and level 22 is his limit. She says that no matter who Lucian is, he will never defeat warriors at the peak of the 6th rank, as their strength and experience far exceed his capabilities. The girls cannot believe their eyes. The main character is moving through the floors with great speed. Just a few minutes ago, he was on the 22nd floor, and now he has already risen to the 23rd. This causes them admiration and amazement. The student is happy that Lucian will very soon reach the floor where the student of the 4th university is located, who challenged their tower. The best student of the 7th Institute cannot contain his emotions. He does not believe that a master of the 4th or 5th rank can move across the floors at such speed. A student from another university expresses his dissatisfaction to the administrator, stating that he does not believe the data on the electronic scoreboard and accusing the university management of falsifying the results of passing the tower. The system reports that Lucian has overtaken his opponent from the 4th university and reached the 25th floor, which leads the girls watching him into a state of wild delight. Lucian, shrouded in a fiery aura, is intently preparing for the next battle. His face expresses complete confidence in his abilities and determination to pass all the tests that the tower is preparing for him. Lucian, surrounded by a fiery aura, looks forward confidently, feeling the energy burning within him, ready to burst out at any moment. After defeating another opponent, the main character feels strange sensations. Suddenly, his head is gripped by enormous pain, which he can barely endure. The fee for the next stage is too high. Lucian thinks that if there was another student in his place, the tower would have long ago absorbed his energy and drained his spiritual power. Lucian realizes that his next opponent will be a warrior with the rank of a full-fledged guru, and this will require his maximum concentration and all his skills. The space around the main character is distorted and filled with a huge amount of chi energy. His next opponent is quite strong. He became a guru at the age of 42, and already at that time could withstand dozens of powerful opponents alone. Lucian activates the 10 Suns technique. The space around him is filled with huge, flaming energy balls. The virtual guru looks attentively at the main character and slowly draws a combat sword from its sheath, preparing for the decisive fight. Lucian, surrounded by a bright fiery light, clenching his fists, prepares for a decisive fight. His face expresses determination and fighting spirit. Energy boils inside him. The fire around him strengthens his aura. Lucian intends to use all his combat power and skills in this battle to the fullest. The guy fearlessly rushes to attack the 9th rank guru. The guru raises his combat sword above his head. The main character sees how a huge amount of energy is accumulated on the blade of the blade, which is ready to fall on him at any moment. The guru's sword releases the accumulated energy, bringing it down on Lucian with incredible power. The force of the blow is blinding and seems all-consuming, forcing the guy to mobilize all his fighting strength to repel the attack. Lucian blocks a powerful blow from the guru. The force of the blow was so enormous that the main character for a moment thought that this blow would cut him in half. Lucian has long dreamed of meeting such a strong and powerful opponent, who is quite difficult to defeat and who poses a real mortal threat. The guy believes that a duel on the verge of life and death will make him even stronger. He activates a technique called Firestorm and rushes to attack the guru, determined to defeat him. Guru, with a fierce and determined expression on his face, raises his sword, surrounded by blue flashes of energy, his eyes burning with an inner light. Lucian understands that this opponent is ready to fight to the end. Guru delivers energy strikes, creating blinding flashes and powerful waves that tear apart the space around him. Lucian, using all his speed and agility, skillfully dodges the strikes, feeling how each time the energy pierces the air next to him. Lushan uses the star tempering technique, allowing him to gather chi energy into one point. His hand begins to glow with a blindingly bright light and is surrounded by flashes of fire. The main character raises his fist to punch, feeling as if he is holding a star in his hands and feeling the sun with his fingertips. The university rector carefully studies the report on the Category A mission that the main character successfully completed, marveling at his incredible achievements and strength. In the completed mission, the main character destroyed 8 warriors of the 6th rank, including 2 who were at the very peak and had talents for controlling the elements. The rector learns that the university has received a significant amount of credits, and even the city police chief himself wrote a huge letter of gratitude. The rector did not expect that Lushan would become a headache for him, but along with the problems, the guy also brought a lot of surprises. The man is surprised that despite the fact that Lushan is a freshman and a young man, even at this age he has enormous combat power and an invincible fighting spirit. A secretary bursts into the rector's office, reporting in an excited voice that something unimaginable is happening in the sacred tower of the university. The rector asks the girl to calm down and believes that there is no problem. The ratings results have just been slightly updated. The secretary persistently demands the man to look carefully at the ratings data. Her voice is full of excitement. She points to the screen. The man gets very tense when he learns that Lushan is on the 27th floor and has already broken the historical record of the martial arts tower. The vice-rector believes that not a second of time should be lost. He breaks the glass and jumps out the window. Students, serenely wandering the streets, are surprised to notice how rectors and teachers fly out of the broken windows of high-rise buildings and rush towards the tower. The rectors and teachers are seriously excited. They use their ability to move through the air and head to the sacred tower. Within minutes, the rector reaches the tower and lands on the ground, where surprised students look at him. The young people notice that together with the chief vice-rector, other senior teachers and heads of departments also arrived at the tower. The man notices that the main character still has not stopped his ascent in the tower. Not even 5 minutes have passed, and he has risen to another floor. The vice-rector recalls the words of the Holy Master, who said that if anyone before the age of 30 can rise above the 23rd floor, he will immediately receive an audience with the Great Master. The vice-rector informs the senior teachers that as soon as the main character finishes the climb, they must immediately send a report to senior management. Students are greatly surprised that Lushan broke the record of the sacred martial arts tower, and now it will secure a leading position in the ranking for at least 50 years. From today onwards, Lushan has become the strongest student of the 7th Great Martial Arts University, reaching heights that others could only dream of. Wei adds that the main character is not only the strongest student of the 7th university, but also the strongest freshman in the entire country, which highlights his exceptional abilities. Wei considers Lushan to be the only role model in his life. He admires his talent and achievements and sees him as the embodiment of his own dreams. Students discuss how Lushan came out of nowhere and immediately began demonstrating record-breaking skill, marveling at its sudden and phenomenal success. The girl hands the phone to the student and says that she had been watching the main character for a long time and told everyone about his super abilities. But they ignored her, not believing in her words. The students watch the videos from the training room with surprise and realize that the girl has known about Lushan's abilities for a long time. They realize that Lushan's enormous power did not just manifest itself today, it was always with him, and he disguised it well, carefully hiding his potential. Lushan is on the 28th floor of the sacred tower and realizes that his strength is at its limit. If he continues to rise further, he will die, which makes him think about his further actions. The main character sees a materialized spiritual master in front of him. The guy immediately understands that this master is incredibly strong and experienced. Lushan intends to gather his remaining forces and use them to defeat the spirit master who is his opponent. The main character begins to practice the rapid recovery technique, confident that he is stronger than the guru and is able to cope with him in battle. Lushan realizes that his crystal vision is almost completely mastered, and perhaps he will complete its study in this battle. Having fully recovered, the guy is ready for battle and feels that a little more, and he will approach the levels of a 7th rank guru, which gives him additional motivation. The spiritual master, shrouded in bright blue light, looks even more menacing and majestic. Lucian realizes that his opponent is extremely powerful and gathers all his remaining strength for the final battle. Lucian is surprised to realize that this guru did not take away his spiritual powers, from which the guy concludes that the master has already accumulated enough power, and they will fight to the limit of their capabilities. The rector is surprised to see that Lucian has risen to the 28th floor. The man is very surprised, since even he does not know what happens above the 27th floor. He asks the teachers, asking their opinion, whether the main character will be able to go further, because the situation seems to him extremely unpredictable and exciting. The rector watches as new information appears on the information board. Lucian has completed his ascent, losing on the 28th floor. Rongming comes out of the tower and notices a huge number of students at the entrance. He thinks that they have all gathered to see him and be amazed at his achievements. Joyfully welcoming the students, Rongming invites them to look at the new record holder, meaning themselves. The guy begins to imagine that all the girls are crazy about his new records and strive to become his girlfriends, dreaming of a serious relationship with him. The students carefully watch Rongming. They notice that he smiles strangely and talks to himself. The girls think that the guy's head was completely knocked off in the tower. Lucian appears behind Rongming. He asks the guy to move away from the exit and let him pass. Rongming, being in his fantasies, does not hear the young man. Then Lucian decides to act decisively. He performs a throw in order to throw the guy to the side and clear the passage. The crowd of students gathered at the tower watches in amazement, realizing that they have just witnessed Lucian's incredible strength and determination. Lucian asks the young man not to stand in his way and warns that there will be serious consequences for anyone who does not comply. Rongming becomes enraged by the way the main character talks to him and declares that he will beat the crap out of him, after which he rushes to attack. A moment later, a huge burst of energy illuminates the surrounding area, causing the students to close their eyes. The energy of the explosion dissipates, and those around see Lucian holding Rongming by the neck, lifting him high above him and demonstrating his strength. Lucian throws the young man aside to the ground with such force that he is unable to get up and remains motionless. The students of the 4th University were very surprised with how easily Lucian dealt with one of their strongest warriors. Students near the tower realize that today they have witnessed the emergence of a new legend in the world of martial arts. Ziwei is very happy for the main character, believing that now the entire 7th University is in his power and everyone will be proud of his achievements. The students of the 7th Great University loudly cheer and applaud Lucian, expressing their joy at his victory and new record. Lucian understands that martial arts warriors are often objects of admiration and reverence. The former best student of the 7th Institute believes that his ranking now means nothing compared to Lucian's achievements. The rector was very surprised by the main character, because he did not expect that a guy at such a young age would have such a sudden and powerful dawn of strength. The guy suggests that Bai He return to the university while there is a chance to remain unnoticed. He believes that the people here are like crazy animals, and it is too dangerous. Bai He informs the young man that she is not going to do this, and in general they should not continue the relationship, since she is convinced that she has really found her hero. Lucian is at the zenith of his fame. All the students around him want to meet him, film him on their phone and take pictures, admiring his incredible achievements. Bai believes that even though the main character is sometimes quite difficult to communicate with, he is still her idol. The guy grabs Bai He by the hand. He asks the girl to stop and discuss everything and not make hasty decisions. Bai He pushes the young man's hand away, declaring that everything is over between them and demands not to touch her. Ziwei approaches the young man. He asks what exactly he doesn't understand, and adds that if he doesn't listen to the girl's words, then he will have to clearly explain the situation. Ziwei performs a chokehold and tells the young man that if he doesn't calm down and pesters Bai He will be in very big trouble. Ziwei informs the girl that the main character asked her to wait for him here, and then he is going to have dinner with her. The guy tells Bai He that Lucian noticed her right away, but now it's not so easy for him to get away from all the students around him. Ziwei calls Bai He his daughter-in-law. The girl reacts strongly to his statement and says that the relationship between her and the main character is just friendly. The next day, the rector of the university invites the main character to his place for a conversation, wanting to personally express his admiration and discuss the future prospects of such a talented student. The man admires Lushan's fighting skills. He is impressed that the guy entered the tower for the first time and immediately set a record, and even at such a young age. The rector informs the young man that after all the formalities associated with the martial saints, he will receive a reward and will be awarded training credits for setting a new tower record. The main character is very surprised to learn that educational credits are awarded for completing floors of the tower, because he did not expect that his achievements would bring such tangible financial rewards. The man reports that students are awarded credits for completing floors of the tower, regardless of which university they take the test at. Lushan intends to graduate early by passing all the required tests and exams, including passing the tower. The rector reports that very rarely does anyone graduate from the university ahead of schedule, since all students are required to complete all 4 years of study. He promises to discuss this problem with his management, and as soon as a decision is made, he will report it. The rector picks up the phone and informs his leadership of Lushan's intentions, explaining that the student wants to graduate early by passing all the necessary tests and exams, including passing the tower. The interlocutor advises not to rush and wait to see what hidden talents and skills the young man still has. Videos with Lushan occupy the top ranking of the 7th university and have millions of views, attracting the attention of not only students but also teachers who admired his fighting skills and rapid progress. Most students believe that they may soon witness the birth of a new guru, because the successes and achievements of Lushan make them believe that he has all the necessary qualities for this. Lushan carefully studies the news feed and realizes that recently he has become very famous and popular among the university community. The main character tells Baihe that he was glad to see her, but did not expect that a large number of people would interfere with their communication, and apologizes for not being able to pay enough attention to her. Baihe tells the young man that she understands because he is a busy man, and his outstanding results attract the attention of a lot of people. With an embarrassed look on her face, she asks if she can visit him again, hoping that they will find time to communicate away from prying eyes and fuss. Lushan is surprised that the girl asks permission for such little things and says that she can come visit and call at any time. Lushan looks out the window at the interior of the campus and notices that the atmosphere here is quite dull and boring. The main character is going to have some fun, and for this, he heads to the canteen of the 4th Martial Arts University. In the cafeteria of the 4th University, Rongming is at the distribution window ordering a huge amount of food for himself. Rongming hears that the students near him are talking about him, discussing his recent defeat. The young people say that he failed the passage in the tower of the 7th University and returned in disgrace. One of the guys tells the girl that Rongming was kicked by some freshman and then thrown out by the scruff of the neck like a puppy, which makes everyone laugh. A nearby student is also outraged that the best student of their university was beaten by some freshman. He considers it humiliating. Listening to these ridicule, Rongming becomes very nervous and tries with all his might to control himself. The students start talking about how Rongming was so scared that he shit his pants in horror, after which everyone starts laughing loudly. Rongming jumps up and grabs the chest of the student who was making insulting jokes at him, his face red with anger and his eyes sparkling with rage, ready to burst out. Shouting at the frightened student, Rongming declares that nothing of the kind happened, and everything that is said about him is gossip. He warns the student that if he spreads such gossip, he will suffer greatly and will be punished severely and cruelly. An enraged Rongming turns to the student standing nearby and asks in a loud voice who else wants to insult him or make up various trashy stories about him. One of the students tries to say something in response, to which Rongming orders the guy to shut up and strikes with such fury that everyone around him freezes. Suddenly, Rongming's huge fist is deftly blocked by the stranger's palm. His movement stops. Everyone present freezes in anticipation of the development of events. Rongming looks fearfully at the man who blocked his blow and asks him what he is doing here. Opposite Rongming is Lushan, who holds his hand and says that he already told him about manners. Lushan informs the frightened young master that he has come to their university tower and considers it important to tell him about it personally. Rongming tries to fake a smile at the main character. He says that he has no objections and wishes the guy success in completing the tower. Lushan says this is good news and deadpans Rongming to the back of the dining hall, displaying his strength in front of the assembled students. The students are surprised by Rongming's behavior because he is first in the university and 6th in the main rankings. They do not understand why he is afraid of some freshmen. Rong Ming informs the students that they have no chance of defending the tower, and that the freshman he was up against is a top student named Lushan. Hearing this, the students raise the alarm. Their headman orders everyone to move and report that Lushan from the 7th University is heading to the tower. He demands that the strongest student be immediately sent there to protect it. A huge guy comes into the dining room, accompanied by a girl, who are one of the strongest students of the 4th University. They say that they don't mind meeting Lushan. The girl reports that she has heard a lot about the main character and wants to quickly see him to see if he is as strong as they say about him. The students of the 4th University believe that Rong Ming will not be able to defend the tower, but they believe that this couple will cope and pin their hopes on them. The students support their best masters with loud cries, asking them to protect the tower and punish Lushan. The young people run up to the information screen, which reports that the rating of the sacred tower has been updated. The council of the 5th Great University is in the meeting room. Images of Lushan are displayed on a huge screen. The chairman informs the teachers that the guy has walked 28 floors, and most likely the sacred tower is doomed. The chairman says that Lushan entered the 7th University this year, and judging by his combat characteristics, he is a monster. The man adds that Lushan became the winner of the Eastern Military Division competition and immediately caused a stir in the university. The woman asks the chairman to stop chatting and immediately get down to business, as the situation is becoming critical and requires immediate decisions. The chairman admits that things are bad. He reports that Lushan broke records in 2 towers in half a day, and he has already been dubbed the Demon Lord. The doors to the office open, and the person who enters reports that Lushan is already here, which causes concern and fear among those around him. The students of the 5th Great University cannot contain their emotions. They scream loudly in impotent anger, since Lushan has set a new record in their tower. Lushan is pleased with himself as he managed to break the tower records of other universities in just 2 days. During this time, he not only used the will of the guru twice, but also perfectly trained his spiritual powers, which are now approximately at the 6th rank. With such powerful loads, Lushan's martial arts technique improved and reached the 2nd level of mastery. Lushan is now able to control his strength, identify his opponent's weak points, and control every detail of the fight, making him virtually invincible. Lushan feels that he can now recognize every possible move of the enemy 100 steps ahead, and after moving to the 2nd stage, he feels that he is truly invincible. Zaiwei congratulates the main character for breaking the record of another tower. The guy believes that Lushan can soon become the god of martial arts. Lushan says that he still has some free time and asks his friend to call a taxi to the 6th University. Zaiwei points towards the parking lot and tells the main character that everything is ready there and the cars are waiting for him to go to the next university and conquer another sacred tower. Lushan is surprised by the huge number of taxis that stand next to the entrance of the 7th University. One of the students shouts loudly that Lushan is going to conquer the next sacred tower. He urges everyone to hurry up to go and see with their own eyes the exploits of the main character. The student tells the taxi driver to follow the car in which the main character is in, so as not to miss a single moment of his grandiose achievements. The taxi driver asks the young man what they are up to. Suggesting that they are having a student party, the guy reports that they are watching the birth of a new legend. The students of the 6th University are scared and confused. They see Lushan approaching them, accompanied by a huge crowd. They do not know what to do, and ask the senior students for advice. A huge young master, who is number 1 in the ranking of the 6th University, comes out to meet the main character. A huge student asks if the main character is heading to the tower. Lushan confirms this and asks if there is any problem with this. Number 1 of the 6th University is filled with anger, but he is afraid to confront the main character. The guy restrains his anger and says that he does not see any problems in this. The students of the 7th Great University rejoice as within half an hour Lushan broke a new record and climbed to the 29th floor of the tower. Number 1 of the 6th University cannot hold back his tears, taking the loss to heart and realizing that he is no longer the strongest student of his university. Lushan arrives at the 1st University. The guy realizes that the remaining tower is the only one he has not yet passed, and now his goal is closer than ever. Surrounded by a crowd of students and his admirers, Lushan approaches the entrance of the sacred tower of the 1st University. The main character hears an ominous voice that says that he is glad to see the demon of the 7th University. This fills the atmosphere with tension and anticipation of a great battle. At the same moment, a huge explosion occurs. Bright flashes of energy illuminate the entire surrounding space, forcing the students to step back and close their eyes from the blinding light. The smoke from the explosion clears, and it becomes obvious that the explosion did not cause the slightest harm to the main character. Lushan meets the first master in the ranking of the strongest of all 7 universities named Hangzhuan. It was the first great university of martial arts that was the cradle for all great warriors. Other universities are an order of magnitude lower than it, and the young master is going to prove it in practice. Hangzhuan hits the ground with his sword. At this moment, the ground that the guy hit is covered with ice. The ice instantly moves and reaches the main character. In a matter of seconds, the main character finds himself in captivity in ice, as his legs are blocked by a thick layer of ice. Hangzhuan knows that Lushan became the top graduate. He says that he was also the top graduate at one time, and considers this an interesting coincidence. Hangzhuan has learned the will of the guru. The young man has done a tremendous amount of work and is going to become a full-fledged guru within the next 10 years. Hangzhuan points the sword at the main character and asks him if he understands the difference between them. Lushan tells the young master that he is very good, since at such a young age he has already gathered the will of the guru. Hangzhuan flares up with rage. He cannot tolerate such impudence and lack of respect for the elder. The master raises his blade to strike and rushes to attack the main character. Lushan is still encased in ice, but he mockingly asks his opponent if this technique is the limit of his capabilities. The main character's eyes flash with a bright fire. He says with a grin that Hangzhuan's technique is very weak and insignificant compared to his own. Using the 10 Suns technique, the protagonist melted the ice that was holding him captive. Hangzhuan, with the last of his strength, resists the enormous pressure of qi energy. The flows of this energy are so scorching that the guy compares them to the sun. Hangzhuan is very upset that his ice field begins to melt under the influence of the 10 Suns technique. With a cry of rage, he rushes to the attack, deciding that this is his last chance to turn the tide of the battle. The best student of the first university holds water in his palm, which was ice just a moment ago. The main character passes by him and says that there really is a huge difference between them. Lushan adds that if Hangzhuan had studied with him, he would not have taken first place, but only second. The mysterious masters watching Lushan believe that if a guy becomes a guru in 5 years, then he has a chance to become a holy martial artist. The second student in the ranking of the first university is very nervous and constantly smokes. Realizing that he will have to face a new challenge, he asks if Lushan has entered the tower. The girl replies that Lushan is already in the tower and that their best student, despite demonstrating his will, was unable to stop him. The second student asks the girl how many blows Lushan took to break the resistance of their best student. The girl says that 1 blow was enough for the main character to break the resistance of Hangzhuan. She reports that the main character revealed his fighting will and did not even have time to hit with full force, as the ice armor instantly dissipated. The girl says that she has never seen such a powerful spiritual master, and even so young. The second student is in a state of severe shock. He does not understand how this is even possible, because he has never seen such a young spiritual master possess such incredible strength and abilities. The girl invites the guy to reconcile himself, since she believes that Lushan cannot be stopped because his strength and skills exceed all their expectations and leave little chance of resistance. The young man understands that he is not able to stop Lushan, because the guy easily defeated the first student and he is much weaker than him. From the very beginning, the girl strove to follow the path of the great guru of her time in order to achieve greatness and become the strongest among the masters. However, a couple of months before release, Lushan appeared and turned all her plans upside down. The guy sadly looks out the window and tells the girl that now they can forget about their plans, because the appearance of Lushan has changed everything about their dreams of superiority. The young people look at the tower and realize that in the near future they will never beat the protagonist's record. In the space of dreams, huge crowds of aggressive zombies roam the lifeless, deserted streets, creating an atmosphere of constant threat and chaos. Behind a high fence in the surviving laboratory, a bright light shines in one of the windows, creating a contrast with the gloomy surroundings. Ellie connects to the base servers and reboots her system. Her body is enveloped in digital data streams that penetrate every cell of her body, activating powerful functions and updating all parameters. Lushan oversees Ellie's recovery process, her digital body glowing bright blue as numerous holographic screens surround her, displaying data and system messages. The main character asks Ellie to open his file in order to see how much his future has changed due to recent events. Most of all, the guy is interested in how his spiritual power has changed, because this is a key factor for his further development. Lushan realizes that he enjoys it when people fear and admire him, and he defeats all his enemies, seeing a mixture of horror and respect in their eyes. Lushan reads his file. The guy feels great joy because in the future he has risen to the 9th rank master. In the dossier, information appeared that the main character is an undoubted talent. He broke the record of the sacred towers of all 7 great universities and became a guru. That same year, Lushan won first place in the National Student Martial Arts Competition, showing his superiority over others. In the finals of the competition, Lushan killed a famous martial artist, which became an important but difficult moment for him in his career. The main character takes to heart the information that he killed a man on the training field. Next, the main character learns that his opponent was a disciple of a famous martial saint. The dossier states that a year later, Lushan came under the protection of the martial saint and became his 3rd disciple, which opened up new horizons for him. After a long period of study at the age of 23, the young man officially became a guru, which was his long-time dream. And at the age of 70, Lushan became a martial saint and founded a martial arts school called the Path of Perfection, which became the crowning achievement of his career. The young man is pleased that in the future he will achieve great results and will have his own school. However, life expectancy has become shorter than last time. The guy believes that this happened apparently due to the severe spiritual exhaustion that he experienced over the years. Next, the main character looks through the marital status column and sees that he will have 3 wives, Nicole, Bai, and a girl whom he does not yet know. Lushan believes that this information is not of primary importance yet, so he needs to focus on training and improving his combat power. It is not possible to view the personal file further, as the system informs that further access requires additional permission. Lushan intends to view information about the monsters. Ellie uploads a colossal number of files that fall on the main character, pinning him to the floor. The main character realizes that this time he will not be able to quickly understand the information, so he switches to searching for techniques that will help him develop to the level of a guru. Lushan places special emphasis on the star tempering technique and crystal vision, as he is confident that these skills will help him greatly improve his combat power in the shortest possible time. The guy believes that by training as intensely as in a military unit and having an unlimited supply of bone marrow, you can achieve the desired results in a short time. The next technique that the young man studies is the technique of natural breathing, which connects the energy of heaven and earth and takes a person's connection with the universe to a new level. At the moment, the natural breathing technique allows the young man to quickly recover and increase the effectiveness of training, but he is only at the beginning of the path and has not yet revealed its full potential. Once a person becomes a guru using the crystal vision technique, he can create projections of his power, which greatly increases his combat capabilities. Lushan learns that in addition to creating a projection, the technique has the ability to influence the will of other people, which opens up new horizons for him in understanding his strength and capabilities. The young man makes the assumption that the dream world where he is now may be someone's projection, created by a strong master or even several masters. The guy remembers that when he hunted zombies in his sleep, he took possession of their power and memories. Lushan seems that he will soon get closer to the solution, but it is still too vague, and the picture is not yet completely clear. Such thoughts captivate the main character. He asks Ellie to save the information from this session and is going to leave the dream world to continue his training in the real world. A bright flash of light illuminates the space. Lushan leaves the world of dreams, feeling his consciousness returning to reality. Ellie saves information on the database servers. Her eye expression becomes very strange. The main character concentrates his spiritual powers to the limit and tries to create a projection of the girl of the 7th rank guru. Over and over again, Lushan tries to create a projection of a warrior, but so far nothing has worked for him. The guy does not understand why his efforts are in vain and the projection does not arise. Lushan reflects on the fact that projections can be a full-fledged other world where everything can be extremely real. He remembers the zombies he fought and comes to the conclusion that the dream world space is an improved version of the sacred towers. Lushan realizes that such complex techniques cannot be mastered in a short time and decides to postpone training until later in order to focus on hunting now. After many tests in the sacred towers, he significantly improved his techniques, and now even the willpower of the guru will not be able to break him, unless it is colossal. After a short search, Lushan finds the zombie guru he needs, feeling that this creature can help him develop his abilities. Zombie Guru stands in front of Lushan, his eyes glowing with an ominous light, his muscles tense, and his body covered in scars indicating many brutal battles. Lushan's fighting skills have reached the second stage. The guy activates the fire-breathing technique. A huge, bright aura flares up around him, illuminating everything around him. Then he quickly rushes to attack the zombie guru. Lushan delivers a powerful blow to his opponent, causing a bright flash of light that illuminates the entire area. The zombie guru uses his spiritual energy to repel a magical spear enhanced by chi energy. However, he does not succeed. The magic spear pierces a huge stone, after which it hits the zombie guru with enormous force, inflicting a crushing blow on him from which he cannot recover. Lushan realizes that it is much more effective to use two combat techniques at the same time, as the damage done this way is amazing. The main character believes that the defeated zombie had a powerful defense, and if he were in his best condition, then even the holy teachers could not break through such armor. Lushan respects the defeated zombie guru. The guy calms his mind and tries to immerse himself in his memories. In the dark of the temple, the teacher scolds his student, telling him that he has no talent and is always one step behind others. The young man does not agree with the opinion of the master, who advises him not to continue the path of martial arts. The master is very upset with his student. He considers him hopeless and is convinced that he will not achieve any results in martial arts. The student leaves the monastery and tries to get a job in the security detachment, but the guard informs the young man that his skills do not meet the requirements of the detachment. The man is very upset because of the refusal, but he does not give up and is going to continue to look for a place where he can improve his martial art. The elderly woman tells the man that she is extremely unhappy with his decision to join the hunting party, since she knows that the hunters go to the outer lands, where the chances of survival are extremely small. The man asks his mother not to worry. He tells her that he will definitely survive and return home safe and sound. The next vision takes the main character to a city where a man was beaten by a group of hooligans. They mock him and claim that he cannot save others because he does not even have enough strength to protect himself. Day and night, the man works out in the gym, realizing that he must become stronger in order to help a large number of people survive. Realizing that his hard training was not in vain, the man feels his body filled with strength and determination. He is ready to face new challenges. The zombie guru's memories take the main character to the hospital, where a man asks the doctor how it all went. The doctor congratulates the man, informing him that he has become a father and his daughter was born. This causes joy and pride in the tired but happy father. The man cannot hold back tears of joy, feeling how this moment fills his life with new meaning and hope for the future. A man sits next to his sleeping wife and daughter. He tells them in a quiet voice that he will protect them at all times and promises to do everything he can to keep them safe and happy. In the year 11,500, the base was subjected to a sudden and powerful attack by evil and terrifying monsters. The man standing guard heroically defended the main gate number 27, using a huge stone to block the entrance and prevent monsters from invading the base. In this fierce battle, he died a hero's death. Lushan, reliving these memories, is greatly impressed and tries to collect his thoughts. The boy learns that the man was a late master whose power peaked after 60 years of age, and that before his death he was already close to the level of a great guru. The young man believes that the man's path was worthy and believes that he could reach the 9th rank, since all his life he was driven by the desire to protect other people. Lushan realizes that his path is surprisingly similar. After the appearance of the world of dreams in his life, the young man trains solely for the sake of protecting his loved ones and for the sake of the future of all humanity. During his lifetime, the defeated zombie guru was an unsurpassed master of hand-to-hand combat. He possessed incredible strength and agility, which allowed him to easily defeat enemies, regardless of their number and level of training. Lushan manipulates the sphere containing the guru's memories and realizes that his decade of hard work and training is like a fine, aged wine that gets better with age. The main character concentrates chi energy in his hands and delivers a powerful blow, noticing that his sensations have become a little different. It turns out that Lushan has acquired the skill of striking specific objects, and is now capable of delivering targeted strikes to even tiny particles and bacteria. The young man is incredibly happy to have acquired such a technique, because he could never imagine that it was possible to strike even the smallest particles. After a moment, the guy realizes that this skill also has a downside. The guru he defeated could influence not only tiny objects, but also huge multi-ton objects. The technique that the defeated zombie guru possessed was called the fall of a mountain peak. If the master who owns this technique becomes enraged, the earth shakes and greatly increases his anger and the power of the blows. To perform such techniques, it is necessary to stand confidently on the ground, which is achieved with the help of the earth-breathing skill. This skill allows you to transform the energy of the earth, directing it into the body and enhancing the stamina and strength of the master. Lushan, using the earth-breathing skill, began to feel an influx of powerful energy flowing through his body, the energy transforming into a shining halo surrounding his figure and giving him strength. Lushan is amazed that such an inconspicuous-looking stone hides the will and spiritual power of the great guru. The main character feels that after accepting this will and the spiritual powers of the defeated zombie guru, he has approached his limit of capabilities. The protagonist's resistance to alien power was initially quite good, but after accepting the knowledge of numerous gurus, he began to feel a strong imbalance. Lushan thought that he could withstand accepting 2 or more souls of the guru, but everything turned out to be not so simple, and he had a conflict. Lushan had almost reached the guru stage, but he had a bad feeling when he started using the star tempering technique. Each of the defeated warriors is extremely important to the young man as a source of strength, but an overload may occur, and he will be consumed by enormous power. Lushan realizes that he needs to find a way to merge the souls of the guru into one, otherwise his maximum achievement will be the 11th level. The main character comes to the idea that he needs to find his own path as a guru. To unwind, the guy decides to go for a walk, realizing that he has not walked around the capital since moving. The main character, surrounded by a luminous aura, feels extraordinary power within himself. A young man's attention is drawn to 2 people playing a board game in the park, reminding him of the sources of power he has absorbed. Lushan notices how figures of different colors attack each other, and this is very similar to the nature of the various powers he absorbs. The main character feels a strong feeling of hunger, his stomach growls, and he decides to eat well somewhere. Lushan walks into a nondescript cafe and orders a bowl of fried noodles from the waiter. The main character's gaze stops at the woman with the children, and he watches with kindness how she communicates with them. This scene makes Lushan think about his loved ones. He realizes how much he misses them. Lushan gazes intently at the large bowl of fried noodles the waiter has just brought out. The vibrant colors of the fresh vegetables, succulent meat, and carefully cooked egg reminding him of life's simple pleasures. Lushan looks at the plate carefully. He realizes that round geometric shapes are inherent in martial arts. The guy orders 5 more servings of delicious noodles from the chef. The chef understands that Lushan is a warrior for having such an appetite. Lushan praises the chef, saying that the food is really delicious and that he will come here in his free time since he liked the cuisine. The cook is happy to have a new client. He brings a tray of food and invites the young man to come more often and also bring his girlfriend. Lushan eats the noodles, again haunted by the thought that round shapes are surrounding him everywhere. The young man's attention is distracted by a cartoon playing on a TV installed in the corner of the cafe. In the cartoon, an epic battle unfolds on the TV screen of a cafe as a superhero fights against a huge mutant using his incredible abilities. The little boy says that the demon beast is doomed since the Superman has a stronger form of rage. The girl disagrees with her brother, claiming that her favorite mutant with a frosty form is stronger. In the animated film, 2 superheroes come together in battle, a form of rage mixed with a form of cold, forming a single whole. Suddenly, Lushan has an epiphany. He realizes that the fury of fire and frosty ice can change places. A new customer walks into a cafe and orders 4 bowls of noodles from the waiter, hoping to satisfy his hunger after a grueling workout. He tells his girlfriend that although the cafe has an inconspicuous appearance, the food here is very tasty, which is why he comes here all the time. The guy says that after reaching the 2nd rank, his appetite has grown significantly. The girl is clearly bored listening to his stories. The girl's attention is attracted by Lushan, sitting at the next table and eating a huge amount of food. She tells her acquaintance that Lushan eats more than him and his combat level is probably higher. Lushan continues to eat the noodles, thinking that he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible in order to continue his development. The main character's attention is again diverted by a cartoon where one of the superheroes is preparing to strike his opponent. A superhero practicing the element of fire creates a fiery wheel and launches it at his opponent, demonstrating incredible strength and skill. Lushan accidentally drops a cup of noodles and it hits the table with a loud thud, attracting everyone's attention. This cartoon again makes him think that the circle is the most perfect of shapes, ideal for perfecting martial arts. Lushan begins to think about what color to choose for his warrior will. He remembers that he has the skills of ice and fire, which means that blue and bright red suit him. The main character decides to add to these colors the yellow color of the breath of the earth, and comes to the conclusion that his color is gray, symbolizing mystery and endless possibilities. Lushan believes that perfect martial arts, which combine many techniques, should not be dominated by any one force. The main character understands that for now he is only at the 6th rank and cannot create techniques comparable to the 11th rank, but he is sure that the way out is to combine all the techniques that he has absorbed before. Lushan abruptly gets up from the table and joyfully says out loud that he has finally found a solution, which surprises the young people sitting at the next table. The guy whispers to his girlfriend that Lushan is probably still a child at heart, since he loves cartoons so much. The girl thinks Lushan is an overaged fool. The guy's attention is attracted by a poster hanging on the wall of the establishment. The girl notices how the guy's face has changed. She asks him what's the matter. The guy points his finger at the wall and says that the poster shows their overaged fool, who in fact turns out to be the best student in the country. Lushan stands near the window, focusing her spiritual power and carefully controlling her breathing in order to achieve a state of complete harmony and concentration. After this, he fills his body with powerful streams of chi energy, feeling how it penetrates every cell and increases his strength. Lushan falls into a trance state. He feels how the chi energy spreads throughout his body, and the power of ice envelops the body and penetrates to the very bones. All bad energy leaves his body, cleansing him and bringing him closer to the 2nd degree of the golden body. The guy feels more and more deeply and clearly the movement of spiritual force along with the energy of chi. He is visited by a feeling of harmony with himself. Lushan plunges into the depths of his subconscious and sees how the wills of the warriors he has absorbed conflict and fight there. Different elements cannot get along with each other, since their nature is very different, and they are constantly in a state of conflict. Lushan finds it amazing that his body contains the memories and power of 3 different warriors who are constantly fighting against each other. The main character realizes that if nothing is done and everything is left as it is, then sooner or later he will die, driven mad by the internal strife of the absorbed warriors. Lushan speaks to his absorbed warrior souls and asks them to stop fighting in order to achieve inner peace. The main character intends to create a technique of perfect martial arts and combine it with the possession of a 12th rank spear. The guy is determined and confident that he can control the forces, regardless of their enormous power and complexity. The absorbed souls of the warriors freeze for a moment. Their wills begin to emerge from them in the form of thin spiritual threads that slowly intertwine with each other. Lushan captures this subtle spiritual matter that came out of the absorbed warriors and twists it into a homogeneous ball of energy, seeking to unite and pacify the forces of the warriors. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs. Powerful energy is released, filling the entire space around with blinding light and deafening roar. The main character is incredibly happy that he managed to calm the souls of the warriors, and now they have found the long-awaited harmony. Lushan intends to call the will of his battle path the will of the stars, thereby symbolizing the desire for the light of distant luminaries. The rector of the 7th University is in his office and feels the presence of extraneous, very powerful chi energy. The man jumps up from his chair. He is noticeably nervous and loudly asks who is in the room, feeling how powerful chi energy fills the room and creates an atmosphere of anxiety. The secretary quickly runs into the office. Her face expresses extreme surprise at what is happening. She excitedly asks the boss what happened. The rector, remaining calm, calms the girl in a soft tone, assuring her that nothing terrible happened. Then he politely asks her to invite Lushan to him for a conversation. The rector of the university is tense and worried that a moment ago he felt the presence of a 7th-rank spiritual power master. The main character, using the technique of spiritual vision, carefully examines the skyscrapers located opposite him and analyzes their structure and energy. The guy realizes that after intensive training under the guidance of the guru, his spiritual strength began to rapidly increase, reaching a new level. Previously, Lushan could only slightly influence the objects around him, but now everything that his spiritual power touches comes under its powerful influence. Lushan decides to test the power of his new technique known as Mountaintop Fall, and is eager to see how much it has improved his abilities and strength. Using the Earth Breath technique, the young man concentrates a huge amount of chi energy, and a bright fiery aura flares up around him, illuminating everything around him. Using a colossal amount of energy, Lushan lifts a huge piece of rock into the air. Using the Frostbird technique, the young man envelops a huge piece of rock in a thick layer of ice, which helps him concentrate his power. The next newest technique, called the Will of the Stars, allows you to increase the level of chi energy to colossal values, which significantly enhances his capabilities. Now the main character can, using these techniques, concentrate the force to strike and increase it tenfold. Lushan hears a noise coming from the gate of his house and notices that there are 2 unfamiliar young men at the door. The young people are very worried and afraid to go inside, deciding who will go into the house first. Suddenly, Lushan appears on the porch. He asks the frightened young people who they are and why they came. One of the young people, in fright, gives a military salute and reports that the rector of the 7th Institute asked Lushan to come to him to discuss an important matter. Lushan thanks the young people for the invitation. The students bow and say that they will go about their business. The young people run away from the main character's house, experiencing wild horror, as from one breath of Lushan they are thrown either hot or cold. The university rector informs the main character that he called him for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wants to discuss the number of academic credits that the guy will receive for setting records while passing the towers. The man reports that the amount of loans is quite decent and amounts to 75,000, which is more than enough for training and the purchase of additional goods and services. The rector informs the main character that on the university portal you can purchase elixirs, bone marrow, or edged weapons for credits. Lushan informs the man that he intends to acquire the bone marrow of a rank 7 monster. This causes the rector to have an emotional reaction, and he chokes on his tea. The man abruptly gets up from the sofa. He is very surprised that the young man needs things of such a high rank. Lushan explains to the rector that his martial arts will is already almost formed and needs to be strengthened. The rector considers this situation dangerous, since he believes that it is impossible to become a guru simply by relying on outside resources, and warns Lushan about this. He says that he knows many people who suffered greatly and stopped developing, thus trying to move from the 6th rank to the 7th. The rector reports that bone marrow of this rank is very difficult to obtain, since this requires going through many checks and tests. He explains that the bone marrow of rank 7 monsters contains a large amount of harmful substances that can destroy the body and mind of a weak-spirited person from the inside. Lushan agrees with the rector and decides to stop at the 6th rank, intending to take drugs corresponding to this rank for safe development. The rector informs the young man that he has a second reason for inviting him to the meeting. The Holy Master is aware of the current situation and is ready to accept Lushan into the ranks of his students. The man hands over 2 envelopes and says that first you need to pass the test. Lushan opens the first envelope and learns that the first test is a tournament in which he needs to take first place. The rector explains that this is a very complex tournament with unique rules, in which not only students from all countries, but also followers of martial arts schools under 30 years of age participate. The man adds that natural geniuses who have been trained for many years in the best martial arts schools under the supervision of 9th-rank saints will take part in the competition. Lushan recalls the information received from his future autobiography and realizes that this is exactly the student he will have to kill on the battlefield. The main character is about to find out what the second test is and anxiously awaits further instructions from the rector. The second test is a mission of increased difficulty in which you need to kill a rank 5 warrior. Lushan does not understand why this mission is considered so difficult, since destroying a rank 5 master is not particularly difficult for him. Continuing to familiarize himself with the mission materials, he learns that the 5th rank warrior is named Linda. and he is an extremely cruel person who has committed many atrocities. Linda's father, the head of the Yakuza militant groups, is a 7th-rank guru, which makes him an extremely dangerous opponent. Linda's father has close ties to the leaders of various criminal organizations, which further complicates the mission. Linda has a sister who is one of the main beauties of the country and the wife of the head of the Yakuza. Lushan understands the difficulty of the mission. The problem is not in killing a 5th-rank warrior, but in the consequences that will follow. The main character does not understand why law enforcement agencies have not yet taken on the criminal, because all his crimes are well documented and he is not hiding anywhere. The rector calls the main character a smart young man and promises to explain why the 7th University took up this matter. The reason is the story of a simple factory worker whose 2 daughters became victims of Linda's atrocities and no one was able to help them. A factory worker came to the sacred tower of the 7th University and knelt for a whole month until the martial saint took pity on him. The rector reports that after this, it was decided to include his problem in the list of educational missions. Lushan wonders why the saint himself does not solve this problem or entrust it to the rector or other gurus. The guy believes that entrusting such a serious matter to students shows disdain for the worker's request. The man demands that the young man watch his words and points out that he does not understand how terrifying the power of a martial saint is. The rector explains that if 2 martial saints clash in solving this problem, it will bring great chaos to the country. Lushan believes that there are a lot of details in this mission and understands that if you kill this guy, then revenge from the Yakuza will not be long in coming. The man reports that the Yakuza are backed by the fighting saints and a direct confrontation is highly undesirable, but the saint of the 7th University will be able to intercede for the performer. The rector points to the envelope and explains to the young man that he now understands what it really means to become a close disciple of a martial saint. Lushan realizes that the performer will be under the protection of St. 7th University no matter the situation, and enemies will be afraid to take revenge on him. Lushan gets up from the sofa and asks the rector to give the address of the worker who has been on his knees for a month. The man agrees with the guy's request and says that he will soon send him the address by mail. The main character leaves the room. The rector finally tells him that these tests were chosen for him by the combat saint, and he needs to think carefully before making a choice. Rector adds that the protagonist has incredible talent, and his abilities have already surpassed himself and even most of the warriors in the world. All this time, a stranger in a robe was hiding in the office, who, after waiting for the protagonist to leave, tells the rector that he was very talkative today. The rector agrees with the stranger and replies that he does not want to lose such a gem as Lushan. The stranger tells the rector that only those students who pass the master's tests can be called nuggets. Lushan remembers that the rector offered him 2 options. This makes him think about the current situation and which choice would be the most correct and safe. The main character understands that the rector did not just hint at the second option, but clearly pointed to it, wanting Lushan to choose this particular path, despite all the dangers and consequences. Lushan reflects that the rector believes that defeating the strongest warriors under 30 from all over the country will be clearly beyond his power, despite his current achievements and skills. For the main character, destroying a 5th-rank warrior is the same as swatting a bug, but then he will have to come under the full protection of the saint. By killing Linda, the protagonist will disturb the Yakuza combat saint, and the only way to escape his wrath will be to seek shelter and protection from another combat saint. The main character is worried that if he agrees, he will have to become the obedient dog of the fighting saint. Lushan believes that this task is not an easy one, and now the guy has a lot of doubts. The main character feels that the martial saint of the 7th University has practically determined the direction of his destiny. Lushan thinks about what would happen if he killed the bandits and did not join the saint of the 7th University, pondering the possible consequences and threats that could arise as a result of such a choice. The main character intends not only to complete a difficult mission, but also to complete the second test, taking first place in the tournament. Police cordoned off the area around an abandoned house in the city's suburbs to ensure security and prevent criminals from escaping. A police captain named Xiao Zhan disperses the snipers, carefully selecting their positions, and issues commands to his subordinates, coordinating the group's actions for maximum effectiveness. One of the subordinates asks Captain Xiao Zhan not to worry, as they will be assisted in the operation by warriors from the 5th Rank Martial Arts Association. In addition, the police team will be supported by a hunter ranked in the top 100 best hunters in the country. Xiao Zhan thinks that she really had a lot on her mind and hopes that they will complete the operation before sunset. At this time, Lushan is brought to the scene of the operation. The taxi driver is surprised by the number of police in such a wilderness. The police stop Lushan and say that they can't go any further as there is a police operation going on here. Lushan informs the police captain that he has arrived on a mission and gives Xiao Zhan the accompanying documents. Surprised that Lushan is a freshman, the girl reflects on the high demands in modern universities. The main character, using the wind power technique, takes the documents from the captain's hands and says that this is a special case. Xiao Zhan cannot hide her surprise at how quickly the guy managed to take the documents from her hands and believes that Lushan is a warrior of at least the 4th rank. The police captain informs the main character that his help most likely will not be needed. Since a rapid response team consisting of 4 5th-rank warriors and 1 hunter has already entered the room. Lushan had not heard of the hunters before. The girl explains that they belong to a separate association and have a special rating among professionals. Lushan intends to enter the room and declares that it was not in vain that he came this way because he is ready for action and intends to fully demonstrate his abilities. At this moment, a strong explosion occurs with a large release of chi energy, which knocks the police off their feet. Xiao Zhan realizes that the situation has not gone according to plan. She orders her subordinates to prepare and be extremely careful to minimize the risks. 5th-class soldiers who participated in the police operation jump out of the destroyed building. Suddenly, a huge tentacle appears from the building and grabs one of the soldiers working for the police. The man screams loudly and asks for help. The police immediately open fire with all available weapons on the monster, desperately trying to save their comrade and contain the monster. One of the warriors falls next to Captain Xiao Zhan. The girl immediately runs up to him and asks if he is okay. The warrior cannot get to his feet. He groans loudly. Xiao Zhan orders doctors to be brought here immediately. The warrior tells the captain that the information they were given is not true, since inside the building there is a monster of not the 6th, but the 7th rank. Xiao Zhan realizes that this is no longer a situation that the police unit can handle on its own, and plans to urgently ask for help from the military unit in order to confront the threat and save its people. Lushan takes the radio from the captain's hands and states that there is no need to rush yet. The guy asks first to give him the opportunity to inspect the building. The police officers look at the young man in surprise, realizing that the university could not send a completely useless student. But they are amazed that the guy walks into the building alone with such confidence. Lushan activates his combat techniques and tells the police that 5 minutes will be enough for him. A bright energy aura flashes around the main character, after which he runs into the building with great speed. The wounded warrior, surprised by such speed, asks the police who is this guy who can move so fast. Lushan jumps into one of the windows of the building and finds himself inside. The first thing he notices is the terrible stench. The young man thinks it looks like a cow died, came back to life and died again 5 times. Lushan reaches the upper floors and, forcing the locked door open, carefully inspects the area, realizing the importance of every step he takes in this dangerous mission. In the room, the young man sees how a huge monster has wrapped itself around and strangles one of the warriors with its tentacles, gradually devouring him. Lushan realizes that he has to fight a serious opponent, who is the 1,000-eyed Hydra, known for its cruelty and incredible strength. Lushan sees a huge monster with many eyes and sinister tentacles attack and devour one of the warriors, its jaws open in a terrible grin. The main character intends to avenge the dead martial masters. His eyes flash with furious fire. He decides to destroy the monster, telling him that he will die in agony. Lushan uses the Ten Suns technique. The guy approaches the monster to deal the killing blow. He realizes that in front of him is a monster of the 7th rank, although such monsters usually do not rise above the 6th. The 1,000-eyed Hydra rushes to attack the main character, continuously striking with its numerous tentacles. Lushan deftly dodges blows of enormous force that crumble the concrete floors of the building into small pieces. The main character begins to tease the 1,000-eyed Hydra. She becomes furious, unable to hit him. Her rage only intensifies with each miss. The monster opens a huge toothy mouth and spits out a powerful stream of green, poisonous liquid. Lushan jumps to a safe distance and leaves the monster's field of vision. The 1,000-eyed Hydra is unable to find the main character. It furiously turns its head around, but cannot find the guy. Lushan suddenly jumps out of the dead zone, accumulating a huge amount of chi energy, after which he strengthens it with his combat technique, approaching the monster and raising his hand to strike. The main character believes that now is the time to unite the will of various elements in order to deal a crushing blow. The hunter cannot believe the words of the police, who told him that a freshman, also from the 7th university, had entered the room. Captain Xiaozhan says that she carefully examined the young man's student card and his assignment to the mission. She is confident of its authenticity. A warrior working for the police believes that something is wrong here, because the speed with which the guy moved is inaccessible even to a graduate, let alone a first-year student. The warrior, who was at the peak of the 5th rank, did not even understand how the main character disappeared. This makes him worried. The police believe that it will be very bad if the monster breaks into the city, since by eating people it only becomes stronger and more dangerous for everyone. Xiaozhan realizes the seriousness of the threat and says that he will immediately inform the military units about the danger. Suddenly there is a huge explosion. An energy wave scatters in all directions, knocking down the police officers located near the building. The police look carefully at the dilapidated building, not understanding what just happened. Lushan was able to dodge the attacking tentacles and deliver a series of blows of colossal force to the thousand-eyed Hydra. The monster lies motionless on the floor. The guy comes up to him and firmly grabs his huge paw. The next moment, the main character lifts the defeated monster into the air and begins to spin it. Spinning the monster over his head, Lushan throws the hellish creature out onto the street with incredible force. "The police do not know that the monster is already dead!" One of them shouts to his subordinates that the monster has gotten out and asks them to open fire on it with all weapons. The huge monster falls to the ground in front of the surprised police officers, throwing up a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Xiaozhan is very surprised that the thousand-eyed Hydra is dead. She finds it difficult to believe that a student entered the building less than 5 minutes ago and was able to destroy such a powerful monster. Lushan approaches the police captain and reports that the mission is completed. He asks the girl to determine its difficulty. The head of the department bows to the main character, expressing his gratitude, and says that in the near future they will deal with the remains of the monster. He adds that as soon as they receive the funds from their sale, they will immediately send them to Lushan's account. The head of the department is very surprised by how relaxed Lushan looks, because the appearance of the main character indicates that defeating a strong monster is a piece of cake for him. Lushan tells the policeman that he does not need the money and asks that all proceeds be given to the families of the injured fighters. The head of the department thanks the main character and tells him that he has a huge heart, thereby expressing his admiration. Lushan asks the police captain to call a taxi as he needs to catch a train. Xiaozhan informs the young man that she will be happy to give him a ride in her company car. The girl wants to help the hero who has just saved everyone from a serious threat. The girl carefully examines the main character and considers him a damn charming young man. Xiaozhan falls in love with the guy at first sight, seeing in him not only strength but also incredible charm. From the surging feelings, the girl loses her head and she has light erotic fantasies. Xiaozhan is captivated by his fantasies. Lushan does not understand what is happening. The guy thinks the police officer is a strange girl. The main character reflects on how strange it is that a monster of such a rank ended up in a small provincial town. He recalls that previously similar cases occurred with weaker creatures, and such monsters were usually destroyed by the military or warriors from the hunting association on the way to the border. Lushan is in the back seat of a police car, carefully studying the message on the phone. The captain drives the car with concentration, trying not to distract the young hero. The main character begins to understand that such an incident is the result of a conspiracy of politicians. He considers this madness, because the politicians, fighting among themselves, do not realize that soon they can all be destroyed by a ruthless enemy. While studying the news feed, Lushan learns that spies from the land of lions are transporting monsters across the border, which further complicates the situation. The police captain asks the young man what happened. He replies that he is just watching the news feed. Lushan believes that his combat characteristics are rapidly improving, and soon he will be able to cope alone even with the country of lions. A police car drives up to the station. The young man thanks the girl and asks her to stop here. Lushan thanks the police officer for his help and wishes the girl all the best. Xiaozhan is overcome with great sadness and wonders when she will be able to see the main character again. A martial arts match is taking place in the gym of a high school. A girl deftly jumps in the air and strikes her opponent with lightning-fast kicks. Ching Hen is making progress in the field of martial arts, becoming better and stronger, defeating increasingly serious opponents. The coach praises Ching Hen, telling the students that her level is very high and that they can turn to her for help. Her friends praise Ching Hen non-stop, claiming that she is the #1 girl in the city, admiring her skill and tireless work on herself. They wonder why Ching Hen is not at all happy about her popularity, not realizing that her thoughts are occupied with something more important and personal. Her friends ask Ching Hen when her brother can treat them to dinner. They joke and offer to invite him and pay for everything themselves, if only he agrees to come. Ching Hen is tired of her friend's importunity and intends to leave the training hall as quickly as possible. Ching Hen runs up to the exit of the hall and, not noticing the man at the entrance, crashes into him, stumbling and losing his balance. Looking up, she sees her brother in front of her, who calls her a bungler and asks if she hit herself. Ching Hen hugs the main character, happy to see him, and asks what he's doing here, since she thought she wouldn't see him until the holidays. His sister's friends immediately run up to Lushan, excitedly asking the guy if he brought gifts. Lushan opens his travel bag. His sister looks at him impatiently, expecting to see a nice gift from the big city. Lushan gives her sister the best serums for successful development in martial arts. The girl clearly expected more. Having accepted the gift, Ching Hen smiled thoughtfully, realizing that her brother did not understand women's nature at all. At this moment, a basketball is flying at the main character's head at great speed. At the last moment, Lushan deftly blocks the ball and throws it aside. The sister, looking at the young man with bewilderment, asks if he was hurt. A disgruntled guy approaches the young people and asks Ching Hen if her classes are over. Ching Hen is clearly unhappy with his presence and shows with all her appearance that she is tired of him. The young man glares at Lushan and asks Ching Hen who this young man is. Ching Hen tells the young man that it is none of his business. She takes her brother by the hand and insists that they leave. The young man screams loudly. He demands that the girl stop immediately. The guy tells Ching Hen that the fact that she doesn't like him is half the battle. He is very upset that the girl, in his opinion, is communicating with some old man. The main character is in great shock from being called an old man. His face expresses a mixture of deep surprise and obvious indignation. Ching Hen completely loses patience. The girl is no longer able to control her irritation. She rudely calls the young man names and kicks him. The young man, gritting his teeth, is in hellish pain, sweat running down his face in streams. The guy harbors a grudge against young people. He decides not to leave it just like that, and in the future he will cruelly take revenge for such an attitude towards himself. The girl tells her brother that in order for her to pay attention to the guy, first she needs to at least defeat her in sparring. Ching Hen asks his brother how his relationship with Bai He is, and the guy replies that they are just friends. Ching Hen says that Lushan's classmate failed the exam at the martial arts university and was forced to join the army. He wanted to say goodbye to the main character, but he was already in the capital. Lushan learns that his classmate named Lusman is serving in the Eastern Military Division. The guy intends to visit him soon. Lusman serves in a boot camp for new recruits, which is notorious. Lusman is washing his clothes in a basin of water. An old-timer comes up to him and knocks over the basin with a kick. The old-timer smiles cheekily and tells Lusman that today it is his turn to wash his socks. Lusman looks at the overturned basin with his laundry. Barely restraining his resentment and anger, he clearly did not expect such an attitude towards himself. At this moment, he hears a message arrive on his phone. The young man takes the device in his hands and is incredibly happy, as his old classmate Lushan is writing to him. The old-timer, turning away from the new recruit, tells him that he prefers flower powder and leaves, whistling a simple melody. This attitude unbalances Lusman. He is unable to restrain himself. The guy calls the old employee names and attacks him with his fists. Lusman clearly miscalculated his strength. The old-timer easily repels the young man's attack and inflicts a powerful blow on him. Lusman is thrown to the side by the powerful blow and falls to the floor with a crash, feeling the sharp pain of the hard fall. Lusman lies on the floor, bleeding and looking with rage at the old man who just dealt him a crushing blow. The old man stands over him, clearly enjoying his power and impunity. The old-timer unleashes a powerful blow with fury and gloating, completely dominating his opponent. Another soldier hidden around the corner watches what is happening in horror and is afraid to intervene. After the fight, Lusman's comrade comes up to him and helps him up, trying to bring him to his senses and provide support. Lucemin says he doesn't want to lose face and disgrace Lushan, despite all the pain and humiliation he has to endure. With obvious effort, but with determination on his face, he smiles despite the cuts and bruises that cover his face. Lucemin's comrade looks at him with sympathy and concern, realizing how much he strives to prove his strength and durability. Lushan is set in a future world, sitting among ruined buildings as red holographic screens flicker in front of him, creating a contrast with the bleak backdrop of a ruined city. Lushan asks Ellie to open a personal file belonging to Lucemin in order to better understand the possible difficulties he may face in the future. In the future, Lucemin will become a soldier. The army will be different from those distant, peaceful times when it was possible to serve for 2 years and return home. In the future, Lucemin will pass all the tests, return home and retire with honor, having lived among numerous children and grandchildren for more than 90 years. Lushan believes that he needs to stay as far away from Lucemin as possible so as not to accidentally harm his destiny and change his life path. The next day, Lushan comes to the pharmaceutical company where Jahen tells the guy that they already have more than 500 branches. Jahen also says they are planning to open branches in other provinces, and she has been discussing this with representatives in recent days. Lushan believes that things are going well, and he has chosen an excellent companion. Jahen informs the main character about the problems that have arisen. Jahen gives Lushan an envelope and says that recently someone has been secretly trying to cause trouble for their company, creating problems and obstacles in their business. Lushan carefully studies the information and comes to the conclusion that this is the work of Jahen's mother. The main character believes that even if Jahen's mother's family has significant power and status in the capital, they have no right to intrigue his companion, which means that they crossed the road not only for Jahen, but also for him. Jahen understands that she has not seen Lushan for only 2 months, but in this short time, the young man has changed dramatically. Lushan tells the girl with absolute confidence that she doesn't need to worry because as long as he is by her side, nothing bad will happen. The girl feels great strength and confidence emanating from the main character, filling her with a feeling of calm and security in his presence. Lushan informs Jahen that in these 2 days, he will present her with a new formula for a development drug, which includes mutant bone marrow, exchanged for training points. The bone marrow of a 6th-rank monster obtained from a military unit will help the main character create a powerful drug. The main character works carefully to create a new drug, using rare ingredients such as bones and body parts of mutants in order to achieve the best result. The various components fuse in a vibrant and dynamic process to form a powerful substance that can greatly enhance physical and combat abilities. The young man understands that this drug can not only raise his body to the golden level, but also open up new opportunities and prospects for development. 2 days later, the main character comes to the expensive Grand Hotel located in the city center. The hotel administrator greets the young man. The guy tells the girl that he would like to book the most expensive room. Lushan had prepared enough resources to reach the next rank, and to avoid being disturbed at home, he decided to rent a hotel room. A young girl approaches the reception desk, intending to rent a presidential suite. The main character does not show it, but the girl attracts his attention. Lushan understands that a difficult girl is standing in front of him. She is enveloped in a strong aura, emitting scorching chi energy. The administrator asks the girl again and clarifies whether she really needs such an expensive number, to which she answers in the affirmative and hands over her bank card. The administrator gives the girl the key card for the room and says that now their employee will help with the luggage and show her to the room. The girl's name is Amelia. She asks the administrator not to worry, assuring that she will handle her luggage herself. Lushan does not listen at all to the administrator, who is telling him something. Since his attention is completely focused on the girl, the guy understands that she is a guru who has already clearly formed her will. The main character believes that it will not be difficult for him to deal with Amelia, but as long as she does not pose a threat to him, he tries not to think about it. Amelia enters the elevator and begins to communicate using a device in her ear. The girl reports that everything is going according to plan, and she has arrived at her destination. In addition, the girl tells her interlocutor that when checking in, she met some guy who seemed quite strong to her. Amelia makes the assumption that he may be a member of the Dark Star group. Amelia believes that she should not bother her head with such information because she is on vacation and she just needs to complete a small task and continue to have fun. Lushan finds a huge bathtub in her room and decides that it will be perfect for the procedures associated with absorbing the new drug. The young man fills the bathtub with a new drug created from the bone marrow of monsters and plunges into it. Immersed in a bath with a drug created based on the bone marrow of monsters, Lushan feels how powerful energy permeates his body. The guy cannot shake the feeling that very soon he will become much stronger. Emilia comes out of the bath, thinking that the sneaky little rat who has the treasure apparently smelled her and decided to escape. She does not consider this a problem, believing that no one will be able to escape from her. Lushan has absorbed a significant amount of the new drug. The guy feels that his body has reached the second-level golden stage. The young man takes a spear and tries to make a cut on his hand, realizing that now even a guru-level weapon will not harm him. Lushan approaches the window, feeling how the movement of chi energy in his body has improved. He reflects that his path is different from the path of other warriors and, most likely, is not similar to the path of warriors from the dream world. Currently, Lushan is on the verge of the 7th rank. He understands that when he becomes a guru, his movements will be too noticeable, and only a stupid person would be able to ignore it. Lushan decides that now is the time to take a walk and find a good place to try out his new power. A man hails a taxi on the street, opens the door and carefully places a little girl in the back seat. The man, in an excited voice, asks the taxi driver to go to the suburbs of the Western District as quickly as possible. He looks around restlessly, as if expecting a chase. The girl sitting next to her asks if they have broken away from their pursuers. The man calms her down and asks her not to be afraid. The man then asks the taxi driver to stop the car here, offering triple the price, and begging him not to tell anyone if anyone asks about the man with the child. The taxi driver says with a smile that triple the price is too little, then touches his hand to his face, which begins to deform and lose its human appearance. A moment later, in front of the frightened man, the taxi driver takes off his mask, and the driver of the car turns out to be Emilia, who triumphantly declares that she has finally caught him, calling the man a golden rat. The man is very frightened. He realizes that the taxi driver turned out to be an agent of a secret organization called the Fellowship of the Ring. Lushan, using his wind technique, moved at incredible speed through the abandoned chemical plant, thinking that even the military would not be able to detect him due to his high speed. The young man stops and listens carefully to the surrounding space, feeling the powerful breath of the guru nearby. At this moment, a strong roar and flashes of explosions are heard. Lushan sees Emilia nearby, delivering strong energy blows to strangers. A man holds a little girl close to him, trying to protect her from the flashes of explosions that are furiously tearing apart the space around them. Emilia, with a wicked smile on her face and burning eyes, looks at her victim. She enjoys the moment, knowing that her opponent is in her power. The main character experiences the joy of meeting people in trouble in the middle of the night, and he has the opportunity to help them. The guy is determined to do everything possible to save them. Lushan considers himself a man of honor and cannot stand by when someone needs help. His moral principles and inner nobility do not allow him to pass by those who are in trouble. Lushan stands opposite Emilia, creating a magical shield of luminous runes, and preparing for defense. Emilia, surrounded by flames, directs her energy towards the enemy without hiding her power. Lushan, with a confident smile on his face, holds the magic shield. His eyes are full of determination and strength. He is ready for any challenge, knowing that his honor and strength will lead him to victory. The man, having received a powerful blow, writhes in pain. He still hugs the girl to himself, trying to protect her even in this terrible state. The man, breathing heavily with the girl, hides from Emilia. The girl looks at him with anxiety and hope, hoping that he can protect her. The man, holding the girl tightly, tries to crawl away from the threat. His strength is running out. Emilia is closely watching them, preparing for the next attack. Emilia stands over the fallen man, a disdainful smile on her face, ready to strike the next blow, her confident posture and gaze leaving no doubt about her determination to see the job through. The girl cries and begs Emilia not to offend her dad. Her eyes are full of tears and despair. She is trying to protect the person closest to her. The girl rushes to Emilia and tries to beat her with her small fists, shouting that the girl is very bad, tears flowing down her cheeks. She does not stop, trying to protect her dad. The man, lying on the ground, rises with effort. His face expresses pain. He watches the actions of his daughter, trying to find the strength to stand up and protect her. The man tells Amelia that what she needs is in his head. He promises that if she does not leave his daughter alone, he will take poison and destroy himself. Amelia grabs the man's face and forces him to open his mouth to take out the poison capsule he was trying to use. The man screams in pain and horror, realizing that his plan has failed. The girl takes out a carefully disguised capsule with poison. Amelia displays the torn capsule with a mocking smile, holding the frightened girl hostage, enjoying her superiority and the hopeless situation of her opponents. Amelia threateningly holds the poison capsule in front of the girl's face and orders the man to immediately tell everything. The man lies on the ground, exhausted and defeated, tears streaming down his face as he realizes he can no longer protect his daughter and feels deep pain and despair. Lucian, using the spiritual wind technique, runs past Amelia at great speed and snatches the child from her arms. Amelia is surprised by the sudden appearance of the main character and tells the guy that she felt something was wrong with him from the very beginning. Lucian looks at Amelia defiantly and asks her if she really considers herself a guru. His voice is full of doubt and sarcasm. He clearly does not believe in her power. The main character asks the little girl to go to a safe distance. Amelia asks the young man if he belongs to the Dark Star organization. Lucian does not understand what the girl is talking about and what kind of organization she means. Bewilderment flashes in his eyes. He tries to comprehend her words, but they seem completely incomprehensible to him. The main character furiously rushes to the attack. His fist is engulfed in flames. Amelia, taken by surprise, flies back from a powerful blow. A powerful explosion illuminates everything around, destroying space and throwing debris in different directions. The power of the main character's attack is incredible. It creates a fiery whirlwind that consumes everything in its path. Lucian delivers a devastating blow, exploding the ground beneath its feet and creating a powerful wave of destruction. Amelia, knocked off her feet, lies on the ground among the rubble, her body motionless and an expression of shock and pain frozen on her face. Lucian approaches the man and the girl who hid behind him, thinking that Amelia was a bit weak for a guru-level warrior. The man tells the main character that he will tell him everything, only asks to spare him and his daughter. After a while, Lucian realizes that we are talking about the coordinates of a gold mine. Lucian tells the man that he is not interested in such information, then turns and walks away, leaving the surprised man behind. The man, perplexed, asks why Lucian saved them from persecution by the Fellowship of the Ring organization if he is not interested in gold. Lucian replies that he was just passing by and his position in life is such that he cannot help but help people in trouble. The man tells his daughter that despite the protagonist's strangeness, he is still a very good person because he saved them. The man receives severe wounds and feels very bad. He asks his daughter to save herself and take care of herself, since he cannot go further on his own. At this moment, the main character appears. He takes the man by the arms and helps him walk. The man leans on him, feeling that he has a chance for salvation thanks to his kindness and strength. Lucian brings the wounded man and his daughter to his hotel room. The man wholeheartedly thanks the young man for the help he provided. The main character hands the man a flask with his new experimental serum and asks him not to ask anything, but just drink it and go to bed, assuring him that tomorrow he will feel better. A stranger sends his daughter to bed and tells her that he needs to talk to the young man. He calms her down, promising that everything will be fine. Lucian puts an object on the table and says that it belonged to Amelia. The guy points to the ring and says that Amelia constantly mentioned some kind of Fellowship of the Ring and asked him about the Dark Star. The fugitive reports that the Fellowship of the Ring and the Dark Star are secret international organizations. No one knows their true goals, but their spies are in every country. The man says that in the Brotherhood of the Ring, all members are guru. They were looking for him because of information about the gold mine. Their interest in the mine is due to its enormous value. Lucian plans to turn to the system and learn more about these mysterious organizations, believing that they have the power to awaken the ambitions of strong people and turn them into vices. The main character asks the fugitive what he is going to do next. The man replies that he wants to hide with his daughter and start a new life. Lucian says he has a great idea to solve the problem and keep the man and his daughter safe. The man, with a trembling voice, tells the young man that he will do anything to avoid persecution. Lucian announces that the solution to the problem is very simple. First of all, the guy asks to tell him where the gold mine is. The fugitive, without thinking twice, shows the main character the exact coordinates of the mine. The guy assures that now he and his daughter are no longer in danger. The man cannot hide his surprise and asks the young man how he managed to solve the problem so quickly and what exactly he did. The young man's answer leaves the fugitive in complete bewilderment and shock. Lushan marked the location of the mine on the map and posted this information on the internet. The man cannot believe that the guy so calmly told about everything, considering that the mine contains gold worth hundreds of millions. In the huge information room, the operator reports bad news. The signal has been lost with object number 9, which causes a wave of concern among everyone present. He also informs everyone in the room that information about the location of a gold mine has surfaced online, causing even more shock to those present. The people in the room are surprised by this turn of events, not understanding why they did this because they spent a huge amount of resources and lost many agents to obtain this data. The man sitting on the throne angrily hits him with his hand, declaring that the situation is truly unexpected since now everyone knows about the mine and the fugitive with this information has become useless. Rising from a huge chair, he says that someone decided to play with them and believes that this person should pay in full for his actions. The man orders his subordinates to collect all possible information and find the one who leaked the data to the network in order to punish him to the fullest extent. The fugitive carefully examines the main character, thinking to himself that the guy simply does not understand the true value of the information that he so frivolously shared. Lushan advises the man to take his daughter and hide somewhere for a couple of days, assuring that in the near future all the fuss will calm down and he will no longer be of interest to secret organizations. The girl approaches the main character and asks him if she will ever see him again. The guy pats the girl on the head and tells her that they will definitely meet in the future. Agents of the Fellowship of the Ring examine Amelia's body, noting that whoever destroyed her was extremely strong, as Amelia was not a weak warrior. The agents are amazed by the huge crater left by the explosion. They believe that Amelia's opponent was a very powerful warrior. One of the agents tells his partner that he sees no point in continuing to inspect the battle site since all the important evidence has already been collected. The partner agrees with the agent and adds that this project no longer makes sense since agent number 9 has been destroyed and everyone now knows the location of the mine. Lushan carefully studies information about secret organizations. The guy learns that there are more than a dozen such organizations, and even after 1,000 years, their traces still remain in history. Many of these organizations have entire states behind them that play a key role in their support and development. For example, the Fellowship of the Ring is supervised by the government, which actively helps them in research into creating modified warriors. Combat chimeras created on the basis of these studies will make a lot of noise in the future and become the cause of numerous military conflicts. Despite the many advantages of these genetically modified creatures, they also have serious disadvantages. After mutation, their consciousness is destroyed, turning the warrior into a time bomb. Lushan understands why he had a strange feeling during the battle with Amelia. He comes to the conclusion that the Fellowship of the Ring has already begun to use this technology. The main character reflects that the Fellowship of the Ring may be somehow connected with the recent attack of monsters, which caused enormous destruction and numerous casualties. Lushan sets out to look into the fugitive's daughter's file, trying to understand what may be hiding behind her innocent appearance. The girl in the future reached the level of Guru of the 8th rank and rose to the rank of head of the International Investigations Department, devoting her entire life to investigating the affairs of the Dark Star Organization, the Brotherhood of Black Magicians, and the Fellowship of the Ring. Lushan could not even think that a girl would be able to reach such heights and would do such things. The guy is amazed at her hidden potential and capabilities. The girl's marital status is unenviable. She will be selflessly in love with the fighting saint of the land of dragons, but will never be able to marry him, remaining true to her duty. Lushan decides that he needs to stop reading such materials. He feels that it denigrates his noble heart and distracts him from real tasks. The young man believes that it is time to study information about the man who suffered from the actions of the Yakuza organization in order to understand how all these events are connected. Lushan comes to a working-class village located in the western district of the city. He finds the man's address and knocks on the door of his house. After some time, the door opens. A tired woman appears on the threshold who asks the young man who he is looking for and for what purpose. The main character explains to the woman that he is looking for a man whose family suffered at the hands of a criminal organization and hopes to obtain important information. The woman abruptly tries to close the door, declaring that such people do not live here, and claims that he has the wrong address and asks him to leave. Lushan puts his foot in the doorway, preventing the woman from closing the door, which causes her indignation. She demands to immediately stop this behavior and leave her house. Lushan, looking the woman straight in the eye, firmly states that he knows that there is a man living here who suffered at the hands of the Yakuza, and asks her not to deny it. The woman states that the man the young man is looking for no longer lives here. This is now her home, and she demands that Lushan leave immediately, threatening to call the police. Lushan, however, continues to persistently demand that the woman tell him where the man he is looking for is now. The woman finally gives in and tells the young man that the man is now living near the garbage cans. She adds that this old man has gone crazy after his entire family died. Lushan thanks the woman, turns around and leaves. The woman looks after him and thinks how strange it is that someone is still looking for a crazy homeless man. Lushan heads towards the dumpsters where the woman says the man he is looking for must be. He notices an old man rummaging through a dumpster, apparently unaware that he is being watched. Lushan comes closer. The old man, hearing footsteps, raises his head and looks at the young man with surprise and wariness. A homeless old man, seeing Lushan, asks who he is and why he came to him, clearly wary of the stranger. Previously, the old man had a happy family with a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful daughters, but their life was destroyed by the cruel hand of fate. The old man's youngest daughter took a fancy to the Yakuza's son and was kidnapped, which was the beginning of the tragedy. Having learned about the kidnapping, the eldest daughter went straight to the Yakuza but never returned. A week later, the bodies of both sisters were found in a wasteland outside the city in terrible condition. Lushan, trying to find an approach to the old man, says that he is his daughter's classmate, which causes great surprise and distrust in the old man. A moment later, the homeless man attacks the young man, calling him a bastard, and declares that he knew all of his daughter's classmates from elementary school. The old man grabs the main character by the clothes, believing that the guy has come to take his last treasure, and looks at him with a crazy look, full of pain and fear. Lushan asks the old man for forgiveness, agreeing that he lied a little, and explains that the reason for his visit is to help him. The homeless old man changes his face and asks if the young man is a warrior and how strong he is. A crazy old man with a wild gleam in his eyes tells the young man that he has a job for him. This unexpected turn of events makes the young man wonder what this strange man has to offer. He then brings Lushan a pile of plastic bottles, cans, and other trash, declaring that he will pay handsomely to kill the Yakuza leader, desperately hoping for justice. The voice of a homeless man is heard, who continues to insistently offer to pay generously for completing the task, pointing to a pile of garbage. The main character looks at this with surprise and bewilderment. Lushan silently looks at the man. The homeless man begins to get nervous, saying that if this is not enough, he will add more, and even offers his life as payment. The homeless man falls to the ground in despair, convinced that the guy came here only to mock him, and says that he knew that they would not help him. Tears appear in the eyes of the homeless man. He declares that he will remain alive only to see the graves of his enemies and personally verify their death. Lushan once again carefully looks at the old photograph of the man and his happy family, after which, decisively turning around, he tells the old man goodbye, that he will definitely see the graves of his enemies. He promises him this. In the gateway, Lushan meets a young man who notices that it has been a long time since he saw anyone visiting the crazy old man. Lushan asks how many guests the homeless man used to have. The guy says that there were a lot of them, but they all deceived the old man and took his money, making empty promises. In the first years after those terrible events, the old man did nothing but look for help, hoping for justice. The guy takes a drag from his cigarette and continues the story, explaining that the homeless man gave money to anyone who had any power, but in the end, he lost everything and now lives near the trash. Lushan reveals that he is indeed going to help the homeless old man and intends to go to the Yakuza martial arts school to kill all their members and get justice. At this time, the rector of the Great Seventh University is talking to a stranger in his office about Lushan taking on a dangerous mission. He expresses concern about how much this could change the balance of power. The stranger believes that this could lead to unpredictable and possibly catastrophic consequences for everyone involved, and warns the rector of the potential risks that may arise from Lushan's actions. The rector believes that it is too early to talk about this, since there is still enough time before the tournament, and a lot can change. The stranger answers the rector. He says that there are only a couple of days left, and reminds that a martial saint never gives a second chance. The rector looks out the window thoughtfully, hoping that Lushan will not fail him and the university in this important test, believing that his success will be the key to the future prosperity of their educational institution. In the main hall of the 7th University, a powerful fighter is shown on the screen, whose return causes joy among the students. They see that he has become even stronger. One of the students believes that student Xiaolan returned just to compete in the martial arts tournament after successfully completing a Category A mission. Another student is sure that Xiaolan has no chance, since he will be eclipsed by the skill of Lushan, whose fighting talent and skills have long become a legend among students. He is convinced that the 7th Great University will not end up in last place if Lushan competes for it, and has high hopes for it. The student makes the assumption that the main character will not participate in the tournament. Her interlocutor is indignant. He believes that finally their university has a great genius who has not been seen for centuries. The girl reports that she heard this information from her father and says that the main character received an important mission, due to which he will not be able to take part in the tournament. The student cannot hide his anger and despair, believing that the university management intends to suppress the potential of the protagonist and does not allow him to fully develop. 2 years ago, the twins from the Yakuza organization insulted the 7th University. The guy heard that they had a new outstanding student, because of which they became even more self-confident and strived to demonstrate their strength. The guy initially thought that the university could win by relying on Lushan, but now he understands that this will not be possible. The girl asks him not to worry and assures him that everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Lushan receives a message that the students' tournament will be held at 8 in the morning in 3 days, and a meeting will be scheduled near the campus gate. If anyone is late, it will be an automatic disqualification from participation. The main character has no doubt that he will be able to get to the tournament on time, because he intends not only to win it, but also to fulfill his important mission. In the student dormitory, Lushan notices strangers and realizes that they are spies from other universities watching him. He realizes that his main target is himself, and prepares to confront him in order to prevent them from interfering with his plans. The main character believes that many people do not want him to participate in the tournament and win it, but his determination is unshakable. He thinks that the path he is on cannot be controlled by the university or even the martial saints. 3 days pass. Students begin to gather near the campus gates, preparing to register for the tournament, which promises to be the most significant event in their academic lives. The students hope that Lushan will arrive on time and crush all opponents, and wonder why the main hero is still missing. The former best student at the university sadly realizes that the students do not yet know that the main character may not be able to come. The young man understands that compared to the tournament, earning the patronage of a martial saint is much more important. He believes that any person in Lushan's place would not think twice about it and make the same choice. There are only a few minutes left before the end of registration, when suddenly Lushan appears in the sky. The rector and students cannot hide their joy, seeing that he made it in time and is now ready to take part in the tournament. Lushan approaches the rector and apologizes for almost being late, while the surrounding students chant his name and cheer him enthusiastically. The rector asks the main character if he has thought everything through well, reminding him that the tournament is about to begin and he still has time to make a choice and leave. The rector, realizing that Lushan was determined to participate in the tournament, gives the command to the students to go to the buses. Students of the 7th University move along a winding mountain road. An instructor inside the salon reads instructions to the young people, informing them that they must change clothes and all be in the same uniform. Lushan sits on the bus, looking out the window and thinking about the upcoming tournament and mission. His face expresses focus and determination. He considers every step, knowing that there will be an uphill battle. The young man realizes that he already has the will of the guru, a force field, and enough chi energy of the 7th rank. He intends to reach the level of the 8th rank in the near future. The transition of a warrior to the 8th rank is a huge qualitative achievement for any guru. It opens up new horizons of strength and skill that are available only to a select few. Lushan realizes that he is just one step away from transforming from an ordinary warrior into a holy guru. This realization fills him with determination to continue on his path. The main character realizes the responsibility when moving to the 8th level, because his body and will undergo a strong transformation, and it will not be so easy to control the enormous power. The rector happily informs the students that they have arrived and orders them to prepare for disembarkation. The main character looks carefully at the students of the 7th university and in his heart wishes them all good luck, understanding the importance of the upcoming test. The rector tells the students that they need to start climbing the sacred mountain. He asks them to be careful and monitor their actions, because their success and safety depend on it. Lushan believes that since he cannot avoid confrontation with the martial saints, it is better to start preparing as early as possible. With these thoughts, he activates the spiritual wind technique and rushes towards the top of the mountain with great speed. The rector quickly rushes after the main character, but his strength and skills are clearly not enough to catch up with the young man. Having climbed onto a high mountain plateau, the rector reports that they will take a break and conduct a roll call. He counts all the students and asks how they feel. One of the students admits that he is at the limit of his capabilities, which causes concern to the rector. The guy invites the girl to take a break, rest a little and regain strength, and then continue moving towards the top. The girl tells her mentor that she still has strength and offers to make a breakthrough in order to reach the top as quickly as possible. The guy reports that the girl does not know all the rules and is going to tell her about them. He explains that they are already behind the clouds, and ahead of them are 5 stone stairs, which are not visible due to the thick fog. Each of them is like a road to heaven, and with their help you can reach the top. The girl, in a sharp tone, asks the mentor to speak briefly and to the point, stopping telling ancient legends. The guy smiles and tells the girl that he just wanted her to take a breath and rest more. He adds that on this mountain there was originally a martial saint whose body was tempered by heavenly fire and thunder and whose spirit absorbed the energy of huge gorges. The mentor tells the girl that all talented warriors come here, and walking along the road to heaven, they absorb the strength and spirit left by the martial saints. He reports that celestial phenomena can often be seen here, such as clouds gathering in circles and having an incredible glow. Young people look carefully at the top of the mountain and understand that such phenomena are a sign that a new guru will soon be born. They watch in fascination the powerful celestial phenomena and see how huge whales rush to the top of the mountain. The mentor tells the girl that they have witnessed a historical event, adding that now at least 3 warriors are rushing to the top, who in the future will definitely become battle saints. The girl tells her mentor that she is sure that in the near future she will also have a cute whale. Lushan rushes past her and her mentor at great speed, his body surrounded by a luminous aura, emitting a huge amount of chi energy. The girl is very surprised by his enormous speed. She does not fully understand what happened and asks the mentor whether it was a person or an element. The young people see how the whales rushing to the top of the mountain are joined by a huge dragon emitting fiery energy, enhancing the magical atmosphere of the moment. The main character, surrounded by glowing auras of various elements, quickly runs along the road to the top, emitting an incredible amount of chi energy. The protagonist sees the fiery dragon rush to the top, its flaming body writhing in bright flashes of light, creating an impressive spectacle that fascinates and inspires him to continue his journey. The main character freezes. Impressed by the sight of a huge fiery dragon, the flaming creature emits a dazzling light. Its powerful aura is felt from a distance. Lushan cannot take his eyes off this incredible picture. Together with the dragon, Lushan rushes to the top. Its body is surrounded by bright fiery streams. Merging with the dragon's energy, they rush forward, illuminating the path with dazzling flashes of light. The students watch in amazement and admiration as Lushan, along with the fiery dragon, rapidly rushes to the top. They close their eyes from the bright light, realizing that they are witnessing a truly historic moment. The dragon and his master soar to the top. Lushan, with determination in his eyes, looks ahead, knowing that this moment will be decisive in his path to greatness and becoming a holy guru. An elderly teacher from one of the schools says that for the first time in so many years, he saw such a brilliant climb to the top. The old man gives orders to his disciples to immediately find out who this person who has reached the top is. The young man finds Lushan's ascent amazing and thinks that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that it was the ascent of a saint. After some time, he notices that the young man is wearing the uniform of the 7th University. The young people cannot believe that the 7th University has such a powerful student, because until now they have not known anyone who could demonstrate such incredible strength and skill. The girl says that the future saints were able to materialize only a few whales when climbing to the top. While the main character surpassed them, she considers him a very talented guy. The girl confirms the words of the students, adding that she had previously seen the young man and even then was amazed by his abilities, which significantly exceeded the capabilities of other students. She tells others that Lushan previously broke records at all 7 universities. The students come to the conclusion that the protagonist is the next disciple of the martial saint. The elderly teacher asks his students not to make sudden conclusions, explaining that talent and martial art are calculated according to a very complex scheme. The master believes that the main character is certainly talented, but not as much as the students who praise him think about him. The old man reveals that the celestial phenomena are not meant to test martial arts talent. It is possible that Lushan has resonated with the path of the martial saint, and that is why its atmospheric phenomenon is so powerful. The girl is confident that the power of Lushan that he demonstrated is significantly superior to his peers, and thinks that the martial saint would not take just anyone as his disciple. In a hotel located at the foot of the mountain, a meeting of the Yakuza team is taking place. The mentor scolds his subordinates, saying that Lushan not only showed a unique celestial phenomenon, but also humiliated the Yakuza team. The teacher of the Yakuza fighting clans cannot contain his anger. He is very angry that his students are afraid of some schoolboy. One of the students of the Yakuza school tells his teacher that he is right and intends to use his secret technique to end Lushan, restoring the honor of his clan and proving his strength. His twin supports his brother, saying that he is right. Martial arts prowess is not just show-off and self-indulgence, and his brother is strong enough to eliminate such threats. The young man assures those around him that if Lushan were in front of him now, he would tear him to shreds. The Yakuza teacher praises his students, noting that this is the fighting spirit he wants in his team, as it will allow them to effectively deal with any challenges and opponents that stand in their way. The master informs his followers that now is the time to plan the operation. He is confident that his students are able to destroy Lushan, and he will take upon himself the problems with the martial saint. In the waiting room, the girl carefully examines the video of the main character. Her mentor notices this. He approaches her and asks why the young man is bothering her so much. The guy asks the girl not to worry and tells her that Lushan's power is not completely clear, and he thinks that he has not even begun to form his will, so he is not a serious opponent for her. The mentor tells the girl that her really serious rivals are the twin brothers from the Yakuza clan. He explains that 2 years ago, the twin brothers had already formed their will, and will very soon reach the rank of guru, which makes them truly dangerous opponents. The mentor reassures the girl of her abilities, supporting her self-confidence and reminding her that she is the one who can see the true nature of people. The girl, having the talent to see the auras of people and spirits, remembers Lushan, whose dark aura spreads around him, which attracts her attention with its uniqueness and strength. The disciples observing Lushan are amazed by his power and begin to call him the Demon Lord, admiring his strength and mystery, seeing him as more than just a warrior. In the hallways of the school, students discuss Lushan, speaking in admiration and respect about his impressive rise and the strength he demonstrates. They are sure he will become a legend. One of the students listens carefully to the students' conversations. His gaze is focused and serious. He is clearly thinking about what he heard, assessing the situation and the possible consequences for himself and his friends. Rongming realizes that if he had fought the protagonist earlier, he would have been defeated and found himself in a humiliating position. Now he is relieved to realize this. One of the students, with unshakable confidence and determination in his eyes, prepares for the upcoming battle, knowing that he will have to face the one they called the Demon Lord, and realizing that his opponent is incredibly dangerous. The 4th University's professor reassures the student, assuring him that although Lushan is indeed strong, there is no reason to despair, and reminds the young man that everyone has their own path. The professor thinks that the 7 great universities should work together and not consider Lucian as their enemy, since they have one common goal. He thinks that thanks to Lucian, the 7 universities have a chance to become the head of all martial organizations, which will bring success and prosperity. The man is confident that Lucian will have great success, and this inspires students to strive for their goals despite difficulties and challenges. The rector of the 7th university hopes that the main character will make the right decision, understanding how important this choice is. The energy that entered Lucian's body not only increased his physical strength, but also brought into his consciousness images of spiritual whales, which the guy considers the embodiment of his will. Lucian decides to call this new power the whale spirit, realizing that it could greatly improve his chances of winning. He realizes that he has collected many trophies and is now in a better position to win the fight against the great guru. Lucian stands in the center of the large hall, his face expressing deep concentration, while a crowd of people gathers around him, each of whom watches him with great interest. The mentor of the Yakuza clan is a serious opponent, but Lucian believes in his strength and is ready for the upcoming battle. Lucian turns around and notices the Yakuza mentor in the crowd. He believes that his chance of victory is no more than 30%. However, if the protagonist becomes a guru and is able to concentrate a huge amount of chi energy in the blood, he will be able to defeat the Yakuza master within 12 seconds. The main character has a plan that he will follow. This gives him confidence in his actions, despite the fact that his current chance of victory is small. An operator with a video camera is in a hurry to capture an important moment at the tournament, trying not to miss a single detail of what is happening. He accidentally bumps into Lucian, who ends up right in front of his camera lens, causing surprise and excitement to the cameraman. The main character, noticing the operator, reacts with a slight smile, demonstrating confidence in the upcoming events. The cameraman, having calmed down a little, points the camera at Lucian, understanding the importance of this moment and trying to capture everything for the tournament spectators. The operator reports that the installation of the equipment has been completed and the tournament will begin very soon. The presenter, microphone in hand, takes the stage under a bright sky to announce the start of the tournament, which has brought together the best fighters from all universities and families. With an expression of deep respect and calm on his face, the presenter talks about the order of battles and explains that a draw will determine who will fight whom. The contestants begin to draw their lots, with one student visibly upset to find that his opponent will be the best fighter from all the universities, significantly reducing his chances of winning. Lucian, thinking about who his opponent will be, experiences mixed feelings, hoping that the lot will give him a chance to show his skills in battle. An unfamiliar guy, recognizing the main character, approaches him with obvious embarrassment and timidity, trying to strike up an acquaintance and perhaps discuss the upcoming battles and their chances of success. The main character, slightly surprised by such attention, listens to an unfamiliar guy who, with a sincere smile on his face, says that his friends are fans of the main character and say hello to him. 2 people appear in the crowd of tournament participants, a girl and a guy with a bandage on their forehead. They greet Lucian with loud screams and cheers. The guy sees such celestial phenomena and a warrior of such strength for the first time. He decides that he must definitely be equal to the main character in order to reach the same heights. The host takes the microphone again and announces that the draw is officially completed, and also adds that 3 schools did not show up for the competition, so they are automatically eliminated from the tournament. The main character, having heard the news that 3 schools did not show up for the competition, thinks about how this will affect his chances and possible rivals, because now the balance of power in the competition may change. Amid the cheers of support heard around him, Lucian peers carefully into the crowd, reflecting on the fact that now every fight will become even more significant and responsible for achieving his goal. The fights begin with incredible intensity. The 2 participants clash, swords flashing and raining down powerful blows on each other, each of which can decide the outcome of the fight. One of the fighters, finding himself in a critical situation, instantly mobilizes all his forces and, despite mortal danger, repels the attack, demonstrating incredible skill and the will to win. The judge, raising the winner's hand, announces the result, causing enthusiastic screams from the fans supporting their player. Representatives of the winning student school, watching the triumph of their fighter, unanimously agree that their mentor prepared him very well, thanks to which such an impressive victory was achieved. The judge, leaning towards the defeated fighter, tries to console him and support him, saying that defeat does not mean the end of the road, but just another test. Despite the pain and disappointment, the fighter looks forward with determination in his eyes. Realizing that this defeat is only a temporary setback, he is determined to overcome any difficulties on the path to success. Lushan reflects that many university students often make excuses for their defeats due to age or lack of training, and he is confident that in a real battle, the enemy would not listen to such excuses. The main character is convinced that there is no word failure in his vocabulary because a strong fighter will never look for excuses for his defeats. The next bout sees the two fighters collide in a furious clash, exchanging lightning-quick blows that leave spectators holding their breath, knowing that every second could be decisive. The presenter, raising his hand, announces the beginning of the next round, attracting the attention of all participants and spectators, and solemnly announces that Lushan will perform next. His opponent, clearly upset and frightened by the upcoming fight with Lushan, with alarm in his voice, announces that he is giving up and will not fight, realizing that his strength and skills cannot compare with the skill and experience of his opponent. Lushan, noticing the fear of his opponent, who decided to give up even before the fight began, experiences a mixture of surprise and regret, realizing that his reputation as a fighter puts significant psychological pressure on other participants. The opponent, holding his head and covered in sweat, agonizes over his decision, regretting that his fear and uncertainty prevented him from trying his hand at fighting Lushan. The mentor of the Yakuza team, watching what is happening, suddenly realizes that the main character has a real chance to become a disciple of the combat saint. The host announces the start of the third round, in which Lushan must fight. The guy happily realizes that he will finally have the opportunity to show his fighting skills. There is a huge crowd ahead of the protagonist, which is preventing him from entering the arena. So Lushan decides to use his spiritual energy to push the crowd aside and pave the way. A large student suddenly emerges from the crowd, dissatisfied with Lushan's actions. His face reflects obvious irritation and a willingness to challenge such methods. He does not intend to put up with such behavior. A huge student, unable to contain his indignation, rushes at the main character with his fists, intending to forcefully prove that he is right and show that he will not tolerate such manipulations. The huge student furiously delivers a powerful blow aimed at the main character, but Lushan dodges with incredible agility and speed, demonstrating his skill and experience. As a result of this move, Lushan counterattacks, sending the opponent flying, which ends with a spectacular impact with the ground, leaving a huge dent and causing admiring glances from those around him. The crowd freezes in amazement, amazed by the incredible power and speed of the protagonist, who easily defeated such a formidable opponent. Lushan enters the arena and is surprised to notice that his opponent has not yet appeared. The judge announces that if the opponent does not arrive on time, the victory will be counted automatically. At this point, the audience informs the judge that the main character has just defeated his opponent, who turned out to be a huge student who attacked Lushan. The main character is very surprised by such an unusual coincidence and cannot believe that his opponent was the same student whom he had already defeated. The tournament continues. Intense fights flare up in the arena again. In the next battle, two fighters fight with incredible fury and strength, inflicting powerful blows on each other, each of which can decide the outcome of the fight. The judge announces the winner of the next match. All eyes turn again to Lushan, who, despite being tired, demonstrates confidence and readiness to continue the fight to the end. Representatives of the fourth university discuss the actions of the main character and come to the conclusion that Lushan truly has outstanding abilities and skills. The man believes that going into a duel with Lushan is the same as immediately admitting defeat, since his skill and strength are obvious. One of the students tells his mentor that he will try his best, and if he fails, he will use his secret technique. The mentor prepared this technique specifically for the battle against the Yakuza twins. He believes that their strength is comparable to Lushan and assures his student that he still has a chance to become one of the best. The Yakuza clan mentor and his students watch the fights and agree that the main character has very good technique. The man tells his disciples not to be afraid of Lushan, assuring them that they can defeat him, thereby increasing their strength and reaching the level of guru faster. The two disciples of the Yakuza master, with sinister smiles on their faces, discuss their plans, intending to use their secret techniques to surpass Lucian and prove their superiority. A girl from a rival university is frightened by the main character. She feels insecure before the upcoming fights and doubts her abilities. The mentor tries to calm her down. He says that Lucian, of course, is strong, but at most he is on the level of the Yakuza twins and perhaps even weaker than them. The girl does not agree with her mentor. She knows for sure that the main character is an unusual martial arts warrior. She considers him not just a strong rival, but also a mysterious figure whose strength and skills go beyond ordinary ideas. The girl tries to pull herself together, hoping that if she meets Lucian, it will be only at the end of the tournament, so that refusing a fight would not be so shameful. 4 hours of competition pass. The 7th round begins. The host announces that soon everyone will recognize the 10 strongest warriors from all over the country. Lucian hears the name of his rival and understands that he graduated from the 7th university, which means that his level is approximately clear to the main character. Opponents meet in the battle arena. The main character, with an ironic smile, asks his opponent if he should go easy on him in battle, which gives the audience mixed feelings from Lucian's confidence and audacity. The judge announces in a loud voice that the fight is starting. He raises his hand and attracts the attention of all spectators and participants. Lucian believes in showing respect to the elder and invites his opponent to attack first, giving him the opportunity to show off his skills while showing confidence in his abilities. Lucian's opponent, filled with determination and rage, activates his combat technique with a shout, his body surrounded by powerful flames that enhance his attacks and make him a more dangerous opponent. He unleashes a series of devastating blows on Lucian, each one full of fiery energy, creating an impressive and dangerous spectacle in the arena. The Yakuza mentor and his students close their eyes from the bright flashes of energy from the fighter's blade, realizing that Lucian's rival has a secret technique in store for him. The Yakuza twins notice that the release of power is about the same level as their own. They hope that in this fight, either of the winners will be weakened, and they will be able to easily deal with the enemy in the future. The secret flame technique increases Lucian's opponent's strength by more than half. His body is engulfed in a fiery aura, and he fearlessly rushes to attack. The rival decides to teach the main character a lesson, despite the fact that after such a huge release of power, he will not be able to use his fighting skills for a whole month. The referee tries to stop the fight, since such an uncontrolled release of spiritual energy can be very dangerous and unpredictable. A huge amount of energy rains down on Lucian, but his face remains serene as he understands that such an attack will not cause him significant harm. After repelling his opponent's attack, the protagonist concentrates his chi energy and delivers a crushing blow to his opponent. Lucian, showing incredible speed and skill, counterattacks with such force that the enemy flies back. He realizes that his secret technique could not surpass the power and skills of the protagonist. Lucian informs his opponent that he will give him another chance and allows him to use all the secret techniques to show his true power. The opponent admits that he has nothing left, and he has already used all his techniques and all his power. A disappointed Lucian turns around and leaves, realizing that this fight was not worth his time and effort. The main character carefully looks at the defeated opponent and begins to worry about his condition, realizing that he did not use all his maximum strength and did not even activate the star refueling technique. Lucian believes that his opponent is to blame for his condition and loss, and should only blame himself for not being able to cope with the task. The audience doesn't understand how this is possible, because Lucian's opponent planned to compete with the Yakuza twins, but was unable to show a decent level in battle. The mentor of the 4th university is very indignant that his student lost to the first-year student. The man feels disappointment and anger. The referee declares the match over and Lucian is the winner, cementing his reputation as the strongest fighter in the tournament. The audience, seeing Lucian's victory, begins to loudly applaud and happily discuss his impressive victory. Lucian looks at his comrades, who are rejoicing. He is slightly surprised by the reaction of the spectators, who clearly did not expect such an outcome, but quickly comes to his senses and realizes that his victory was an important event for everyone present. Representatives of the 4th university begin to discuss Lucian's actions, expressing their admiration. One of the mentors explains to his wards that, despite his youth, Lucian has shown a high level of skill, which can serve as an example for all students. The men discuss the current situation and come to the conclusion that the ending is not yet clear, since the Yakuza twins are also very talented and their true strength still remains a mystery. The presenter, having heard their conversation, advises them not to argue or worry, but rather to concentrate on watching the ongoing competition. The elderly man is not surprised by the protagonist's techniques, noting that the martial saint never takes just anyone as his disciple and always chooses those who truly have exceptional abilities. The Yakuza twins discuss what happened and express their surprise that the representative of the fourth university turned out to be so weak. The Yakuza twin believes that they must defeat Lushin anyway, despite his strength, as it will bring them greatness and glory, which will greatly enhance their reputation among the combat schools. The girl watching the main character experiences horror from his aura and energy shadows, which come to life around him, instilling in her a feeling of inexplicable fear. Lushin is in his room and thinks that tomorrow the tournament will be completed, which means that he will have to kill the guru, which causes him mixed feelings and anxiety. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of his phone, which received a message from his sister. His sister, who watched his performance on TV, writes to the main character, "Lushin thinks that it would be better for mom and dad not to watch tomorrow's fights so as not to see what could happen." The sister asks the young man why he decided this way. Lushin tells her the real reason. He does not want his parents to see him kill a man. Realizing that he cannot stop his parents from watching TV, the guy intends to come up with something to stop the live broadcast. The young man thinks that today is a quiet and peaceful night, so he decides to take a walk to get a little distraction and put his thoughts in order before tomorrow. A girl walks along a snowy mountain plateau, which gives her a feeling of loneliness and melancholy in this harsh and beautiful environment. Suddenly, the girl feels a person approaching. Her heart skips a beat when she hears quiet steps on the fresh snow. She turns around and sees someone approaching her, his energy aura flickering in the cold light of the moon. Her face expresses shock and fear from the unexpected appearance of a stranger, who calmly continues on his way, not paying attention to her fear. The frightened girl, unable to restrain her emotions, runs away in panic from the main character, who looks after her, not understanding what exactly caused such a reaction. The main character reflects on why people are afraid of him and comes to the conclusion that although he will have many wives in the future, he and love are incompatible things. The girl, hiding behind a stone, carefully watches Lushin, fearing his impressive aura, which creates an ominous fog and energy shadows around him. The main character, surrounded by a powerful dark aura, stands with his back to the girl, not understanding what exactly it is about him that causes her such horror and anxiety. The frightened, wide-eyed girl continues to watch Lushin, amazed by his power, which seems ominous and dangerous to her. Lushin picks up food in the dining room with great speed. The kitchen worker watches his nimble actions in surprise, realizing that the guy is really hungry. The main character notices how a girl is watching him, looking out from behind a column, and feels slight bewilderment at her constant presence and interest in him. A guy with a tray in his hands approaches the students of the Yakuza clan. He confidently asks them not to block his path and let him pass. An insolent representative of the Yakuza clan, laughing, threatens the guy. He says that he better pray not to meet him in the arena because everyone who fought with the Yakuza was seriously injured or was on the verge of death. The guy understands the seriousness of the threat. He nervously looks at the Yakuza representative, realizing that a meeting with him in the arena could end very badly. The main character approaches the young people and carefully observes what is happening. Lushin, confidently approaching the Yakuza representative, pushes him and tells him to let him go to the table, which causes confusion and anger in the arrogant Yakuza representative who is not used to such treatment. The Yakuza representative, furious at being pushed around and ignored, threatens all the students, declaring that he's going to beat everyone up. Lushin looks at the angry guy with arrogance, not showing an ounce of fear or respect, thinking to himself that this upstart poses no serious threat to him. The student of the Yakuza school is furious. His face is distorted with anger and hatred towards the main character who dared to push him and not pay attention to his threats. The main character abruptly grabs a Yakuza school student by the throat. His face remains calm and confident. He is in complete control of the situation and is ready for further action. The Yakuza school student's face is twisted with pain and fear. Blood flows from his mouth. The main character continues to squeeze the young man's throat with all his might. The Yakuza school's mentor, surrounded by an energetic aura, rushes into battle, determined to protect his student and restore the school's honor. The main character holds a Yakuza school student by the throat, while the Yakuza mentor demands the immediate release of his student, threatening disqualification. Lushin casually dismisses his opponent, telling the Yakuza mentor that they were only joking. A student of the Yakuza school holds his throat, writhing in pain, and realizing his defeat, he understands that he is not able to defeat the main character. The main character, in a mocking manner, tells the young man that he has a strong neck and advises him to go home and cry into his pillow, thereby showing his disdain and ridicule. The mentor of the Yakuza school, seeing the humiliation of his student, annoyedly calls him to leave, trying to maintain at least a drop of dignity in this situation. The students of the 4th University are amazed at how the main character subdued one of the twins in just a moment, without even giving him a chance to retaliate. The Yakuza mentor asks his student why he is acting so disgracefully, to which he replies that he did not expect such an answer from Lushin and apologizes. The second twin, outraged by his brother's weakness, calls him a worthless non-entity, unable to even defend himself. The second twin's face is twisted with anger. He harbors a grudge and cannot forgive his brother for such statements, which greatly hurt his pride. Enraged, he suddenly stands up and runs towards his brother, grabbing him by the chest, the twin demanding that his brother immediately repeat his words. The Yakuza clan's mentor, noticing the escalating situation between the brothers, decisively intervenes and orders them to immediately stop such behavior in order to maintain discipline and order in the clan. The mentor tells his student that he has disgraced the honor of the Yakuza clan, and now correcting this situation lies on his shoulders. He demands to find a way to restore lost dignity and respect. Gemini turns to the clan mentor with a request not to worry and assures him that in the future he will never make such mistakes, promising to act more carefully and decisively. The twin holds a grudge against Lushin. He is very irritated and offended and is going to crush the main character into powder in the near future. The rector of the 7th University talks about how the brothers from the Yakuza clan have been leaders in tournaments for many years. He asks not to ignore their strength and tells the main character that even if he had an advantage before, he still needs to be vigilant. One of the teachers of the 7th University is amazed at how calmly Lushin behaves. He believes that this time the victory will definitely be for their university. The rector takes a deep breath and says that he really hopes so, because the university's reputation is at stake, and Lushin's victory would be an important achievement for all of them. The draw for the 8th round begins. Lushin walks up to the box to draw his lot, showing confidence and calm. The presenter, with enthusiasm and a loud voice, informs all spectators that the last match of the 7th round will take place between the main character and a representative of the Yakuza clan, which causes a wave of discussions among the audience. The audience, having heard about the fight between Lushin and a representative of the Yakuza clan, begins to vigorously express their joy, hoping to witness a grandiose and exciting battle. Lushin carefully watches his future opponent, trying to assess his strength and prepare for the upcoming fight, which promises to be intense. The Yakuza twin rubs his fists and, looking at the main character with contempt, says that he is a brat and should prepare for death, thereby expressing his confidence in victory. Lushin provokes the Yakuza twin with his appearance in every possible way, which causes the latter to become even more irritated and angry. The rector of the 4th University asks his student to fight with all his might and remember the result, emphasizing the importance of victory for the prestige of their institution, as well as for the personal growth and further success of the student himself. Lushin locks eyes with a student from the 4th University and realizes that if the lot falls to fight him, the battle will be quite difficult. The main character passes by a student and wishes him victory in battle. The guy cannot understand why Lushin cares about him. A dark, powerful aura appears around Lushin. The young man tells the student that if he loses, he will help him take revenge. The student thanks the main character. He says that he does not need this excessive politeness and reminds that they all belong to great universities. The 4th University student enters the fighting arena and looks at his opponent, his gaze focused and determined. As soon as the host announces the start of the fight, the Yakuza twin tells the student of the 4th University that he will not allow him to give up and run away. A student from the Fourth University, drawing his combat blade, decisively rushes to attack a representative of the Yakuza clan. The Yakuza twin deftly dodges the student's numerous blows, demonstrating incredible speed and precision in his movements. The student's attacks are unsuccessful. He jumps to a safe distance, not understanding how his opponent manages to dodge all his attacks. The spectators in the stands are delighted with the ongoing battle. They discuss the actions of the Yakuza representative and are surprised at his speed and agility. Concentrating all his energy, the Fourth University student decides to use his signature technique called Ice Blade. He hits the ground with his sword. The next moment, the surface is covered with ice stalactites, one of which pierces the Yakuza twin right through. The Fourth University student is stunned. He does not believe that he managed to defeat such a serious opponent so quickly. However, at that moment, the twin of the Yakuza clan appears behind him and strikes him with a powerful blow in the back, which makes the student of the Fourth University lose his balance and realize that his opponents are much more dangerous than he initially thought. After a powerful blow from the Yakuza twin, the Fourth University student falls to the ground, severely injured and exhausted from the battle, causing concern among the spectators. Medical workers quickly run up to the wounded student of the Fourth University, trying to provide assistance as quickly as possible. The men carefully examine the victim and discuss his condition. They note that he has serious wounds and broken ribs, which makes them concerned for his life. The Yakuza twin scornfully tells his brother's defeated opponent that he is just trash. A representative of the Yakuza clan turns to the main character and declares that he will be next. Lucian, being next to the losing student of the Fourth University, praises him, saying that he did well. The main character realizes that he now has a good enough reason to destroy the Yakuza twin. At this moment, the audience sees how the main character's aura transforms into a fiery, flaming lion. The next fight begins. A representative of the excellent martial arts school meets in the arena, against whom a student of the Burning Dragon School opposes. The young man is surprised to realize that his opponent is a master of spiritual powers, which adds surprise and intrigue to the fight. The girl, concentrating, accumulates her spiritual energy, which transforms into a huge hand and instantly moves it towards the enemy. A young man, engulfed in bright flashes of light, with clenched fists and a look of determination on his face, prepares to use all his power to repel the attack. Under the influence of spiritual energy, his body becomes steel, and he unleashes all his accumulated energy on his opponent. With surprise, the guy notices that his counterattack failed and had no tangible effect on the girl. The girl's spiritual energy transformed into a huge hand that grabbed the young man and squeezed him tightly. The hand slowly and monotonously squeezes his body. The guy understands that now all his bones will be broken in order to save his life. He reports that he gives up and accepts defeat. The judge orders the fight to be stopped immediately and announces the unconditional victory of the girl from the School of Excellent. Lucian is delighted with the girl's technique and pressure. It seems to him that she is already a fourth-rank master of spiritual forces. The girl notices with surprise and slight embarrassment that the main character is looking at her carefully. His gaze pierces her, making her heart beat faster. The presenter announces that the last fight for today will be between a representative of the Yakuza clan and Lucian. This causes a wave of excited discussions among the audience, who are anticipating a spectacular and tense confrontation. A young man with a wary and tense expression on his face watches what is happening, trying not to miss a single important detail, while around him the audience expresses their emotions. The main character, confidently and fearlessly, with determination in his eyes, is preparing for the upcoming battle. His stance indicates complete readiness for battle. The guy believes that now is the time to put on a great show, since the previous fight ended too quickly. The main character and the Yakuza representative jump into the battle arena, carefully watching each other's every move. Their gazes are full of tension. They are ready for the rapid start of the fight, which promises to be extremely exciting and dangerous. The Yakuza twin tries to intimidate Lucian and reminds him of Clause 32, which states that if a fighter unintentionally causes fatal damage to an opponent during a fight, no punishment will follow. Lucian, dissatisfied with the protracted conversation, demands that his opponent stop the meaningless chatter and begin an attack, demonstrating his intolerance for empty words. The protagonist tries to provoke his opponent by informing him of something that gives him time to prepare and warm up. This attitude causes wild rage in a representative of the Yakuza clan. His eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light, and an expression of insane determination appears on his face, ready to sweep away everything in his path. A representative of the Yakuza clan rushes to the attack with wild fury, engulfed in the flames of combat energy. Lushan watches his opponent, analyzing his movements and preparing to retaliate. The guy is surprised when his opponent begins to use the second-level demonic form. Lushan dodges his opponent's swift attacks, his face expressing complete concentration and determination, which emphasizes his confidence in his abilities and readiness to confront. The demonic form of a representative of the Yakuza clan becomes more and more terrifying. His body is transformed under the influence of a secret technique. The spectators in the stands are shocked by what is happening, realizing that such a technique is available only to guru-level masters. For the first time, the girl sees someone at the national tournament summoning a monster in demonic form. Her eyes are full of surprise and fear. The rector of the 7th University is extremely surprised, because the chi energy of the Yakuza representative reminds him of the power of a strong guru. He is worried about the safety of Lushan. Lushan considers the twin a serious opponent, realizing that his powers are truly comparable to the guru. The mentor of the Yakuza clan, watching the fight from the stands, is sure that the main character is now learning the true power of the Yakuza and its secret chimera technique. The twin, with a smug grin on his face, believes that he will later destroy the girl after dealing with the main character. A representative of the Yakuza clan is completely transformed into a demonic form. His body is filled with powerful energy, which causes horror and awe among those around him. The demon rushes forward with fury, its clawed hand ready to deal a crushing blow to its opponent. Lushan stands in the center of the arena. A powerful vortex of energy swirls around him, indicating an approaching clash with the enemy. The host of the competition, concerned that the situation may get out of control, turns to his subordinates and orders them to be on alert in order to be able to intervene at any moment and prevent a possible disaster. The demon, with a terrifying smile and burning eyes, rushes forward. His furious power falls on the enemy. The surrounding spectators begin to think that the main character does not have the slightest chance of winning in this unequal battle. Lushan deflects attacks with incredible agility and strength. His actions are fast and precise, causing surprise and admiration for everyone who watches this epic battle. The spectators watch in horror as a powerful attack, reflected by Lushan, causes a huge vortex of energy in the center of the arena, which begins to spread in all directions, causing alarm and anxiety among everyone around. The mentor of the Yakuza clan, with a smug smile on his face, believes that the end has come for the main character. The man anticipates the victory of his student. Suddenly his mood changes. He does not understand what happened, because no one until now could repel the attack of the Chimera warrior. The twin, with his mutilated hand, tries to break through the powerful energy protection of Lushan, but he fails. His attacks do not reach their target. The twin from the Yakuza clan inflicts devastating blows on Lushan, but all of them cannot even move the main character from his place. The demon looks at his opponent with fury on his face, his expression reflecting incomprehension and surprise at failure. Lushan looks at his opponent with a confident and determined smile on his face, demonstrating his superiority and inner strength, as if asking if this is all that the demon twin is capable of. Lushan believes that one blow will be enough for him to win. The guy concentrates the energy for the blow and deals a powerful blow to the Chimera warrior. A huge explosion occurs. A bright flash of light illuminates the entire surrounding space, forcing those present to close their eyes or turn away. Representatives of the Yakuza clan are very worried about Gemini. They clearly did not expect such an outcome of the fight and are anxiously watching what is happening in the arena. Lushan stands confident and unshakable, his figure inspiring respect and fear, while the demon twin, wounded and weakened, kneels before him, surrounded by the flickering remnants of his destructive energy. The twin demon, having completely exhausted his strength, lies on the ground with his eyes closed and his face distorted in pain, his power and rage dissolved into emptiness. The mentor of the Yakuza clan, seeing that Gemini can no longer continue the fight and is one step away from death, quickly rushes into the arena to protect his student. The man is rapidly approaching the main character, intending to deal him a crushing blow. The rector of the 7th University and teachers immediately respond to the Yakuza mentor's attack by forming a powerful protective energy field. Having repelled the attack of the mentor of the Yakuza clan, the rector of the 7th University jumps into the battle arena. Teachers join him. The rector, turning to the Yakuza mentor, asks in a stern tone what he was up to and why he decided to intervene in the fight. The host of the competition demands that those present stop immediately and asks the guru what they have done here, clearly dissatisfied with their actions. The Yakuza mentor informs those present that Lushan deliberately mortally wounded the future Yakuza hero, and now the guy's life hangs by a thread. The Yakuza mentor holds the wounded twin in his arms. His face is full of despair and anger. The young fighter, barely breathing, is on the edge, his life hanging by a thread. Medical workers with a stretcher rush to the wounded twin to provide him with the necessary assistance. The rector of the 7th University and teachers are ready to defend their positions and ask the representative of the Yakuza clan not to rush to conclusions. The mentor of the Yakuza clan looks angrily at the rector, his emotions clearly reflecting internal tension and indignation. The host of the competition declares Lushan the winner of this fight, causing thunderous applause and delight from the audience who admire his skill. The audience was completely delighted with the performance, especially impressed by how the main character was able to deal with a powerful fighter with one blow, demonstrating his strength and skill. Lushan leaves the arena. The audience believes that the leader of the tournament has already been determined. The remaining fights are perceived by them as formalities. The main character is confident that all the glory and fame that the twins had will now go to him, which will bring him even more recognition and respect. The rector tries to calm Lushan down, reminding him that accidents often occur in tournaments, and this is not the young man's fault, because every warrior is responsible for his own preparation. Lushan agrees with the rector and believes that he will not worry about what happened. The rector reflects that even with all the power of Lushan, a collision with the guru can cause him fear, and in this case it would be stupid not to be afraid. Lushan understands what the rector is thinking and decides to move on to the next part of his plan. The Yakuza clan mentor stands in front of the defeated student, his face expressing deep concern for his condition. One of the masters, who reached the semifinals, does not feel joy about this, fearing the upcoming battles with strong opponents. The man believes that he was damn lucky before this. He does not want to fight with any of the semifinalists, as he is very afraid. The man considers the representatives of the Yakuza clan to be crazy, and Lushan is just a monster. He does not know how to cope with his power. He believes that the girl who made it to the semifinals will be the best option for him, as she has a cute appearance and does not throw punches indiscriminately, and even apologizes if she accidentally hits too hard. The Yakuza twin pulls his lot out of the basket and carefully peers at the piece of paper on which the name of his opponent is written. Lushan sneaks up on him unnoticed and says that he still has time to ensure his life before the start of the battle. Lushan asks the twin from the Yakuza clan not to worry, but rather to smile. The guy mocks him and claims that their mentor will not be able to avenge his death. The twin from the Yakuza clan begins to laugh nervously, realizing that the enemy's jokes only add fuel to the fire of his own fears and uncertainty before the upcoming battle. The main character leaves, leaving behind a frightened twin from the Yakuza clan who realizes the seriousness of the upcoming battle and his vulnerability to the power of Lushan. Gemini tells his master about the conversation he had with Lushan, which causes the master to become very angry and irritated. The mentor of the Yakuza clan is convinced that he will make the main character pay for all the insults and humiliations that he has caused. Lushan thinks he said something stupid, but his plan worked and the enemy was hooked as planned. The main character understands that dealing with the mentor of the Yakuza clan will not be easy, and serious consequences may follow after the fight. Lushan realizes that his powers are currently inferior, and in order to protect himself and his family, he will have to obey the martial saint. The guy believes that only the strongest can break the rules and order, and those who followed the rules could not save humanity from disaster. The next day, the semifinals of the competition began. The girl defeated her opponent in less than 10 minutes, demonstrating incredible strength and agility. The young man is extremely happy about his opponent and how it all ended. He retained his dignity and avoided the fight with the monsters, which brought him relief. The audience believes that the fight was not very interesting and are looking forward to the next fight, in which the main character and the twin of the Yakuza clan will meet. The young people believe that it will be very difficult for the twin to defeat Lushan, and if he loses, in order to wash away the shame, they suggest that he change his name. Gemini is very upset by the current situation, since, being one of the strongest warriors of the Yakuza, he has never feared anyone other than the Battle Saint and believes that only he should instill fear in others. Lushan sees that the twin is lost in thought and rudely tells him to wake up and come to his senses, since their fight will begin very soon. The twin invites the main character to take his spear to the duel, believing that he will never be able to handle it with his bare hands and defeat him in a fight. Lushan realizes the gravity of the moment, realizing that this fight will be decisive and will require maximum concentration and strength from him. The twin of the Yakuza clan is horrified by the power of Lushan and realizes that this fight may be his last, his face expressing a mixture of fear and despair. The twin of the Yakuza clan demands that the protagonist stop bluffing and start fighting to see what his opponent is capable of, his fists clenched with tension. The tournament host announces the start of the fight. The twin carefully watches Lushan's every move, trying to guess the moment of his attack and read his intentions. Gemini tries to concentrate, assuring himself that he can repel any enemy attack. He tries not to succumb to the pressure of fear. The Yakuza representative still finds it strange that Lushan stands still and does not move, feeling threatened by him even when the young man stands still. Gemini tells himself not to be afraid, convincing himself that he will be able to seize the initiative as soon as Lushan gets close. Having tuned himself psychologically, the Yakuza representative uses the speed of light technique and quickly rushes into the attack, trying to catch his opponent by surprise. The Yakuza representative delivers a powerful blow, but this blow does not pose any threat to the main character, who remains in place without showing the slightest concern. Representatives of the 7th University are closely monitoring the battle. They believe that the Yakuza student's weapon poses a serious danger to the main character. The tournament host does not understand the nature of such powerful energy emitted by the main character, which spreads in huge quantities into the surrounding space. The twin tries to strike the main character, but he does not see Lushan, as a huge fiery aura is formed in its place. The young man strikes several blows at the protagonist's protective aura, and with surprise and fear realizes that his blade is broken and crumbling into pieces. Lushan openly laughs at the Yakuza clan member and tells him in a sarcastic manner that he is too slow for real combat. Then Lushan rushes to the attack and moves at great speed around the twin of the Yakuza clan. The young man turns his head in all directions, but the speed of the main character is so great that the guy cannot fix his position. The twin of the Yakuza clan is in panic and despair. He screams and holds his head, realizing his helplessness in front of the incredible speed and strength of the main character. He does not understand what to do because he does not see the main character at all, who, using his incredible speed, continues to move around him, leaving the enemy in a state of complete confusion. The main character suddenly appears behind the twin, grabbing him by the neck and making him realize that he has already completely lost this fight. The twin turns around in panic to see Lushan preparing to strike the final blow. In a desperate attempt to escape, the twin gathers all his remaining energy to counterattack. Gemini, realizing the helplessness of his position, experiences great shock and horror, since his confidence in victory was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lushan wastes no time using his surprise attack to completely destroy the twin's morale, displaying all his power and skill in battle. A representative of the Yakuza clan asked the main character if he liked the blade whirlwind technique. Lushan practically does not react to the words of his opponent. He is not at all impressed by Gemini's fighting abilities. He does not see anything special in them. This fight for Lushan seems to be just a training session where the enemy cannot cause serious damage. The main character loosens his grip. He throws his opponent aside and says with cold confidence that now he will show what a real battle whirlwind is. Lushan begins to move at great speed and is completely lost from sight, which discourages Gemini. The Yakuza warrior is confused and demoralized. He feels the protagonist's movement, but cannot see him. The spectators watch the fight with concentration. They are very surprised that the main character is able to generate projections. Lushan uses its projections to surround Gemini, creating the illusion of multiple attacking figures to confuse and demoralize it, making it impossible to defend itself. Lushan suddenly appears right behind Gemini. The guy scares him and mockingly whispers that his attacks were just the beginning. The rector admires the protagonist's technique, but realizes that projections have a weak side. As soon as the enemy finds and touches the main object, all clones will instantly disappear. Gemini knows this information and begins to furiously strike at numerous Lushan clones, hoping that one of them will be the real one. With determination and incredible speed, the Yakuza representative destroys the Lushan clones one by one in the hope that he can find a real enemy among them. Meanwhile, Lushan silently sneaks up on the twin, about to grab his head and use his moon attack technique to end the fight. Lushan delivers a powerful strike aimed at destroying his opponent, a flash of energy lighting up the arena, demonstrating the full power of the protagonist, capable of defeating the enemy with one decisive movement. The representative of the Yakuza clan falls to the ground, struck by a powerful blow that deprives him of any ability to resist. His body lies limp in the arena. The main character, leaving the arena, feels satisfied that a representative of the Yakuza clan with broken arms, legs, and ribs experiences the same pain as the murdered daughters of a homeless man. The satisfied protagonist confidently leaves the arena, while the judge loudly announces his victory, confirming his triumph over the representative of the Yakuza clan and securing his status as an invincible fighter. The audience is delighted with the technique of the protagonist. They begin to doubt who can even defeat him in this tournament. The host announces the start of the final battle and invites the main character and a girl from the excellent school to the stage. Suddenly, the girl raises her hand and informs the surprised spectators that she is leaving the race and admitting defeat. The main character looks at the girl with bewilderment. The presenter scratches his head, clearly surprised by the decision of the representative of the excellent school. The guy looks after the girl running away from the stands and begins to suspect that her decision may be connected with something more serious than just fear of the fight. The girl sees the Lord of Darkness in the main character and believes that fighting him is a sure way to go crazy, realizing that her strength is insufficient to withstand such an opponent. A student from the 4th University tells his professor that the final of the current tournament was somehow crumpled. The professor agrees with the young man's opinion, noting that something really went wrong. The student at the 4th University considers everything that happened to be natural, because in his opinion clearly no one can cope with Lushan, and the 7th University can look down on everyone from today. The host announces to the audience that the closing ceremony of the annual National Martial Arts Tournament will begin soon and asks everyone to take their seats. The old host says that in this tournament, each of the participants showed their fighting spirit and desire to win, which earned them the respect of the public. The girl tells her friend to quickly look at the TV as they are showing a report with her boyfriend, showing his latest achievements. The girl replies that the main character is not her boyfriend. They just have simple, friendly relations. She does not want to give rise to rumors. There is a festive atmosphere in the Lushan house. The parents and sister of the main character are incredibly happy about his victory. They are going to organize a party in his honor. The father suggests booking a table at a restaurant as soon as possible and celebrating his son's victory in a big way to adequately celebrate his success. Qinghen encourages parents to take their time and watch the awards ceremony broadcast first to see their son being honored for his achievements. A friend admires Lushan's achievements and tells Baibinga that the main character has achieved really great heights. The girl looks with sadness at the guy's award ceremony. Baibinga hopes that in the near future he will be able to meet the young man and personally congratulate him on his victory, expressing his feelings. Funchang slumps into his chair while in the control room he can't believe the guy took first place and thinks he's one hell of a cool young man. Lieutenant Colonel Nicole asks the man not to make sudden conclusions, saying that nothing is clear yet and there is no need to rush to conclusions. Funchang is surprised by her statements and asks the girl what she means, not understanding her doubts. Nicole reports that the main character has not yet entered their service, and there is no guarantee that he will choose them, since the Battle Saint has clearly paid attention to the young man. Funchang is clearly upset by Nicole's words, as he expected to be fighting alongside the young man on the battlefields in the near future. Nicole tells him that perhaps this will happen someday, but now suggests that Funchang immediately go to Area 85, since a strange cave has been discovered there that requires immediate exploration. During the broadcast of the award ceremony, Lushan unexpectedly challenges the guru, which shocks all the spectators, who instantly jumped out of their chairs from surprise and tension. The action moves back a minute, where the competition host announces the end of the annual event, congratulating all participants on their achievements and contributions to the tournament. The main character apologizes to the presenter and asks to speak out, since he has a few words that he wants to convey to the wide audience gathered at the ceremony. Lushan informs those present that he came to evaluate the skills of the warriors and hone his martial art, but his expectations were not met. In a rude manner, the young man states that he is very disappointed in all the participants and organizers. The rectors and teachers of the 7th University are very surprised. They do not understand why the guy made public criticism, and they believe that behind his actions lies something more than just arrogance. The rector believes that the young man is up to something. The main character points his finger at the Yakuza leader and says that he is most dissatisfied with him, causing general surprise and tension in the room. Lushan states that everyone constantly praised the two Yakuza twins, who in the end turned out to be just trash. Incapable of a worthy confrontation, the guy says that he learned nothing from fighting them. The young man in a rude manner informs the Yakuza mentor that he considers his clan to be pathetic show-offs, which infuriates the Yakuza master. The Yakuza mentor jumps up from his seat, clenching his fists, his face blazing with anger and rage visible in every movement. He cannot believe that someone dared to humiliate him and his clan so publicly, which drives him into a state of wild rage. Lushan, fighting the Yakuza twins, sought to become stronger, but their weakness greatly disappointed him and did not allow him to achieve what he wanted. The main character announces to everyone present that he intends to fight with the mentor of the Yakuza clan, considering him the only worthy opponent among all participants. The mentor of the Yakuza clan, having heard the challenge from Lushan, takes it to heart. He intends to prove to everyone that his clan is not as weak as the main character believes, and that it is worthy of respect and recognition. None of those present understand why the guy challenged the powerful fighter, because the mentor is a warrior of the 6th rank, and challenging the guru is tantamount to suicide. The protagonist's acquaintances cannot contain their emotions and do not understand why the young man is taking such a suicidal step, because it is clearly not in his interests. Lieutenant Colonel Nicole tells the man that she knows what the main character is up to. She is sure that Lushan has a clear plan. The girl believes that the guy is using the guru not only to show off himself, but also to become stronger in battle, and this seems to her a very reasonable step. Nicole thinks that the main character's plan is to get into a story that will be remembered for a long time, and thus leave his mark on the legends. The Yakuza mentor tells Lushan not to blame him if he kills him, and warns that in battle he will not spare anyone. The guy asks the guru not to worry, and says that in the arena everything is subject to the will of fate, and he is ready for anything the outcome of this fight. The teachers of the 7th University do not understand why take such a risk, because in order to break through to a new level, the guy does not need to challenge the guru. He could use one of them as a sparring partner. Rector believes that Lushan decided to make the most of all his skills because the Yakuza mentor is at the peak of the rank of guru, and he wants to avenge the twins, which makes this fight especially significant. The man believes that the main character is not as simple as he seems and feels that it is not just about becoming stronger. The host of the competition carefully examines Lushan and believes that the guy is quite capable of achieving great heights, and his courage commands respect. The leader orders his subordinates to carefully observe the fight, and under no circumstances allow the main character to receive serious injuries. The Yakuza mentor intends to use the power of the Chimera against Lushan and finish off the insolent one with one blow, which shows his seriousness and cruelty. The host announces that since both sides agree to the duel, the battle will begin right now and requires both warriors to monitor safety. Lushan is in anticipation of the fight. He has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. His excitement is growing with every second. The Yakuza mentor does not understand why the young man is trying to get to the rank of guru under threat of death, considering it reckless. The Yakuza master transforms into a Chimera warrior, demonstrating his strength and readiness for battle, which frightens and surprises the audience. The main character prepares to attack the guru by concentrating his chi energy around his body, a huge protective aura flaring up around him. Lushan approaches the Yakuza mentor and asks him to demonstrate in action and not in words the destruction of the enemy with one blow. The main character simultaneously activates the 10 sun techniques and the power of the star, enhancing this with the star tempering skill, which makes his attack incredibly powerful. Lushan then charges forward, his eyes shining with a bright light and a dazzling blue aura flashing around his body. The Yakuza master is greatly surprised by how easily Lushan deals with his attack. The enormous energy of the solar wind illuminates the surrounding space and hits the Yakuza master with enormous power, paralyzing his actions. The host of the competition watches the fight with great concern, realizing that the situation is out of control and it is necessary to intervene immediately. The old man believes that a tragedy must be prevented, so he pushes off the ground and jumps high into the air, preparing to intervene in the fight. The battle arena is filled with concentrated chi energy. Explosions and energy emissions are constantly occurring in different directions, creating chaos and danger for everyone present. The old man leading approaches the main character and orders him to immediately stop the deadly attacks, realizing that otherwise this could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a malicious smile on his face, Lushan asks the old man what's wrong, wondering if he wants to join the battle and thereby show off his strength. The old man is beside himself with the insolence that the young man shows towards him, realizes that Lushan has already severely crippled the Yakuza mentor and is now challenging him, the 8th rank guru. The flows of energy calm down, the smoke dissipates. The rector of the 7th university sees that the Yakuza mentor is dead. Not a trace remains of his body, which amazes everyone present. The man realizes that Lushan did not want to become stronger under the pressure of the guru's power. He just wanted to fight him to evaluate his strength and show his true power. The audience is greatly surprised that the main character is a 6th rank guru, realizing that a real martial artist is standing in front of them. The rector of the 7th university finally understands the main idea of Lushan, realizing that the young man wants to confront the martial saint and prove his strength at the highest level. The martial saint is the most powerful combat system in the rank hierarchy. Lushan strives to achieve this highest status. Lushan looks carefully at the podium on which are the teachers of the 7th university and the rector. The guy hopes that the rector has guessed about his plans and will understand his intentions. The main character believes that the rector will understand that his actions and decisions are dictated by the voice of his heart and his inner conviction that he is right. The leading guru cannot hide his surprise, realizing that the main character planned the entire operation in advance, carefully thinking through his every step. The master still cannot believe that the guy was not even 19 years old, and he destroyed the guru at the peak of his development with one blow. The old man informs Lushan that he will explain the situation to the Yakuza clan and the martial saint, hoping for understanding and leniency from these powerful forces. The old man turns around and leaves, finally telling the young man that he hopes for a positive outcome of the situation and expresses his respect for his courage. Suddenly, the rector of the 7th university approaches Lushan. He takes the guy by the hand and orders him to follow him as quickly as possible in order to go down the mountain and avoid possible consequences. The rector intends to return the main character to the 7th university as quickly as possible and get an audience with the martial saint, believing that this is the only way to protect Lushan from future dangers. The man is sure that this time the guy has played too hard and that his actions can lead to serious consequences. The rector informs the main character that the defeated Yakuza mentor was not just a guru. His older brother is married to the sister of a martial saint, which complicates the situation. To the surprise of the rector of the 7th university, Lushan reports that he knows this information and was aware of all the risks when he decided to take this step. The man tries to understand the young man's motivation, saying that in his situation, no one will help him except a martial saint, and that he needs to act carefully. Lushan thanks the man for his help, but claims that he does not need it, demonstrating his determination and confidence in his own abilities and plans. The rector believes that the young man has gone completely crazy and asks him if he is afraid in such a dangerous situation. The man encourages Lushan to think about his friends, loved ones, and the future, so as not to be so rash in his further actions. The rector of the 7th university insists on the need for urgent departure, since the Yakuza family can find out about what happened at any moment, and then time will work against them. Lushan confidently declares that he is not going to go anywhere and asks the rector not to worry about his safety. The rector hopes that the situation will resolve well for Lushan and offers his help, to which the protagonist replies that this is not necessary. The main character stands on the stairs leading down and thinks about his next steps. He understands that a difficult path lies ahead of him, but accepts it with a clear mind. The guy is confident in his abilities and intends to follow his path. no matter what. Lushan uses the wind-breathing technique and rushes down the stairs at great speed, leaving only a slight trail of energy behind. The rector of the 7th University watches in amazement at the incredible speed with which the main character moves, not understanding what his actual rank is. At this time, Qinghen is at the train station with his parents. The next high-speed train will only be in half an hour. Lucian's mother is very upset that they have to wait so long. She wants to see her son as soon as possible and is worried that he has defied the guru. The father asks his daughter to calm the sobbing mother and says that everything should be fine with his son because he has always been strong and decisive. Qinghen does not understand how she can influence the situation because her brother challenged the powerful warrior guru. The girl has no idea what will happen to her brother in the future, and these thoughts haunt her. Qinghen's thoughts are distracted by a sudden phone call. She picks up the phone and listens carefully to the other person, trying to understand what is happening. The parents realize that the girl is talking to Lushan and anxiously ask how he is feeling and what is happening to him. Qinghen informs her parents that the signal from the competition was lost and the broadcast was cut off. She hopes that this was part of the closing ceremony and a specially constructed show. The girl does not think that her brother is stupid enough to actually fight the guru. Mom asks Lushan to return home as soon as possible, begging him to apologize to Guru, even if it was part of the show, as she believes that the situation was awkward and could have serious consequences. The girl harbored strong doubts. All this looked extremely strange. She had previously watched many tournaments where nothing like this had happened. The father tells the mother to stop worrying, since everything turned out okay, and offers to return the tickets, calm her nerves, and start setting the table. The secret agent reports that the Lushan family is returning home and promises to continue surveillance, because his task is not yet completed. The secret agent takes out his phone and learns that the guru of the Yakuza clan has been killed, and the culprit is a student of the 7th Sacred University, which surprises him. The man is very surprised that the guru was destroyed by some young student. It seems incredible to him. Lushan is grateful to the professor of the 7th University for the fact that his family is safe. He understands the seriousness of the current situation. The main character begins to worry that his actions may put his family in danger, but he is confident that he must go to the end, since he has chosen this path and not give up in the face of difficulties. The guy realizes that it will be much worse to live the rest of his life under the gaze of powerful people and decides not to stop there. Lushan arrives at an entertainment club located in an elite area of the city and approaches VIP room number 8. The main character uses sensory skills to see what is happening outside the walls and assess the situation inside. Using the technique of sensory sensitivity, the main character sees that inside the room there are two men who are having a conversation with each other, discussing issues that are important to them. Inside the room, a man is trying to calm down a young man who is very worried about the fact that his father is dead. He cannot understand who dared to kill the guru. The young man believes that it is necessary to immediately arrive at the scene of the incident and gives the command to everyone to immediately gather. The men leave the room, open the door, and see the main character standing in front of the door. Lushan's eyes flash with a bright fire. He informs the young man that his father has already waited too long for him and promises to take him to him as soon as possible. A strange woman is in the garden, sitting on a bench with a glass of wine when she is given the bad news that her brother is dead, which makes her deeply sad. The man briefly explains to the woman what happened at the tournament, saying that after the tournament ended, her brother was challenged by one of the participants, who killed him in battle. The woman emotionally perceives this information. She abruptly gets up from the bench and says that this is simply impossible. She does not believe in what she heard. The subordinate tells the woman that the student who killed her brother is a 6th-rank guru and carefully hid his powers. The woman can barely control her anger, telling her subordinate that this is a very stupid joke. She does not understand how a first-year student could turn out to be a 6th-rank guru. It seems absurd to her. The woman casually throws away her glass of wine, unable to believe what is happening, and tells the man that it all sounds incredibly fantastic. It is very difficult for her to come to terms with the fact that her brother died at the hands of a first-year student. And it is even more surprising that there are such talents in martial arts. The woman stands in complete silence for some time, pondering her plans, after which she informs the man that he must carry out her instructions and kill Lushan in order to avenge his brother. At this moment, an evil aura flares up around the woman, tears appear in her eyes, and she asks that Lushan's death not be easy. The subordinate tells the woman that this is the wrong decision, reminding her that her brother was killed during an official martial arts tournament, and according to the rules, no one is to blame for his death. The woman becomes enraged and loudly shouts at her subordinate, declaring that she doesn't care about the rules in the slightest, and asks what happened to the man. Doesn't he understand that her brother is dead, and his death must be avenged? The woman angrily shakes the man by the chest, shouting that if the Yakuza clan does not help her, she will be forced to seek help from other organizations to avenge her brother. The woman orders to contact her nephew as quickly as possible. The man, coughing and trying to normalize his breathing, promises to immediately begin to carry out the order. The sound of the telephone is heard. The woman takes the device in her hands and carefully reads the message that has arrived. From the message, the woman learns that her nephew is dead. She cannot contain her hysterics and laughs loudly. The stranger intends to act independently and thinks that her plan for revenge will be insidious and cruel. A homeless old man who lost his daughters at the hands of the Yakuza wanders near the school and watches the little children having fun. His soul is torn by indescribable pain. The old man looks at the carefree children and plunges into his past life, where he and his family were the happiest people in the world. He looks at the girl passing by him. She very much reminds him of his dead daughters. The girl notices that the homeless man is looking at her intently and invites her friends to run faster before this crazy man grabs them. The children do not notice that a young man comes across their path. One of the guys crashes into him. The young man is Lushan, who came to see a homeless man. The main character finds a man near the garbage containers. The guy shouts to him and says that he has come for payment. Lushan throws a duffel bag at the feet of a homeless man and asks him to check if he brought him something. A homeless man leans over a bag while a young man tells him that the contents of the bag will surprise him. The homeless man is shocked by what he sees. He hears the voice of a young man who tells him that he had no other choice, and he brought the head of the scoundrel who killed his daughters. After which, Lushan gives a photo of the family to the homeless man, which he previously lost, and tells him not to lose it in the future. The homeless man cannot hold back his tears. He falls to his knees and thanks the departing protagonist for his action. Lushan talks with the rector of the 7th University. The man asks the young man to return immediately, saying that he has already told everything to the martial saint, and he will officially accept him as a student, which will help protect him from the Yakuza clan. The main character informs the surprised rector of the 7th University about his decision and tells the man that he will not return. Lushan asks the rector where he is now. The rector reports that he is in his office. Then the young man asks him to come to the window. The rector of the 7th University comes to the window and sees from his huge panoramic window the martial arts tower standing opposite. Lushan informs the man that after he becomes a martial saint, he will dismantle the martial arts tower into pieces so that everyone will remember his name and understand his strength. The stranger in the room tells the rector not to worry too much, because Lushan has his own path, which is very different from their battle path. The stranger in the rector's room turns out to be a martial saint. He says that the young man's methods are too naive and ridiculous, but he has not met such an interesting and talented young martial arts warrior for a long time. The rector informs the martial saint that Lushan's actions have provoked the Yakuza clan, who will not leave this alone and will take revenge for the humiliation. The martial saint hopes that the protagonist has thought about the consequences of his actions before acting in such a manner, and that he is ready for any challenge. The martial saint orders the rector of the 7th University to take care of the Lushan family, believing that they can protect a family of 3. Before leaving the room, the battle saint adds that the main character must take care of everything else and be responsible for his actions. The rector of the 7th University understands that he can do nothing more for the protagonist and is preparing to carry out the instructions of the battle saint. Lushan looks at the setting sun illuminating the martial arts tower and ponders the consequences of refusing the patronage of a martial saint who is thousands of times stronger than him. The main character understands that having stood under the protection of the martial saint, he will always be number 2. The guy is going to surpass him to become number 1. Lushan believes that only in this case will he be able to turn the whole world upside down and achieve his goal. The girl stands at the huge panoramic window, silently looking at the night city shining with bright lights, and is immersed in her thoughts. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by a man who enters her room and asks where she sent the head of the security service. The girl tells the man that the petty scum killed several members of her family, and her soul is filled with anger and a thirst for revenge. The woman does not feel sorry for the mentor of the Yakuza clan at all. She considers him a useless guru. She is most upset by the death of her nephews, since they were the heirs of the family. The man tells the woman that she is well aware of a couple of illegitimate children who may lay claim to leadership in the clan, and this information should not be overlooked. The girl angrily tells the man that, despite the circumstances, the dead people are members of her family, she intends to brutally take revenge on their killer and will not rest until she achieves justice. The man tells the woman that her plans will be difficult to implement. The head of the security service is quite a strong warrior, but he is unlikely to be able to cope with a young student with unique abilities. He adds that a battle saint will stand up to protect the student, which means that the head of the security service and his people will not be able to cope with the task, and the confrontation will be unequal. The woman reports that, together with the head of the security service, she sent 12 shadow warriors and believes that such a detachment should be enough to carry out a successful operation. The man changes the tone of the conversation. He rudely pushes the woman away and tells her that he could have helped if she had not given the secret Yakuza scroll to her brother. The woman rudely demands to leave her room immediately and tells the man that she can handle it herself without his help. Before leaving, the man tells the woman that he will never come here again, which leads her to a state of extreme disappointment and sadness. This information greatly upsets the woman. She falls to the floor, experiencing a feeling of great disappointment and sadness, and realizing that she is left alone. A hunter named Pakuana arrives at the international airport. The girl does not understand why she was hastily called to a new task, because she had just completed another mission and was looking forward to rest. Pakuana is very surprised by the new task, in which some young man was able to destroy the 6th-rank guru, which seems incredible to her. The girl understands that the guy is very smart, since he managed to destroy the idiot from the Yakuza clan and do it all alone. The interlocutor informs the girl that her target is one of the 28 Yakuza gurus, who has almost reached the 8th rank. He believes that this will be an excellent strength training for Pakuana. In the evening, the main character unexpectedly comes home, greatly surprising his family. Ching-hen tells her brother that she is glad he is there and says that his parents were very worried about him. Mom tells Lushan that he was gone for a long time. She was very worried. The father asks the woman to stop lecturing, believing that everything is fine, since the son is safe and sound. The father invites the protagonist to join him immediately and skip one at a time as quickly as possible to celebrate his return. Lushan casually tosses the backpack to his surprised sister, who was not expecting such a gesture. Ching-hen tells the main character that she is a girl, not a mover, to which the guy replies that there are gifts for her in the backpack. Ching-hen quickly changes his mind, stating that he will carry the backpack to the place, and it is not heavy at all. Mom reminds Lushan that he will soon be 20 years old, and it's time to think about a girl, because he disappears all day on the battlefield, not caring about his personal life. The main character clearly feels that chi energy of a high combat rank is emitted behind the doors. This greatly alarms him. The young man gets up from the table and tells his mother that an old acquaintance has come to see him. He asks not to lose him and says that he will go out for a minute to talk with his friend. Lushan goes outside. He feels that this is not an ordinary visit. The guy walks towards the stranger, keeping his hands in his pockets and trying to remain calm. Lushan senses a stranger who is present in the garden and watching his parents' house. The guy quietly says that this is not a bad job, hinting at his secrecy and observation. The stranger asks the protagonist not to thank him. He informs him that this is his job and adds that he is simply fulfilling his duties by guarding the territory. The stranger carefully examines Lushan. He does not believe that the guy killed the guru in the morning. His gaze is full of doubts and wariness, as if he had met a high-ranking monster on the battlefield. Lushan asks the stranger to return to base, report the situation, and inform the commander that he will fulfill the promise made earlier. Ching-hen runs out of the house. She asks her brother who he is walking with in the garden and asks him to quickly return to the house. Lushan uses sensory vision. The guy feels that not a single strong warrior has been found within a radius of 250 kilometers, which means that tonight will pass quietly, which will allow him to relax a little. After a week, Pakuana sits in a cafe. Dissatisfied with the fact that she has already spent a week on a task, she does not show it, and pretends to be an ordinary visitor to the cafe, while in fact she is carefully watching the guy who got up from the next table and went outside. A young man opens the doors of the cafe and quickly walks towards an expensive car parked nearby. The guy informs the man in the back seat of the car that there is a follower of the martial saint inside the establishment, his voice visibly shaking with nervousness and doubts about the success of their mission. The man inside the car asks the young man not to be nervous, assuring him that he has a clear plan of action and everything is under control. The young man congratulates the man for making a breakthrough and reaching the level of an 8th-rank guru, hoping for his strength and experience in the upcoming operation. The car takes off abruptly. The man orders the driver to head to the main character's house. He is determined to finish what he started. The main character is in a room in his house. The guy is meditating, clearly understanding that he feels the breath of the great guru. Pakwana, while in a cafe, jumps up sharply from behind her table, realizing that there is a master named Joanki in the car. Pakwana intends to pursue the master. She approaches the cafe window and sees shadow warriors from the Yakuza clan on the street. The girl knows that with the help of secret techniques, the strength of the shadow warriors is close to the 7th rank. But they are not yet guru. Pakwana believes that he can handle the shadow warriors and runs out into the street, attacking their squad with incredible determination. The girl receives information from her operator that the squad of shadow warriors consists of 12 people and is preparing for a serious fight. A car parks on the next street from which Yuan Kui gets out. He looks around, assessing the situation and noting every detail that may be useful. Pakwana did not expect the intervention of such a powerful warrior. The girl understands that the situation is becoming serious. She informs her operator of the arrival of Joan Kui, a warrior from the Yakuza clan who has recently become a guru. Joan Kui, who has followed the martial saint for 20 years, is known as one of the 28 great Yakuza warriors and deeply regrets being stuck at the peak of a 7th-rank warrior. The man has unique fighting abilities. His spiritual energy is filled with destructive power, which makes him a dangerous opponent. His aura surrounds his body with bright red flames, instilling fear in all who dare to oppose him. Joan Kui concentrates the Chai energy, which materializes into a brightly glowing combat sword in his hands. The man is grateful to the coincidence of circumstances. The main character has angered his lady, and he has recently mastered a secret technique that he is going to try in a real battle. Yuan Qi stands with a brightly glowing sword in his hand, focusing all his energy on the upcoming fight. Lucian watches him from afar, preparing for the inevitable clash. The shadow warriors of the Yakuza clan are chatting, discussing the lady's order to bring the enemy's head. Jiang Qi believes that he alone can cope with the main character and, confidently swinging his sword, rushes to attack the young man. The man is greatly surprised when he sees Lucian suddenly disappear into space, leaving him completely bewildered. The main character appears 50 meters from the place where he disappeared. Shadow warriors immediately attack him, whom he quickly and easily defeats. The young man is upset. He considers the shadow warriors to be two weak fighters who do not pose a serious threat to him. Joan Qi praises the young man, noting that under other circumstances he would have invited him to become friends. The man recognizes his strength and skills. Lucian tells the man that he does not need compliments and adds that he knows very well what he is capable of, thereby demonstrating confidence in his abilities. The main character says that he would never make friends with a dead man, thereby emphasizing his contempt for his enemy. Joan Qi replies that the young man has too high an opinion of himself and should be more modest. Joan Kai also informs the main character that his powers are insignificant compared to the power of the great guru. The man tries to shake the guy's confidence. The man concentrates a huge amount of energy around himself. He is instantly surrounded by a bright red aura. He declares that he should not be underestimated, since he is capable of much. Lucian replies that he can't wait to see what a rank 7 guru can do in real combat. The young man prepares to use the form of God in this fight. Concentrating all his energy and strength, huge beams of energy erupt from the protagonist's body. His opponent suddenly realizes that he cannot move from the power of this attack. The next moment, energy beams quickly overtake the shadow warriors, cutting them into small pieces with frightening precision and force. Joan Koi, watching this scene, is very surprised at how quickly and easily Lucian deals with the shadow warriors, leaving them no chance of resistance. The main character realizes that all the shadow warriors are dead. He enjoys his power and power. Huge streams of fire escaping from his body create a powerful energy field around him. Joan Kui tells the main character that he cannot be scared, since he is a high-ranking warrior and has seen a lot in his life. With a lightning-fast movement, Lushan runs up to Joan Kai and grabs him by the chest, demonstrating his enormous speed. The guy tells the master that he has too high an opinion of himself, and he only has a few minutes left to live. A feeling of fear and surprise overwhelms Joan Kai. He does not understand how a young man can master such techniques. A huge explosion illuminates the surrounding space. A flash of blinding light plunges everyone into silence for a moment, and then a deafening roar is heard, tearing the air and scattering everything around. The last thing the powerful master thought was that he had been training his skills for 20 years, but had never reached the level of the main character. Joan Kai, defeated, falls to his knees. He cannot believe that he was destroyed so quickly by some young man. Lushan looks arrogantly at the destroyed master, upset that he was able to defeat the great guru so easily. Lushan feels like a deity, realizing that there are no barriers for him in martial arts. His confidence and power seem limitless to him. A young mother leisurely walks down the street with her little daughter, enjoying the warm day and leisurely conversation. Suddenly, something attracts the girl's attention. She carefully looks towards the neighboring street. Curiosity overwhelms her. The little girl points to Pakwana and tells her mother that she saw this aunt on TV, surprised at such a meeting. Pakwana looks at the main character. Her face expresses great surprise, as she does not believe in the reality of what is happening, and feels as if in a dream. The girl sees Lushan surrounded by flames and emitting a huge amount of energy, indicating his colossal level, comparable to the divine. Lushan continues to be surprised at how insignificant an opponent the 8th-rank guru turned out to be for him, perplexed by the ease of victory. The young man realizes that the defeated master used special stimulants and hidden techniques to enhance his breathing and chi energy, trying to break through to a new level. Lushan believes that he needs to train more, since the next rank 8 guru may be stronger. This thought gives him determination. The guy intends to master the skill of emptiness as quickly as possible and develop his spiritual powers. Activating his sensory vision, Lushan notices Pakwana's presence and realizes that the girl poses no threat to him, allowing him to relax. The girl is trying to connect with her operator to report the situation to him and explain what happened. The operator asks the girl what happened. Pakwana reports that she witnessed a merciless murder. The operator asks the girl to help the Lushan family with the funeral. The girl clarifies that she was misunderstood and that it was not the main character who was destroyed, but the 8th-rank master and the Shadow Warriors. Pakwana talks in detail about how all the warriors of the Yakuza clan have been destroyed, which greatly surprises the operator. She hears the main character telling her something, but cannot make out his words. Lushan asks the girl to remove all traces of the battle as quickly as possible so that no one discovers the traces. The man asks the martial saint, who is standing silently at the window, if he carefully heard everything from the conversation. The martial saint replies that events are becoming more and more interesting and tense, which only fuels his interest and expectations regarding the further development of the situation. 3 days have passed. Lushan thinks about why the Yakuza calmed down and did not send out a new assassination squad. This makes him a little worried. A young man hears a phone call. He answers it and realizes that the rector of the 7th University is calling him. The rector tells the young man that his saint said that the issue with the Yakuza has been resolved and wonders if anyone else is bothering him. The rector asks the young man if he would like to come to the Martial Association to receive the title of Guru, to which the guy offers to discuss this later when he comes to pick up his diploma. The next call that Lushan receives is from Julbai. The guy is surprised that the officer is already aware of his victory over the powerful guru. This arouses his interest. The commander is pleased with the young man's achievements, since the guy was able to defeat one of the 28 strongest warriors of the Yakuza clan. In high spirits, the commander says that he did not doubt for a minute that Lushan would easily deal with his opponents, since the guy is a genius and talent. Lushan informs the officer that the Yakuza warrior's rank was artificially inflated through the use of forbidden techniques, and his powers were not commensurate with his true rank. Julbei informs the young man important information that not a single martial saint in the country belongs to a military unit. Lushan promises the officer that their unit will be the first to have a battle saint in their service. Once he reaches that rank, he will join them. This information makes the officer very happy and makes a strong impression on him. He sees great prospects in this. Lushan believes that everything turned out even better than he expected, since now the military district considers him one of their own, and this strengthens his position. The main character believes that the military is the standard of masculinity and bravery, which inspires him to further exploits. Lushan notices a scroll containing information about the secret technique used by the destroyed guru and decides to study it. The young man knows that in the realm of dreams there are hundreds, if not thousands, of such techniques, and throws the scroll into the trash, realizing its uselessness. Lushan goes to the kingdom of dreams, reflecting on the fact that he has not been in this place for a long time, feeling slightly excited about the upcoming journey. In high spirits, the protagonist runs past the angry zombies, declaring that he doesn't have time to fight them now and that he will defeat them next time. According to the old tradition, the young man decides to first check how his personal file has changed in order to evaluate his progress. The protagonist's personal file has changed. It states that he is a 9th-rank martial arts warrior and bears the title of Heaven Sent. The dossier lists all his victories over his opponents and also indicates that in the near future, he will become an 8th-rank guru, which only confirms his rapid growth. The dossier says that by the age of 40, the guy will reach the level of a 9th-rank guru, showing incredible success. At 50 years old, Lushan challenges the martial saint of the Yakuza clan and wins the duel, demonstrating his exceptional strength. At the age of 60, the young man will travel the world to defeat all the 9th-rank warriors and become known as the strongest man in the entire world. In addition, the dossier states that Lushan has made great contributions to the research of martial saints and the cultivation of rank 10 strength. Lushan is pleased with how his dossier has changed, as he will live over 300 years, which is the longest life expectancy listed in his dossier ever. The young man remembers that, according to legend, 3,000 years should have passed before the opening of the 10th level. But this time, this discovery will be made much earlier. Lushan is glad that by then there will be countless warriors, brave and courageous, ready to learn new martial arts techniques. The young man is happy to learn that this time he has access to rank 8 techniques from the Beam Project, which inspires him to further train. In a short time, Lushan mastered all 3 updated techniques, demonstrating his incredible learning speed and perseverance. The next technique the young man takes up is called the Stellar Eternity Technique, and he begins to study it with great enthusiasm. The key aspect of moving from the 6th rank to the 7th rank is concentrating the martial arts will, ki energy, and spiritual power together, which requires enormous internal focus. After this, an accelerated improvement in physical fitness occurs, which is an important stage in its development. The transition from the 7th rank to the 8th requires deeper immersion, increasing the limits of one's physical capabilities and developing the ability to concentrate chi energy in one's blood. The correct concentration of chi energy in every cell of the body helps every movement interact harmoniously with the energy of nature, which is a key aspect of mastery. This is exactly what the destroyed rank 8 master lacked, who, with the help of stimulants, moved to the 8th rank but did not do colossal internal work. The guy understands that the master deliberately forced his body to become stronger, but he did not have enough spiritual foundation to become a full-fledged 8th rank guru. Lushan is surprised to learn from the system that there are immortality cells designed to perform the star tempering technique, which opens up new horizons for him. By saturating your body with the correct chi energy, the body achieves incredible strength, remaining unharmed even in conditions when all living things disintegrate. The young man realizes that the difference in his strength compared to others is that he has begun to form a golden body within himself, which is the key to his uniqueness. The first thing that needs to be created for the Stellar Eternity technique is a broken soul stone, which serves as the basis for further transformations. After this, the will of the guru, the chi energy, and the correct balance of the blood combine to form a single whole and create a powerful internal structure. Thus, the legendary cells of immortality are created, which give the body incredible durability and strength, making it practically invulnerable. At first, when the main character practiced the star tempering technique, he did not realize all its power and perceived it only as additional energy in fights. Studying the fighting techniques of the future, Lushan understands that many myths can become reality and open the way to immortality. The main character intends to thoroughly study the Sutra of Spiritual Illumination in the future, because with its help, the cells of the body can become ideal. If each cell becomes ideal, it will unite the energy of heaven and earth, the spiritual world and the physical, which will allow one to clench the stars into a fist and comprehend immortality. Lushan is faced with the question of where to get the huge amount of resources to realize this goal. The young man believes that if he can create at least one cell of immortality within himself, he will surpass most great gurus. The main character believes that there is no need to waste time and tries to break the soul stone in order to begin the path to his great goal. Lushan concentrates to break the soul stone. His body is enveloped in a bright light. A powerful explosion of energy erupts from his chest, cutting through the darkness and filling the space with bright flashes. Lushan experiences unbearable pain. As the energy of the soul stone penetrates his body, he screams, his face contorted in pain, and bright flashes of spiritual light erupt around him. Lushan, squeezing his chest with his hand, feels incredible pain. His body is engulfed in bright flashes of multicolored energy. The forces emanating from the soul stone overwhelm him, creating a whirlwind of fire and light around him. The energy of the soul stone merges with the cells of the protagonist's body, leading to a powerful transformation. Lushan feels a surge of enormous strength and immediately tries to test his new power in action. He delivers a crushing blow to the concrete floor, which begins to crack and collapse under the onslaught of his power. Lushan's impact on the concrete floor releases powerful energy, creating destructive waves that spread throughout the city. Buildings around begin to collapse under the onslaught of its force. The young man realizes that he used only part of his strength, but even this turned out to be many times more powerful than all his previous blows. Lushan is incredibly happy that he managed to combine the path of stellar saturation of blood, energy, and his blows together. The guy decides to call this technique Heavenly Grab and feels proud of his achievement. Lushan feels extremely tired. He has lost all his strength and is unable to stand on his feet, so he falls to the ground. The young man believes that this is due to a lack of internal resources, as well as an insufficient amount of chi energy and its circulation in the body. Lushan intends to head to the Eastern Military Division as soon as possible, where the required amount of materials to create new cells can be obtained on the battlefields. Lushan believes that if he possesses enough immortality cells, even with a rank 7 physical body, he will be able to fight against rank 9 martial saints. Suddenly, the main character wakes up. He is still under the powerful influence of sleep. His mind is still wandering between reality and dreams. The young man looks at the alarm clock and realizes that this time he slept for a record 12 hours, which surprises him. Lushan gradually comes to her senses and activates her sensory vision to look around and make sure she is safe. The guy watches his mother preparing food in the kitchen. The guy feels the warmth and comfort of home. The young man then turns his attention to the courtyard where his father is playing a board game with a neighbor, enjoying simple family moments. Lushan understands that the battle saint from the Yakuza clan did not appear. He believes that he will not fight a 19-year-old teenager on his own, so as not to lose his face. Lushan goes downstairs, thinking that it is necessary to destroy the root of the problem. Otherwise, the Yakuza clan will constantly send assassins and threaten his family. Leaving the house, Lushan is attracted by the sound of the TV coming from the living room. The guy stops and carefully watches a television report in which Jahan talks about all the beneficial properties of the new serum. The main character believes that he has not met Jahan for a very long time, and now there is a good reason for this. Lushan comes to the main office of the company. The girl administrator asks the young man how she can help him. The main character asks the administrator where Jahan is now. The girl replies that the director is in his office and offers to escort the young man. Lushan informs the surprised administrators that this is not necessary and heads off to the director's office on his own. The second administrator tells her colleague that she heard that the young man is a distant relative of the director, which explains his confident behavior. The main character enters Jahan's office and sees that she is working with his serum, intently studying its composition and conducting important experiments. Jahan informs Lushan that she has everything ready to begin production of a new line of serums. The girl expresses confidence in their success. Lushan puts on a lab coat, praises the girl, and says she is doing a great job. Jahan also informs the protagonist that her mother has again begun plotting against the company and asks when he can intervene and solve the problems. Lushan asks the girl to wait a little, explaining that he needs to finish his business, and then he will immediately take care of the company's problems. The girl carefully examines the main character and notices that in a short period of time, the young man has become even stronger, which arouses her admiration. Lushan is extremely focused. The guy begins the production of a new drug, investing all his strength and knowledge into this process. Lushan, completely focused on his work, picks up a test tube with a new drug. He carefully examines its contents, realizing that he holds in his hands the key to incredible opportunities and future achievements. The main character intends to immediately taste the new drug. He opens the flask and, without hesitation, drinks it completely. Lushan feels a surge of enormous energy and realizes that he can now concentrate the second soul stone. The guy concentrates his spiritual energy, creating a bright glowing stone in his hands, surrounded by multicolored streams of energy. The main character realizes that a lot of raw materials are spent on the production of a new drug, and if such an amount is spent each time, the costs will be measured in hundreds of millions. The guy realizes that the company's turnover is only 1 billion, and remembers that he heard about payments for participation in hostilities. The young man intends not to waste time, considering this information to be truthful and useful. The main character is in the International Airport building and is trying to call the commander to get instructions. The military promised to pick up the young man, but still have not made contact, which causes him concern. Lushan looks at the carefree people around and realizes that a peaceful sky is ensured by the military at the front, at the cost of their sweat and blood. For the main character, it is an honor to stand up for the peace of citizens. In addition, he thoroughly studied the front line of the Eastern Military Division and found many deposits of metals and useful minerals there. Lushan intends to work hard and obtain enough resources in a short time to strengthen its position. Flight attendants watch the arrival of their plane. One of them notices a military aircraft next to their plane. A flight attendant passes by Lushan, who thinks the guy is cute and charming and tries to start a conversation with him. The flight attendants are trying to find a common language with the young man, inviting him to board together in order to get to know each other better and communicate. Lushan tells the flight attendants that they probably have different flights, which causes them some confusion. The girls say that only one plane has arrived now, and they believe that the guy has nothing to do with the military flight, suggesting that he is an ordinary passenger. The cockpit of a military fighter opens. The pilot begins to make signs to the main character, attracting his attention. The girls wave back to the fighter pilot, clearly perplexed and not understanding what is happening. They are trying to figure out the situation. After a moment, the flight attendants realize that a military plane has arrived for the main character. They experience a slight shock from this, realizing that their assumptions were wrong. A colonel approaches Lushan. He meets the young man and informs him that he is from the 182nd Division. Lushan asks the colonel if they are going to a military unit. The man reports that their route will be slightly changed due to current circumstances. The colonel says that due to recently formed faults, fighting on the front line has resumed, and their plans have changed. The military man is very surprised that the main character behaves completely calmly and does not feel fear, showing tremendous confidence. Lushan explains to the surprised colonel that he originally intended to take part in the battles and is therefore psychologically prepared for this. The colonel, thinking that he has been fighting on the front lines for many years but is still at the peak of the 6th rank, the man tries to understand the young man's level of training. Lushan asks the military man to tell him what is currently happening on the front line in order to be aware of current events. The colonel says that the situation in the East has always been tense, but recently a new fault has formed, and this section of the front will be assigned Danger Level A. The military man reports that the situation on this section of the front has become critical, and all reserves have been transferred there to hold the line of defense. When entering the cracks of the cave, you can meet monsters of the 5th rank, but the deeper you dive, the greater the likelihood of encountering complex extra-level tunnels inhabited by very powerful creatures. The military man reports that if even an 8th rank guru enters the complex cave, there is a risk that the monsters will be able to defeat him, which causes serious concern for everyone. Lushan wonders if a martial saint can cope with such monsters. The military man replies that it is theoretically possible, but martial saints have not yet gone that far into the caves. Lushan believes that the cave is very similar to a computer game, in which the further you go, the higher the difficulty, and this fuels his interest. The military man reports that if you do not go deep into the cave, then it will not be difficult for warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks to survive, and in most cases it is enough to keep the siege from the outside without exposing yourself to great risk. Lushan is incredibly happy that he has the opportunity to finally fight with really serious opponents. The military man tells Lushan that as a 7th rank warrior, he will command missions on the front lines, and if he shows his talent, he can quickly achieve high ranks. The colonel also reports that recently more and more complex caves have begun to appear, and attacks by monsters have become more frequent. This requires enhanced measures and greater preparation from all warriors. The conversation is interrupted by a message over the speakerphone, which reports that a rank 7 monster has been discovered in one of the units, and the military is requesting reinforcements. Lushan, in anticipation of the fact that very soon he will be able to see a rank 7 monster, the guy feels a rush of adrenaline. He asks the military man how far it is. The colonel informs him that it is very close and they will reach the place in a matter of minutes. The plane's hatch opens. A surprised military man watches Lushan, who is about to parachute without a parachute, which causes him a slight shock. The frontline combat zone has been attacked by a huge number of high-level monsters. The military is having great difficulty holding back the onslaught of bloodthirsty monsters. Commander Julbai is in the thick of things with his soldiers, repelling the attack with incredible resilience. One of the soldiers admires the commander's sword-fighting technique and offers him a drink of water to regain his strength. Julbai gulps down a flask of water and tells the soldiers that they need to hold out, since reinforcements are still on the way and their task is to hold their positions. The commander explains to the soldiers that they need to hold out for a maximum of 2 days, after which support will arrive and they will be able to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. Julbai believes that they are lucky. Since they are fighting monsters of the 5th or 6th rank, the strength of the low-rank soldiers is barely enough to repel the attacks. If the creatures were of the 7th or higher rank, the soldiers would not last even an hour. One of the warriors deftly moves around the battlefield, throwing grenades at the monsters. This greatly helps to hold positions. Nicole uses the power of the ice element, materializing huge energy grids that throw at monsters and cut them into pieces. The soldiers are delighted with the technique performed by the officers. They encourage them with loud shouts, which raises the overall morale. Julbai thanks the officers. Believing that without their help the detachment clearly would not have lasted so long, he emphasizes the importance of their efforts. Nicole tells the commander that she knows about the need to hold out for 2 days and believes that this is quite possible, which gives him hope. Suddenly, the ground under the officer's feet begins to shake violently, and huge cracks spread across it, causing everyone great concern. Julbai believes that the matter is bad, since such an earthquake does not bode well and may be a harbinger of new threats. A huge fissure appears in the ground from which a bright light emanates. This enhances the atmosphere of an impending threat and makes the soldiers wary. A wild roar is heard, and a moment later a huge number of high-ranking aggressive monsters jump out of the rift, causing panic among the soldiers. Fun Chang believes that things are bad as at least 4 monsters are rank 7, making the situation much more difficult. Nicole is unable to hide her concern. The girl is very upset, since they have just raised the morale of the soldiers, and now they are being attacked by the strongest monsters, against which ordinary soldiers are defenseless. Julbai understands that it will be extremely difficult for him alone to cope with a monster of the 7th rank. The man realizes the seriousness of the situation. Julbai stands in front of a huge monster that has emerged from the rift. He clutches his sword in his hand, preparing for an unequal battle, knowing that the 7th rank monster poses a mortal threat. Julbai orders his soldiers to hold formation and not retreat, realizing that their lives depend on perseverance and unity in this deadly battle. Heavy tanks are approaching the front line of defense. The military is relying heavily on their firepower to hold back the onslaught of monsters. Julbai orders all his warriors of the 6th rank and above to prepare and be ready to rush into a counterattack after him. The military opens heavy fire from all guns on 3 level 7 monsters, trying to suppress their forces. Suddenly, Fun Chang realizes that he was injured in the previous fight. He looks closely at his palm, stained with blood. This makes him anxious. Fun Chang tells Nicole that Lushan will soon arrive to help them. The guy is trying to lift her spirit. The girl asks the man to talk less and focus on the battle, saying that by doing so, he will have a greater chance of survival. The man answers Nicole that he does not want to die in this battle at all. Julbei raises his war blade high into the air and commands all warriors of the 6th rank and above to rush to the attack. Suddenly, a bright meteor appears in the sky, which all the fighters immediately pay attention to. This phenomenon causes them surprise and alarm. The officers look in amazement at the celestial phenomenon, not understanding its cause and experiencing confusion. At great speed, Lucian descends. Surrounded by a brightly sparkling dense cloud of plasma, the guy is ready to join the fight and change the course of the battle. Nicole can't quite believe that this is Lucian. Her eyes are wide open in surprise and her face is aflame from a sudden surge of emotions. The officers see how the main character lands directly on the monsters. They consider this an extremely dangerous act and are worried about his safety. Lucian lands with incredible force directly on the monsters and instantly destroys one of them, causing shock and surprise to all those who witnessed the landing. Lucian furiously and fearlessly rushes into the attack, instantly destroying one of the monsters, causing surprise with its incredible power. A huge explosion of energy pierces the monster, tearing it apart. Officers and soldiers, including Julbei and Nicole, carefully watch Lucian's actions, not believing their eyes. They realize the full extent of his strength, which can change the course of the battle. The monster, destroyed by the enormous power of the protagonist, lies defeated in a huge crater. The main character comes out from behind the defeated flaming monster and says that the military shared some good boots with him. Huge, evil monsters continue their continuous attacks on the ever-dwindling military force. Lucian looks at the huge monster, remaining completely calm, and tells the monster that it will be next. A huge monster with glowing red eyes growls and prepares to attack the main character, demonstrating all its aggression and power. The monster rushes forward with fury. It inflicts numerous blows, creating an explosive wave around itself, scattering stones and earth to the sides. The main character blocks the monster's powerful blow and is overcome by a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had already seen this before. Lucian, demonstrating his incredible strength, delivers a powerful blow that throws the monster tens of meters away. The guy concentrates enormous energy using the star tempering technique and delivers another powerful blow to the monster, crushing it. Julbei is in a state of slight shock, sincerely surprised at how easily the guy dealt with the 7th rank monster. The commander asks his subordinates to pinch him because he believes that everything that is happening is unreal and he is sleeping. Nicole, seeing what is happening, believes that her premonitions did not deceive her. She always believed that the young man is a talented warrior who appears once every 100 years. The girl realizes that Lucian has become much stronger since the last time they saw each other and is amazed at his rapid growth. Lucian stands next to the defeated monster. He is not going to calm down and intends to deal with the next monster, despite the mortal threat. A huge insect-like monster with glowing red eyes growls and prepares to attack Lucian, showing off its aggression and power while the protagonist remains calm. The monster rushes forward with fury, creating an explosive wave around itself, throwing stones and earth to the sides. Lucian confidently meets the monster, preparing to repel its attack. Lucian gathers enormous power in his hand. His energy envelops everything around him. The guy prepares for a powerful attack on the monster. The main character raises his hand to the sky, causing a powerful stream of energy that goes straight to the insect-like monster. An explosion of incredible power blinds everyone around. The energy of Lucian tears the monster into pieces, creating a bright flash around itself. The military watching the battle are greatly surprised by what they see. Hordes of monsters with glowing eyes emerge from a deep crevice, ready to attack. Lucian, surrounded by the light of powerful energy, stands on the edge, preparing for battle. The main character jokingly calls the monsters dear guests and asks them not to leave, after which he rushes to attack the monsters and inflicts energy blows of colossal force on them. Flashes of explosions illuminate the surrounding space. It is clear that enormous force is tearing the monsters into small pieces. The smoke clears. Lucian, pleased with himself, lands in front of a line of surprised military men. The young man gives the commander a military salute and informs the officer that Private Lucian has arrived at his disposal. The military cannot contain their laughter. They are glad that in such a situation the guy does not lose his sense of humor. Night falls in the Eastern Division garrison camp. Numerous lights illuminate a large number of tents and specialized vehicles. Funchang tells the young man that he arrived just in time. Otherwise, these 3 rank 7 mutants would have destroyed the garrison and the front line would have been lost. Lushan asks the officer if all level A caves are just as dangerous. The guy is very surprised that rank 7 monsters appear right at the entrance. Nicole informs the young man that this cave is Class AAA and says that the situation should stabilize after a certain time. The commander comes into the tent. He says that before he did not believe that Lushan finished off the great guru of the Yakuza, but now the man has lost all doubts. Julbei informs the main character that he is capable of leading a combat detachment. The man thinks that the guy can be among the 5 best star commanders. The commander says that he will give the order to count how many monsters Lushan destroyed today, so that he will be given the corresponding number of points, which can later be exchanged for the resources of the military unit. The commander informs the young man that he will talk to him about this later, but now he offers to rest and asks him not to relax, since a new wave of monsters may appear at any moment. Lushan looks at the tired face of the commander. He understands that the man has already fought many hard battles, and even being a 7th-rank guru with a huge reserve of energy, he is clearly very exhausted. The main character says that he is hungry and would like to have a snack. Funchang can't help but laugh. He tells the young man that he remembers what a glutton he really is. Lushan understands that he won't have much fun since the military's main diet consists of canned food. Nicole, sitting quietly at the table with a thoughtful expression on her face, brings a fork with food to her mouth, thinking about the main character and her feelings for him, which seem to her more and more obvious. Lushan meets the girl's gaze. His eyes reflect the feelings that overwhelm his heart because he also feels deep sympathy for her and cannot hide it. The main character remembers that according to a dossier from the future, Nicole is his legal wife. Lushan is greatly disturbed by these thoughts. The young man reports that he is full and hastily leaves the tent, which is the dining room. Funchang asks the girl what happened. Just recently, she was very happy that Lushan would come to them, but now that he is here, she doesn't say a word. Funchang, seeing the expression on Nicole's face, begins to laugh and confidently declares that he finally understands what's going on, teasing her and trying to defuse the situation. Funchang gets a plate of food in the face from Nicole, who is clearly not happy with his attempts to make fun of her feelings for Lushan, showing that she is not in the mood for jokes. Lushan peers thoughtfully into the night sky. The guy believes that today he will not be able to sleep. He thinks about today's battle. His heart begins to beat strongly. The young man activates his sensory vision and realizes that at this very time, a fierce battle is taking place on a neighboring section of the front. The guy intends to watch the battle and, if necessary, immediately come to the aid of the military in battle, realizing that his forces can change the course of the battle and save many lives. Lushan is in a large bed and is immersed in a world of dreams. His consciousness is transferred to another world. The young man is seriously surprised and even a little scared. The perception of reality is much different from what it was before. Lushan does not understand what is happening. He is unable to control the enormous forces that form a powerful fiery funnel, capture him, and pull him into it. The guy lands on a huge ice plateau. He doesn't understand what this location is and how he got here. A young man watches some strange matter moving in the air, which gradually gathers in one place. Looking at the bright, glowing ball emitting enormous energy, Lushan understands that this phenomenon is a portal. A variety of warriors jump out of the portal, each with unique combat skills and weapons, ready to enter the battle with incredible determination and fury. The main character feels that his body is disintegrating into hundreds of personalities, each of which is fighting for control and trying to find its place in the chaos of what is happening. Suddenly, a monster with a club and a strange boy with glasses appears in front of the young man. The guy instinctively prepares for defense without losing his composure. Lushan is trying to calm down and not give in to panic. He doesn't understand what kind of people they are and where they came from. The strange gathering continues to be endlessly replenished with various, very peculiar characters. The girl in the witch costume does not understand how she was transported here from the boss's room. Lushan realizes that he has witnessed a very rare phenomenon, such as a space-time rift, which can open doors to other worlds and dimensions, the existence of which he previously did not even suspect. A girl's voice is heard. She turns to the man and calls him a doctor. She is interested in where they ended up. Following the strange doctor, an equally strange creature appears from the portal who owns the flame dragon technique. The fairy tells the huge creature that the place in which they appeared is saturated with a huge amount of spiritual energy. A talking frog in a top hat appears in the sky. She thanks everyone present for visiting such a wonderful place, after which she reports that every creature that appeared is a copy of Lucian, and they all exist in an infinite number of parallel worlds. Lucian carefully examines the creatures that have appeared from the portal. The guy cannot believe what is happening, and besides, all the creatures are very different from him. The young man peers into the face of the horned, half-human, half-reptile. It is very disgusting for him to think that this creature is an alternative version of himself from another world. The little boy informs the main character that, despite the similarity in appearance, he is completely devoid of strength and appears too weak to be a worthy opponent. The man in the top hat is outraged by the behavior of the strange creatures. He calls them ill-mannered savages who do not understand the basics of decency and respect for others. The mighty reptilian warrior declares that he despises mortal human shells, adding that although they are all different, they are ugly and cannot compare with his beauty and strength, which he considers unsurpassed. A mighty reptilian warrior, shrouded in flames, stands in front of Lucian, his eyes blazing with red fire and his huge muscles tense. Lucian concentrates energy in his hand. The guy says that many have already tried to behave this way and paid for it. A funny frog in a top hat informs the creatures present that they will have to fight in order to leave this location. He also adds that the winner will not only get out of this location, but will also receive a mysterious chest with a prize. The girls in the arena are clearly worried about what is happening, not knowing how to deal with the looming threat. The main character believes that since everyone has to fight, they need to get down to business instead of empty talk. In the arena, in thick clouds of dust, opposite Lucian stands a huge number of different creatures and robots, ready for battle. Lucian is eager to find out what the aliens are capable of. He raises his hand to strike and rushes at them with incredible speed. The strange creatures are greatly surprised by the powerful techniques the main character uses. His strength amazes everyone present. Behind Lucian, a huge projection of God from the underworld appears, instilling fear and awe in the hearts of his enemies. Lucian begins to strike his opponents with powerful energy blows. The space around is illuminated by the light of numerous explosions. Many creatures are frightened and scatter to the sides. The huge warrior tells the main character that his technique impressed him, and such skills are not bad at all for a mortal man. The warrior recognizes the strength and skill of the young man. The monster releases a powerful stream of fire from its mouth, which rushes forward, illuminating its furious face. The reptile-like warrior rises into the air and unleashes a devastating blow on the ground, causing a powerful blast wave. A huge explosion destroys everything around, leaving behind charred ruins. A Lucian clone from a parallel universe stands in front of a huge fiery explosion, clutching a sword in his hand, determined to continue the battle despite all the danger. Rising into the air with rage, the boy strikes powerfully with his sword, causing a destructive wave of energy to permeate space. The Lucian clone boy delivers powerful blows, tearing the space around him and creating blinding flashes of light. The boy's next attack causes a huge explosion, lighting up the sky and leaving colossal destruction in its wake. The reptile-like warrior takes a powerful blow and is thrown back, struck by the power of the Lucian clone's technique. The clone boy ends the fight with a powerful energy blast that defeats the reptilian warrior, leaving him prostrate on the ground. The man in the top hat looks at the strange creatures with contempt, considering them barbarians who simply lack the good manners to stand on the same level as him. A man, dressed in a formal suit, slowly takes out of his pocket a miniature pistol, which at first glance seems completely harmless and unremarkable. However, after a moment, this small pistol begins to transform into an incredible array of deadly guns, ready to deliver devastating blows. The man in the top hat, demonstrating composure and absolute confidence in his actions, begins to fire from all these guns, launching a huge number of bullets that fly in different directions, destroying everything in their path. When the bullets fired from the many barrels reach their target, they suddenly turn into strange creatures that immediately pounce on the giant clone of the protagonist and begin to gnaw and devour him, demonstrating their terrible and insatiable nature. Moments after this attack, the huge clone explodes, and the real Lucian emerges from the cloud of smoke and debris, ready to fight further. At this time, the reptilian warrior, having recovered from his recent knockout, turns to Lucian, informing him that his actions have attracted his attention. The boy, looking around, notices that among him there may be several worthy opponents with whom he is ready to fight. The man, looking at everyone present with arrogance, declares that among those gathered there is no equal to him, since everyone around him is uncouth savages who do not deserve his attention and respect. The main character realizes that after a fierce battle, there are only 4 of them left, which means that he only has to defeat 3 opponents to achieve his goal. A huge warrior standing opposite emits a loud cry that echoes across the battlefield. In a confident and threatening voice, the warrior declares to the main character that he will be the first victim in this battle. The huge warrior moves forward and concentrates his energy, his eyes sparkling with a bright light, emitting unbridled rage. A second later, powerful rays of energy burst out from his body, illuminating everything around him. The warrior, having accumulated a huge amount of energy, transforms it into a powerful plasma ball, which shoots towards Lushan with terrifying force. The boy, raising his magic sword, loudly announces to his opponents that he will not spare any of them. Raising a combat sword above himself, he generates strong energy fields that are surrounded by flashes of lightning, tearing apart the space around him. All this colossal power generated by the enemies falls on the main character, creating incredible tension and chaos. The man in the top hat, watching what is happening, considers Lushan to be a daring youth and arrogantly declares that he will now teach him manners. Lushan stands in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by an incredible vortex of energies created by his opponents, surrounded by missiles on one side, powerful plasma balls on the other, and blue lightning flashes in the sky above him. Lushan reflects on the fact that he is fighting against himself for the first time in his life, and realizes that this unique experience will undoubtedly benefit him and help him become stronger. Lushan, having gathered all his energy, rushes into the attack, his eyes shining with confidence. He understands that the outcome of the battle depends on this moment and gives his all, trying to defeat his enemies and prove his strength. Drawing his spear and raising it high above him, Lushan, filled with rage and determination, summons fiery whirlwinds that surround him and enhance his power. The powerful warrior is surprised to realize that the protagonist is able to absorb his hellfire, which unbalances him and makes him think about the capabilities of the enemy. Lushan, illuminated by flashes of bright energy, fearlessly charges at his enemies, demonstrating his strength and determination. Electrical discharges cut through the surrounding space. The main character decides to use the lightning control skill to deal a crushing blow. The boy, holding a sword in his hands, blazing in bright tongues of energy flame, is surprised that Lushan is able to absorb lightning energy, realizing that this battle will not be as simple as it initially seemed. Lushan, with a smile on his face, confidently moves forward, despite the barrage of bullets flying in his direction. This does not frighten him, but on the contrary, only fuels his determination. The man in the top hat is surprised to notice that his bullets flying towards Lushan are losing their kinetic energy, which seems completely unscientific and violates all known laws of physics. Lushan, easily swinging his spear, deflects all the bullets fired at him with one powerful blow, demonstrating his incredible strength and skill. The man in the top hat does not give up and continues to bombard the protagonist with his magic bullets, but they again do not reach the target, breaking against an invisible barrier. Lushan reflects all the fired bullets, causing a huge explosion, from the epicenter of which he slowly emerges. Surrounded by a protective energy field, the guy confidently heads towards his opponents. Smirking, he looks at his enemies and asks if that's all they can do, claiming that their attacks gave him a good workout. The boy, infuriated by Lushan's arrogance, invites the rest of the creatures to unite against him, hoping that their joint efforts will help defeat this powerful enemy. The man in the top hat, rubbing his chin, tells the creatures that he has a great idea. He clearly intends to change the course of the battle. Lushan, observing the behavior of the aliens, expresses surprise and invites them to stop the endless chatter and continue the fight. Having united their forces, Lushan's opponents direct a huge energy funnel at him, which absorbs everything in its path. With confident movements, Lushan blocks this enormous force directed at him, using his spear to contain the destructive energy that could destroy an entire city. Lushan raises his hands to the sky, creating a huge vortex of energy around himself that surrounds him with powerful currents. Brilliant blue and white rays of light cutting through the air, reflecting on the surface of the water and creating an impressive spectacle. Suddenly, Lushan feels changes in his body. It becomes heavy. It becomes more and more difficult for him to control it. The guy realizes that something has clearly gone wrong. Several metal towers appear next to the main character, generating an energy field that begins to compress him and limit his movements. The man in the top hat takes out a remote control and arrogantly tells the protagonist that he wants to see how he handles this situation. A huge reptilian warrior emits energy that rises into the air. It instantly takes on a spherical shape, becoming a magical shield covered in runes. Protected by this power, the boy from the parallel universe rushes to attack Lushan, intending to deal a decisive blow. Lushan realizes that his opponents have unique fighting techniques, and realizes that the battle will be much more difficult than he expected. The main character, having gathered all his strength, shouts to his opponents so that they do not dare to underestimate him. Lushan summons a projection of the god of the underworld. At the same moment, an energetic silhouette of a divine being appears above his head, which strikes fear into his enemies. Lushan believes that this is not enough, and infuses the energy projection with the energy of all his learned techniques, strengthening it to incredible limits. The huge coliseum in which the battle takes place is illuminated with a dazzling light emanating from the energy of the main character. The strange little frog in the top hat, who was the leader of the combat battles, chokes on popcorn in surprise, since he has never seen such power before in his life. Using his techniques, Lushan freezes and immobilizes his opponents, leaving them in shock as they are unable to resist further. The frog lifts a huge box above his head and announces to everyone present that the winner of the fight is Lushan, showing his appreciation for his strength and skill. By carelessly tossing the gift box towards the young man, the frog confuses Lushan, causing him to wonder about the meaning of the gesture and what might be hidden inside. Lushan wakes up and notices a box with a gift on the bed next to him. The guy, without wasting a minute, decides to find out what is inside as quickly as possible. Lushan carefully opens the box with the gift. At the same moment, bright flashes of light and clouds of smoke burst out of it, which blind him for a moment and cause him to cough. He covers his eyes with his hand, trying to see what is inside the box. The young man is surprised to discover that next to him on the bed there is a strange girl who, immersed in sleep, quietly talks about how she lacks magical powers. The main character understands that this magical creature is his prize won in the tournament. The guy carefully examines the strange girl. The fairy is in deep sleep. Her presence fills the space around with a magical aura, creating a feeling of mystery and anticipation of something important. The main character carefully examines the girl. At this time, a loud telephone ringing is heard, which interrupts his thoughts. Nicole tries to call Lushan, but she only hears long beeps on the phone since the guy does not answer the phone, which makes her restless and anxious. The main character believes that he has not woken up yet, and all his visions are a dream. The soldiers are fighting off another attack of monsters. They are very surprised, since such a huge number of monsters have never come out of the caves before. This causes them fear and confusion. They hope for an ambulance, feeling that their strength is running out, and they are no longer able to resist the pressure of monsters for a long time without reinforcements. The voice of a stranger is heard, roughly lowering an axe to the ground and telling the soldiers that they must prepare for an attack and not rely on anyone but themselves. The soldiers turn around and see a girl in front of them with a huge battle axe in her hands, which causes them a mixture of surprise and respect. The soldiers' morale rises slightly as they realize that they will be fighting alongside a high-ranking guru who can greatly improve their chances of surviving and winning this difficult battle. Their conversations are interrupted by a huge, bright explosion that occurs near their trenches and scatters monsters in different directions, creating chaos on the battlefield. The Guru Girl understands that the cause of the explosion was the eruption of a monster called a 7th-rank battle two-headed cat from the earth. The monster roars loudly, rears up, and demonstrating its incredible strength and aggression, rushes to attack the soldiers, intending to tear them apart. The girl is surrounded by bright flashes of energy. She swings her huge axe and, without wasting a second, rushes into a counterattack on the monster. The Guru Girl deftly dodges the blows of the two-headed cat and finally manages to deliver a powerful blow to the monster. She manages to cut off one of the monster's heads, but the monster manages to deal the girl a sneaky blow, causing her serious wounds. She is surprised to see that the severed head of the two-headed cat grows back to the severed neck, which makes him an even more terrifying opponent. Huge, angry monsters are approaching the wounded Guru Girl, intending to finish what they started and destroy her. The soldiers see how the monsters are quietly approaching the Guru girl. They scream loudly to warn her of the danger and help her avoid the mortal threat. Suddenly, there is a strong explosion that tears the monster into pieces. The Guru girl realizes that someone has come to her aid. This inspires her with hope and confidence that the battle is not yet lost. Lushan stands next to the defeated monster. The Guru's girl tells the young man that he arrived just in time. The defeated monster, despite his wounds, manages to strike the main character with his tail. The Guru's girl screams loudly to warn him about this unexpected attack. Lushan, instantly reacting, kicks the monster, making it realize that further resistance is useless and will not bring any results. The main character approaches the defeated monster and extends his hand to it. The touch causes a huge flash of energy that brightly illuminates the entire surrounding space, surprising all witnesses to this scene. The Guru's girlfriend is unable to understand what the young man is up to and what he is doing. She watches his actions with anxiety and curiosity. The main character takes the tail of a two-headed cat and ties it to an evil monster, showing his skill and resourcefulness. After the young man captured a living two-headed cat, he intends to deal with the rest of the monsters. The Guru girl does not understand who the main character is and where he came from on the battlefield, feeling that an unusual and incredibly strong warrior is standing in front of her. After this, the main character visited various parts of the front and helped many military personnel in their unequal battle. Julbei is in his command tent. The commander is clearly dissatisfied with the information he is listening to on the phone and hits his glass on the table. Lushan enters the commander's tent and greets him, trying to show his respect and readiness for dialogue, despite the tense situation. The commander, with irritation in his voice, asks the young man what he is doing and wonders how many monsters he has destroyed today. Lushan, having emptied his flask of water, informs the commander that he destroyed 27 or 28 monsters today, since it was not possible to accurately count, given that he only recorded monsters of the 7th rank. The main character believes that he was obliged to help the soldiers in other areas who are fighting in an unequal battle with monsters and dying in large numbers defending the country. His intervention can significantly improve their chances of survival and victory. Julbei informs the young man that drones are watching the front line, so the exact number of monsters destroyed will be counted, and he will receive a reward for all the monsters killed. The commander asks the protagonist not to be arrogant and to first take care of his colleagues in his division without being distracted too much by other people's units, emphasizing the importance of discipline and team spirit. Lushan reports that he first made sure their front was secure before leaving to help other units. The officer located at the control center informs the commander that the activity of the second cave this time has led to 2 serious losses, which amounted to more than 15,000 soldiers, which causes shock and anxiety among everyone present. The general is also informed that the losses among the command amounted to 300 people, of which 8 were commanders of the 7th rank and 1 of the 8th rank. The general, frowning, demands from his subordinate an answer as to who the 8th rank master was. He seeks to find out the identity of the lost warrior and his contribution to the overall defense. The guy reports that he was a great guru, ranked 28th in the world rankings, which makes the loss even more significant. The general is very upset by such news, realizing that the military already has few great gurus, and now there is one less of them. The man demands to report to him about the current situation in other caves, trying to understand the overall picture and assess the scale of the threat in order to take the necessary measures. Subordinates inform the general that the situation is very bad. In some areas of the front it is critical, since the number of monsters is not decreasing, and there are big problems with reinforcements and resources. The general realizes the bitter truth. At this rate, the entire army will very soon be destroyed, and this causes him deep concern. General Shifunhei asks his subordinates how quickly reinforcements will arrive at the second cave. The officer answers the general that even if reinforcements are sent today, they will arrive no earlier than 2 days later. Shifunhei reports that in this case, they will close the most important gap and give priority to point A. The man believes that this is the best solution in this difficult situation. One of the subordinate officers is unable to contain his emotions. He believes that this decision is unfair and says that cave number 2 is also extremely important for the common defense. The general tells his subordinate that he is well aware of this. But hundreds of thousands of ordinary civilian lives are at stake, and he has to make difficult decisions. Shifunhai reports that if they fail to hold the front at Point A, the monsters will break through the defenses and take over the country within 2 weeks. The general says there is no other way out and his plan should be followed immediately, then asks which division is in charge of this zone. The officer reports that the 182nd Division is responsible for this front line, which ensures its protection and security in the current conditions. Shifunhei orders to convey to the command of this division that they need to hold this front line at all costs, even if they all have to die. Julbei endlessly walks back and forth in his tent. The division commander hopes that in 2 days reinforcements will arrive to strengthen his defenses and support the soldiers. Lushan tells the general that the soldiers are too nervous. He does not understand why reinforcements cannot be sent to them. The guy expresses his concern and bewilderment. The division commander tells the young man that simple reinforcements are not enough. He needs a large number of high-ranking warriors, since they are being attacked by more and more monsters, and the situation is becoming more and more critical. Julbei believes that the main character knows this very well, since the guy has been wandering around different parts of the front for 5 days and helping various units. The commander pays attention to the young man's hands, noting that although the guy has been at the front for less than a week, his hands are not washed from the blood of his enemies, as if he had already served for 5 years. Lushan said goodbye to the division commander. The guy slowly leaves his command tent, immersed in his thoughts and pondering the further steps that he has to take on the way to his goal. On the street, he notices a large number of military personnel who joyfully greet him, showing their appreciation and support, giving him strength and confidence in his actions. Nicole carefully watches Lushan and does not doubt for a second that in the future, this guy will definitely become a general, confidently leading his subordinates. The main character pays attention to Nicole, who is in the crowd of military men, and notices that recently her behavior has become extremely strange, which cannot but cause him concern and many questions. The young man's thoughts are interrupted by Fun Chang, who greets him and asks how the young hero is doing, attracting his attention and distracting him from thoughts about Nicole. Lushan hands the man the jewelry, telling him that he made it himself and asks him to give it to Nicole, since he always forgets to do it himself. Fun Chang carefully examines the jewelry, surprised that the main character has such unexpected talents and skills. Suddenly, Nicole approaches the man. With a sharp movement of her hand, she snatches out one of the amulets and, without stopping, continues her movement further, leaving Fun Chang surprised and somewhat puzzled by her behavior. Lushan arrives in a once large city that was a large first-level settlement before the monsters invaded, its streets now a ruined desert landscape. The main character walks along the destroyed, deserted streets of the city, thinking that perhaps in 100 years, the city will come to life again and become as prosperous as before. The young man notices a monster located not far from him and realizes that he can now crush a monster of rank 7 and below using only his spiritual power. Lushan realizes that now he can use the spiritual power of his spear not only for defense, but also for attack, and believes that it is necessary to upgrade his weapon as quickly as possible, since the 7th level is clearly not enough to fight new, more dangerous monsters. Lushan activates his sensory vision and notices that there is a military presence in one of the city's neighborhoods. It is waging a fierce battle, barely holding back the onslaught of huge monsters of rank 7 and above. One of the military men realizes with horror that he has run out of ammunition at the most inopportune moment. He stops shooting when a huge monster attacks him. The military man throws his machine gun aside, opens his vest covered with grenades, and decisively declares to the monsters that they will go to the other world with him. Suddenly he realizes that his body is permeated by an unknown energy, under the influence of which he completely loses the ability to move, which makes him defenseless in the face of danger. Lushan approaches the military man and, smiling, tells him that he shouldn't give up his life so easily, offering another way to solve the problem. The main character casts a fierce glance at the monsters who are approaching them, opening their ugly mouths and snapping their teeth. Suddenly, the heads of the high-ranking monsters begin to explode, scattering parts of their bodies in different directions, demonstrating the power of Lushan's spiritual power and its ability to destroy the most formidable enemies. The soldier watching this is very surprised. In order to destroy the monsters of the 6th rank, at least 3 warriors of the same rank are needed, but the main character destroyed the monsters with just a glance. The soldier thanks Lushan for his decisive actions and informs the young man that he is an officer from a neighboring unit. Lushan knows the main location of the units and asks the officer why he went so far from his location. The main character listens to the officer with anxiety in his eyes and learns that the defense line was recently broken, which causes him even more concern. Lushan activates sensory vision. His body is instantly covered in a bright glowing aura, which greatly surprises the officer standing nearby. Lushan asks the officer if management is aware of this information and wants to know if reinforcements will be coming soon. The officer says that everyone is constantly talking about reinforcements, but so far all that the military has is only an order not to retreat and to hold out until the last. The officer reports that if the breach is increased, it will affect all the defense lines nearby, so they need to destroy the attacking monsters as quickly as possible and hold the defense. Lushan informs the military man that he understands the seriousness of the situation, after which he turns around and leaves him at a leisurely pace. The officer waves his arms and shouts loudly, trying to stop the young man, saying that there is a battlefield ahead, where powerful attacks from monsters do not stop. Lushan confidently replies that he knows about this and is going to visit the defense line to see for himself, after which he jumps and disappears into the air, leaving behind only a powerful energy trail. Using an improved wind technique, the main character deftly jumps between destroyed houses. The guy uses the sensory vision skill and notices a fierce battle ahead, waged by soldiers against the prevailing forces of monsters. Lushan believes that he has found the right place. He lands near the breakthrough site, preparing to take active action. The young man sees a huge number of high-level monsters nearby, realizing that a difficult battle lies ahead, and decides to immediately intervene to help the soldiers hold off the enemy onslaught. The main character sees that there are still survivors nearby. The guy is going to immediately help them, realizing that every second can save someone's life. A group of surviving soldiers shoot back from the attacking monsters, cursing rudely and irritated by the fact that the number of monsters is not decreasing, but on the contrary, is constantly increasing. A wounded soldier asks his colleague what they should do next, since their commander recently died in battle, leaving them without leadership. His colleague laughs loudly and throws grenades at the attacking monsters, declaring that there is only one way out: to continue fighting and killing the monsters to the last. One of the fighters jumps out from behind cover and begins powerfully shooting at the monster with 2 machine guns, declaring that he will now kill all the monsters and make good money from it. The soldiers examine a seriously wounded soldier. One of them says that the situation is bad, and the wounded soldier most likely will not survive. A powerful explosion occurs. The man who fired from 2 machine guns has his arm torn off and thrown to the side by the blast wave. An elderly master in strange glasses is very worried about his colleague killed in battle, feeling deep pain and helplessness. The man is overcome by a fit of wild anger and rage. He begins to throw grenades at the attacking monsters with redoubled force, splashing out his rage with each throw. After some time, he realizes that his bag of grenades is completely empty. He hopes that their dead commander sees them and is proud of their dedication and bravery. The military has run out of grenades and cartridges. They are surrounded by numerous monsters. One of the men takes out the control panel, intending to blow himself up along with the enemies. However, the man does not have time to press the remote control as a strong surge of energy occurs. Powerful waves of energy spread around, and the surrounding space is illuminated with bright light. Lushan appears in front of the surprised men, who orders them to retreat as quickly as possible, promising to detain the monsters. The man with glasses cannot hold back his tears, believing that long-awaited reinforcements have arrived from the rear. The soldiers cannot contain their joy because they were on the verge of death, and now they believe that they can survive. Lushan spins a huge energy funnel and rushes into a crowd of monsters at great speed, leaving behind a trail of bright, sparkling energy that blinds and disorients enemies. Wounded soldiers carefully watch the main character's battle, not understanding why the reinforcements consist of only one person. An elderly man with glasses watches in amazement as Lushan violently destroys high-ranking monsters. He says that the young man is equivalent to an entire battalion. Bright and huge explosions illuminate the battlefield. The main character fearlessly moves forward, destroying countless hordes of monsters and instilling hope for salvation in the soldiers. Lushan realizes that there are indeed a lot of monsters, even for such a powerful warrior like him, and the situation is becoming more and more critical. More and more monsters appear from the rift. He understands why the neighboring division could not hold the defense, and a gap appeared at the front. Lushan projects the Ice Girl Guru from his dreams, and a huge figure of a warrior girl appears behind him. The main character uses the iceberg technique against monsters, creating huge ice crystals that tear apart the surrounding space and destroy enemies. Lushan is impressed by the power of ice and fire, realizing that he can now control these elements not only individually, but also together, creating devastating combinations that overwhelm his enemies with their power and leave them no chance of survival. However, he realizes that this is not enough to defeat the monsters, and adds the breath of fire and lightning techniques to strengthen his offensive. Lushan leaps high into the air and slashes with his spear, infused with various elemental energies, striking down multiple enemies in one powerful move. The guy believes that this is still not enough, and adds the breath of earth and wind to his powers in order to create unimaginable power and completely crush all opponents on the battlefield. Lushan, surrounded by bright flames, clenches his fist and prepares to strike a devastating blow, demonstrating his incredible strength and determination in the fight against the monsters. The main character continuously strikes with his spear, destroying dozens of monsters at a time. His movements are fast and accurate. Each blow is imbued with incredible power. Lushan, surrounded by bright explosions and flashes of fire, holds his spear in his hands and prepares to strike the next powerful blow, his determination and strength visible in his every move. The main character's eyes emit a bright light. He laughs loudly, calling the monsters small insects and declaring that their time has come to die. The elderly man is shocked by the strength that the young man possesses, because Lushan has been fighting monsters non-stop for 2 days in a row without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. A man with a huge machine gun behind his back takes a drag on his cigar and tells his partner that there really are a lot fewer monsters thanks to the actions of the protagonist. The soldiers compare Lushan to the sun, which blinds and burns, destroying all enemies in its path. Lushan sees that his opponents have become significantly smaller and thinks that it would be nice to drink a double portion of the serum to restore strength. The main character examines the battlefield, on which lies a huge number of killed monsters, and regrets that he cannot extract their bone marrow, realizing its value. Lushan decides that thoughts about resources need to be left for later, and now he needs to concentrate on the battle, especially since he has entered a state that allows him to use several elemental elements along with the will of the guru. Suddenly, the young man hears the command calling him, the officers asking if everything is okay with him and where he is. Lushan informs the command that he is on the battlefield on a neighboring front, adding that the situation here is tense and he needs a few days to defeat the enemy, after which he will return to his unit. The commander agrees with the young man's plans, and besides, everything is in order at the site of the 182nd Division. Lushan learns that the difficult situation is not only on his battlefield, but also on the Western Front, which is also constantly attacked by monsters, and there is a threat of a breakthrough of the front. Julbei informs the young man that it is very dangerous there, and orders him under no circumstances to interfere with the western sector of the front. Lushan is touched by the commander's reaction and asks the officer not to worry so much, assuring him that he will be fine. An elderly man sees a badly wounded soldier regain consciousness and asks him how he is feeling. Lushan lands next to the elderly man and the wounded soldiers, informing them that the matter is serious and he needs their help. The soldiers give a military greeting to the main character and report that they will carry out all his orders. Lushan, unexpectedly for them, asks the men if they know how to cook, which greatly surprises his comrades, who did not expect such a question in the midst of the battle. There is a meeting at the command headquarters, at which the officers report to the commander that the unrest in the new 8A level cave has been successfully suppressed, thanks to the joint efforts of all units and the use of the latest tactics. The officers inform the commander-in-chief that they have sent statistics and all the necessary information to his computer to analyze the current situation. General Shinomi believes that the current tense situation was not caused by anyone's fault, but it did reveal some problems in the Eastern Military Division. The general orders a meeting with all senior officers as soon as possible to discuss mistakes and the current situation, to which the subordinates respond that they will organize a meeting as soon as possible. The officer reports that the situation remains difficult. The 8th line of defense has collapsed, and someone from the 830th Brigade has requested reinforcements. The commander cannot contain his irritation, declaring that the 8th line of defense is not a key zone. He is very angry that the command of this brigade had the audacity to request support. He orders to immediately give orders to the commanders of this brigade so that they restore the defense line by morning. Shinomi is plunged into heavy thoughts, realizing that the situation is becoming increasingly critical and that many of the officers under his command have already become victims of monster attacks. The general realizes that the army has already lost many high-ranking warriors and looks with alarm at the map, where red dots indicate critical zones that require immediate intervention and strengthening of defense. He is surprised to discover that only one line of defense, for which the 182nd Division is responsible, remains quite stable, despite the continuous attacks of the enemy. The man orders that they immediately inform him who is in command of this area in order to better understand the situation and the possible reasons for such resistance. The officer reports that this division has performed extremely well, providing support even to the defense lines located next to it, which causes the surprise and respect of the commander. Shinomi reports that this military unit recently accepted a new recruit, a young talented man who was supposed to become a disciple of a martial saint and received good recommendations. The general believes that the main character performed very well as he reached the level of a guru and at a young age was able to defeat powerful warriors from the Yakuza clan, which speaks of his outstanding abilities. The commander reports that he wants to meet with the leadership of the 182nd Division in the near future to personally discuss their successes and the current situation at the front. The general approaches the map and draws attention to an area that was previously just an observation line, but now dangerous gaps have appeared there that require immediate intervention. Shinomi orders someone to be sent to this place to assess the situation and take the necessary measures. Information is downloaded from the central computer. The commander gets acquainted with it, after which he is surprised, not understanding where all the monsters went. Because this line of defense was broken through, he does not understand why he does not see the enemy. Shinomi, in a rude tone, orders his subordinates to immediately inspect the area and report the current situation to him, without delay or delay. Lushin is located on this section of the front. It was he who destroyed a huge number of monsters that posed a serious threat to the entire defense line. Having learned this information, the commander comes into a state of great surprise, not understanding how the young man alone was able to cope with such a difficult task that seemed impossible. Shinomi orders his subordinate officer to immediately find out who this young man is and how this could have happened. On a deserted, scorched plain, a girl destroys another monster, rejoicing that this is the 4th monster today. The girl is noticeably tired. She psychologically prepares herself, telling herself that everything is fine and that she will cope with the next opponent, even if he is more powerful than the previous one. The girl reports to her command that she will soon arrive at the place where the defense line was broken through and will get to the necessary coordinates to provide assistance and support her comrades in the fight against the monsters. The girl stands on a defeated monster, holding 2 blades in her hands and preparing for the next attack. The bodies of other monsters lying around testify to her skill and ability to resist enemies, despite the difficult conditions of the battle. The girl is surprised by the relative calm around her. It seems strange to her that there is no battle going on nearby and there are no large number of monsters. This makes her suspicious. The reconnaissance team gathers at the assembly point. They discuss the current situation and try to understand what is really happening. One of the warriors reports that the situation is damn strange. He says that he walked in circles for half a day and did not meet a single monster higher than the 5th rank, although earlier there was information about a breakthrough of the defense line. Other warriors confirm the man's words, saying that they also did not meet any dangerous monsters, as if the old days had come when they controlled the wild wastelands, finding only a few monsters that escaped from the dungeon. One of the fighters states that the situation in this area is even more stable than in normal times. He does not understand why the order said that the defense line in this area had collapsed. The girl agrees with the men and confirms that this really looks quite strange, expressing the hope that in the near future they will find out the reasons for such an unusual development of events and will be able to take appropriate measures. The girl asks the warriors to be extremely careful, explaining that if the monsters concentrate in the city, their density will be incredible. It will be quite difficult to resist them and will require a lot of effort. The hunters agree with the girl and confidently set out to patrol the territory, carefully examining every corner. A group of scouts find themselves in the center of an abandoned city. They are surprised by the oppressive silence that reigns around. Wandering near the ruins of dilapidated buildings, they have not yet met a single monster. A man uses a detector to search for monsters. He is very surprised and informs his partners that no danger has been detected within a radius of more than 500 meters. This seems unusual to him. The young man confirms the man's words and reports that there are also no signs of danger in the Northern Territory, which raises additional questions for all members of the squad. The girl, who is the commander of the reconnaissance squad, comes to the conclusion that this is too unusual. The city looks calmer than the desert area, and they have not yet encountered a single monster. The young man makes the assumption that the monsters have left this territory and moved to other lines of defense. He immediately shares his thoughts with the commander. The girl considers such conclusions logical, but she is worried that in this case they would have received a request for reinforcements, and in addition, tremors and numerous explosions should have been heard. The girl, the commander of the reconnaissance squad, is called Maliko. On her radio frequency, she receives a signal from a neighboring group of scouts who report that they have the same quiet environment as her group, which raises even more questions for her. One of the scouts suggests that Maliko go straight to the cave entrance and look around, believing that this way they can immediately determine what is happening and where the monsters are hiding. Maliko intends to use a reconnaissance drone, explaining that going straight to the cave entrance is too dangerous. She believes that the drone will help them gather the information they need without putting themselves in unnecessary danger. Maliko launches a reconnaissance drone that quickly takes to the air and begins scanning the surrounding area. It is equipped with advanced sensors and cameras, allowing it to detect any signs of activity and hidden threats. Maliko and her team carefully look at the screen. Observing the data transmitted by the reconnaissance drone, the warriors hope to find at least some traces of the monsters. The drone flies between destroyed buildings. So far, it has not recorded any anomalous movements. The young man cannot hide his surprise and informs the commander that the drone has already flown quite close to the cave, but not a single monster is visible. This seems completely incredible to him. The drone is destroyed in a massive explosion before it can transmit any information about the reason for the attack, and the scout team, including Maliko, watches in shock, realizing that their only source of information has been destroyed. Maliko believes that the scouts should independently approach the entrance to the cave and look around to understand what is happening and collect the missing information. An elderly man in glasses begins to scold the soldier, calling him stupid and indignant that he shot down a drone, because monsters do not use such devices, and the device clearly belonged to an army unit. A wounded man, while preparing dinner, asks the old man to stop scolding the young fighter and says that a downed drone is a good sign, since it means that there are people nearby. The surviving soldiers carefully watch how the main character destroys the next monster. They decide that their primary task now is to prepare food and feed the young man. Lushan, with determination in his eyes, continues his battle against the monsters, without stopping for a moment. His face expresses an unshakable will and desire to protect those who are left alive. The elderly man is amazed at the brutality with which Lushan deals with numerous monsters, seeing incredible strength and determination in his actions. Maliko smells a strong scent of blood and orders her subordinates to be on alert, realizing that danger may be much closer than it seems. A group of scouts approaches the huge corpse of a 7th-rank monster. They are greatly shocked by the picture they see. The bodies of destroyed monsters are scattered around. This causes them a mixture of fear and admiration. The girl cannot tear herself away from the terrible sight, because she has never seen so many defeated 7th-rank monsters in one place. Suddenly, Maliko hears a loud voice shouting at them. She turns her head sharply, preparing for possible danger. Lushan stands near a huge, defeated monster and asks the scouts in bewilderment who they are and what they are doing here. the guy clearly not expecting to meet them in this place. Next to a huge bonfire surrounded by the remains of monsters, the scouts and Lushan gathered to discuss the current situation. Lushan sitting on the hood of a car, watching the fire and contemplating his next steps. Lushan, holding a large piece of meat in his hand and biting off it with appetite, the guy is enjoying a well-deserved rest after a hard battle. His calm face and relaxed posture contrast with the tense situation around him. The military reports that they arrived at this section of the front as reinforcements. They are confident that their positions will be restored soon. Maliko realizes that only a warrior of at least the rank of Great Guru can destroy such a number of monsters, which increases her admiration for Lushan's abilities. The girl examines a huge mountain of corpses of powerful monsters. She is surprised that the main character is very young, but already has such enormous strength and skill. Maliko says that she reported to her management about the current situation and that a cleanup team will arrive here tomorrow to complete the work. Lushan believes that this is good news, as he still has time to single-handedly destroy all the remaining monsters and make the task easier for the cleanup team. The girl admires the victories and fighting skills of the main character, and not holding back her curiosity, asks the young man what his rank is. Lushan informs the surprised girl that he is a recruit of the 182nd Division and arrived in it only half a month ago, which causes bewilderment and distrust in Maliko. She considers this a bad joke, not believing that a rookie is capable of such impressive actions that require enormous experience and strength. The girl says that she will report this to headquarters, and if this is true, then the command will appoint the main character as an officer of the unit, which makes the guy think about this proposal. Lushan informs the girl that he will tell her about his choice later, as he needs to consult with his command to make an informed decision. A group of scouts and the main character are approaching the command headquarters. Maliko says that at the headquarters there are units of young commanders who gradually moved their friends and family members here, organizing a small commune to provide security and mutual assistance. Lushan believes that the young talents have settled down well. The young man sees this as a good option, since he can transfer his family here to avoid the revenge of the Yakuza clan and ensure their safety. Lushan asks the girl where he should live and says that he would like to take a shower and relax after a hard day. The girl informs the main character that he has not yet become a full-fledged officer, so he does not have the opportunity to live in the barracks and invites him to live with her for a while. Maliko takes a shower and reflects on the fact that female warriors have a special and very important mission: to leave behind strong heirs to continue their work. She looks at her beautiful red evening dress and intends to implement this plan today. Lushan hears the voice of Maliko, who asks him if he is washed. The guy turns to her and is surprised at her transformation. The girl, having tidied herself up and dressed in a beautiful evening dress, enchants him with her beauty and attractiveness. Maliko offers the main character a little snack before heading to the headquarters to register. Lushan, wanting to know more about his new friend, asks Maliko how old she is. The girl's answer leaves him slightly confused when he finds out that she is over 50 years old. Maliko, trying to defuse the awkward situation, jokingly remarks that the guy is only 10 years older than her, which makes Lushan smile. Together, they come to a large square where a huge building of the accreditation center is located. The reconnaissance team notices Maliko's arrival and is happy to see their commander in good health. The warriors also see the main character next to the girl and believe that their commander always knows how to take advantage of the situation in his favor, which makes them respect and admire her abilities. Lushan examines the huge building, noting that it is very different from the accreditation centers he has seen before. The officer notices Maliko and greets her, congratulating the girl on successfully completing her reconnaissance mission. The officer asks the girl who the young man next to her is and assumes that the main character is a recruit from the Ruby Gecko squad. The officer tells the girl that he is in a hurry, says goodbye to her, and hopes that they will see each other again in the near future. Maliko tells the guy that they have passed the training halls and are now in place. Lushan tells the surprised girl to the administrator that he wants to qualify as a commander, which makes her surprised and curious. The administrator asks the young man to introduce himself, provide all relevant documents, as well as a letter of recommendation from the military unit in order to process his request. Lushan, to the surprise of the administrator, says that he does not have any documents and can only give his name, which greatly surprises the administrator's girlfriend, who is not used to such unusual situations. The main character says that his name is Lushan, and that earlier he talked with his commander, who said that everything is ready and it is enough to just say your name to pass. The administrator is very surprised after reading the documents and says that they can skip all the formalities, asking the young man to immediately undergo a strength assessment. The administrator leads the young people into the room where strength testing takes place. Maliko is very surprised to learn from the administrator that the main character is only 19 years old, which seems incredible to her for a person with such power. One of the young commanders is in the testing room and deals colossal blows to the measuring equipment. The young commander's subordinate standing next to him admires the guy's combat power because his strength has exceeded 16 million units, which is an outstanding result. The young commander's subordinates admire his abilities, believing that it will not be long before he becomes a great guru of the 8th rank, which makes them feel proud and respectful of their leader. The young commander tells his subordinates that crossing the border of heaven and earth and reaching the 8th rank is very difficult, since this requires a combat power of 30 million units, and it is too early for him to think about it. The main character, accompanied by Maliko, enters the testing room. The girl says that the testing technology is slightly different from what he saw before. Lushan asks her how the level of chi energy is measured, to which Maliko replies that they have abolished this testing a long time ago, and now only test combat power in order to speed up the assessment process. The young commander greets Maliko and says that he is glad to see her, showering the girl with compliments and noting her exceptional talents. He admits that even if he becomes an 8th rank guru, he will not be able to come close to her talents, thereby expressing his admiration and respect for her skills and achievements. The young commander speaks disparagingly about the main character, asking the girl why she brought a completely green kid here, because he has very little chance of joining the Ruby Gecko squad. The girl reports that Lushan is her new friend, which causes the young commander to become even more irritated. He says that the guy is clearly too young to be her friend. The young commander experiences a strong feeling of jealousy, realizing that the main character is taller than him and more handsome, but believes that the guy cannot surpass him in strength, no matter how hard he tries. The man begins to experience a feeling of intense rage, believing that Lushan wants to take away a beautiful woman from under his nose, and this feeling gradually takes over him, intensifying his internal conflict. The young commander, with an expression of contempt on his face, comes close to Lushan, his eyes full of anger and jealousy. He cannot hide his irritation and feels a strong sense of rivalry, seeing Lushan as a threat to his position. Lushan believes that he has no need to fight for Maliko, since many girls are clearly attracted to him. This gives him confidence in his abilities. The guy begins to be very worried about the fact that, out of the blue, he started thinking about Nicole, and this does not give him peace. The main character leaves the young people and goes to take the test, focusing on his goal. The young commander looks arrogantly at the retreating Lushan, believing that the guy has too high an opinion of himself because he is too young and does not have any ranks. The man says that the Gecko squad is considered a Tier A squad, and the young man is unlikely to meet the requirements to serve in it. Maliko rudely responds to the young commander, stating that it is none of his business, and demands that the man immediately shut up and carefully monitor how the main character passes the test in order to evaluate his abilities objectively and without bias. The young commander, seeing how Lushan confidently goes for testing, cannot hide his irritation and dissatisfaction. He intensely watches every move of the protagonist, hoping that he will not be able to cope with the test and confirm his strength. The man is a commander of the 9th rank and is among the top 10 in rating. He is sure that the young guy will not be able to show anything in martial arts that could impress him. The young commander is confident that by the age of 150, he will definitely become a great guru. The man, pointing his finger at Lushan with contempt, declares that this youth will never be able to approach his level of skill and authority in military matters. He claims that Lushan has nothing but a pretty face. The young commander cannot stop his hysterics and asks Maliko what the young man has that he doesn't, and why she pays attention to Lushan and not him. The man is not used to rejection because his subordinates always flatter him and idolize him, which increases his sense of superiority. Maliko's subordinate loses his temper. The guy intervenes in the conversation and asks the young commander what he is talking about. A scout from the Maliko squad tells the man that he has no idea how strong Lushan is and that his abilities are truly impressive. The young commander cannot believe this information, claiming that it simply cannot be true. A sudden burst of energy causes everyone present to take notice, causing a wave of shock and surprise. The soldiers watch this powerful display of power in amazement, their faces expressing a mixture of disbelief and admiration. They understand that they have witnessed something unusual and extremely impressive. The young commander looks at the main character with an expression of shock on his face. He is very surprised, as he did not expect to see such power from Lucian. Lucian stands in front of the measuring equipment, surrounded by a bright glow of power. His determination and confidence reflected in his stance. The guy is ready to prove his skill, despite all the doubts and prejudices of others. The measuring apparatus completes its calculation and reports that Lucian's power is 25,400,000 units, causing a wave of shock among everyone present. The officer observing the testing falls to the floor in surprise and drops the measuring tablet from his hands. He is unable to believe what is happening because such power is characteristic only of first-class, high-level gurus. A military man full of enthusiasm and faith in a bright future, he believes that finally a great warrior has appeared who can instill hope in the hearts of all soldiers and change the course of current events. The young commander also cannot believe that the main character at his age has the power of the great guru and believes that there was an error in the measurements. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the floor above in the young commander's center are talking about how reinforcements have helped restore the defense line. One of the men carefully studies the information and realizes that the reconnaissance group did not meet a single monster on its way, which causes him surprise and bewilderment. The girl nearby believes that you can choose any cave for the next mission and suggests discussing this with the command. Suddenly, the floor in the room begins to shake violently. The military cannot stand on their feet, not understanding the cause of such an earthquake. Their faces express fear and confusion. Some of the men present believe that this is the commanding general testing his combat capabilities. The military considers this a logical explanation, since the epicenter is located below, where the force testing room is located. People around you pay attention to the information screen, and what they see gives them a feeling of shock. The men see that an unknown young man passed the combat test and took first place in the current rankings. One of the warriors says that a new great guru has appeared in their ranks, and there is nothing wrong with the fact that he has no merit yet. The main thing is that he immediately took 8th place in the overall ranking. The officer nearby believes that there are no people in the entire East Coast with such strength. This is the highest result he has ever seen. The man is convinced that the unknown young man will become the martial saint of the military unit in the future. Everyone present immediately rushes to the testing room, believing that they must witness this spectacle with their own eyes. Lucian perceives with surprise the information that the testing apparatus gave out and is amazed that he has become so strong in a short time. The main character believes that when he develops immortality cells to the maximum level, he will easily surpass the great gurus in strength, and he only has one step left to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Lucian believes that it is necessary to train as much as possible in the near future in order to achieve better results in a short period of time. An officer approaches the main character, trembling with excitement, and asks the young man if he would like to take the test again to confirm the results. Lucian bids farewell to the officer, saying that this is not necessary, and leaves the testing room. The main character believes that he got a good result, and it would be nice to rest a little to regain his strength. Lucian hears the voice of the duty officer, who asks him to wait a little to enter the necessary information into the database and complete all formalities. Maliko looks at Lucian with admiration and awe. The girl cannot hide her surprise and joy for his success. Lucian, noticing the admiration in Maliko's eyes, smiles at her, feeling how something more than just respect begins to emerge between them. Maliko informs the young man that, despite the lack of information about his merits, she will do everything possible to ensure that he receives good living conditions and other bonuses, adding that she sincerely admires his achievements and is ready to support him in everything. The young commander, with a look of horror on his face, realizes that his arrogance and doubts about Lucian's ability were a mistake, now realizing that his own position in the hierarchy may be threatened by the sudden appearance of such a powerful rival. He falls to his knees and begins to bow deeply, asking Lucian to forgive him, admitting that he was completely wrong. He is joined by his subordinates, who also fall to their knees and apologize for their commander, explaining that the power went to his head. Lucian's subordinates tell him that he is the strongest warrior, and no one can compare with him on the entire front. Lushan tells the soldiers that he forgives them, but demands that they be more careful in the future and not repeat their mistakes in order to avoid similar situations. The young commander realizes that Maliko has made her choice in favor of Lushan, and this fills his heart with hatred and despair. Frustrated, he falls to the floor and cannot hold back his bitter tears, realizing that he could not win Maliko's favor, which is much more painful for him than the loss of respect and trust. A huge crowd of people rushes into the testing room, asking who is the guy named Lushan. The military wants to personally express their admiration and learn more about him. The officer turns his head in all directions, unable to understand which of those present is Lushan. One of those present suggests that the young man who has the power of the great guru may be a recently arrived newcomer. The officer considers this impossible, since Lushan looks too young and is sure that the powerful warrior has already left the testing room. The officer asks Maliko if she has seen a high-level guru here. Maliko points his hand at Lushan and tells the warriors that this is the very person they are looking for. This information causes great shock and disbelief in the young officer, since he cannot believe that such a young guy can have such incredible power. The officer demands that Maliko stop joking, refusing to believe her words. Suddenly, a commanding voice is heard, ordering those present to step aside and let him pass. The commander slowly enters the testing room, attracting the attention of everyone present. Shinomi approaches the main character and tells him that the proverb that youth makes heroes has turned out to be a reality. The general tries to defuse the situation by asking the young man why he is so serious and congratulating him on passing the test. Shinomi rejoices at the fact that the Eastern Military Division has another first-class great guru who has passed the test better than anyone else. The information that Lushan is the great guru greatly shocks the military personnel present nearby. The commander informs Lushan that he has already sent people to count his merits and invites him to drink tea in his office. Lushan thanks the general for the offer and says that he is forced to refuse, offering to meet next time since he needs to rest a little. Shinomi looks after the departing Lushan and thinks that his grandson is already older than the young man, but does not have even a third of the power that the main character possesses. The commander-in-chief clearly sees that Lushan has all the makings to become a martial saint. The man believes that this time the Eastern Military Division has every chance to fulfill their long-time dream of cultivating a rank 9 martial saint. Shinomi tells Maliko that Lushan is new to them and orders the girl to help him get comfortable and solve all the problems if the guy has any questions. The girl asks the commander-in-chief not to worry and promises to do everything possible. Shinomi approaches Maliko and tells her in a stern voice to use her advantages wisely. As he leaves, Shinomi tells the surprised girl that the young man has much more potential than she thinks, and his genes are a real treasure. Maliko did not expect to receive approval from the commander-in-chief and now feels a great responsibility. Lushan was settled in the area where the leadership lived, and news of the guy quickly spread throughout the 9th Front and later throughout the military division, causing everyone's admiration and curiosity about his outstanding abilities. The young man realizes with surprise that even on the guard guarding the area of the leadership, soldiers of the 3rd and 4th rank are on duty, which indicates a high level of security. On the street, Lushan meets an elegantly dressed man who tells him that this residential area is one of the 5 best, and the department has specially prepared housing here for him. In addition, the man tells the guy that the department has prepared several cars for him, from which he can choose anyone he wishes. The man then hands Lushan the phone and says that the guy can contact him anytime he needs help. He also adds that he will not interfere with the young man's rest and reports that during dinner, he will be able to exchange his points received for his merits. Walking down the corridor, Lushan meets a maid who bows and greets him. This surprises the guy because most of the service staff know him. Lushan asks the girl to tell the cook to set the table for him as he is hungry. After just 10 minutes, a huge table is set. The main character begins to greedily absorb a huge amount of food, enjoying the taste and abundance of prepared dishes. Lushan is very glad that he does not have to eat canned food and monster meat prepared in the field. Lushan, after eating, looks at the huge number of missed messages and news on his phone, realizing how much has happened during this time. The young man is greatly surprised to discover that out of hundreds of missed messages, not a single one is from Nicole. Lushan finds this strange. Since it seemed to him that their relationship was harmonious before, the guy thinks that something must have happened. The man picks up the phone on duty and politely asks how he can help, demonstrating his willingness to provide the necessary support or information. Lushan tells the man that he needs complete information about one of the military in the Eastern Division. The man tells the young man that this will take some time and informs him that as soon as information appears, he will immediately report it. Lushan sits alone at the table, arms crossed, looking deep in thought. Lushan activates the virtual screen to check for new recipe information to improve. Shifunhei can't believe that there is a person on the 9th front who has gained more than 20 million units of strength. Shinomi confirms this information and says that he personally checked everything and the young man's strength surpasses his. The commander-in-chief's mood rises. He is relieved and declares that this is good, and today there is at least one good news. Shifunhei orders that the commander of the 182nd Division be presented with a reward for finding such talent for their military unit. Funchang and Nicole return from the front line to their home unit. The man cannot hide his joy, considering the unit his home. The girl asks Funchang to clean himself up, as he gives off a sickening smell that spreads for a kilometer. Funchang invites Nicole to have dinner together in the evening, and invites Lushan to dinner, which causes the girl great excitement. Nicole tells the man that he should go to dinner alone since she doesn't want to have dinner together. Funchang notes that the girl has been acting strange lately, showing uncharacteristic nervousness and withdrawal, which is especially noticeable when it comes to Lushan. He notices that Nicole's behavior has changed a lot since Lushan arrived at the unit, and every time he mentions the young man, the girl becomes not herself. Funchang asks Nicole to be honest with him, reminding that they have known each other since childhood and also played together in the sandbox. The guy asks her to be honest. He directly asks if she likes Lushan, to which the girl reacts sharply, demanding to stop talking about this nonsense and threatening to sew his mouth shut. The girl tries to leave, but Funchang persistently asks her to stay and talk frankly, offering to tell her what's on her mind. Nicole cannot contain her anger and throws a blade at the man, demonstrating the extreme extent of her anger. Funchang realizes that the girl is really very angry with him and that her emotions are at their limit. Nicole stands under the rays of the bright sun, her long silver hair fluttering in the wind, and tension and thoughtfulness are reflected on her face, which indicates the depth of her experiences and internal conflicts. Funchang asks the girl, first of all, to be honest with him and not hide her true feelings and experiences. The man urges Nicole not to bother herself with the fact that the young man is younger than her and much stronger, and tries to convince her that these factors are unimportant. Nicole tells a surprised Funchang that this is just part of the reason for her anxiety, and that her feelings are much deeper and more complex than he could have imagined. Funchang, upset, admits to the girl that he was just making fun of her, but the realization that she has serious feelings completely changes his perception of the situation. Nicole goes into a state of rage after the man's words and inflicts a powerful energy blow on him, demonstrating the full power of her rage. Funchang begs the girl to stop beating her, assuring her that the difference in their ages is insignificant, and gives the example that nowadays even 100-year-old gurus can marry 18-year-old girls. The man laughs loudly and tells Nicole that back in training camp, he looked at them as a couple, noticing their special connection. Funchang thinks Nicole needs to make the first move, assuring her that Lushan has mutual feelings and she shouldn't be afraid to take the initiative. Funchang tries to calm the girl down, convincing her that there is not a single person in the world who would not fall in love with a beauty like her, and she does not need to doubt her attractiveness. Nicole touches the amulet hanging around her neck and says that it's impossible anyway. Funchang believes that a girl does not need to program herself for failure, because she has not tried to do anything yet. She should not be afraid of being rejected. Nicole tells the man that they will not be allowed to be together, and these words greatly frighten Funchang, making him think about possible obstacles. The man understands that the girl is referring to her powerful elder brothers, one of whom is a great guru with considerable power. While the second brother, Nicole, at the age of 16, was accepted under the patronage of the martial saint, and by the age of 25 he became the third close disciple, which makes him no less influential. This information makes Funchang think the guy remembers that the brothers protected the girl from childhood, showing excessive guardianship. Funchang says over-control is a disease, and such people should be referred to specialized doctors for treatment as soon as possible. Nicole suggests that the man tell her brothers this personally, since one of them sent a message that he would soon arrive at the military unit to visit her. Fun Chang believes that this may be for the best, as the brothers will get to know Lucian personally and learn about his colossal combat level, which may change their attitude. Nicole says that the man personally knows her character, and since she knows in advance that there will be no result, she will not even try to act. Fun Chang fiercely clutches the empty juice can in his hand and says that he won't let the girl give up, telling her that there is always a way out of any situation. Fun Chang states that he will become a martial saint and personally marry the girl to Lucian if necessary. Nicole suggests that the man first become a martial saint and then continue the conversation, after which the girl approaches Fun Chang and thanks him for taking care of her, expressing her gratitude for his support and faith in her. Nicole turns around and leaves, leaving the man alone, immersed in heavy thoughts. Fun Chang lights a cigarette. The guy realizes that the situation when a teacher falls in love with her student is a good plot for a romantic work. The man is distracted from his thoughts by a military man running past, whose excited look and haste clearly indicate something important happening at the moment. Seeing a military man running past him, Fun Chang decides to stop him to find out what's going on and why everyone around him is in such a hurry and excited. A military man reports that their battle zone has been visited by a powerful guru who tops the ranking of warriors on the East Coast, which causes unprecedented excitement among all the soldiers. Hearing this news, Fun Chang expresses his joy and decides to immediately join the other military personnel to welcome such a high and respected guest in person. For Fun Chang, such a stir seems incredible, as if a world-class star had come to their city to give a concert. Fun Chang curses rudely when he realizes that the great guru everyone is talking about is actually Lucian, which makes him displeased and irritated. The military man is very surprised that Fun Chang personally knows the powerful warrior, which confirms the latter's high status. The military man tells Fun Chang that Lucian went to the front lines just a month after joining the armed forces and single-handedly managed to eliminate a breakthrough in dangerous sectors of the front, which caused admiration among all the soldiers. Continuing his story, the military man describes how all the free space was littered with the corpses of destroyed monsters covered in blood, and that the bonus for such a number of killed monsters is more than 3 million points. Fun Chang, listening carefully to the military man who praises the main character and calls him a legend, the guy begins to realize the full significance of Lucian. Fun Chang calls Nicole and asks her not to ask questions, but just to get herself in order since they are going to dinner at Lucian's in the evening. Enlisted personnel and officers begin to gather near the headquarters in the 9th Combat Zone. Julbei considers it a great honor that he was invited to a personal meeting with the commander. The last time Julbei saw the commander was at a meeting dedicated to Shinomi's promotion to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel General. Shinomi greets Julbei and, expressing his joy at the meeting, asks him to go to the office for further conversation. Shinomi points to a folder of documents lying on the table and tells Julbei that he has done them an excellent service due to his professionalism. Shinomi thanks Julbei for his ability to identify and evaluate valuable people and for presenting them to the command in a timely manner, which contributes to the strengthening of the army. Julbei is very surprised and does not understand what he is talking about, so he asks Shinomi what exactly he means. Shinomi hands the folder to Julbei and asks him to familiarize himself with the contents, assuring him that he will understand everything himself when he sees the documents inside. Julbei understands that the folder contains Lucian's personal file, and with increased attention and interest, he begins to carefully familiarize himself with its contents, realizing the importance of each document. Julbei is shocked by the information received, realizing that the young warrior personally defended the 23rd line of defense for 9 days and destroyed more than 350 level 7 monsters. Shinomi asks Julbei to sit down and calm down, revealing that he himself was very surprised when he learned about these exploits of Lucian. Shinomi thanks Julbei again, believing that he did an excellent job in discovering such talent and giving the command the opportunity to learn about his exploits. Shinomi announces to Julbei that he will be promoted immediately and reveals that from that day forward, Julbei will command not 1, but 3 divisions. Shinomi also informs Julbei that he will be promoted 1 rank to Lieutenant General in recognition of his outstanding service and effective leadership. Julbei thanks the commander, clearly rejoicing at his promotion. He smiles with relief, despite his great surprise. The command placed Lucian in a huge, expensive mansion and provided him with 24-hour security to ensure his safety and comfort. A young man carefully examines his teeth after brushing them, noticing the slightest changes and assessing their condition. The guy understands that since the appearance of the first immortal cells, significant changes have occurred in his body, and his teeth are now restored on their own. Lushan realizes that he is gradually transforming into something unusual, much more powerful than a mere human, which causes him a mixture of surprise and excitement. The guy is glad that his appearance has not changed much yet, and hopes that in the future he will not lose his human appearance, despite all the changes happening to him. Lushan recalls how many warriors sacrificed their appearance to master modern cultivation methods, turning into terrible monsters in order to gain strength and endurance. He understands that each next level of development will require an increasing amount of the brain of otherworldly creatures, which poses new, complex tasks for him. Lushan's thoughts are interrupted by a man who informs him that his points for exterminating monsters have been calculated, and in his hands is a tablet with the exact number of points awarded. The guy is happy to learn that he was awarded more than 10 million points for his combat actions. Lushan feels satisfaction and pride in his achievements, realizing that his efforts were not in vain. The man suggests that he invest most of his funds in concentrated gold, a rare material that is extremely valuable, and there is very little of it in military warehouses. He explains that this material is always in short supply, but Lushan is able to acquire the required quantity thanks to its extensive financial resources. Lushan thinks this is a good idea and asks the man to quickly get him the necessary amount of concentrated gold to cast a new shaft for his 7th-level spear. The main character asks if it is possible to purchase the bone marrow of a level 8 monster for points, since he sees it in the lists of available materials. The man reports that even in the bone marrow of creatures of the 7th level, the negative effect is not completely suppressed, and the brain of a monster of the 8th level is very poorly studied. None of the military risks absorbing the bone marrow of level 8 monsters directly due to the high risk of terrible side effects. These unexplored side effects can lead to the mutation of a person into a monster. Lushan tells the man that he is not afraid and asks him to bring him 5 capsules of the bone marrow of a level 8 monster. The man reports that the price of level 8 monster bone marrow is 50 times higher than the price of level 7 bone marrow, which greatly upsets and surprises Lushan. He changes his order to 1 piece. After this, the man says that he found information about the person that the main character requested. The guy wanted to find his classmate and make sure that he was not sent into the thick of the fighting. Lushan thinks that he is not a martial saint, but he will try to protect all those who are dear to him, especially now that he has such an opportunity. The phone rings. The young man picks up the phone, realizing that Funchang is calling him, and greets the man. Lushan learns from a telephone conversation that the officer is inviting him to dinner, which will take place at 8 o'clock in the evening. The guy invites him to choose the place himself. Currently, Lushan has very good control over his spiritual energy, but he has a hard time explaining why his heart starts beating fast as soon as he hears the name Nicole. The young man believes that his body cannot deceive him and thinks that this is fate. Funchang abruptly opens the door and tells the girl that he has planned her date. The guy attaches special significance to this event. Funchang thinks that this will be a cool show. The guy thinks that he should watch how the girl will look at the young man and how further events will develop. Nicole, touching the amulet that Lushan gave her, reflects that the young man has already achieved significant success in the Central Military District, and she needs to strengthen her training to get closer to his level. The guy learns that the bone marrow, which he exchanged for glasses, has been delivered. He believes that he still has time before dinner to train and use the resources received. Lushan, surrounded by containers of valuable materials, stands in a spacious room, preparing to use the delivered bone marrow to further improve his skills. Lushan looks closely at the rank 7 bone marrow container, aware of the risk of the upcoming test that could greatly enhance his abilities. The guy sees that even with the naked eye, one can discern a powerful flow of energy inside this container, realizing how great the power of the 7th rank bone marrow is. Lushan picks up the container and begins to drink the bone marrow of a rank 8 monster, feeling its power and potential flowing into his body. The young man, carefully assessing his condition after drinking the contents of the container, does not feel any changes, which causes him slight bewilderment. Suddenly, Lushan begins to feel projections of the remnants of the monster's fighting will, causing him to experience intense visions and shocks. He sees eerie images of monsters, their twisted faces and evil grins, as if they are trying to penetrate his mind and body. The guy feels an endless stream of negative emotions that fill his mind, forcing him to gather strength so as not to lose control of himself. Lushan feels that the energy in his heart has filled all the available space and continues to rapidly expand, enhancing his strength and potential to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, he feels a powerful surge of power, enveloping his body in bright streams of light and fire, raising him to a new level of power. After hundreds of millions of rebirths and transformations, the young man finally managed to create a second immortal cell in his body, taking a huge step forward in the formation of the immortal golden body. Lushan thinks that with a couple more breakthroughs like this, his body will become perfect. Even now, he feels his strength growing and endurance strengthening. In the process of influencing the blood, immortal cells absorb part of the energy, undergoing many transformations in a short period of time. The guy understands that he can achieve unimaginable results, since the potential of immortal cells is extremely great, and the millions of transformations he experiences are just the beginning of his path to absolute perfection. Suddenly, Lushan begins to experience a vision caused by the fact that the bone marrow is not always well purified. An image of a huge, ominous monster appears before his eyes, threatening to devour his consciousness. The guy realizes that he is beginning to control his physical body very poorly, and this causes him anxiety. Despite this, Lushan expected a stronger effect on the body from the bone marrow of level 7 monsters. He decides to continue experiments and drink a capsule with level 8 marrow, hoping to achieve more significant results. Lushan holds the rank 8 bone marrow capsule, feeling the growing anxiety and pressure of negative energy. His eyes fill with determination and strength as he decides to drink the contents of the capsule, despite all the risks and possible side effects. Suddenly, his body begins to undergo painful changes, and blood begins to flow from his mouth, indicating the powerful effect of the bone marrow on his body. Lushan sees before him an ominous image of a monster whose eyes glow with furious fire and feels his own body begin to change shape. Lushan falls to his knees, trying to cope with the pain that shoots through every cell of his body, causing him to grind his teeth in agony. Every second becomes agonizing, his face contorted with tension and pain as his body continues to undergo transformations. A whirlwind of energy flares up around him, as if swallowing him into the abyss. He feels his strength leaving him, and his consciousness becomes clouded from unbearable agony. The main character hears voices in his mind claiming that he and the monster are one. The monster encourages him to accept this, claiming that the guy will not be able to withstand such powerful energy.